This is the multi-voice text-to-speech podfic reading of For My Impertinence by Synonomy, composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk. Chapter 1, Immovable Object. Now be sincere, did you admire me for my impertinence? For the liveliness of your mind, I did. Pride and Prejudice, Chapter 60. Sirius stared at his parents from across the desk, fists clenching in his lap.
No. This is no longer a request, Sirius.
Orion said.
This is what is going to happen.
No.
Sirius insisted.
I will not do it. You cannot make me.
How dare you speak to us like that?
Walburga hissed. She started to rise from her seat, but Orion raised a hand.
You are right, of course. We cannot physically drag you down the aisle. We can, however, drag you out of this house, and we can certainly expunge you from every benefit being a black affords you.
Go ahead.
Sirius wanted to spit.
I care not.
But the sinking feeling in his gut said otherwise. All the abuse and punishment he had endured until now was nothing compared to disownment. The idea frightened him terribly. He could not deny it. He had glimpsed its likely outcome from his carriage on the way to the theater. The dank alleys and brothels of Soho, the skeletal streetwalkers with round bellies and dead eyes. He knew he would not survive that.
You will not do it,
Sirius asserted.
You would not have Regulus as the heir.
It is a last resort we are hoping to avoid.
Orion acknowledged.
But make no mistake, we will do it if we must. This is the point you have pushed us to.
Searching his father's face, Sirius knew he meant every word.
Just give it to Regulus anyway.
He tried again.
He wants it, I do not.
It does not matter what you want.
Walburga snapped.
You know full well your brother is not fit to inherit.
But I am.
Sirius said, incredulous.
All you do is tell me how useless and unworthy I am. At least Regulus.
Must we continually go through this?
Orion asked, sighing.
You are capable of propagating the family line. Your brother is not. You are an Omega who can bear children, the firstborn heir of the House of Black. Your brother is a second-born Beta, infertile. Believe me, I lament these facts every day. But facts are facts, and we all must face them.
Sirius shook his head. The idea of bearing children made him nauseous, for he knew what it meant. He knew it was not really the children he must bear, but rather the weight of an existence which disallowed him from anything else. It was already bad enough being confined to Grimmauld Place, allowed out only for subdued formal events and stilted recreational activities. Bad enough being thought so delicate even before he was with child. He did not want to imagine how intolerable it would be once he was. He had heard stories, hushed whispers and crude gossip about the ones who could not take it, whose minds or bodies gave out only a few years after mating. That was marriage to Sirius, a prison with no release date, save death. Which is why he had worked so hard to avoid it, why he had been lewd and inappropriate and unbecoming before every suitor his parents had presented him with. It was all he could do. If his parents would not accept his denial, he could only attempt to provoke denial from the other side. He was determined not a single highborn alpha in London would want him once they met him. And it had worked, for a while, but Sirius had apparently underestimated the lengths his parents were prepared to go to preserve their wealth and status. Even in his most far-fetched dreams, he had never imagined they would even consider betrothing him to the likes of the Lupins. They were the dregs of aristocratic society, the bottom-of-the-barrel scrapings his mother sneered at from behind her cigarette across the playhouse aisles. Sirius knew little about them, other than they were new money and in the business of horses and hounds. Profitable, yes, but seen as a most undignified venture. Though their animals were highly prized for rides and hunts, their human stock would not normally be considered suitable matching for a black, especially a firstborn heir. God only knew what sort of man was to be Sirius's husband now. He pictured a hefty, unintelligible bear of an alpha who slept in a stable and stank of dog.
It is not fair,
Sirius said, hating how childish he sounded.
I did not ask for this. I do not want this.
Walburga made an incensed sound, but Orion cut across her.
As your mother says, it does not matter what you want. This is about duty, and you have been shirking yours for quite long enough. Really, with the damage you have done to this family, you should be thankful we have not cast you out onto the street already.
You are lucky.
Walburga said darkly.
Even these lowly peasants are too good for you now. You have disgraced yourself so thoroughly. I never thought I would see the day a child of mine would be married off to the likes of that. The shame of it will haunt me until the day I die.
So when am I to meet this paragon?
Sirius asked grimly.
At the altar.
This evening.
Orion said.
His father is bringing him here for the introductions. After that, you will begin the traditional period of courting.
Courting?
Sirius said blankly.
Why? I thought it was already agreed.
Oh, it is.
Orion assured him.
But we will still observe the customs expected of a noble and ancient house. Our reputation has been tainted quite enough.
But we will be watching closely throughout, so do not take that as license to try anything else.
Walburga warned.
I assure you it would be pointless.
Orion agreed.
This is happening, regardless of whether you see fit to make a fool of yourself. You will marry this Lupin boy, and you will bear him at least one child. You will do your duty to your house, or you will not have a house. Do I make myself clear?
Sirius swallowed, tasting fire.
Fine.
Orion nodded.
Good boy.
Sirius slumped in his seat, staring at his distorted reflection in the polished wood of the desk.
May I at least know his name?
Walburga snorted, Orion said.
It's Remus.
Remus.
Sirius repeated. It was a pretty name for a jailer, he thought.
How old is he?
Also 20, I believe.
And still unmarried.
Walburga observed.
Is he perhaps simple or deformed in some way?
His father did not say.
Orion said.
We struck the deal at the livery, and the boy was not there. Out on an errand, apparently.
Buying horses and selling sons.
Sirius muttered. Walburga was finally permitted to rise, circling the desk and cuffing Sirius upside the head.
You watch your mouth. There must be something wrong with him if his family has not yet found him a match.
His father indicated to me his labor was simply too invaluable to compromise. He is their only child.
Then why compromise it now?
Perhaps, like us, they have reached a critical point.
Orion mused.
It seemed serendipitous regardless, with our...
Sirius tuned out, letting their discussion of his future fade into white noise. The back of his head was thrumming where his mother struck him. His eyes drifted to the open window behind his father. It was the height of London summer, tediously long days of muggy heat and 2 short nights of cooler reprieve. If Sirius dove headfirst out the window, they would have to scrape his viscera off each individual cobble below, because it would surely steam in the sun. Eventually Orion stood too, and Sirius was dismissed from the study with instructions to bathe and prepare himself. On his way back to his room, he caught sight of Regulus sitting in the library. He had a book in his hands, but his gray eyes flickered up at Sirius as he passed. Sirius advanced on him, already irritated. Regulus never read in here, preferring to take books up to his room.
Get a good listen, did you?
Hard not to.
And you agree with them, I suppose?
Sirius rounded the chaise where Regulus sat.
No doubt you are thrilled they have finally beaten me down.
I still do not know why you insist on antagonizing them.
Regulus said instead of answering. Sirius laughed bitterly.
They treat me like a whore for barter, and I am the one who antagonizes them.
They treat you like an heir. What else did you expect?
Oh, believe me, I did not expect any different.
Then why did you fight them for so long?
Because
Sirius stuttered angrily.
I could not just let them win.
Regulus rolled his eyes.
It was never a battle, Sirius. They only wanted you to accept your duty.
Duty.
Sirius repeated, almost spitting it.
Lord, but I am so sick of that word. It is not even right. It does not describe what they want from me.
Well, what would you call it?
Servitude.
Please,
Regulus scoffed.
what would you know of servitude? You have never worked a day in your life.
And you know so much better.
Sirius retorted, voice rising.
Because you oversee father's paperwork. Or because you spend all day licking his boots.
Regulus stood, slamming his book shut and storming from the room.
Why would you even want this?
Sirius yelled after him.
Can you not see how lucky you are?
He was met with silence from his brother, but a door banged elsewhere in the house. Sirius hastened to his room before either of his parents could come and investigate. He threw himself onto his bed, burying his face in his pillow, rage and despair swirling inside him. Regulus's attitude hurt all the more because they had been allies against their parents at one point, before they presented, before things like inheritance and birthright meant anything. Regulus did not understand. He was a beta. He would never know how it felt to have your existence reduced to mere utility, to be caged and coddled like a fragile pet. He envied Sirius his position, but had no regard for its burdens, no sympathy for his own brother. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge that were it up to Sirius, Regulus would have the title in a heartbeat. Had he not heard Sirius pleading his case? Had he not heard their mother decry him as unfit? Yet still, he had the nerve to act as though Sirius were ungrateful, berating him for spurning a responsibility that was being forced upon him. Sirius punched the mattress beneath him. His eyes stung, but he did not want to cry, nor did he wish to think about the evening ahead. He did not wish to wonder about the man who was to be his husband, the alpha who was going to claim him and penetrate him and impregnate him, what he might look like, what his manner might be like. He was sure to be a brute with such a background as his, and Sirius did not wish to tempt any foolish notions it might be otherwise. Besides, it did not matter even if this Remus was the most handsome and divine bachelor in all of London. He was being forced upon Sirius against his will, and Sirius wanted nothing to do with him. There was a knock upon the door. Sirius remained silent. It was petty rebellion, but he would do what he could. After a minute, Creature's lugubrious voice called out,
"Master Sirius?"
Go away.
Sirius said pointlessly. He heard the door open, then Creature's shuffling gait against the carpet.
"Terribly sorry to disturb, but Mistress Walburga has asked Creature to ensure Master Sirius dresses appropriately for his visitor this evening."
She does not trust me to dress myself.
Sirius grumbled into his pillow.
Or perhaps she wishes to drape me in the trappings of a common harlot since she is selling me as one.
The butler did not reply. His raspy breathing was loud and irritating. With a huff, Sirius threw himself onto his back. Creature stood beside the bed, upright as his haunched back would allow, hands clasped in front of him. His face was blank, but Sirius swore he could see amusement playing around the old man's wrinkled mouth. A vile sycophant to the last, he had always hated Sirius, even as a child. Sirius truly was alone in this house, he thought.
Fine.
Sirius flung himself to his feet, throwing out his arms.
Go ahead. Bring forth the brothel garb.
"Master will be wearing no such thing.
Creature said, ambling towards Sirius's dressing room.
He will, as always, be wearing the finest fabrics from the finest tailor in London, paid for entirely by his doting parents."
There was the sound of the bathtub filling, the scraping of hangers. A couple of hours later, Sirius stood in the middle of his bedroom, trussed up in a stuffy suit comprised of breeches and layered coats, his neck strangled by a cravat-adorned collar, his long hair groomed into a knot that was too tight and unpleasantly stiff with lanolin. Sirius usually did all he could to avoid formal clothes, much to the chagrin of his mother. He reviled being constricted, decorated like a gift. Though that was what he was now, he supposed, a gift all set to be bequeathed and unwrapped.
"Master should not touch his hair so much.
Creature chided.
He will pull the knot loose."
Sirius scowled at his reflection in the standing mirror.
This is detestable. I look nothing like myself.
"Master Sirius looks very handsome. Creature is sure his fiancée will approve. It is likely there."
The butler pursed his thin lips.
"Type does not often see families of such refinement as ours."
Finer than any prize he has won at the Derby, no doubt.
Sirius muttered. Creature failed to hide a smirk.
"Master should avoid such comments in front of his guests."
There was another knock at the door. Orion did not wait to be invited in. He was dressed immaculately in imposing black attire, his silver-speckled hair slicked down against the curve of his skull. He surveyed Sirius with critical eyes, circling him slowly.
Good.
He concluded.
Well done, Creature. You have managed to make him presentable.
Creature bowed deeply.
"Thank you, Master."
Our guests will be arriving shortly. Wait at the door.
"Yes, Master."
With Creature gone, Orion stepped close.
Are you resolved to your purpose now?
Sirius shrugged.
I do not have much choice, do I?
Orion made a disbelieving sound.
Your ungratefulness really does beg a belief. Do you have even the slightest comprehension of how lucky you are? You should be utterly ruined after everything you have done. If you were anyone else, you would be. But because of your name, because the name Black still means something in this city, you have been given a second chance, and yet still you dare to complain.
You are marrying me off to a glorified gamekeeper,
Sirius said bitterly.
You had ample chance to choose your suitor.
Orion reminded him.
You had a line of well-bred and reputable alphas queuing down the street until you decided to tarnish your reputation by behaving so disgracefully. Do not try and blame me for your situation now, as if I would not have had you paired with someone far more suitable.
Sirius had no retort. It was true. He hated that it was true. He should have realized sooner this day was inevitable. His parents always won in the end. He had only made it worse for himself by resisting for as long as he had. Perhaps he should have just married the Malfoy Alpha. He was insufferably arrogant, but he was handsome enough, and reportedly a skilled hunter, which Sirius did not much like. But perhaps he would have allowed Sirius to accompany him to the woods sometimes. Perhaps Sirius would not have been shut away from the sky and bridled like a broodmare. Perhaps he would have been the exception.
I know you have always struggled with pride,
Orion's tone was almost sympathetic.
but that is a wholly useless sin for an Omega. I advise you to move past it as soon as you possibly can. In the long run, it will make things much easier for you.
There was the tinkle of a bell from downstairs.
Time to go.
Orion said,
Remember, you will be courteous and polite. You will behave in a manner befitting your station as a Black. You will absolutely not be lewd or unbecoming in any way. Is that understood?
Yes.
Sirius said through gritted teeth. Orion nodded. He put his hand on the small of Sirius's back, steering him out the room and down the staircase. In the entrance hall, Creature was waiting with his hand upon the door handle. Through the frosted stained glass, Sirius could see the blurry outline of a carriage on the road. As two figures approached the door, Creature opened it with an obnoxious flourish. Two men crossed the threshold, one old and short, the other young and tall.
Mr. Lupin,
Orion addressed the older.
welcome to our home.
Chapter 2, The Up-and-Comers. Mr. Lupin bowed.
My Lord Black, thank you for inviting us.
He looked to be around 50, though Sirius got the impression he was actually younger. His skin was tanned and lined in a way which suggested frequent exposure to the sun. His appearance, in general, was one of conflicting traits. His dark brown hair was receding and graying around the temples, but it was well-groomed and neatly styled. He was wearing a tweed tailcoat, which was perhaps more appropriate for outdoor pursuits than this occasion, but it was perfectly fine and obviously expensive. After exchanging greetings with Orion, Mr. Lupin gestured to the boy next to him.
May I present my son, Remus?
Sirius, who had been avoiding it thus far, let himself look at his suitor. He was immediately struck by the scar on his face, a mottled white line which cut across his cheek and the bridge of his nose. Despite that, however, Remus was not at all the ugly and foreboding ogre Sirius had pictured. He was also wearing a handsome tweed, which outlined a tall, slim figure of long limbs and broad shoulders. His hair was a shade lighter brown than his father, and he had a lot more of it, slicked neatly back against his head. The face beneath the scar was unremarkable at first glance, but the longer Sirius looked, the more his features became tangible. A large but well-shaped nose, plump lips which dimpled uniquely in the center, and gentle eyes of golden brown.
My lord?
Remus bowed to Orion.
It is an honor to finally meet you. Thank you for inviting me into your beautiful home.
Orion nodded curtly.
And may I present my son and heir, the Lord Sirius Black.
Sirius remained silent. Orion's fingertips dug into his spine.
Hello?
He said stiffly. After another dig, he jerked his head in imitation of a bow. Mr. Lupin inclined his head in return. Then all attention turned to Remus, who met Sirius's eyes for the first time. Sirius stared coolly back at him, waiting for the required greeting. Instead, Remus stepped forwards and took his hand.
I am honored to meet you too, Sirius. It is my sincerest wish you find my courtship favorable.
He ducked his mouth to the back of Sirius's hand. He had to stoop rather low to achieve the gesture, being at least 2 heads taller than Sirius. He did not actually press his lips to Sirius's skin, but Sirius startled anyway, taken aback by the chivalrous display. He was not surprised by the bootlicking of his father. That was unofficially mandated in interaction with the Black Patriarch, but it was rare anybody spoke to Sirius beyond the bare minimum. After a prolonged bow, Remus stepped back in line with his father, clasping his hands behind his back. He smiled when Sirius continued to stare at him. There was a pause. It seemed even Orion was surprised.
Well then, shall we?
He gestured for them to move to the drawing room.
Creature, bring tea.
Creature, who had been surveying their guests with a barely contained sneer, jumped at being addressed.
Oh, yes, master.
After the butler had hobbled off towards the kitchen, the rest of them filed out of the hall, Orion leading Mr. Lupin, with Remus a pace behind. Sirius trailed after them all, his eyes on Remus's back. He had calluses on his hands. From his work, Sirius supposed, though his fingers were long and elegant, more suited for piano playing than hard graft. It seemed the Lupins were in many ways ill-fitting, though not in the ways one might expect. Sirius wondered how Remus spent his days, what sort of things may be required of him. Until he curbed the thoughts, reminding himself he did not care. Orion invited the Lupins into the seating area, settees and armchairs arranged in a semicircle around the grand fireplace. The Lupins settled together on a two-seater, while Orion took his usual spot in the large wingback. Sirius sank into the chair set furthest away, well prepared to stare at the stonework of the chimney breast as he usually did. He had found it productive for concocting his plan of sabotage in these situations. He would listen to the ebbs and flows of the conversation, waiting for the ideal moment to inject an inappropriate comment or covertly insult his suitor. Insulting himself was almost always more effective, however, though it was not insulting as Sirius would define it, to imply he was not docile or subservient, nor eager to be fattened up like a prized cow. He even failed to see the offense in lack of virginity, if it was a choice made willingly on his part. But it did not matter how nonsensical Sirius personally found the rules of society. He had yet to meet anyone who shared his view. Thus, his tactics were always effective. For some reason, though, the chimney did not seem as compelling this time, perhaps because Sirius knew his usual methods of resistance were disallowed. Instead, he found himself studying Remus. He was perched on the very edge of the settee, hands fidgeting in his lap. Both he and his father were glancing covertly around the room. Perhaps they did not have such lavish decorations in their own home. Or perhaps they were simply marveling how such a large room could still feel so stifling.
So,
Orion began.
Remus, tell me about yourself. I understand you work with your father.
Remus sat up straight.
Oh, yes, my lord. Mostly at delivery yards, managing the day-to-day.
That sounds like grueling work. I imagine all that manual labor keeps you rather fit.
Unfortunately not.
Remus said, laughing ruefully.
I have never been averse to such work, but truthfully, the majority of my time is spent talking nowadays, with clients, staff, suppliers, though I still ride whenever I can.
Remus is an excellent manager.
Mr. Lupin said.
He has always had an aptitude for organization, though I am biased, of course.
Sirius felt a stab of envy. What a thing that must be, he thought, to have a father who valued your talents over your functions.
How wonderful.
Orion said flatly.
And do you enjoy your work?
Remus nodded.
Yes, my lord, very much. I've always had an affinity for animals, ever since I was a small child. I used to sneak out to watch our village steeplechase.
He cut himself off when his father nudged him.
Oh, not that I made a habit of disobeying my parents, of course.
Well, that is a relief. Perhaps you can train my son out of that habit too. I wager he is more stubborn than any beast you have broken before.
Remus looked again at Sirius, and once more Sirius looked steadily back. He hoped his defiance was still visible in the blankness of his face.
Go ahead and try,
he thought. He may be married and bred against his will, but he would never be, broken.
You spoke briefly of your trouble in finding the young lord a match.
Mr. Lupin said delicately. The door opened, and Creature eased his way in back first, hands occupied by a silver tray. He placed it on the sideboard beside Sirius, where Sirius saw it was laden with their third finest tea set. He barely swallowed his snort, picturing his mother lurking in the kitchen. She would not besmirch herself with such lowly company, of course, but she would linger for gossip like a common busybody, concocting petty slights to send via the butler, as if the Lupins would even notice or know the difference.
My son has always been spirited for an Omega.
Orion said slowly.
It is not to everyone's taste, but I believe it to be a folly of youth,
He shot a look at Sirius.
which he has now outgrown.
Sirius scowled. He took the teacup. Creature was pushing at him, swallowing a large mouthful of the scorching liquid in hopes of distracting himself.
Well, as sorry as I was to hear of your troubles, I will not pretend this is not fortuitous for us.
Mr. Lupin said, smiling.
Your family is, of course, most ancient and well regarded, whereas we are up-and-comers, perhaps.
Shock flickered over Orion's face. It was a rare chink in his usually stoic demeanor, and it was satisfying to see. For all his skill and pretension, talking around and under the proverbial elephant in the room, he was laughably defenseless in the face of simple honesty.
Yes, well,
Orion coughed.
I will not have it said the blacks are mired in snobbery.
Sirius could not hold back his scoff then. All eyes turned to him. Orion looked murderous, but before he could issue a reprimand, Remus asked,
Do you like to ride?
Sirius almost glanced over his shoulder to make sure there was nobody else behind him. Though his presence was always required in these proceedings, he was not expected to be an active participant. When he was not deliberately flouting those expectations, he was lucky if he was even acknowledged by his suitors, most of the time. Discussion and questions about him would generally be directed towards his parents instead, as though Sirius were a piece of furniture they were haggling over. Once Sirius accepted that Remus was indeed talking to him, he then had to parse the ridiculous question itself. Was it perhaps subtle mockery? Remus could not be so plebeian, he did not know how the world worked for high-born Omegas. Sirius raised an eyebrow.
Horses.
Orion's face grew thunderous still, but Remus simply nodded, not a hint he had picked up on the obscene implication. Bemused, Sirius decided he would answer truthfully.
I have no idea if I like it or not. I have never been permitted to try.
I see.
Remus said.
Well, I would love to teach you if that is something you are interested in.
You would teach me to ride?
Sirius said.
Yes.
Remus replied, as though there should be no reason not to. Perhaps he was simple, Sirius thought, except the younger Lupin's face hinted at nothing of the sort. It actually gave the impression of quite the opposite. Those golden eyes were wise, shrewd. The room was still. Even Creature had paused in handing out tea.
Goodness,
Orion said tightly.
a modern family in all regards.
Of course, I would not allow your son to come to any harm, my lord.
Remus said quickly, bowing his head.
I would take great care to ensure his safety.
I should think so,
Orion said, deceptively mild.
since I assume you intend him to bear your children.
Sirius felt his lip curl. But Remus did not reply right away. His mouth was still open, as though his words had been stolen. Sirius was struck by his silence. He had never encountered an alpha who did not obviously desire to mate and breed him, at least until he set to his sabotage. But Sirius was, mostly, playing the dumb compliant this time, and he thought it unlikely Remus found his appearance displeasing. Sirius knew well what he looked like. His suitor continued to confuse him. Finally, Mr. Lupin said,
Children are the fruit of marriage, of course.
Orion nodded.
That they are.
He snapped his fingers loudly, making them all jump.
Creature, you are idling. Serve our guests.
Oh, apologies, master.
Creature moved back to the sideboard. Remus, who still looked distant, startled when the butler thrust a cup towards him. He smiled as he accepted it.
Oh, thank you.
Creature did not smile in return. He finished serving and came to stand at Orion's side, nose elevated and hands clasped together in front of him. Sirius rolled his eyes, catching Remus's gaze in the process. Annoyingly, he felt a smile fighting to blossom. The butler's haughtiness was obvious and comical, even to a highborn. Remus did not deserve credit for noticing it. Orion's own teacup remained untouched on the small table beside him.
Earlier today, you alluded to your own delay in finding your boy a match.
Mr. Lupin hesitated.
Yes, I confess, I have been selfish. The business really began to pick up just as Remus turned 18, when we should have been dedicating our efforts to matchmaking. It was poor timing in that regard. I had to make a tough decision. I decided our livelihood should take priority.
Orion hummed.
But now you have succeeded in elevating your family's standing. The importance of legacy has become apparent.
Well,
Mr. Lupin said slowly.
that is one way of putting it, I suppose. Certainly, I want the business to remain a family business. Remus is our only child. If he does not inherit, then everything we have worked so hard to build.
He exchanged a look with his son.
Of course, I also wish for his happiness. He has worked hard for 2 years. He deserves a life of his own now.
Suddenly, a little nauseous, Sirius placed his teacup down. Orion's face was stoic again, but Sirius knew it well enough to read his distaste. That no longer bothered him, but the sheer bemusement in his father's eyes had no right to sting as much as it did.
Of course.
Orion's mouth curved in poor imitation of a smile.
Well, let us delay no longer then. Let us begin the courting period.
Oh, splendid.
Mr. Lupin said.
1 month is traditional. Your son will send invitations frequently. Time may be spent here, or Sirius may accompany him out on suitable
Orion's eyes flickered to Remus.
and respectable activities. Of course, it goes without saying that visits will not be permitted while Sirius is in or approaching heat.
Sirius grit his teeth. Orion continued.
After that, the engagement is declared official. and publicly announced. It then falls to us to plan the wedding.
Mr. Lupin nodded politely, though Sirius suspected he actually already knew all of this. He turned to Sirius then, surprising him.
I hope my son pleases you, my lord. Rest assured he will treat you well, and if he does not, you may let me know, and he will thereafter.
Father,
Remus said, cheeks reddening. Orion's bemusement became palpable then. It was perhaps the only time in Sirius's life he could remember being in agreement with his father. In 2 years of failed betrothals, he had never seen an alpha blush, even in response to the lewd and suggestive things Sirius would say. He would not have thought them capable of it. Perhaps Remus was not an alpha at all. Perhaps this was a scheme of some nefarious variety. That would certainly explain the eccentricities that seemed to go beyond difference in upbringing. Naivete of high society procedure did not account for Remus's demeanor, nor that strange lack of alpha hunger in his eyes.
I am sure young Remus will do his duty to the utmost,
Orion said blandly.
as will my son. Likewise, you have my guarantee on that.
He rose from his chair, prompting the Lupins to follow suit. He did not wait for Sirius now, leading the rest of them back into the hallway. No doubt he was eager to seal the deal, avoiding any last chance for protest or sabotage. Not that Sirius had been planning any. He knew when he was beaten. He rather thought it would have been wasted on the Lupins, anyway.
Well played, father.
Sirius stood, grimacing as his suit tightened and pinched around him. He walked into the hall, startling when he found Remus lingering just outside the room, their fathers talking by the front door.
hello.
Remus said, as though they had not already made introductions, as though they were not engaged.
Hello.
Sirius said slowly.
I wish to apologize.
For
Remus rubbed the back of his neck.
Well, this, I suppose.
this,
Remus nodded.
I can see it is not what you want.
Sirius stared at him.
I wish you to know,
Remus continued.
I have no intention of subjecting you to anything that you do not desire.
Sirius's initial reaction was to rejoice in relief, before the implication of the words sank in. Remus was laboring under the delusion he could convince Sirius to submit willingly, that he could win Sirius's affections with gentle reassurances and empty placations. But he seemed to have missed the glaring hypocrisy in what he had said.
Other than this, of course.
Remus bit his lip, glancing at his father, and suddenly all the confusion he had wrought cleared. The understanding tasted acidic.
well, thank you.
Sirius bit out.
It brings real comfort to know our marriage will be entirely performative.
Remus frowned. He opened his mouth, but Mr. Lupin chided.
Remus, come on, do not jump the gun. There will be plenty of time to get to know each other soon.
Indeed.
Orion said, a hint of warning in his monotone. Hesitantly, Remus turned away. Sirius stalked towards the stairs while they were still bowing and posturing, uncaring if it garnered his father's ire later. He had been toying with the idea that Remus may be different, but as it turned out, he was even worse. At least his previous suitors had been honest in their intentions. They had never played the martyr, proclaiming themselves honorable, just so they may feel better about what they would inflict upon Sirius, as if they had no choice in it, as if alphas had not been controlling the world since time immemorial. At the top of the stairs, Sirius caught Remus's eye. He was still frowning. Sirius stilled, stomach tight, watching his future husband disappear behind the door. Chapter 3: Choices. There was a sense of peace that came from playing the piano, a pleasantly mind-numbing quality. Sitting alone in the parlor, filling the cavernous room with delicate notes that reverberated in Sirius's ears, filling his eyes with the dependable monotony of black and white. It was best when he knew the piece well enough that he did not have to think, when his fingertips could dance effortlessly across the keys. It was hypnotic to the point that stopping felt like waking from sleep. And since it was not permitted for Sirius to take to bed in the middle of the afternoon, he had come to rely on it.
You have not played this for a while.
Sirius's fingers faltered, missing a chord. His piece was shattered in an instant, but he stubbornly forged on, not looking up as Regulus drifted towards the grand piano.
I always thought it was rather maudlin.
Regulus said.
Sorrowful. It does not seem fitting on such a happy occasion.
What occasion is that?
Your engagement, of course. I come to offer my congratulations.
I am not in the mood for gloating right now.
Why on earth would I gloat? I am happy for you.
Sirius snorted.
Oh yes, how wonderful. Married off to the stable boy, I can hardly wait.
I thought you were above such snobbery.
I am.
Sirius wanted to snap. At least he was above the petty snobbery of his mother and father, who measured a person entirely in numbers and names. But something about the Lupins was inspiring a different kind of snobbery in Sirius, a derision independent of such things. He actually found his parents less offensive, which was not a notion he ever expected to hold. They were natives in this world, born and raised and molded, and to expect anything different from them would be foolish. But the Lupins, Remus, they were choosing this. They had known freedom, and yet they were begging now to be caged.
He may be of lesser breeding, but from what I hear, your fiancé is a fine and respectable man.
Regulus said. Sirius resisted the urge to ask him what he had heard, how he had heard it, and from whom. His brother was permitted to move freely outside the house in a way Sirius could only dream of. He did not need that fact highlighted right now.
Why do you not marry him then?
It was deliberately childish, begging for something other than the predictably pious response Regulus gave.
If such a union had purpose, I would gladly do my part for our house.
Of course you would. Well, I am glad you approve of my new owner. At least when I am locked in his quarters, I will not have to hear you berating me anymore.
There was a silence.
I do not berate you. I only wished for you to step up and accept your responsibility.
I know.
Sirius said heavily.
Well, you can finally rest easy, little brother. I will be pumping out heirs before the next year is out. The most esteemed House of Black will endure for another generation. You must be proud.
No,
Sirius could hear his brother's frown.
that is not what I...
Leave it.
Sirius let his hands fall away from the keys. The music disintegrated past the point of salvage.
Just leave it, Reg, please.
Out the corner of his eye, Sirius saw Regulus dither, glimpsing delicate fingers beneath crisp cuffs. He could not remember the last time he had seen his brother in casual attire. Even on days free from engagements, Regulus would truss himself up like this, as if the king himself might come knocking. The days when they would stay pajama-ridden until noon, giggling together as they squeezed themselves into the bureau beneath the staircase to escape creatures' clutches, felt less than a memory now. Regulus's polished shoes finally retreated from Sirius's eyeline. Sirius exhaled slowly through his mouth. He was debating continuing to play when more footsteps echoed from the hallway. He cursed inwardly as Orion entered the parlor. Could he not be allowed to forget his circumstances, even for a short while?
Sirius.
Am I disturbing you, father?
Not at all.
Orion stopped not far from where Regulus had stood.
It is encouraging to see you partaking in a suitable hobby. You will be well prepared to demonstrate to your new husband what is appropriate for an Omega. He clearly has a lot to learn in that regard.
You would not come see me ride in the derby, then?
Sirius said mildly.
I would sooner see you thrown in the Thames.
Orion replied coolly.
I hope you are not laboring under the misapprehension you may be permitted to do as you please once I am no longer your alpha. There are still levels of shame we are not prepared to bear. A black is always a black, even when they have taken another's name.
Sirius was under no such misapprehensions. Though entering a marriage contract legitimized him as heir and granted him leave to move away, his parents could still make his life difficult in all manner of ways if he failed to meet their expectations. They could even contest his inheritance, make a case for writing him out of the will. With their influence, Sirius doubted they would have much trouble succeeding. Which is why he was not even slightly excited about leaving Grimald. He would never truly be free. Even if he believed that Remus's promise to leave him unmolested was genuine, he could not hold him to it. He had to produce a child, one way or another.
Speaking of which,
Orion began.
I have received a letter from your fiancé. He has asked for permission to take you to the theatre for your first outing. He managed to get that right, at least.
Sirius was not surprised his father was pleased with that. The theater and the opera house were the heart of noble society, and practically mandated in the early days of courting. Being so popular and so public, it was a most efficient way to inform people of your doings while still retaining the illusion of modesty. Although, in this case, Sirius suspected his father was not so much boastful as he was glad to avoid the humiliation of telling people in person that his son was marrying a Lupin.
The theatre?
Sirius said glumly. He had seen enough of that place to last him a lifetime. He was bizarrely disappointed, as if he had expected Remus might be more creative.
I do not think I should go. I think I am coming down with something.
Is that so?
Orion said flatly.
And what might that be?
I'm not sure, but I think I'm getting a fever. It could be dangerous, contagious.
I highly doubt that.
It might be my heat.
Sirius said daringly.
Surely I should not go out in public while I am fertile. What if I trigger a rut? I might get mauled by a pack of feral alphas, or bred by some common.
Enough!
Orion demanded, a hair's breadth from raising his voice.
You are not in heat. I will know when you are.
Well, sometimes it...
Orion stepped forwards, clamping a heavy hand on the nape of Sirius's neck. Sirius's words died in a catch of breath. He grit his teeth as his father leaned down and scented him, fighting viciously against the urge to bare his throat.
You are not in heat.
Orion repeated with finality.
You will not even think of suggesting that to your fiancé. Is that understood? Nor any other filthy provocations. Do not think I have forgotten your behavior at the meeting.
There was little danger of that, Sirius thought. Drawing Remus's attention to his fertility was the last thing he wanted. He would delay such things for as long as he could.
Why are you so concerned, father? Is my fate not already sealed? He still agreed to marry me, did he not?
That is irrelevant, and you appear to be under the false impression that this is a discussion. You are going to the theater tonight. Go up to your room and make yourself presentable.
Sirius shoved himself backwards, stool legs scraping unpleasantly across the tiles.
I thought you did not want me presenting to anyone.
He huffed under his breath. He regretted his sniping later as he bathed, for it had set his mind on an unpleasant path. Despite any implications he had made to the contrary, Sirius had not so much as glimpsed a sexual encounter with anyone who was not himself. His first heat had struck him at 15, after which Grimald Place had become somehow more of a prison every 3 months. His parents kept him under such secure wraps, it was a wonder he was allowed to breathe. It was not out of concern, of course. They were only protecting their future investments. They were perfectly content to leave their son to suffer through it alone, doing what he could to relieve the discomfort with his own inadequate hands. Those were the only times Sirius ever found himself considering a spouse, an alpha, in a positive light. The desperation of heat was all-consuming, corrupting all logic and principle. Suddenly, he no longer cared about being jailed and stifled, so long as someone could take his pain away. But it was not even that which made it most terrible. Sirius would begin to crave the very thing his rational mind found so repugnant. His body would betray him, filling him with a gasping, aching need to be penetrated and bred. Emerging out the other side a few days later, he would be disgusted with himself. The idea of losing control over himself like that in the presence of an alpha was nauseating, beyond mere humiliation. It frightened him far more than anything Remus might do to him for his own pleasure. At least with that, Sirius could feel righteous in his endurance. He could play at being put upon and disaffected. There was also small reprieve in the fact Remus was not a complete troll to look at. Irked by that last thought, Sirius hastened to finish bathing and begin dressing, if only to distract himself. He adorned himself in the detested fine attire, taking his time to ensure everything was proper and correct. It was the lesser of two evils. If he did not do it himself, his father would only send him back upstairs with Creature in tow. He wondered if Remus would wear the tweed again, and snorted, imagining how that might go down with the fashion-obsessed and pomp-mired upper crust. The play was sure to be dull, but perhaps Sirius would have some entertainment tonight, after all. As he was putting the finishing touches to his hair, the doorbell tinkled softly downstairs. Sirius's stomach clenched with nerves, which he found rather irritating. He did not wait to be summoned, heading down to the first floor. On the landing of the main staircase, Sirius heard voices down in the entrance hall. Curious, he slowed, lingering out of sight to listen.
You are to be commended.
Orion was saying.
You chose well for a first outing.
Thank you, my lords.
Remus's voice replied.
I should like to apologize for my inappropriate suggestion at the introduction.
Quite all right. It is not surprising your knowledge of propriety is limited, but you appear to be taking steps to correct that.
I am still learning, of course, but my father does his best to educate me.
From his own extensive wisdom.
There was a pause. Sirius smirked to himself.
It would be fair to say he is still learning too,
Remus said delicately.
but he has always had an aptitude for adaptation.
Indeed.
Orion said.
Fish out of water are still able to breathe, as they say. Well, I am sure your betrothed will be most pleased. I will summon him now.
No need.
Sirius said, emerging from his hiding place. They turned to watch him descend the staircase. Sirius was mildly disappointed to see Remus was not wearing the tweed, but a stiffly appropriate suit of black and white, tapered trousers and tailcoat over a brilliant, bright, ruffle-adorned shirt. A black bow tie sat in the center of his stiffened collar, resting against the prominent bump of his Adam's apple. It bobbed slightly as he visibly swallowed.
Good evening, Lord Sirius.
Evening.
You look.
Remus hesitated.
You look well. Are you ready to go?
Oh yes, I can hardly contain myself.
Sarcasm is unbecoming, Sirius.
Orion warned, he told Remus.
Pay him no mind. You have my permission to go.
Remus inclined his head.
I will make sure he has returned safely.
Sirius rolled his eyes. He brushed past Remus, pushing out the front door and down the porch steps. It was pleasantly cool outside. The streetlights were not yet lit, sky still light despite the hour, hued in orange and streaked with dark clouds. There was an unfamiliar carriage waiting on the cobbled road, a fine and ornate affair of dark wood and shining steel. It was headed by a handsome Shire horse and seated by a driver Sirius did not recognize. He was not dressed appropriately for the job, adorned in casual attire, but he was bespectacled and handsome, skin a rich brown. The man grinned and raised his hat as Sirius approached, revealing an unruly mess of jet black hair. Sirius returned the smile, bemused.
Allow me,
Remus said, appearing behind him. He pulled the carriage door open and held out a hand. Sirius looked at him blankly.
What are you doing?
Remus's smile faltered.
Oh, sorry, is this not proper?
Oh, it is exceedingly proper,
Sirius said, scoffing.
since I am, of course, far too simple and delicate to open a door by myself.
He climbed into the carriage before Remus could answer, ignoring the offered hand. A part of him twinged with regret, but he trampled it down, reminding himself he was here against his will. Remus did not deserve his grace. The inside of the carriage was just as lavish. Sirius slid across the leather bench to the opposite corner, allowing Remus to climb in beside him. He expected the driver to descend and shut the door after them, as was usual, but Remus leaned out and did it himself. Then he thumped twice upon the roof, and the carriage creaked as it began to pull away. Despite himself, Sirius felt a thrill. Whatever the circumstances, this was his first time outside the house without one of his parents accompanying him. He leaned eagerly against the window. He had passed through these streets many times before, but he saw them in a new light now, simply by knowing there was nobody looking over his shoulder, nobody to stop him from stepping out into those streets, should he feel so inclined.
Do you visit the playhouse often?
Well, perhaps there was still someone.
Unfortunately,
Sirius said.
You do not enjoy it.
there are no flies on you.
There was a pause. Sirius tried to remain most interested in the world outside the window, the masonry of the buildings, the passing carriages coming from the other direction, the pavement speckled with ladies and gentlemen in their finery, commoners and servicemen, the occasional dog.
I apologize then. I was led to believe the theatre was ideal. I would have asked you your preference, but I was also told that may be bad form.
I am not encouraged to have preferences.
Sirius agreed.
It makes things inconvenient.
He heard Remus wince.
Well, we may do something different next time. Something you will enjoy. Just tell me what that is.
Sirius shook his head, willing Remus to stop talking. There was nothing they may do which Sirius would both enjoy and his father would approve of, and the latter was clearly more important to Remus. Mercifully, Remus did fall silent, at least until they reached the theater, when the forced pleasantries began to eke back in. It was unbearable in its pretentiousness. Was the building not beautiful? Would Sirius care for refreshment? Was he ready for them to take their seats? And did he think he might be cold in the grand hall? Perhaps Remus was just prattling to distract himself from all the eyes lingering upon them. The theater lobby was loud and busy, full of fine and important people, a sea of dark suits and glittering gowns. Sirius recognized most of the faces he saw, and as they caught sight of him standing with Remus, he could see the recognition dawn upon them too. Expressions ranged from curious, to mocking, to flat-out disgusted. Mouths ducked behind ears and hid behind hands. Sirius prayed for somebody to come over and actually say something to them. Let Remus really experience this world he so desperately wanted to be part of. But it seemed Sirius was not a tempting enough draw without his parents by his side, or else they thought Remus's commonness might be catching. As predicted, the play was relentlessly dull. Sirius may have fallen asleep were it not for Remus, who was bafflingly enraptured, leaning forwards in his seat, gasping at moments of drama. Only then did it occur to Sirius that Remus had never seen a play before. It was strange indeed to witness his enjoyment. Sirius could not imagine he reacted similarly his first time at the theater. Let him be forced here every weekend, he thought bitterly. See how thrilling he finds it then. Remus did not shut up even after it was over, and they were back in the carriage, asking Sirius what he thought of the performance, whether he had managed to glean any enjoyment at all. After so many grunts and one-word answers, Sirius felt himself snap.
My God, do you ever stop?
He turned sharply from the window.
Why are you wasting your breath? There is nobody looking at us anymore.
I'm sorry.
Remus said, frowning.
I'm just saying, you may as well save the performance for when there are eyes to see it.
I'm not sure what you think I...
There is no need to maintain the fast when we are alone. We are already engaged. You have done your duty. Your father is satisfied. So you may just...
Remus said, eyes widening.
Oh, I see.
Sirius scowled.
What do you see?
When we spoke at our first meeting,
Remus explained.
you said something that, I confess, rather perplexed me.
Oh, yes.
Yes. You said our marriage would be performative, and you seemed to indicate that would not be favorable for you.
Sirius folded his arms.
Seems rather straightforward to me.
But it had also become clear to me you did not desire this match in the first place.
Remus said quietly.
Thus there appeared to be a paradox. Surely a performative marriage would be most ideal for you in that case.
No. Most ideal would be no marriage at all.
Sirius said, voice rising.
I would be permitted to make my own choices, but alas, we do not live in such a dream world, do we?
Remus bit his lip.
I believe I understand now. You thought me concerned only with my inheritance.
And was I wrong?
Remus looked down at his hands.
I will not pretend it is of no significance, but I would not have you think.
What I think
Sirius snapped.
is you are an interloper. I think you stumbled off the street and into a feast by mistake, and could not believe your luck when they did not immediately show you the door. And now you are so desperate to remain among the mighty, you do not care what you have to do or who you have to use.
Hurt flickered over Remus's face.
I thought I made it plain I have no designs whatsoever towards using you.
You are using me regardless. You believe it makes it better that it is only for my name and not my body.
Sirius scoffed.
If that is even true. I think it more likely you are counting on me submitting out of pure gratitude when you do not force yourself upon me.
Remus shook his head.
You have misjudged me terribly.
Then call off the engagement,
Sirius challenged.
if you are so concerned with my liberty.
He smiled grimly when Remus remained silent.
Of course you will not.
I cannot.
Remus stressed.
You do not understand.
You are an alpha, are you not? Then the choice is yours.
I am also a commoner, as you so charitably illustrated.
Remus said tightly.
I wager you would not be so derisive of my desire to remain at the feast, as you put it, had you also grown up in poverty.
Sirius opened his mouth, but no argument emerged. He had not given much thought to that, thinking only in terms of status and titles. It seemed a glaring oversight, suddenly.
I am also an only child. What choices do you think I have? If I do not marry, I cannot inherit. All my father's sacrifices, his years of toil to ensure my mother and I would always be provided for. It will all be for naught.
You wish to please your father.
Is that so terrible?
Remus demanded. Sirius laughed bitterly.
It is incomprehensible to me. Or rather, it is having a father deserving of pleasing that is incomprehensible.
Remus's face softened.
I imagine the Lord Black makes for a formidable patriarch.
You have no idea.
Sirius grumbled.
You are lucky. I imagine your father did not threaten to disown you for sneaking out to the steeplechase.
Remus's brow rose.
You remember I said that?
Why would I not?
I was under the impression your mind was somewhere else entirely during that meeting.
Not for a lack of trying.
Sirius said, unsure why the admission embarrassed him. Remus gave a small smile.
No, he did not threaten to disown me, though perhaps he would have, had we something to be disowned from at that time.
Sirius caught a twitch in the corner of his own mouth.
Will your father disown you if you do not marry?
Remus's smile faded.
No.
He admitted.
Well, mine will.
So from your perspective, I am exercising a power that you may only long for.
Remus said sadly.
I do not blame you for resenting me. I would too, if I were in your position.
And if I were in your position?
Sirius began surprising himself.
I doubt I would do any different.
As he finished the thought, he realized the truth of it. He could not imagine having a father like Mr. Lupin, what it must be to feel the crush of expectation from a place of obligation rather than resistance, but he knew well what it was to be stripped of choice by virtue of circumstance.
Then I am glad we have managed to find common ground, however tenuous.
Remus said softly.
Yes,
Sirius muttered.
I suppose we may bond over what little control we have over the trajectories of our own lives.
They said nothing else for the rest of the journey. Sirius was unsure how to classify the swirl of thought and feeling inside him now. He had believed Remus a villain, but it had become plain things were not so simple as that. He was not sure what he believed now, but the anger that had flared inside him had mostly dissipated. When the carriage pulled up at the house, they sat for a moment in the sudden silence left behind by rattling wheels and clopping horseshoes. Remus opened the door and stepped out onto the pavement. Sirius followed, and Remus did not offer him a hand this time. He let Sirius shut the door after them.
May I walk you to the porch?
Remus asked tentatively. Sirius nodded.
All right.
Just a moment, James.
Remus told the driver.
No trouble.
James apparently said. He tipped his hat again to Sirius.
Evening. Evening.
Sirius returned, wondering absently if James had overheard their argument in the carriage.
Thank you for the ride.
James winked.
Anytime.
Sirius spluttered, caught off guard at being on the receiving end of one of his own innuendos. Curiously, though he was fairly certain the driver was an alpha, he did not feel intimidated by the obvious flirting. Remus tutted, encouraging Sirius towards the steps.
Sorry about that. This is not his usual job. He is only filling in.
What is his usual job?
He works at the livery with me, exercising the horses. He is the only one I trust with the more rambunctious ones. None of them can throw him.
I like him.
Sirius decided. Remus laughed.
I would not let him hear you say that.
Why not?
Let us just say that you are his type.
That is unsurprising.
Sirius said, vaguely surprised by this sudden levity, considering the conversation they just came from.
I wager I'm most everyone's type.
They reached the porch. When Remus turned to face him, Sirius saw a hint of that blush again.
Well, good night. I will not say I hope you enjoyed the evening. I think it is obvious you would have rather been just about anywhere else.
Sirius's laugh was startled from him.
Surprisingly, it was not the worst evening I have ever had. But you are right. I would much rather you had followed through on that bold promise to take me riding.
Remus looked pleasantly surprised.
I thought I had made a mistake in suggesting that.
Because my father clearly wished to murder you for it.
No, you just did not seem receptive.
I was too busy being dumbfounded, you asked.
Sirius said honestly.
You did not know such rigorous activities are discouraged for us delicate little omegas.
Remus shrugged.
I may have heard something to that effect, but I confess, I find the notion that one's presentation should be relevant to riding a horse to be quite ridiculous.
So you thought you would just propose I try it, in front of my father, at our introduction?
Sirius was stunned. He had expected ignorance or incompetence, but never a deliberate decision, a defiant decision even.
I thought you might appreciate an offer of something likely novel to you.
You gave a lot of thought to impressing me.
Sirius realized. He narrowed his eyes.
Why? Considering our engagement was already certain.
Well,
Remus said slowly.
I knew of your reputation for spurning suitors.
Because I did not wish to be married, not because they failed to impress me, and you had a guarantee you would not be spurned. So again I ask, why bother?
Remus's eyes narrowed too.
I tried to tell you before. You misjudged me gravely when you asserted inheritance was all I cared about.
Is that right?
Sirius said blandly.
So what else do you care about?
Remus laughed again.
You're rather persistent, aren't you?
Sirius grinned.
Oh, persistent, blunt, demanding. The most stubborn dolt in all of London, if you believe my brother. You best get used to all that.
Best
Remus wet his lips, looking hopeful.
Because you intend on seeing me again.
I do not have a choice on that front, do I?
Remus's face fell. Sirius felt an answering tug in his gut, unexpected. He added quickly.
But I would not object to seeing you again, providing you do not subject me to any more hideous plays.
Remus smiled, and Sirius was struck by the way it changed his entire face, the way it rounded his cheeks and crinkled up those golden eyes, swallowing that scar. He wondered how Remus had gotten the mark. His two front teeth were a little crooked, Perhaps he had taken a hoof to the face.
I will do my utmost to plan an outing you will approve of.
Remus promised.
Good.
Sirius said. He dithered for a moment.
Well, I am going to go inside now.
Remus nodded. He took Sirius's hand and bowed, the same way he had done at their first meeting.
Good night, Sirius.
Good night.
Sirius hesitated.
Remus.
Chapter 4: The Proposal.
And how was his behavior inside the carriage?
Fine.
Sirius kept his eyes on his plate as he tore chunks from his sandwich. He was not hungry, but he was eager to be excused from the dining table as quickly as possible.
He did not make any advances upon you.
Walburga pressed.
He did not attempt to scent you or trigger your heat.
No.
No lewd or inappropriate suggestions.
No.
Walburga huffed.
He must be one of those feeble-minded alphas. Unsurprising.
Sirius could not help but look up at that.
Did you want him to assault me?
Of course not.
Orion said from the head of the table.
Your mother is merely observing an oddity.
Sirius did not bother asking why such behavior would be condoned should it come from Remus, and yet was disallowed for him. He was doing his best not to engage with his parents at all, but they always made that difficult. Especially so since his first outing with Remus, particularly Sirius's mother, whose curiosity, it seemed, was finally starting to overrule her desire to preserve a respectable degree of distance between herself and the commoner. Next to Walburga sat Regulus. He was also looking blankly at his plate, as though he could not hear the conversation. That was somewhat unusual. It was frequently plain when their parents were berating Sirius that Regulus agreed with them, or at least it was plain he did not disagree when the topic was duty or honor. This was the first time Sirius could remember his brother removing himself entirely from the discussion.
Lady Avery tells me he was dressed appropriately for the theatre.
Walburga continued, lip curling behind her wineglass.
She said were it not for that hideous gash across his face, he would have appeared at home with a black upon his arm. No doubt she thinks herself terribly clever.
Yes, the boy was dressed appropriately.
Orion confirmed.
Unlike his attire at the introduction, I suspect his father felt rather foolish after the many mistakes his son made there and sought to correct it.
It is too bad they cannot correct the mistake of his countenance.
Walburga drawled.
Did I not tell you he must be deformed? I would not be surprised if that is the real reason he was not married before now.
Perhaps it was a contributing factor.
Orion said vaguely, cutting into his slice of cured ham.
No doubt it was obtained in service to his menial work. Imagine, making a living tending to filthy animals, being raised amongst them. He is little better than an animal himself.
It should have been a relief the questions had ceased and talk had turned away from Sirius. Instead, he was unaccountably angry.
That animal saw me better treated in one evening than any high society ponce has my entire life.
Everyone stilled in shock, including himself. But he realized there was no lie in what he had said. His evening with Remus had been strange overall, an amalgamation of conflict and tentative understanding. But when Sirius reflected upon it, it struck him it was perhaps the most genuine encounter he had ever had with another person. If there was one thing Sirius had learned from the nobles of society, it was that they were not honest. They did not say what they were really thinking or feeling, especially if it painted them in an unflattering light. The problem was only exacerbated by presentation. An alpha being so forthright with an omega, especially one they were courting, was such an absurd notion as to be completely unbelievable. And yet Remus had been. It had taken some provocation, but still. Walburga was the first to recover, expression turning livid.
What did you just say?
Leave it be.
Orion said sharply. He was looking at Sirius in a strange way, almost curious.
Sirius, go to your room.
Sirius did not know why he was being let off so easy, but he gladly departed the dining room, pushing past a sneering creature as he returned from the cellar. He had just reached the top floor when he heard footsteps pursuing him. He turned to see Regulus trotting up the stairs, slightly out of breath.
Sirius, wait.
What?
Sirius said, sighing.
Do you have something scathing to say too?
No, I do not.
Regulus snapped.
Frankly, I cannot fathom her saying such things.
Really?
Yes, it seems counterintuitive to call attention to reasons you should not be enthusiastic about this match, especially now you are starting to come around to the idea.
Sirius was stunned for a moment. Had he just heard his brother criticize their mother? But then the rest of the sentence sunk in.
Who says I'm coming around?
I extrapolate on what I observe. You just defended your fiancé.
Sirius scowled.
I merely resisted the insufferable nonsense of our mother, as I have always done. My words were not in service to anything except truth.
So you care not at all for him.
How could I? I do not even know him yet.
I see.
Regulus reached into his breast pocket, pulling out a piece of folded paper.
Then you would not be interested in this letter.
What letter?
I was asked to give it to you by the fiancé you do not care for. But if you are not interested, I can let him know.
What? Why on earth do you have a letter from Remus?
Regulus sighed.
A question I've been asking myself also. Truthfully, I'm not comfortable with this arrangement, but it was the only way he could communicate with you without father's knowledge.
Sirius stared at him.
How do you have a letter from Remus?
He came to the office yesterday. It was most irregular.
But how is he even aware of you?
I may only be a second son, but I am still a Black.
Regulus said primly.
I have developed a renown of my own whilst working outside the house. Besides that, he told me you had mentioned me. Something about naming you a stubborn dolt.
Regulus raised an eyebrow.
I confirmed that was absolutely true.
Sirius laughed, bewildered.
So, a stranger walked in unannounced, told you they would soon be your brother-in-law, and casually inquired if you might defy our father to slip me a letter.
You always did have a talent for concise summaries.
And you agreed, you.
Regulus looked slightly pained, but he straightened up and raised his chin.
I know you have never believed me, but I have always said our family is what matters most to me. If subverting the rules occasionally is the price I must pay to preserve our house, I consider it an acceptable cost.
And what makes you think this will preserve our house?
Regulus was quiet for a moment.
When I spoke of the importance of duty, I never meant to imply it did not matter if it rendered you desolate and joyless. Quite the contrary. I think it only common sense that the more enjoyment one finds in a task, the more inclined they will feel to do it.
So what are you saying?
Sirius said dryly.
You think the surreptitious passing of a note will get me so excited I will charge up the aisle like an amorous bull?
Again, if you do not want it.
Regulus started to put the note back inside his pocket. Sirius snatched it on instinct.
Give me the stupid thing.
Regulus smiled, catching Sirius off guard. He was looking at him in a way Sirius had not seen for a long time, almost as though they were siblings. Sirius hesitated.
Thank you.
Regulus nodded.
I would rather not make a habit of it, just for the record.
He turned and retreated down the stairs. Sirius watched him go, stilled by disbelief at what had just occurred, until the letter in his hand began to feel heavy. He had no idea what to expect within it. Why Remus might have gone to such trouble to contact him in this scandalous fashion, he could not deny he was dreadfully curious. He unfolded the paper, revealing an entire page of neat, ornate handwriting, and began to read.
Sirius. Let me begin by offering you several apologies. Firstly, I apologize for contacting you in such an underhanded way. No doubt you are shaking your head in bewilderment at my audacity. I hope you are not disturbed by my seeking out of your brother. Simply, I could think of no other way to reach you directly. He was most kind to agree. There is certainly a likeness between you. Secondly, I apologize for all my clumsy attempts at propriety during our first outing. I am ashamed to say I drew the wrong conclusions entirely from the failures of our introduction, which led me to believe I should not behave truly when it came time to court you. I would like to thank you for your candidness in correcting that grave error. Which brings me to my third and final apology. I apologize most profusely for these unfortunate circumstances we find ourselves in, and for my part in creating them. Our conversation in the carriage has lingered with me since, as a heavy weight upon my chest. I know now that your resentment is a burden I could not live with, which is why, if you ask me again to call off the engagement, you have my sincere promise I will do so. However, we cannot ignore the inescapable fact it would not be in either of our best interests. I will not pretend the ruin of my family is not also a burden I wish to avoid, but my conscience is no less concerned with your fate. It would pain me most terribly to know I was the cause of your disownment, even if it was by your own request. Therefore, I humbly propose an alternative. You told me we might bond over our shared hardship. I realize it was a sardonic statement, but I cannot help but think there is truth to be found within it. Might we not agree, as equals, to make the best of an unfavorable situation, to enter this contract on our own terms, To the greatest extent that is possible, perhaps we cannot control the direction in which we go, but that does not mean we cannot be active participants in the journey. For my part, you have the promise I already made, but I would like to make another with a view towards reassuring you I am equally disinterested in curating a performance between us. I solemnly swear that henceforth I will do away with all facades and be always forthright. I encourage nothing less in you. If you are willing to give my proposal a chance, accept the invitation I will send your father later today. I ask only that you reserve judgment on the chosen activity. Yours most sincerely, Remus.
Whatever Sirius had been expecting, it was not this. His mouth had dropped open at Remus's promise to dissolve the engagement, and remain that way still. It could not be real. There was no world in which an alpha would willingly destroy their house and abdicate their inheritance, just to avoid the guilt of mating an unwilling omega. It was debatable alphas even felt such guilt in the first place. But then, Remus was not an ordinary alpha, was he? Sirius had thought that from the start. Perhaps his background rendered him different in ways deeper than anything Sirius's parents could measure, or perhaps it was just an oddity unique to him. Regardless, it should not have made a difference even if Remus was sincere. In practicality, it did not. By asking if they might agree to make the best of it as equals, Remus clearly meant to imply the choice he offered rendered them even. But that choice still amounted to marriage or destitution, and so Sirius was no better off than before. But for whatever reason, it did make a difference. Remus was appealing to perspective, framing them as allies against a shared injustice, instead of one being at the mercy of another. It was a pretty argument for Sirius's complicity, easy enough to see through, except Sirius could not reconcile his skepticism with the reality of Remus's promise, that this man, a near stranger, would go to such lengths for him, that he held such conscience. The younger Lupin certainly had skill in persuasion, Sirius thought. It was no wonder his father had put him in charge of managing their business affairs. Sirius drifted towards his bedroom, eyes still raking over Remus's words. He wondered after the invitation he was to receive, what this chosen activity might be. His heart was thudding strangely, trepidation and excitement, and something else he could not name. His answer arrived later that afternoon, delivered in the form of Creature knocking upon his door at Orion's behest. After brewing in anticipation for several hours, the disappointment hit Sirius hard when the butler finally relayed his destination.
The theater,
He repeated flatly.
are you sure?
That is what the invitation says.
Creature smiled.
Master Sirius is not pleased.
Sirius shook his head. He saw now why Remus had asked him to reserve judgment, but he was incredulous all the same. He thought he had made it quite clear how much he despised that place, and Remus did not strike him as dense. Unless they were not actually going to the theater at all.
Master Sirius should be relieved. With his fiancé's lack of experience, he may easily have chosen something far less respectable.
I sincerely hope he has...
Sirius thought, but he was careful to keep that hope from showing on his face.
That will be all, Creature.
Creature's smile faded.
Master Sirius does not require aid in dressing.
No, tell my father I will be down shortly.
With Creature gone, Sirius debated his clothes. If the theater was not the true destination, should he still dress as such? But Remus had to know his father would see them before they left, and so he surely did not expect Sirius to do any different. Sirius did not know what alternative he may choose anyway. In the back of his mind lingered a thought, a daring hope, that perhaps Remus was going to take him riding. But Sirius obviously did not own riding clothes, and even if he did, he could not openly don them. He decided to wear the same ensemble from their first outing, taking care once again to ensure there was nothing amiss in his grooming, though for a different reason now. The subterfuge was strangely exciting. When the bell finally rang, Sirius's stomach churned as he made his way downstairs, feeling as though he carried a painted sign upon his head which declared him devious and disobedient. It was a thrill when he descended the final staircase into the hall, and his father did not look at him twice. He was stood once again with Remus, who was also dressed as before. He reminded Sirius of a piano key, black and white and straight and slender, hands clasped neatly behind his back. His sandy hair was immaculately pomaded. For a moment, Sirius wondered if he had misjudged, and Remus actually did intend to take him to the theater. Until their eyes met, and Remus smiled. There was nothing overtly telling in it, but somehow Sirius knew.
Good evening, Lord Sirius.
Evening.
Sirius returned mildly as he could.
You look well.
Thank you. So do you.
Remus's brow rose. Sirius was vaguely surprised, too. He was not sure why he had said it. Perhaps it was just the influence of nervous excitement. Orion was looking from one of them to the other. Sirius felt a spike of worry. Perhaps he should have adorned a more hostile demeanor, as he did last time. But Orion did not look suspicious. In fact, if Sirius did not know better, he would almost say his father was proud.
So, the theatre again. I confess myself impressed, Mr. Lupin. I thought it impossible anybody could convince my son to visit that place so often and so willingly.
Remus inclined his head.
Truthfully, my lord, I cannot speak to his willingness. I have developed something of a fixation with the playhouse, which your son is most kind to indulge.
Orion nodded.
As you lead, he shall follow. Very good.
Remus smiled in a way Sirius would have found infuriating at any other time. But now he knew the truth they were concealing. He only fought to suppress a smirk of his own. His father's lax punishment earlier made sense to him now. He imagined that Sirius was finally breaking, beginning to accept his lot in life. He was clueless as to the defiance which was actually happening under his very nose.
Away with you, then. You have my permission to go.
Remus bowed to Orion, then opened the door and stood to one side, inviting Sirius to pass first. Sirius did so without complaint. Once the door had shut behind them and they were stood shoulder to shoulder on the porch, the weight of what they had just done fell on Sirius at once. He began to laugh, exhilarated with getting away with something.
Excited for the theatre?
It was like cold water had been thrown over him. He turned to Remus, betrayal and anger on his tongue, but then saw Remus's expression. He was eyeing Sirius sideways, a twitch in the corner of his mouth.
You?
Sirius gaped as he realized.
You are teasing me.
Remus shrugged a shoulder. Sirius fought to recover.
You are rather bold all of a sudden.
You accepted my invitation.
Remus said, as though that were an explanation.
I was curious.
Sirius replied blandly.
I see. Well then, we best see to the satiation of that curiosity, don't you think?
He descended the steps, leaving a bemused Sirius to follow. Sirius could not help but feel impressed by Remus's nerve. Was this him demonstrating commitment to their vow of candidness? Was Sirius finally seeing his true demeanor? It merited a little challenge, he thought. It was another mild, bright evening. On the road there was the same carriage with a familiar face atop it. James raised a cheerful palm at them as they approached.
Evening. Another ride for the Lord Black.
The Lord Black is my father.
Sirius said.
You may call me Sirius.
Would that not be most improper?
Sirius smirked.
Indeed it would.
James grinned wickedly back at him.
As you like, then. Pleased to ferry you, Sirius.
Eyes on the road, James.
Remus said mildly. He turned to Sirius.
After you.
Sirius raised an eyebrow.
Not going to open it for me this time.
I did not think you so simple you could not open a door by yourself.
Remus said without missing a beat.
But if I have misjudged?
He reached for the door handle, but Sirius beat him to it. Their fingers brushed, and Sirius flinched before he could stop himself. He hid the reaction behind a scoff, clambering into the carriage, leaving James's snickering behind. Remus followed, once more shutting the door behind them and banging twice upon the roof. James barked the command, the Shire horse whinnied, and then they were away, traveling towards somewhere unknown, other than it was somewhere Remus thought Sirius would approve of. Despite all the bravado, Sirius's nerves swelled now they were actually en route. Remus's presence seemed to loom large in the close quarters of the carriage, especially when he scooted a little closer, turning towards him.
So,
He said.
You read my letter.
I did.
Sirius agreed.
I apologize again for the imprudence.
No, it was.
Sirius coughed.
That is, I did not mind it.
There was a pause.
Your brother was most kind to assist.
Sirius huffed a laugh.
Kind is not a word I would usually associate with Regulus. How did you convince him?
It was not a particularly arduous task, actually.
Remus said.
I explained my purpose and asked for his help. Granted, he was a little reluctant at first, but he came around to it on his own in the end.
I see.
Sirius still had a hard time imagining it.
And how did you explain your purpose?
I told him a weight lingered upon my conscience, of which I would very much like to unburden myself, and that such a feat could only be accomplished by speaking to you directly.
Sirius's heart fluttered again in that strange way.
You could not wait until you saw me in person.
Remus smiled, gesturing to himself.
As you can see, I am not a man of great strength. I do not do well under crushing weights.
Sirius smiled too, though he did not think Remus appeared weak, personally. Though he was on the slender side for an alpha, his broad frame and towering height offered plenty compensation.
Besides, I am better. That is, I find it easier to express my thoughts in writing. There is something about sitting alone at a desk, with a blank page beneath your hand, that inspires a kind of peace. It allows the words to flow.
I experience something similar when I play the piano,
Sirius said without really meaning to.
except my words are music instead, I suppose.
You play, I did not know that.
Since I was a small child, my parents encouraged it.
Sirius felt his lip curl.
It is considered a suitable hobby for omegas, since it is unlikely to threaten our ability to bear children.
But it is something you have passion for, nonetheless.
Sirius shrugged.
It is a reliable way to pass the hours. There is scant else to do in that house.
I would love to hear you play sometime.
Remus said. The idea embarrassed Sirius slightly for some reason. It did not make sense. He was not worried about his aptitude.
Do you not intend to tell me where we are actually going?
Remus hummed.
I dare say you have figured it out already, but...
He pointed past Sirius's shoulder to the window beside him. At some point while they were talking, the picture outside had changed from the familiar streets Sirius knew. Cobbled road had morphed into gravel track, and rows of townhouses had given way to paddocks of grass, upon which several horses of various breeds and sizes were grazing. Up ahead, Sirius could just about see where the track ended, a courtyard of concrete surrounded on three sides by a building of weathered brick, split wooden doors placed periodically along its faces. Sirius realized.
I am going riding.
He said, a quiver in his voice.
There are no flies on you.
For the second time that evening, Sirius turned to stare at Remus in incredulity. Remus looked back at him, amusement in his eyes. Sirius was struck suddenly by where he was, the oddity of the situation he found himself in. He was still unsure how it had happened, where he was going now. But he could not pretend he was averse to finding out. Chapter 5, Unprecedented. The carriage rattled to a stop in the center of the courtyard. Now Sirius could see the stables up close, the horses poking their heads curiously over the split doors. A few were tied outside their stalls, being groomed and tended to by people clad in breeches and long boots. Other people walked around the courtyard, carrying buckets of water and bales of hay, disappearing between narrow splits in the stable building.
Well then,
Remus said.
Shall we?
He disembarked the carriage, prompting Sirius to follow. With his view now unrestricted, Sirius took in the vastness of the property. They were surrounded by paddocks, with a wooded area rising behind, which was surprising, since it did not feel as though they had been in the carriage long enough to escape the urbanity surrounding Grimald Place. It seemed to be an oasis, an island of greenery in a sea of London brick and concrete. In addition to the stables, there were many other buildings, the most impressive of which appeared to be an indoor arena, with a large barn behind it. Despite the late hour, there were still many people here, and from what Sirius could tell, they were all in the Lupin's employ. James climbed down from the carriage, landing in the gravel with a crunch.
Oh, wonderful.
He said, elbowing Remus.
Look, scarcely a minute after pulling up.
Sirius followed James's eyeline to a boy over by the stables. He was waving at them frantically, face creased in panic. Remus sighed.
He does seem to choose the most inconvenient moments. Would you mind?
All right, but you know he will not settle for lowly old me.
James walked over to the boy, who immediately launched into speech, gesticulating wildly. Sirius could not catch what he was saying, but he was not paying much attention anyway, distracted by the wonder around him. Had the Lupins really cultivated all of this from nothing? He could see why they were so desperate to preserve it.
You really own all of this?
He asked. Remus huffed a laugh.
No, my father.
But you oversee it all?
To the best of my ability.
And you would lose it all at my say-so?
Suspicion flared suddenly.
Is that why you brought me here? so I may see what that decision would cost you.
Remus frowned.
I brought you here because I thought you would enjoy it. I apologize if I was mistaken. We may go to the theatre after all, if you would prefer.
Sirius was unsure whether to laugh or not.
So you truly meant what you wrote?
Remus nodded.
Every word.
Before Sirius could decide how to reply, James rejoined them.
As predicted, he is insistent on talking to you. Apparently there is some great catastrophe that I am not important enough to solve.
Remus sighed again.
My apologies, Sirius. I must see to this. But you can go ahead. I will catch up to you. James will take you to...
May I not come with you?
Sirius asked. He shrugged when Remus gave him a questioning look.
I am curious as to the workings of a livery yard.
As you wish,
Remus agreed.
though I fear you will not find it terribly interesting.
They approached the panicked stable hand. He was a squat and sturdy lad, with wind-whipped cheeks and mousy blonde hair.
Peter,
Remus greeted.
what is the trouble this time?
Peter's agitation captured his entire body. He spoke quickly.
I am sorry to bother you, Remus, but this is quite... I did not know.
Remus held up a hand.
Whatever it is, I am sure we can get it sorted out. Just take a deep breath and tell me what the problem is.
Peter obediently inhaled, but he did not stop twitching.
There is a hideous situation in the tack store. Many saddles and bridles have been left in a heap upon the ground. I think someone, or many someones, have taken out equipment and not put it away properly. I tried to untangle the mess, but the reins are all caught together, and I accidentally scraped a bit upon the stone and the fine leather.
All right, do not upset yourself.
Remus soothed.
It is not your fault, nor is it the end of the world. Let us head over there now and put this right.
Remus led them from the courtyard, through a narrow alley, until they came upon the barn. It was not filled with livestock as Sirius had expected, but instead appeared to be the main storage. Crates, barrels, and burlap sacks piled high between wooden partitions. The roomy interior was thick with the scent of timber and fresh hay, and there was the soft cooing of doves nesting in the rafters. They walked to an empty alcove where rows of hooks lined the wall, upon which hung saddles and loops of leather and metal which Sirius recognized as bridles. The majority of the hooks were empty, however. It was clear where the missing equipment was. In the corner was the mess Peter had described. Sirius knew nothing of equine husbandry, but even he winced at seeing these articles of obvious expense and craftsmanship strewn so carelessly on the ground. Remus tutted.
I see now why you were so distressed, Peter.
I am sorry, Remus. I do not know who. I tried to.
I told you not to upset yourself.
Remus repeated firmer.
This is easily dealt with. Now what should we do first?
I do not know.
Peter said miserably.
I tried already to untangle it, but I only made it worse.
Well, is there a way to make the task easier?
When Peter only blinked at him, Remus coaxed.
Perhaps a way to break it down into more manageable steps.
Peter frowned, but he looked at the pile again, considering.
The bridles are weighed down by the bits. Perhaps if I unbuckle them and concentrate on removing the reins first.
Remus nodded.
Good idea. That sounds like the most efficient solution.
Peter mirrored the nod.
All right, I think I can do that.
Of course you can.
Remus said warmly.
We will get out of your way then. Thank you for taking care of this, Peter.
As they left the barn, Sirius glanced back to see Peter crouching by the pile, a thoughtful look upon his face. He wondered if the boy really believed the solution had been entirely his own idea.
Do you think you might find out who it was?
Remus asked James.
No trouble.
James replied.
I have some idea already. A certain smarmy git springs to mind.
What will you do to them?
Sirius inquired.
Turn their horse into Sunday roast.
I will ask them politely to be more careful in future.
Remus said.
And if they are not, a slap upon the wrist.
Remus glanced at him, a twinkle in his eye.
I will set the hounds on them naturally.
Sirius grinned.
Where do you keep the hounds?
They have a compound on the other side of the yard.
James said.
But I would advise against a visit right now. They will be sleeping. The noise could wake the devil.
And that is not what you came here for.
Remus agreed.
Nor did you come to witness my managerial failings. You are here to ride.
Sirius felt a flutter of excited nerves. They re-emerged on the courtyard, where Remus led them towards a much smaller building, almost a shack in comparison, scarcely bigger than a gardener's tool shed. Sirius caught the eye of a passing stable hand who looked at him strangely, no doubt confused by his excessively formal dress.
We are not being particularly subtle.
Sirius pointed out.
What if word reaches my parents?
At this hour, we are unlikely to encounter anybody of their circle.
Remus said.
But to be safe, we will use the arena. It is quite private.
And when I return covered in dust and horsehair.
Not to worry, your theatre attire will remain pristine. I have more appropriate clothing for you.
Remus coughed.
That is for us to change into.
The shack turned out to be Remus's office. Inside, 2 wooden desks were arranged in an L shape, upon which sat neatly organized stacks of papers, trays of stationery, and a handsome bronze gas lamp. It was flickering with dying light. As they entered, Remus made a noise under his breath that sounded very much like a swear, rushing to extinguish it.
Mercy, I thought I had put that out. Please pretend you did not see that.
You do not have electricity here?
Sirius asked.
Not yet. That is my next project.
I keep telling him we should see to civilized plumbing first.
James said.
We have scant better options for relieving ourselves than the horses do.
James, please.
Remus chided, looking at Sirius as though he might be scandalized. But Sirius only laughed. Crude humor was taboo in high society, but Sirius had always enjoyed it. It was pleasantly surreal to be amongst people who employed it so readily. Remus refilled and relit the gas lamp with a small canister from the shelf, relieving the room of its gloomy evening light. He went to a cupboard on the far wall, turning around with a folded set of livery in his arms, a pristine pair of long boots sitting on top. He came back and stood before Sirius, who hesitantly accepted the clothing.
Are you expecting I should know how to put this on?
It is no more complicated than your current attire.
Remus assured him.
The breeches are just more tapered at the ankle, to allow the boots a snug fit.
I can help you if you like.
James offered.
That will not be necessary, James.
Remus's cheeks were a little pink. He moved towards the door, pulling James with him.
We will leave you to change while we prepare the horses. You can bolt the door behind us, so you will have privacy.
Horses?
Sirius repeated.
As in more than one?
James will be riding with you.
Why not you?
I will be instructing.
Remus explained.
It is easier to do from the ground. When you are ready, can you make your own way over to the arena?
I think I can just about manage that.
Sirius said, and Remus smiled. Sirius did bolt the door, though it struck him again that he did not feel uneasy, even with James's flirting. There was a great deal of lip service paid towards gentlemanly behavior in his world, yet paradoxically, it was also common knowledge alphas could not be trusted to control themselves around omegas in delicate states such as this, especially the common people, who were rough and brutish and uncultured and rutted outside like animals, as his mother liked to remind him. Sirius felt ashamed he had ever believed that of Remus now. He was beginning to wonder if everything he had ever been taught was wrong. He had always known, in a deeply instinctual way, that the expectations placed upon him, the part he was expected to play, was not strictly a law of nature the way society would have him believe. Yet the possibility that applied to others too had somehow escaped him. As Remus had promised, the riding clothes were not complicated. They were rather like the casual dress Sirius preferred to wear inside the house, made of simple and unadorned fabrics. Only the boots and light tailcoat gave the outfit any sense of formality. It was all very comfortable and fit him well. When he sat on Remus's desk chair to pull on the boots, he found them to be just the right size too. The idea Remus had studied him for an approximation made him feel strange, though not uncomfortable, as he usually felt when he knew an alpha was looking at him. When he was done, he stood before the small mirror Remus had hanging on the wall, straining up on his toes to try and see how his body looked. He watched himself grin, imagining what his mother might say if she could see him now, if she would even recognize him. Stepping back out into the courtyard, dressed as any other horseman, people no longer looked at him twice. It was a heady feeling. He thought he could quickly grow addicted to it. The towering double doors of the arena were closed, but Sirius could hear voices within. He rapped upon the thick wood, and a moment later one door creaked open, just enough for James to usher him in. He found himself in another roomy building, a vast open space in the shape of a rectangle. The ground was a rich brown sand. The edges were lined with wooden pillars hung with lamps, but most of the light came from the ceiling, where a centered skylight ran along the entire length of the roof. In the middle of the sand stood 2 saddled horses, one a glossy black, the other a handsome chestnut. James moved to the chestnut, while Remus was adjusting something on the black horse's saddle. He was also changed into riding attire. He looked taller and more slender than usual in the form-hugging breeches, the length of his legs emphasized by his knee-high boots. He looked up and smiled, beckoning Sirius over.
This one is yours.
Sirius approached slowly, suddenly quite nervous. He had never been so close to such a large animal before. The horse seemed relaxed enough, but for all Sirius knew, it was actually preparing to charge him down and trample him to death, and he was expecting to be allowed to climb on top of it.
It's all right.
Remus said.
He is very friendly. Here.
Remus moved to the head of the horse, drawing Sirius to his side. Sirius tensed at their close proximity, but he was distracted by Remus holding a palm under the horse's nose. Its lips rippled as it sniffed him.
This is a good way to greet them. It is how they get a sense of you. You try.
Sirius eyed the horse's nose warily, imagining the large teeth beneath, but he trusted that Remus knew what he was doing. He raised his hand, trying to mimic what Remus had done.
That's it.
Remus encouraged.
Keep your palm flat. When you feed them also, their lips are very dexterous, so you do not need to do anything but let them take the food.
The horse's nose brushed Sirius's hand, surprising him with how soft it was. He felt the wiry little hairs upon its chin tickle his fingers as it sniffed Sirius too. Just as he thought he was getting used to it, Remus conjured a sugar cube from his pocket. He took Sirius's wrist, gently pulling his hand back to place it upon his palm. The horse's sniffing grew a lot more enthusiastic. Sirius let out a startled laugh as its lips brushed over his skin, gathering up the sugar cube in one soft sweep. There was a loud crunching as the horse chewed.
There you go,
Remus said brightly.
Nothing to it.
He is surprisingly gentle.
Sirius said. Remus nodded.
His name is Hades. Your father named him.
This is one of ours.
Sirius knew the Black family owned several horses, but he had only ever seen them from afar, indistinct blurs around a racetrack from his view in their private box.
Hades does not suit him.
I did not think so either.
Remus agreed.
Do not tell your father, but we have been calling him Mooney amongst ourselves, owing to this.
He stroked a hand over the horse's forehead, where a perfectly circular white patch stood out amongst his otherwise black coloring, like a full moon in the night sky.
Mooney.
Sirius hesitantly scratched over the spot too, gaining confidence when Mooney dipped his head, as though enjoying it.
Yes, I like that better.
The chestnut horse stretched its neck over, as though inquiring where its own treat was. Remus produced another sugar cube for Sirius to feed that one too. He was feeling a lot more at ease now. At least, he was until Remus brought him around to Mooney's side. It was not so much the fear of riding, but rather how close Remus still stood, hovering tall behind him, touching him in gentle sweeps and brushes to arrange him how he wanted. Every place of contact seemed to tingle afterwards.
Here, take the reins in your left hand.
Remus instructed.
Grasp the saddle, then place your left foot in the stirrup.
I am to get my foot all the way up there.
Sirius said doubtfully.
Are you sure Mooney is not too tall for me?
He is slightly on the tall side, but still within acceptable range for you.
Perhaps a pony would be better. One of those little ones I saw outside, maybe.
A Shetland.
Remus laughed. A huff of warm air brushed the back of Sirius's neck.
You are not that short.
I am not short at all.
Sirius protested, voice a little tight.
It is simply the horse that is big.
Remus chuckled again, low behind Sirius's ear. He was close enough to scent him, Sirius realized with mild alarm. Not that Remus seemed to be trying, but the possibility made his heart flutter. He thought he could catch a hint of Remus's own scent too, something earthy and fresh, like rain over a pine forest.
I can retrieve a mounting block.
No, I can do it.
Sirius hastily lifted his foot, aiming clumsily for the stirrup. It was no surprise when he missed, tottering as his leg came back down.
Shit.
Language.
James's voice drifted from somewhere behind Mooney. Sirius looked up to see he had already mounted, grinning from atop the chestnut horse. Sirius pulled a face at him.
Show off.
Here, try again.
Remus said patiently. He grasped the stirrup to hold it steady.
Once your foot is secure, use the saddle to pull yourself up. Then swing your leg over and sit down gently. Be careful not to kick his rear.
Sirius tried to remember all of that, and not be so distracted by the way he was hemmed in between the horse and Remus. He focused hard on the stirrup, lifting his foot with more precision. It was almost a surprise when his toes caught securely under the metal arch. He swayed a little as he adjusted, feeling exposed and undignified with his knee bent so high, almost touching his chest.
Well done.
Remus praised. Sirius felt the ghost of a palm against his back, steadying him.
Now pull yourself up. Easy does it.
Sirius readied himself, but then Mooney tossed his head, inspiring a flare of panic.
Oh no, I do not think he likes this.
Remus made a soothing sound as though Sirius were the agitated horse.
He is fine, I promise. He is only eager to be underway.
He cannot possibly be excited to have me atop him.
Sirius said, and it was only when James snickered that he realized how that sounded. He was beyond laughing himself, though. This was beginning to feel like a farce.
He is excited to exercise with his friend.
Remus said, sounding amused too.
He has been in his stable all day. Now come on, you can do it.
Sirius took a breath, trying to visualize his movement. He tightened his grip on the saddle, hitched himself up and down a couple times, then kicked off from the ground. He rose quickly, swinging his leg over on instinct, careful to keep his foot raised high above Mooney's back, as Remus had said. He shouted with elation as he settled into the saddle.
I did it.
You did.
Remus confirmed, smiling.
And it was well done. Here, let me adjust your stirrups.
Remus's hand closed around Sirius's calf, gently coaxing his leg back out of the way. Sirius tried not to dwell on it. Remus lifted a flap on the saddle and began fiddling with a buckle, pulling the stirrup down the strip of leather it hung from. Then he went around to Mooney's other side and did the same. Sirius watched with interest.
There,
Remus said.
Your knees should only be lightly bent, unless you're racing or show jumping.
I think I should master staying on first.
Sirius said with trepidation, eyeing the ground below. It felt a lot higher than it had looked. Even Remus did not seem so tall anymore, his chest only just level with Mooney's back.
You will be fine,
Remus assured him.
You're not going to fall. We will not do anything vigorous today, only work on your form. Here, take the reins. Like this, so your fourth finger is tucked underneath.
Sirius tried to keep his hands from tensing as they were arranged by Remus's long and nimble digits.
Are you saying I may fall if we do something vigorous?
I would not expect it. It is not something that happens often, but you should not mount if you are never prepared to fall.
Now you tell me.
Sirius muttered.
Would you like to get down?
Remus asked. His tone was neutral, like it would be all right either way. Sirius considered it. He could not deny he was afraid of falling off, getting hurt. But he was more afraid of giving up. He pictured his father walking through the arena doors and erupting in a rage, berating him with those words Sirius had heard from the moment he had wits enough to understand them, that he was unfit for such arduous things, too simple to understand them, too delicate, too precious a resource to risk.
No,
Sirius said firmly.
I am ready. Thank the Lord.
James said, urging his horse forwards.
I thought we might lose the light while the two of you were busy simpering.
After Remus had instructed Sirius on sitting correctly, he taught him how to communicate with Mooney using his heels, legs, hands, and voice. They began by walking slowly around the perimeter of the arena, with James in front and Sirius behind, Remus striding beside them. Sirius was rather taken aback by how much went into it. He had imagined from watching others ride that it was as simple as kicking the horse to make it move and steering with the reins, perhaps with the addition of a whip to make them go faster. But in actuality, it was far more subtle, with Mooney responding to the gentlest of pulls and nudges. It was also surprisingly tiring, considering he was only sitting down. It was not a natural position, sitting astride the wide back of a horse, and the rocking motion as Mooney walked quickly began to tire Sirius's hips and numb his buttocks. He imagined he would be bow-legged once he dismounted. It was becoming plainer than ever why Omegas, in particular, were disallowed from this hobby. They kept at it for a while until the sky above turned dark and the arena was relying entirely on the flickering light of the lamps. It was a little overwhelming, but Sirius found Remus to be a good teacher, persistent and yet patient when it was needed. He did not treat Sirius like he was simple nor fragile. He even suggested Sirius try trotting Mooney, which Sirius was loath to decline, but he was beginning to feel like his legs might fall off.
I am still getting used to walking,
he said, laughing. Remus did not push it.
All right, we will leave it there for tonight, then. Come back to the center.
Sirius steered Mooney to the starting spot, pulling gently on both reins to halt him. James had no such hesitations, grinning as he trotted his chestnut horse around the perimeter. Mooney huffed and tossed his head, as though annoyed he could not join in.
Sorry,
Sirius told his steed.
I fear I would only end up in the dirt.
Nonsense.
Remus said as he rejoined him, carrying a sturdy wooden block in his arms.
You would do absolutely fine.
I made a serviceable effort then.
You did very well indeed.
Remus placed the block beside Mooney.
Here, this will make the dismount easier. I should warn you, you will be sore for a while.
Sirius rose gingerly from the saddle. He knew Remus spoke truth the moment he raised his leg, the muscle of his inner thigh twinging as he swung it back over and lowered his foot to the block. He stumbled when he hit solid ground, almost losing his balance. But Remus reacted whip-fast, placing steadying hands on Sirius's shoulders.
Easy. It can be a little disorientating at first.
I am fine.
Sirius said, a beat late. He pulled away from Remus, busying himself with straightening his coat.
We best get changed and back in the carriage.
Remus said, sounding regretful.
It is getting late. Are you all right to head back to my office while we deal with the horses?
Sirius nodded.
Should I leave the clothes?
Anywhere in there is fine, but they are yours now, even if you must keep them here.
Sirius reached up and patted Mooney's neck, stroking up to the braided mane.
Thank you.
Mooney exhaled through his nostrils, regarding Sirius with one big black eye.
He likes you.
Remus said softly. Sirius smiled.
I like him.
Sirius was not quite bow-legged as he had predicted, but as he walked, he could definitely tell muscles had been exerted in a way they had never been before. It was not wholly unpleasant, though. It was evidence of what he had done, an achievement he could take away with him. He liked that it was not pretty or dignified. His clothes were clinging to him, hairline and nape tacky with sweat. Stripping down and reconfining himself in his stuffy theater attire was a mild kind of torture. But Sirius comforted himself by folding his livery, reveling in the knowledge it was his now. He left it, a little awkwardly, in a neat pile upon Remus's desk. When he was satisfied, it was not immediately obvious he had not spent the evening at the theater. He unbolted the door and made his way back to the carriage. James and Remus were not yet there, but he climbed inside anyway, eager to sit upon a normal seat. He was tired in a way he was not used to, a way that could only be brought about by physical exertion. He had not been permitted such exhaustion since he was a small child. He thought he could get used to that too. James and Remus appeared not long after. Remus had also done well in redressing. Not a hair was out of place.
Ready?
He asked after joining Sirius in the carriage.
To go back to my parents?
Sirius huffed.
No, but I am better equipped than usual after this.
Remus thumped twice upon the roof, and they began to move.
So you had a nice time.
Are you jesting?
No. If I was jesting, I would ask if it was better than the theater.
Sirius laughed. He had laughed an inordinate amount this evening, he thought.
Yes, I had a nice time. Nice hardly seems the appropriate word.
And I, the self-proclaimed writer.
Remus said ruefully.
Perhaps illuminating would be better.
Unprecedented.
Sirius decided.
Ah yes, an excellent word.
They fell quiet for a while, until the open greenery of the livery yard was far behind them. It weighed heavy to be surrounded once again by stone and bustle and rolling wheels. Still, Sirius could mitigate it with the joy of the evening. The enormity of what had just occurred was only now beginning to catch up to him.
Thank you,
he said.
For taking me riding.
You are most welcome.
Remus replied warmly.
I enjoyed teaching you. You're a quick study. I imagine we will have you jumping fences before long.
We may do it again.
As often as you like.
The prospect made Sirius almost giddy.
My parents are sure to grow suspicious if I visit the theater every other day.
Then we will go somewhere else,
Remus said easily.
Is your hatred of the opera house just as vehement?
Sirius laughed again.
Perhaps it is lesser. I was not dragged there quite as often.
And there are many restaurants in London, many other sights to see.
I would not object to actually seeing some of them,
Sirius said, surprising himself.
If you grow tired of teaching me to ride.
Remus smiled.
I think that unlikely.
Sirius's laughter faded as he met Remus's eyes.
Why are you doing this? You did not have to. Any of it.
Remus shook his head.
I did have to.
Sirius opened his mouth, but then the carriage juddered loudly, rolling to a standstill. Sirius was surprised to find them at Grimald already, and even more surprised to see Regulus rushing out to meet them. He yanked the carriage door open.
Sirius, you need to come inside. Hurry.
What? Why?
You have been gone for an age. Mother is beside herself. I hope you have an excuse that sounds reasonable.
We did push our luck somewhat.
Remus said guiltily.
I am sorry, I should have.
Save me the platitudes.
Regulus said airily.
Just get inside, and Lord help you if you say anything about my part in this.
Remus climbed out of the carriage, allowing Sirius to follow. Inexplicably, James also descended from the roof.
Evening.
He addressed Regulus, tipping his hat. Regulus looked at James as if he had two heads.
Evening, Sirius, come on.
He turned and rushed back into the house. Sirius thought it was the fastest he had ever seen his brother move. James whistled lowly.
Who was that? That bundle of sunshine.
Sirius snorted.
That would be my dear little brother Reggie.
Indeed.
Remus rolled his eyes, urging Sirius towards the porch steps.
I will come inside with you. Tell them it was my fault, and apologize.
Sirius shook his head.
It's all right. I will say we were taking the air and lost track of time. I suspect my father will be rather easily placated.
Oh.
He believes I am becoming compliant now.
Sirius explained.
Do you remember before we left how he praised you for my lack of resistance?
He grinned.
You played into it well.
Remus shared in the conspiratorial smile.
As did you. I knew. That is, I strongly believed you would understand my true intent.
What made you so sure?
Your assessment of me.
Remus said, looking a little sheepish.
You saw easily through my pretense. It is plain you are a perceptive and intelligent person.
The directness of the compliment took Sirius aback.
I did not get everything right.
I dare say nobody does, at their first meeting. I certainly got many things wrong, but I am glad you have given me the chance to learn.
We are both learning.
Sirius said.
Our own terms, right?
Remus nodded eagerly.
Equals.
He held out a hand. Sirius laughed a little, but he accepted the handshake. Remus's grip was much firmer than his slight form would suggest. It reminded Sirius he had felt the touch of it rather a lot this evening. He pulled his hand back as nonchalantly as he could.
I best get inside then.
You are sure your father will not be suspicious?
Perhaps, but I think it will be outweighed by his eagerness to keep me docile.
Sirius huffed.
Besides, it is Mother who is the bigger challenge.
Remus bit his lip.
Please let me come in with you.
Sirius found himself tempted. It was touching that Remus would willingly subject himself to his parents' wrath, but there was no reason for them both to suffer.
I will be fine,
he said firmly.
I have dealt with this many times before. Just send me another invitation soon.
I will very soon.
Remus promised.
Tomorrow.
If I'm not too sore to move.
Remus smiled. He took Sirius's hand again and bowed. For a wild moment, Sirius thought he might press his lips to the skin this time. For an even wilder moment, he wanted him to. But Remus only dipped his head and straightened up.
Good night, Sirius.
Good night, Remus.
Sirius returned, the name still unfamiliar in his mouth. He nodded to James before returning to the house. The second the door shut behind him, his parents appeared from the parlor. His mother's face was alive and livid, his father's cool, calculating.
Where in hell have you been?
While Berga hissed.
Are you aware what time it is?
Apologies.
Sirius said, even as he could.
We decided to take the air after the play and lost track of time.
Do you really expect me to believe that? As if you would spend a moment longer than necessary with that filthy peasant.
I was trying only to be courteous, as you have taught me to be.
So it was his idea?
While Berga sneered.
No, of course it was. Of course he does not care for propriety, no respect for his betters, as a mannerless lout.
Where did you go?
Orion asked. Sirius took a breath.
Only around the playhouse. Then we walked beside the river and watched the boats.
A long time to spend, observing something so trivial.
We were talking. We lost track of time.
Orion hummed.
With the clock tower in plain sight. Interesting.
I do not believe it.
While Berga said. She stalked over to Sirius, sniffing at the air like a ravenous bloodhound.
Where did he really take you? Has he defiled you already? His stink is all over you.
Well, you are the expert, Mother.
Sirius said quietly.
You tell me.
While Berga backhanded him hard across the face. Sirius stumbled, head flung sideways with the force. He raised a hand to his stinging cheek, rage swelling inside him, but Orion raised his voice before he could spit a retort.
Enough. You do not speak to your mother like that. Is that understood?
Yes.
Sirius grit out.
Apologies.
Go to your room. We will discuss this further tomorrow.
As Sirius ascended the stairs, it occurred to him it was the most deserved slap his mother had ever given him. Equally, it was the one he regretted the least. Chapter 6: Things to be Done. Sirius woke up sore, in more ways than one. His muscles ached, not only in his legs as he had expected, but in areas he did not think were much involved in the riding at all, like his arms and neck. Perhaps it was simply the tension he had carried throughout the learning process. He still felt drained, even after rising from bed. There was a sense he had expended a great deal of mental energy, in addition to the physical. But he did not mind it. He had pride in his achievement to overrule the discomfort. Even the ache in his face, courtesy of his darling mother, did not sting as much as it usually did. On his way to the ablutions, Sirius paused as he caught sight of himself in the mirror, admiring the bruise that was beginning to blossom upon his cheek. She did not usually go for the face or anywhere the marks would be in plain sight. Even amongst their ilk, it was considered bad form to lay hands upon your children, especially Omegas, precious and delicate as they were. Sirius must have really rattled her, that she would forget how desperately she feared negative gossip. He grinned at himself, cringing a little when his cheek twinged with pain. A war wound, he decided, an earned Medal of Honor, which he would wear with pride. When he entered the dining room for breakfast, his mother was already sat at the table. Her cold eyes followed him as he took his own seat, lingering upon the bruise. There was a slight curl to her lip, but she did not say anything, nor did Orion, who did not look up from his plate at the head of the table. Only Regulus truly met his eyes, wearing a slight frown. The meal passed in tense silence. When Orion finished, he dabbed his mouth with his napkin and rose from his seat.
Sirius, my study now.
Sirius was not yet finished with his own breakfast, but he followed his father to the study. Orion took his seat in the imposing leather chair behind his desk, gesturing for Sirius to sit in front of him. Sirius knew this ritual well. He was about to be spoken to. It was different than a regular scolding, more deliberate. His father reserved it for particularly egregious disobediences. Not that the extra measure made any difference to Sirius. Most of the time, it only solidified his convictions. His father would affect a patronizing air that his immediate reactions did not have, explaining exactly how and why Sirius was wrong, and why he would most benefit from changing his behavior. Coincidentally, the change required would also be the way his parents would most benefit. In some ways, the gentle coercion was more insulting than simply being shouted at. At least the latter held no pretense of care for him. But Orion seemed calmer than he usually did. There was not the tension in his shoulders, the restrained anger in how he held himself. He sat back in his chair, hands linked together in front of him, surveying Sirius down the sharp-edged line of his nose.
Your behavior last night was unacceptable,
he stated.
You cannot speak in such a vulgar way, especially to your mother.
Sirius said nothing, but he noticed it was not his late return he was being reprimanded for. Orion raised an eyebrow.
Do you have nothing to say for yourself?
I apologized already.
Sirius said.
But no defense, no excuses.
Sirius shrugged.
What would be the point?
Indeed.
Orion considered Sirius for a moment longer.
You say you only walked and conversed after the play.
Yes, that is true.
What did you talk about?
Sirius forced his expression to remain neutral.
Many things. Mundanities mostly.
Such as?
Pastimes.
Sirius answered, deciding it would be easier to draw from truth.
He is a writer. We discussed the similarities with piano playing.
Fascinating.
He told me about his work,
You find him interesting?
Sirius hesitated. Orion's icy eyes were knowing, but they betrayed not a whiff of suspicion. He was entirely convinced his son was enamored with his new fiancée, Sirius realized. He should not have found it surprising. To his father, this was only the natural order of things. A defiant Omega was only one who had not yet met the right Alpha, the one who could overrule their rationality and overwhelm them with that latent submissiveness inherent in them all. It merely took the correct provocation, the right exposure, for them to realize what their place had been all along. The idea made Sirius want to snarl and throw things. It made him want to tell his father about the pact he had with Remus, just for the spiteful pleasure of proving him wrong. That not only was he defiant as ever, but Remus, equally powerless against his base alpha nature, to Orion's mind, also had no intention of subjugating him. But he restrained himself, told himself this was a good thing, let his father keep his delusions if it meant Sirius could pursue his interests more freely.
He's interesting enough.
Sirius agreed. It did help when he did not have to lie about certain things.
Good.
Orion said.
Last night was a misstep, but he is performing as well as can be expected, given his background. I am glad to see he learned quickly from his foolish mistakes at the introduction.
Oh, he certainly learned quickly.
Sirius thought. It was humorously ironic that in drawing the wrong conclusions about Sirius, and therefore apologizing to Orion, Remus had inadvertently made it easier for them to get away with a lie.
He conducts himself well.
Sirius said.
Properly. He has not been inappropriate.
I did not believe so. The scent of defilement is not easily hid. Your mother was only concerned for your well-being.
Sirius bit back his snort.
However,
Orion continued.
It may not be entirely terrible if you were to allow him to scent you.
Sirius frowned.
But I thought...
You are already engaged. The marriage is certain, so there is no harm in it, providing it goes no further. Certainly, there is no harm in you scenting him.
Sirius recognized that his father was only trying to encourage their inevitable surrender to instinct, but the idea still made him feel odd. He recalled the previous evening when Remus had loomed behind him, the way his breath had felt warm on the nape of Sirius's neck, the hint of Remus's scent he had picked out from the sand and timber of the arena. Remus must have caught a hint of him too, Sirius realized, which only increased the odd feeling. It was intimate in a way that was not entirely comfortable. Sirius could only imagine how much more intense it must be, when done deliberately, what it would be to press his face into the curve of another's neck and inhale the very essence of them.
Am I to receive another invitation for you today?
Orion asked.
I believe so.
Orion nodded.
Good. You may go and prepare yourself then. See if Creature cannot do something to hide that mark upon your face. In future, mind yourself around your mother.
He dismissed Sirius with a wave of the hand. Sirius made his way back to his room. He found Regulus lurking outside his door, clearly waiting for him to emerge from the study.
What did father say?
Nothing that implicated you.
Sirius said wryly.
He believes my reason for the late return.
Regulus let out a breath.
Good. I will not ask what you are actually doing. I wish to maintain plausible deniability.
Sirius scoffed.
You break one little rule and you are coming apart at the seams.
We cannot all be so comfortable with delinquency as you.
Regulus said primly.
I am not so easily let off for my transgressions without the virtue of heirdom.
You think I am easily let off?
Sirius pointed to his cheek.
This looks easy to you.
I know.
Regulus stuttered, frowning.
That is not. She should not have done that, but...
She has always done it.
Sirius reminded him.
You cannot deny you provoke her.
By doing exactly what she claimed to want.
You did not. You were.
Just admit it, Reg. Our mother is a vile, impossible, sadistic...
Stop.
Sirius sighed, frustrated. There was a short silence.
So what did father say?
Regulus pressed.
Well, let me see.
Sirius drawled.
He encouraged that I allow Remus to scent me.
Regulus's eyes widened.
You are lying.
I am not. Apparently, you are not the only black willing to disregard propriety when it suits.
But why would he?
He wishes to fully secure my compliance.
But that is not done. It is not. It will put you at risk. Surely he cannot.
Sirius remained quiet. He did not wish to say he took pleasure in watching his brother struggle, but he could not deny there was a grim satisfaction to be found within it. He had been trying for years to make Regulus see the reality of their parents, all their hypocrisy and callousness. It was somewhat ironic that he only needed to comply with their wishes to finally make his brother question things.
What are you going to do?
Regulus asked eventually. Sirius hesitated. Regulus may have been displaying sympathy right now, but Sirius was still unsure he trusted him enough to detail the understanding he and Remus had reached.
I will continue as I have been.
He settled on.
The engagement is already set. Father need not concern himself.
He was drawing from truth again, he realized. With the whirlwind of yesterday, he had not fully parsed this new reality he found himself in. After receiving Remus's proposal, he had decided he needed to see it to believe it first. Look Remus in the eye and witness for himself the sincerity his written words had promised. And more fool him, perhaps, but Sirius had witnessed it indeed. There was not one hint to be found the younger Lupin was anything but plain as could be seen. Sirius could admit he wanted to trust him. He wanted to believe there was a liberation to be found in perspective. But even looking at it skeptically, he reasoned, there was no better outcome he could hope for than a fiancé who was willing to deceive his parents to take him riding, and who aspired to treat him with any degree of autonomy. What did he have to lose by going along? When the invitation came that afternoon, Sirius was altogether ready for it. He smirked to himself upon hearing the opera house was their destination. He dressed as was proper, and did not make a peep when Creature fussed with him, trying and failing with several different cosmetics to hide the bruise upon his face, which was now a deep, sullen purple. Eventually the butler had to concede, glaring at Sirius as though it were his fault. He seemed frustrated in general by Sirius's new meekness, which Sirius found quietly satisfying. Perhaps he should have played at docility sooner. Finally, the gloom of the evening descended, and the bell tinkled downstairs. Sirius made his way down to the now familiar sight of Remus standing neatly in the entrance hall. But it was not only Orion who stood with him. Sirius's heart sank upon seeing his mother there too, draped in finery so inappropriate for an evening at home. Even Regulus would be embarrassed. She hovered at Orion's side, and Sirius could tell just from her face what her purpose was, what manner of things she had been saying to Remus.
Ah, here he is.
Walburga announced.
You kept us waiting long enough, but then it is fashionable to be tardy these days, is it not, Mr. Lupin?
Remus's smile was strained.
I confess, I am not the most well-informed in regard to what is fashionable, Lady Black.
I would not sell yourself short. You certainly seemed informed on it last night.
Remus bowed deeply.
I apologize most profusely. I take full responsibility.
Now,
Orion said, gesturing for Remus to rise.
you have already apologized,
He shot a glance at his wife.
and it is already forgiven. Let us not linger on it any longer than is necessary.
Walburga smiled.
Yes, of course, all is forgiven. God forbid we come between young sweethearts in their pursuit of a mate.
She turned back to Sirius, still halfway down the stairs.
Well, dear, are you going to stand there all night?
Sirius grit his teeth, but he obediently came down the rest of the way. As he approached, Remus's gaze fixed upon his face, and Sirius saw his brow furrow.
Good evening, Lord Sirius.
Good evening.
Sirius returned. He waited for Remus to tell him he looked well, as he usually did, but there was nothing more.
Will you not compliment your fiancé?
Walburga asked sweetly.
Do they not do that where you come from? Or could it be that you do not find him beautiful?
Remus's eyes were flickering between Sirius and his mother.
Of course I do.
Well, tell him then.
She pressed.
If you are to put a child inside him, it seems rather silly to be embarrassed by a simple compliment, does it not?
Sirius could have thrown something at her. The Worcester vase, stood upon its podium, was a mere arm's length away. He could take her by the ruffled collar and thrust her elegant black curls through the stained glass of the door.
Yes, apologies.
Remus looked steadily at Sirius.
You look beautiful, Lord Sirius.
Thank you.
Sirius managed. He hoped Remus could see the apology in his eyes. Nobody should be subjected to this. He would not blame Remus if he called off everything right here and now.
There is no need to tease the poor boy, dear.
Orion said mildly.
Let us leave them to their outing. You have my permission to go.
Remus bowed immediately, holding out an arm to beckon Sirius through the door. He did not pause on the porch, leading them directly to the carriage. James tipped his hat like usual.
Evening, Siri.
Take us out of here, James.
Remus interrupted, pulling open the carriage door with rather more force than was necessary.
Why the hurry?
Remus shook his head, gesturing for Sirius to climb in. Once he did, Remus followed him quickly, and the second he had the door shut, he turned and scooted close to Sirius.
Did she do that to you?
What, oh, this?
Sirius raised his fingers to the sore spot upon his cheek.
Yes, how did you know it was her, and not my father?
I just knew.
Remus said tightly.
Why did she do that? Does she not believe in the explanation for our late return?
She is suspicious, of course, but my father seems to have overruled her.
Then why did she do it?
I said something she did not like. That is the usual reason.
She has done this before.
It is one of her favorite pastimes. She usually avoids my face, though. It is not proper to wear bruises to the theatre, as I am sure you can imagine.
Remus did not laugh. His golden eyes, usually warm, were now grave and hard. Beginning to feel awkward, Sirius said.
It's fine, it does not hurt much.
It is not fine.
Remus said.
A parent has no business striking their child.
It does not occur where you come from.
Remus huffed.
I suppose it must, but it is not something I have seen personally, nor would I tolerate.
Sirius frowned.
You think I tolerate it?
No, you are the victim, of course you.
Victim, you think me helpless, weak.
I most certainly do not.
Remus said, sounding almost offended.
Quite the opposite. I think you are incredibly strong for enduring all that you do, but you should not have to be so strong. And your mother?
He cut himself off, looking suddenly contrite.
No apologies. You're right. It is not my place to judge.
I did not say that.
Sirius said quietly.
I appreciate that you are concerned for me, but I can take care of myself.
Yes, I know that.
And there is no point upsetting yourself. There is nothing to be done about it.
Remus opened his mouth, but seemed to change his mind on whatever he was going to say. He exhaled instead.
I'm just sorry for my part in it.
What are you talking about? It is not your fault in the slightest.
I kept you out late. I should have paid more attention to the time.
I kept myself out.
Sirius corrected.
I had a pocket watch too, which I was more than capable of paying a glance.
Then why did you not?
I was a little distracted, what with trying not to tumble into a mess of broken limbs.
Sirius said wryly.
What was your excuse?
Remus's lips twitched into a reluctant smile.
I was also distracted.
Sirius smiled too.
Perhaps we should not do it again then, if we cannot be trusted to remain vigilant.
If you feel the risk is too great.
No.
Sirius said quickly.
No, I was only being flippant. I am not going to let her stop me. We will just have to be more careful in future.
For my part, I am certain I will never allow this to happen again.
Remus declared.
But I promised we may go as often as you like. So if you are sure you wish to continue, I will defer to your judgment.
I am sure.
Sirius glanced out the window. They were still on cobbled streets, but not ones he recognized.
I assume the yard is the true destination for tonight.
It is. But if you would rather.
I would rather we continue where we are going.
Sirius insisted.
Though, as you promised, I am rather sore.
I have taken that into account.
Remus assured him.
We will occupy ourselves with other things this time.
Things less likely to result in dislodged ribs.
Remus's smile came easier now.
Far less likely, though my mother always taught me to be prepared for any eventuality.
She is wise, your mother?
Sirius asked, suddenly curious. Remus nodded.
My father and I would not have gotten very far without her guidance.
She takes an active part in the business.
Not in the literal sense. She has little interest in animal husbandry, but she is a skilled bookkeeper, and she is knowledgeable in law also, which helps to keep us on the straight and narrow.
She is an Omega.
She is.
Remus sounded proud.
She has always been determined it would not interfere with her pursuits.
Sirius wondered if it was perhaps her influence, which was responsible for Remus's own unconventionality.
And your father?
Also wise, though perhaps in a different way.
Remus mused.
He is shrewd in a street sense, more willing to take risks.
Such as bartering with scary lords for their son's hand.
Sirius suggested, smiling to show he was joking. Remus huffed a laugh.
Yes, I would say that qualifies.
I imagine it was quite the surprise for you.
In more ways than you know.
What do you mean?
Remus suddenly looked a little nervous.
My father was not entirely honest when he explained why I was not betrothed before now. While it is true I was needed at the livery, the simple fact is there were no other options available.
There were no eligible matches in your circle.
None that were interested in me.
But how can that be? You are set to inherit a thriving business, and you are.
Sirius faltered because he had wanted to say that Remus was not unattractive, and that seemed too something.
Disfigured.
Remus finished for him.
Weak, feeble-minded.
This has been said to you.
Sirius asked, a flare of anger in his gut as he remembered his mother's similar sneering.
Rarely to my face, but I hear it nonetheless.
But it is nonsense.
Remus pointed to the scar that cut across his cheek and nose.
This is an illusion.
That
Sirius scoffed.
That is nothing, trivial.
He was not only placating Remus either. The scar had been the first thing Sirius noticed. And yes, he continued to notice it, but that seemed inevitable. It had quickly revealed itself to be inconsequential in comparison to everything else about Remus. It was not even close to being his most standout oddity, and it did not detract from. Sirius faltered again.
Well,
Remus's cheeks were a little pink. He seemed susceptible to flushing, Sirius thought. It was an endearing trait.
My potential matches did not think so.
How did you?
Receive the mark.
Remus shook his head.
Through my own foolishness. It is a long story.
I would like to hear it,
Sirius prompted.
if you do not mind telling it.
Well,
Remus said slowly.
I told you I used to sneak out, yes.
Sirius nodded.
To the steeplechase.
Not only that, I confess, I would wander in many places I should not. I grew up in a remote village, in a tiny cottage. There was little for a young boy to occupy himself with. My parents could not afford to send me to school, so I had scant opportunities to make friends.
That sounds rather lonely.
Sirius said, thinking of his own childhood isolation in Grimmauld Place.
It was,
Remus admitted.
but we were surrounded by fields, hills, forests. I would pass the time by exploring, finding interesting things in the environment around me. That was how I developed a fascination with horses. There were many in the fields around there, much livestock in general, but it was the horses which most captured my imagination.
Why?
Remus considered.
There is something thoughtful about them, a quiet emotion almost, the way they move in a herd and interact with one another.
There was a flicker of embarrassment on his face.
It is hard to explain. Perhaps I was only projecting sentiment onto them on account of my own loneliness, but it brought me comfort, regardless. And there was one horse in particular I had a fondness for. He was kept in a paddock by himself. I will not say he was neglected, but he was not well tended to. It troubled me. I would spend a lot of time sitting by his fence, just so he would not be alone.
Sirius smiled.
Do you think he appreciated it?
I like to think he did. He would come up to me when I arrived, as though to greet me, and he seemed to stay close to that side of the fence when I was sitting there.
Remus paused, looking sheepish.
Although, I did often bring him pilfered carrots, so perhaps he was only excited for that.
So did he give you the scar?
Sirius guessed.
Perhaps a tantrum when you did not bring the carrot.
No, not him, his owner.
Remus's expression hardened.
One day, he was there, in the paddock with his horse. He had tied him up so he could not run and was beating him with a chain. To this day, I have not the slightest idea why. He was just in a fit of rage. I shouted, trying to reason with him, but he only snarled at me to mind my own business and leave him be.
Remus shook his head slowly.
I could not.
Sirius's stomach churned.
You tried to stop him.
Remus nodded gravely.
It was foolish, terribly foolish. I was a mere child, and he was a fully grown man, a brute of a man besides, but I just could not bring myself to walk away.
So he turned on you, a child.
He did not mean to hit me. I rushed upon him from behind as he was drawing back to strike, and the chain caught me across the face. It knocked me clean over. I thought it had blinded me at first, but it was only the blood in my eyes.
Remus smiled sadly.
Ironically, despite failing so spectacularly, I still accomplished my goal. He stopped beating the horse. I managed to tell him where I lived, and he carried me to my parents.
He saved you.
Sirius said incredulously. Remus shrugged.
He was likely only worried what punishment he may receive should he not help me, but he need not have worried.
He was not punished for any of it.
Under the law, a horse is property, which the owner may do with as they wish. The police determined the injury was my own fault for interfering, and since I was not killed or crippled, the matter was dropped.
Sirius gasped in outrage. Remus nodded.
It is why my mother developed an interest in law. She tried for years to find some way towards justice, but her efforts were fruitless. I regret putting her through that.
What? You did not put her through anything. It was that villain.
If I had not been so foolish, she would not have had to tax herself,
Remus said quietly.
and her son would be whole.
You are whole.
Sirius said fiercely.
You were brave beyond measure to try and stop him. A lesser person would have simply walked away, but you tried to do what was right.
Realistically, there was no chance I could have stopped him. It was futile from the beginning.
That is not the point.
Sirius said, and it was almost a shout. He quickly shut his mouth, embarrassed.
Sorry.
Remus looked at him for a moment, eyes lingering upon Sirius's cheek.
Sometimes there's nothing to be done, no.
Sirius scowled, chest simmering.
You do it anyway. You do what you can.
There was a heavy pause, then Remus smiled.
I'm going to be honest, because I swore I would be. When my father first told me you were my betrothed, I was apprehensive. I assumed somebody of your caliber would be.
Like my parents.
Sirius suggested grimly. Remus looked apologetic.
I had only ever encountered the noble class through my work at the livery, and they were not the most.
You can say it as it is. I will not be offended. I will likely agree, in fact.
They were not the friendliest of people.
Remus settled on.
I thought it impossible you and I would have anything in common, but then I learned of your circumstances, that you had acquired a reputation for impertinence and the spurning of suitors.
And you thought me the most awful snob of all.
Sirius surmised, snickering.
I was grossly intimidated.
Remus admitted, laughing too.
But no, that is not what I thought. You had willingly tarnished your reputation for seemingly no good reason. I could not comprehend it, not without questioning my own biases.
You began to wonder if perhaps some of us were human after all.
That is one way of putting it. I decided you must be just as tired of the noble world as I had grown to be, and that I would approach you as such. After our introduction, when you did not seem receptive, I thought perhaps I had misjudged. But now...
Remus paused, cheeks pinkening once more.
Well, I am just glad to be proven wrong, or right, if going by my original instincts.
Sirius's heart was thudding in that odd way again. He had never had such conversations, such frankness, such understanding, not with anyone. It was almost disorientating, like he did not know what to do with it. A part of him wanted to recoil, put some distance between himself and it, if only to buy himself time to adjust. But there was nowhere to go. He was alone with Remus in a moving carriage. He was alone with an alpha who was his fiancée, and he was not. Sirius swallowed.
I'm glad too.
Chapter 7, Where You Live? They were back at Grimmauld Place with ample time to spare. Remus bid him goodbye with a bow and a smile, but Sirius saw the unease in his eyes.
I will be fine.
He promised, wondering vaguely why it was so important Remus be reassured.
I will see you tomorrow.
Sirius still half expected his parents to ambush him in the hall, but the house was quiet upon re-entry. As he crossed towards the stairs, he caught eyes with his father, sat reading in the parlor. He nodded at Sirius, lip twitching, as though attempting to smile, as though he had known how to smile once, but the ability had long atrophied. It was such an overt display of approval, Sirius was deeply unnerved.
Did you enjoy your evening?
Orion asked. The strangeness only grew. Sirius did not think his father had ever inquired after his enjoyment before.
Yes, thank you, but I am quite tired. I think I will retire.
Good.
Orion said.
You should do all you can to maintain yourself. Keep yourself well and healthy.
The sour taste on Sirius's tongue intensified.
Good night, father.
Alone in his room, Sirius dressed for bed, sighing with relief at shedding his constricting coats and collars. He had only had to wear them for the journey back from the livery yard, but experiencing the comfort of riding clothes once again had made the time feel prolonged. Instead of riding, Remus had spent the evening showing him around the rest of the property, answering any and all questions and inviting Sirius to join in with whatever he liked the look of. Sirius had learned how to mix a feed trough, how to brush a mane and tail, and how to rake a stable. He had learned of the different disciplines in competition, the basic anatomy of a horse, and why it was important to tack and mount from the left side. It was a revelation in much the same way riding had been. Sirius had never once thought he might enjoy shoveling horse manure, though he recognized it was not the act itself, rather the freedom to partake in something so laborious and menial. The fact his mother would be horrified beyond measure to witness it. Remus had also spoken about the business side of things, the duties which kept him busy, the troubles he encountered, the ups and downs of dealing with clients. To this, Sirius had mostly just listened. In some ways, it was even more interesting. Sirius had talked with Regulus, back when they still talked pleasantly, about his work at the office, when their father was first beginning to teach him how the Black family earned and kept their wealth. But Sirius's jealousy had soon grown too great to hear any more of it, even before resentment drove a wedge between them. The more Remus talked about it, the more disbelieving Sirius became that he would have thrown it all away. It was plain Remus was passionate about his work, that it was not only a means of survival and an obligation to his father, but something he found a deep fulfillment in. Even now, Sirius might still have doubted Remus was sincere in his promise, had he not also learned of how Remus received his scar. Plainer than his passion, glaring and defiant of all reason, was Remus's principle. His conscience had, quite literally, branded him. There was no denying it, no arguing with it. In the carriage on the return to Grimald, Sirius had felt as though he could not sit still. They had already made plans for tomorrow. Remus had frowned upon learning that Sirius had never been permitted so much as a walk around the park unaccompanied, and the pure incredulity on his face had inspired that. Something again, that strange disturbance in Sirius's chest. He was beginning to suspect what it was. It was something he had dismissed as impossible for him long ago, for how could he ever hope to feel affection for someone who would keep him caged, who saw him as nothing more than the means to a legacy? It was shocking. Sirius was even capable of recognizing the feeling, even more shocking than Remus himself. Remarkable as it was not altogether welcome. Sirius had resigned himself as well as he possibly could to his duty, placating himself with the knowledge Remus would not force it upon him at least. At least he may decide for himself when he felt prepared to grit his teeth and bear it. With the scale of Remus's conscience now revealed, Sirius even believed he would not allow Sirius's heat to make the decision for him if he was not assured of prior consent. But this feeling, it was far removed from resignation. It did not speak to mere endurance, to making the best of an unfavorable situation, as Remus had put it. It whispered foolishness into Sirius's ear, things which made him flush and bristle with himself, reminding himself he was not a fanciful maiden. It seemed insultingly predictable. He would fall for the first person he met, who merely treated him as an equal. Sirius could not help but think it appeared awfully as though his father had been right all along, that he was indeed edging towards unthinking compliance, losing himself the way he had feared and fought against his entire life. Suddenly, too hot, Sirius kicked the bedclothes away from his body, exhaling at the mercy of cooler, grounding air. He resolved not to think about it anymore. If he truly believed his father was wrong, then he had to believe nothing was inevitable. He had to believe some things were within his control. Still, it took some time before sleep found him. Sirius woke to a rapping upon his door. He groaned as he rolled onto his back, muscles still stiff.
Yes, what?
The door creaked open, and Sirius blearily registered Creature shuffling in.
Master Sirius is summoned.
Time, Sid.
It is almost 10 o'clock.
What?
Sirius yawned as he pushed up onto his elbows. The room was bright with early orange light, sneaking its way in through the gaps in the drapes.
Why did you not wake me sooner? Have I missed breakfast?
Creature has set a meal aside. Master Orion advised that Master Sirius should be permitted to rest longer, owing to his frequent excursions.
Did he now?
Sirius muttered.
Well, Master Sirius is eternally grateful to his doting father.
Creature pursed his wizened lips.
The meal is under a cloche in the kitchen. When Master Sirius is finished, his father awaits in the parlor.
After making his way downstairs, Sirius sat at the small kitchen table to eat, taking his time. He was quite hungry, but he was not eager for another encounter with his father. His mother appeared to be out, so at least there was some reprieve. He found Orion reading once again, in the same seat as last night. For a moment, Sirius wondered if he had slept at all. Perhaps with his newly found enthusiasm for this engagement, Walburga had banished him from bedding, even in the room beside hers.
Sirius,
Orion greeted, setting his book aside.
I did not wish to wake you, but I have received today's invitation. I did not wish to wake you.
Sirius barely resisted a headshake. His father was acting as though he was with child already.
What does it say?
An outing to the park, followed by afternoon tea.
Sirius nodded. It was what he and Remus had discussed in the carriage.
He has asked that the tea be taken here.
That was certainly not discussed.
What?
Pardon?
Orion corrected.
You are surprised. Is it not proper that your fiancé should spend time in your ancestral home?
Indeed, it was extremely proper, hence Sirius's confusion. He could not fathom why Remus would want to spend a moment longer than necessary in this accursed place, especially now he had glimpsed for himself the misery rife under its roof.
Apprehensive, perhaps.
Sirius admitted.
Last night it was not the most. With mother?
Your mother has gone out for the day.
Orion informed him.
She is taking tea of her own with Lady Malfoy. She will not return until later tonight.
Sirius was surprised. After his betrothal to the Malfoy heir fell through in such a shameful way, he did not think his mother would have stomach for their company, He vaguely recalled her raving a few weeks ago about the failure of a second betrothal to their cousin Narcissa, so perhaps she had visited to offer her condolences. Or rather, gloating under guise of condolence. Sirius waited for further explanation, but that was apparently all his father felt inclined to say.
All right, I shall go and dress then.
Orion nodded.
Make haste. I believe he will be here shortly.
As Sirius turned to leave, Orion mused.
He seems to be growing rather eager, does he not? You are doing well. Whatever it is you are doing to entice him, I recommend you continue.
Sirius inclined his head, departing quickly from the room to avoid further probing. No doubt Orion expected Sirius had taken his advice, and that was the reason for Remus's apparent vigor. Sirius wondered if it was even possible for his father to believe somebody might be interested in his son for reasons other than his beauty, fertility, or lineage. The thought gave Sirius pause, because he had just taken it for granted. Remus did not value him for those things. He felt reasonably safe in dismissing the latter too. Remus's betrothal had been born of necessity, and he seemed as uninterested in breeding as Sirius did. But Sirius knew very well that Remus found his appearance pleasing. He had known he was beautiful, desirable, from a distressingly young age. Just by the comments made by family members, the leering looks given by his previous suitors, he suspected it was a bigger draw than even the prestige of his name. For the most part, it had only served to make Sirius feel further like livestock under appraisal. But he did not feel that way when Remus looked at him. Even when that flush made it plain, it was an appreciative gaze. Because Remus had also made it plain there were other things of importance. He had considered Sirius's interests even before laying eyes on him. He was so reticent in those baser instincts. Sirius's mother had resorted to bullying a compliment out of him.
You look beautiful, Lord Sirius.
Uncomfortable with where his thoughts were straying, Sirius threw himself into getting ready. A glance out the window told him the weather was warm, so he chose loose trousers and a shirt with little collar, forgoing the tails for a light waistcoat instead. He brushed out his bed-rumpled hair, pinning his glossy black locks into his usual bun, but he did not bother with lanolin. It was a relief to be free from the stuffy evening attire that had begun to categorize their meetings. In many ways, this was new territory. There would be no subterfuge this time. They would be out in public under the sun, without so much formality. Not so little as when they visited the livery yard, but still. It was a good job Sirius did not have to truss himself up fully, because he had barely finished when the bell rang. He descended to the hall, but was surprised to find it empty. Through the stained glass of the door, he could see the tall, blurred figure of Remus standing on the porch. Sirius looked into the parlor, where his father was still sitting. Creature was nowhere to be seen.
You may answer it yourself.
Orion said without looking up from his book. Sirius hesitated. Was it a trick? But when his father only continued to read, he opened the door. Remus, who had been looking the other way, startled and whirled around.
Oh, good day, Sir, Lord Sirius.
Remus was also wearing summer clothes, a concoction of brilliant white and rich tan, shirt, waistcoat, and breeches, with buttons and cufflinks of fine gold. His face was a little flushed, faded freckles blossoming on his nose, as though he had traveled in the sun. The light accentuated the hue of his hair and the gold of his eyes.
No, not unattractive.
Sirius thought before he could stop himself.
Good day,
he replied evenly.
I was unsure. I thought maybe I'd arrived too early.
No, you are not early. It was just...
Sirius hesitated with his father in earshot.
Creature just appears to have gone walkabout. Were you waiting long?
No, not long at all.
Sirius dithered, unsure whether to invite Remus in or simply leave. He looked to the parlor again, but Orion gave him no acknowledgement at all. Was it a test of obedience? Did he wish to see if Sirius would still ask permission without prompting? Sirius decided he would play it safe.
Father.
Orion hummed, eyes still on his book.
May I go?
You may.
Orion replied easily.
Enjoy yourselves. Return for tea at your leisure. I will have Creature lay something out.
Remus looked surprised at hearing the Lord Black's voice. He took a step forwards, as though he thought he should enter and address him directly, but Sirius ushered him back out and down the porch steps, not stopping until they were safely outside the boundaries of the property.
What was that about?
Remus asked.
Just further manipulations.
Sirius grumbled.
He sounded strangely amenable.
Merely placations to keep me docile.
Is everything well? Where is your mother?
I am fine. She has gone out for the day.
Sirius was beginning to wonder if that was also his father's doing. Perhaps he wore a thoughtful look because Remus asked.
You do not believe it possible your father is genuinely proud to see you married?
Sirius scoffed.
If you knew him, you would not ask me that question.
I have no doubt he is encouraging you for his own selfish reasons, but you do not believe he loves you at all. In his own way, he is your father.
That means nothing. He is my father in the same way what is the alpha called in horse breeding again?
The sire.
Right.
Sirius said bitterly.
He is that to me. You do not know. Your father cares for who you are. Mine cares only for how useful I can prove to him.
My father also has expectations of me.
Remus gently pointed out.
But you are right. I am coming from a different place of understanding. I would not have you think I am defending him in any way. Perhaps I just wish to believe there is some small part of him that does truly care for you, as a father should, as you deserve.
Sirius shook his head. He had given up on such foolish notions years ago. He had spent so much time, so much of his youth wishing he could make Orion proud, praying he would wake up without this defiance inside him, this relentless sense the expectations placed upon him were wrong. It was only when Sirius grew older, gained perspective, as much perspective as one could gain while living in a cage, that he learned to resent the expectation instead of himself. Though it had helped in terms of getting through the days, it had also been deeply sad, because it marked the finality of hope, a grim acceptance that no, Sirius could not change, and his father would never be proud of him. No, he would never see Sirius the way he wanted to be seen. No, his father did not truly love him.
Is that why you requested we take tea in his house?
Sirius asked. Remus smiled.
This has displeased you.
What gave you that impression?
Sirius said dryly.
Did you think I would be excited to show you around my cage?
I would be happy to explain my thought process to you, but perhaps I may do so as we walk towards the park. When I invited you to take the air, I didn't envision lurking on the street within a few feet of your abode.
Cage.
Sirius corrected. He looked up and down the street, only just noticing there was no carriage.
Did you walk here?
I had James drop me off nearby.
Nearby.
Remus rolled his eyes.
He had notions of introducing himself to your brother. I thought it best.
Sirius huffed a laugh.
He is at the office.
I suspected, but James did not need to know that. He will be back for me later.
They set off down the street at a comfortable pace, walking side by side. It was strange to be out here on foot and in the brightness of the daytime. The cobbles were even busier, road heaving with horse and carriage, carts laden with goods and people both. He had never particularly cared for taking the air when he was with his parents, but with Remus by his side, somehow everything seemed much more interesting.
Perhaps they should meet properly.
Sirius mused.
Perhaps James could assist my dear brother in finally removing the stick he has had wedged up his backside for the past few years.
Remus laughed.
You do not get along? Yes, I got that impression when I first met him.
We used to get along. We used to be the best of friends when we were younger.
What changed?
We did.
Sirius said grimly.
In ways neither of us were hoping for.
Ah, he presented Beta.
And unfit to inherit, according to my parents. Even so, he did not stop trying to convince them. He threw himself into learning the black business, throwing himself at their feet whenever he could. When I was not so eager to lick their boots, he grew to resent me. He sees me as ungrateful, undeserving of my position. He does not seem to care how terribly that position affects me.
Remus made a thoughtful sound.
I met him only once, but uncaring was not the impression I made of him.
Did you not just say you got the impression we did not get along?
I did, but that does not mean he does not care for you. I do not think he would have agreed to pass my letter along, if that were the case. I do not have siblings, but I imagine a certain degree of rivalry is a given.
Sirius huffed.
There is rivalry, and then there is resenting me for a title, something I cannot help, and would gladly abdicate to him if I could.
Perhaps he does not resent you for your title. Perhaps he is only envious of the attention it brings you.
I do not want attention.
I am not suggesting you do.
Remus said patiently.
I am just asking how it may appear from his perspective. As their firstborn, I imagine you were the favorite even before you presented.
Sirius scowled, but as he thought about it, he realized there was truth in it. Recalling their childhood, Regulus had never been the name on the lips of visitors and family members. He had been treated almost as a nuisance, never paid much mind, never allowed to accompany Sirius into his parents' sanctum. As an adult, Sirius found that enviable, but how was a young child supposed to interpret it?
I am not sure I care for you playing devil's advocate with my family.
Sirius said sullenly.
First my father, and now my brother. Will you espouse my mother's virtues now?
There's little danger of that happening.
Remus replied coolly.
You are supposed to be on my side.
It sounded petulant, and Sirius was surprised by the sentiment, but he let it stand. Remus stopped walking, stilling them in the middle of the pavement. He turned to Sirius, eyes stern.
I am ardently on your side. I wish you to never doubt that I will always be on your side.
The fierceness of the statement took Sirius aback.
And what have I done to earn such loyalty?
Remus shook his head.
You did not have to earn it. It is merely right that it should be yours.
Sirius stared at him.
I am not sure what to say to that.
You may say whatever you like. That is what we agreed upon.
Remus's tone was almost urging, encouraging. Sirius thought about what he could say, what thoughts and feelings he may parse and confess, the ones that had been lurking inside him recently, keeping him awake. Except he did not like the resulting flutter in his chest, so he said flippantly instead,
All right, though I am sure you will end up regretting that someday.
Remus raised an eyebrow.
You may also say nothing at all, if that is what you would prefer.
Sirius laughed, the tension mercifully broken. They continued in silence for a while, though it was the farthest thing from silent in the bustle of the street. As they approached their destination, it only grew busier. The park lay in the center of a populated area of noble London, and it was unofficially disallowed for anyone else. If one of the working men that milled around on the road happened to find his way into the high-walled, immaculately maintained stretch of greenery, a policeman was liable to advise he swiftly find his way back out. As they walked along the main path through a stretch of lush lawn, ladies and gentlemen in their finest summer attire passed them. They exchanged polite nods, their eyes lingering occasionally on Sirius, as though recognizing him. When they did, their eyes would drift to Remus too, looking him up and down. Nobles had the uncanny ability to measure the entirety of a person, everything they cared to know, within the 5 seconds it took to pass them by. Sirius could imagine the scandal they saw, a commoner costumed in their uniform pretending to be one of them, perfectly paired with the uppity Omega who had ruined his good name and disgraced his house. A cautionary tale indeed. Remus did not seem to notice, or he did not care to linger on it if he did, looking quite relaxed as he took in the scenery, hands held loosely behind his back. Perhaps he was simply used to it.
Does it not bother you?
Sirius asked aloud, after another gentleman stared so openly he almost tripped.
Actually, I rather enjoy it.
Remus replied,
I find it reassuring. Should a day ever come when I blend seamlessly into this world, I will consider myself a failure.
You sound like me.
Sirius observed, thrilled.
One might think you were trying to impress me with declarations like that.
I would not try to impress you again.
Remus assured him.
I learned my lesson well the first time.
Sirius snorted.
No, you would not have arranged tea with my father otherwise.
Remus sighed.
Ah, yes. I said I would explain. Well, after we parted ways last night, it occurred to me we have been spending an awful lot of time on my interests and pursuits. I thought it only fair you be granted the same opportunity to share yours.
Pursuits?
Sirius repeated blankly.
I do not have pursuits. I am not permitted any.
I would like to hear you play.
Oh.
And I would like to see where you live.
Why?
Because it is where you live.
Remus said simply.
A cage or no?
Will I be invited to see where you live?
Of course. I would like you to meet my mother.
What a bizarre thing to want, Sirius thought.
I cannot show you my room. As lenient as my father has become, he will not allow that.
I know, I did not expect that.
Then I am not sure what you do expect.
Remus shrugged a little.
Indulge me.
Sirius exhaled gruff.
Fine, I suppose. But I would like to stay for a while first. I have never been allowed to linger here. My mother was always anxious to be moving on, and it was not so peaceful in her presence anyway.
Remus nodded as he looked around.
It is pleasant here, though I'm growing rather warm. Perhaps we might find a bench in the shade.
You have not been here before.
I have not. I sought directions.
Sirius pointed ahead of them.
There is a pond over there, with several large willow trees. We should find a sheltered spot.
Sirius led them through an alley of neatly manicured shrubbery, coming upon the large pond, a loose oval of water surrounded by paving and benches. Ducks and geese milled around, bobbing on the surface, harassing passers-by for food. They found an unoccupied seat in the shadow of a towering willow. Sirius perched a little awkwardly next to Remus at first, too aware of their proximity, his own body. But as they talked, he began to relax. Remus told him more about the scenery surrounding his childhood cottage, the more pleasant adventures of his younger self romping freely through the hills. It made Sirius terribly jealous, but he could not help but devour the stories.
When I was young, I used to climb an old oak tree in our garden.
He offered.
It must have been there long before civilization grew around it, because it was huge. My parents forbade me and would always try to stop me, but I was rather a wily child.
That does not surprise me.
Remus said, smiling.
On this one occasion, they were probably right.
Sirius admitted.
I used to climb so high I could see the chimneys of the house. I would sway with the wind as the branches did, and they were not sturdy branches at that height. If I had fallen, I would have broken my neck.
Did you think to become a bird?
Sirius watched the ripples formed by the curtain of willow branches dusting the surface of the water.
I think I just wanted the distance, to put space between myself and everyone else. They could not get me up there. In the end, my parents had the tree chopped down. I watched them dismember it from my bedroom window. I remember crying, screaming, banging upon the glass. I could not stand to go out in the garden for weeks after.
Remus was quiet. When Sirius looked up, he found him watching him sadly.
I know, it was an overly dramatic reaction.
He said awkwardly.
Not at all.
Remus said softly.
I understand completely.
Sirius saw Remus's hand twitch on his lap, as though he had wanted to reach for Sirius's hand. Swallowing, he changed the subject. The minutes evaporated quickly as the conversation flowed. As the sun rose steadily higher in the sky, the temperature climbed, and even the shade began to feel uncomfortably warm. Sirius swiped his sleeve over his forehead.
I never thought I would be eager to return to Grimmauld, but
No, it is definitely transitioning from pleasant to not so pleasant.
Remus agreed. His freckles were even starker now, the white line of his scar standing out intensely on his shining skin.
Were I not in polite company, I would like to. Well,
Sirius prompted.
I am not polite company. Go on.
well, I would like to change into something a little less stifling. I confess I find formal attire difficult, in many ways.
You seem to wear it well.
Sirius said honestly.
It appears natural to you.
Were Remus not already flushed from the sun, Sirius was sure he would see another blush.
That is kind of you to say, but it certainly does not come naturally to me. It is a skill I have had to acquire, and doubt I will ever master. On days like this, I find it especially difficult.
I wish I could tell you it becomes easier. I am somewhat used to it, but I still avoid it whenever I can, though there are small things you can do to mitigate the unpleasantness when you have no other choice.
Such as?
A playful impulse struck Sirius.
Give me your arm.
Remus blinked at him.
Pardon?
Sirius pointed to Remus's wrist. Remus extended it slowly to him, as though he thought Sirius might be planning a trick. Sirius grinned.
Here, look.
He undid Remus's fine golden cufflinks, cradling them safely in a palm as his fingers gently rolled Remus's sleeve up to his elbow. It was only as he was doing it that he realized the act held a strange sort of intimacy, a presumptuous familiarity in arranging Remus's clothes, his fingertips brushing Remus's skin as he exposed it piece by piece. Still, he could not back out now. Once he had finished one, he gestured for the other, and Remus did not hesitate this time.
There.
Sirius said, aiming for Brisk. He sat back to admire his work, Remus's slender but shapely forearms revealed to the sun.
A little better.
Remus rubbed at his wrists, now freed from the tyranny of cuffs.
It is, thank you. But will it not wrinkle the fabric?
Probably. Do you care?
Remus considered.
Somewhat, I suppose, but only because it will require my attention later. I will always care more for function and comfort.
Sirius smiled.
Then we are in agreement. Here.
Sirius held out the cufflinks, a little embarrassed by his tacky palm. Remus's fingertips tickled as he took them, slipping them into the breast pocket of his waistcoat.
Shall we go then?
Sirius sighed.
All right, though I still do not know what you are hoping for.
The return walk passed quickly, though it felt like a slog. Sirius could not deny it was at least a physical relief to cross the threshold of Grimmauld. It was always cool inside, a detriment in the winter but a boon in the summer, with its tiled floors and heavy drapes helping to keep the outside heat at bay. Orion was no longer in the parlor, and Creature was still nowhere to be found. but Sirius was in no hurry to seek either of them out. He was not terribly craving of afternoon tea right now.
Well, here it is. My decorated prison. What would you like to see first?
Whatever you feel inclined to show me.
Remus said. Sirius was tempted to say they may as well turn right around and leave again, in that case.
I suppose I could show you the garden. It is rather barren now, though. There are trees no longer.
For the next half hour, they walked around the ground floor of the house. It should not have seemed an intimate tour, as the rooms on this level were frequently used to receive guests, but Sirius had never had opportunity to explore them in this way before. He was not his mother showing off their latest finery, humbly boasting of their furniture and features. Remus did not seem as though he sought to be entertained. He seemed only inclined to listen. And so Sirius talked, telling him whatever thought or memory the rooms provoked. Naturally, a great deal of it wound up being unpleasant, but Remus did not shy away, though his expression did grow increasingly fraught. Empathy, anger, something else. Sirius could not seem to stop stealing glances at his reactions, despite the fact it was counterproductive to keeping his pulse in check.
Well, that is all I can show you without veering into improper territory,
he said eventually.
So what now?
I would like to hear you play.
Remus said immediately. Sirius hesitated. A part of him wished to say no, though he was still unsure why, but another even more inexplicable part of him wanted.
All right.
He led Remus back into the parlor, where the glossy grand piano sat angled against a corner of the room, so he may face outwards while playing. Occasionally his parents would direct him to perform for guests, which Sirius had always detested. Perhaps that was the source of his discomfort now. But Remus was not an agent of his parents. He was not here to judge him. Exactly what Remus was here for, Sirius was unsure of, but he felt certain it was not that. Sirius gestured towards one of the armchairs facing the piano.
Have a seat, I suppose.
Remus obediently sat. Sirius took his own seat on the piano stool, staring at the keys as though he had forgotten what to do with them. His mind was racing, trying to decide what he should play. Should he attempt something to impress, or perhaps just something Remus was likely to know? Would Remus have been exposed to this style of music at all, given his background?
What would you like to hear?
He asked, growing frustrated with his own dithering.
Whatever you like.
Remus said then.
Something you play alone.
Sirius's stomach nodded, but he knew suddenly what he would play.
All right, but do not.
I shan't.
Remus promised. Sirius drew a slow breath. Then he lowered his fingers to the keys and began to play. He was self-conscious at first, the melody a little stilted, but as the piece began to flow, filling the cavernous room, he felt himself sinking into it, as though he had no audience at all. His mind numbed, eyes only vaguely registering the movement of his hands, body swaying helplessly with the rhythm. It was a slow piece, somber, growing fuller in Sirius's chest the longer it went on. He felt his brow creasing, felt his movements becoming heavier as the music swelled. There was a sense of loss when the notes finally began to subside, trailing off towards the close. When Sirius struck the last chord, he was breathing heavily. The silence then was immense. Slowly, Sirius lowered his hands and looked up. Remus looked back at him, lips parted, eyes wide. He did not speak.
Well,
Sirius ventured, heart thudding.
Was it? What did you think?
Remus exhaled slowly.
I do not think my opinion holds much value, but for its meager worth, I thought you were exquisite.
Chapter 8, Clearing.
Exquisite.
The word lingered in Sirius's mind long after Remus had left, and he retired to bed.
You were exquisite.
Not Sirius's playing nor the piece, Sirius himself. Perhaps Sirius should have bristled, since it did not seem as though Remus were strictly complimenting his skill. But he did not feel like bristling. He was unsure what exactly he felt, but his body seemed determined to keep him awake until he discerned it. He could not get Remus's face out of his mind, the expression he had borne when the room fell silent and their eyes met. It was not simple impress, nor approval. Sirius would almost call it reverence, as though Remus had seen something which moved him deeply. Sirius had never once been able to lose himself in the music like that, when somebody else was present. Imagining what he might have looked like to Remus made him feel as though he was stripped bare beneath a looking glass. But there was also a treacherous, shameful little part of him which invited the exposure. the same part that had whispered he should allow Remus to watch and compelled him to choose that specific piece of music, the part that lingered now in his chest, a swell of nerves and something else. Hope, Sirius realized. It was hope, was it not, that perhaps Remus saw him, knew him in that moment, and wanted to keep knowing. After all, he had requested entry. He had walked right into the bowers of this dead mansion and looked without flinching. He looked at Sirius without flinching, with those shrewd golden eyes.
Exquisite.
Laid on his back, Sirius exhaled heavily at the canopy above. What was happening to him? Of the innumerable trials and hardships he had expected to endure in his life, he had never thought to prepare for something like this. The next 2 weeks seemed to pass quickly and yet simultaneously last a long time. Almost every day, Sirius's father would receive an invitation from Remus, requesting permission to escort his son on an outing. If it was the daytime, they would actually do the proposed activity. They visited the London Museum, wherein Sirius discovered Remus's fondness for history and his own interest in steam engines. They took lunch in tea rooms and enjoyed ices in the pastry house when the weather was warm. They drifted along the riverside, the same way Sirius had invented when they arrived home late, and whiled away hours in the park. It was wonderful. Sirius thought he had spent more time outside the house in a few days than he had in an entire lifetime before now. He tried to focus only on that, what they were doing and seeing, and not ponder over how much he enjoyed Remus's presence, how easily and naturally the talk flowed between them, how often Sirius found himself laughing. The fact he felt more himself than he could ever remember. Evening invitations were not so honest, but they made sure to always return promptly. Having learned that lesson well, the livery yard quickly grew to feel like a second home. Or rather, it took the mantle of Sirius's first home, because Grimald had never been that for him. He could not adequately express the joy he found in being there, not just for the obvious elements of riding and horsemanship, but for the simple normality of it. For the time he was at the yard, he was no longer Sirius of the noble and most ancient House of Black, firstborn heir, coveted Omega prize. He was just another person, no better or worse than the likes of Remus or James. His status was immaterial in whether he was considered capable or skilled, and irrelevant in how he was treated. James, in particular, held no reservations in doing away with all delicate treatment. The first time he covertly steered Sirius into stepping on a pile of manure, Sirius laughed so hard he cried. Then he made it his mission to return the favor, of course.
I did not realize I was minding children.
Remus huffed one day as Sirius tipped the mound of straw over James's head. They were in the barn, supposedly to organize and catalog the latest shipment of feed, but Remus was apparently the only one committed to the task. He sat on a stool, his hands occupied by burlap and paper. A mistake, since it left Sirius and James free to jest.
Could a child do this?
James asked, sticking his face over Remus's shoulder and pulling the most grotesque expression Sirius had ever seen. Sirius collapsed in laughter. Remus scowled, but Sirius could tell he was amused too.
I must have been mad to allow you to chauffeur me in public.
I am an excellent chauffeur,
James declared.
Right, Sirius?
You have not crashed the carriage yet.
Sirius allowed.
Still, perhaps you should return the position to Elias.
Remus suggested mildly.
Now he is back from his holidays.
I have already spoken to him,
James said.
He said he was happy to bequeath the job to me permanently.
And what manner of duress did you subject him to?
James clasped a hand dramatically over his heart.
You wound me, Remus. Here I am, desiring only of providing you quality service.
And remaining in close proximity to my brother.
Sirius cut in. James spun to him, mouth open in mock surprise.
Whatever could you mean?
Sirius smiled wryly.
I hope you know you are wasting your time.
Why? Has he said something about me?
I'm sorry to tell you, but I doubt he even knows of your existence.
James shook his head, a dreamy expression upon his face.
No. When I greeted him that evening, there was a moment. We made eye contact. He fell for me right then, I am sure of it.
Sirius snorted.
Regulus would sooner fall from a cliff than court the help.
Excuse me, the help.
His attitude, not mine.
James grinned.
So he is just as precious as you.
Sirius crouched slowly until he could retrieve the hardened nugget of horse manure he had sequestered in the straw.
Would someone precious do this?
He jumped up and tossed it at James, who shrieked and barely dodged in time.
Did you just fling dung at me? Oh, now you have done it.
He lunged for Sirius, attempting to dig his fingertips into the ticklish flesh under his arms. Sirius let out a shriek of his own, backpedaling until he hit the wooden partition behind him. James stumbled after him, falling flush against him, his face angled into the curve of Sirius's shoulder. There was a moment of playful struggle before James stilled suddenly, and Sirius heard him inhale. He froze. There was a weight against him, bodies pressed from chest to knees, and the warmth of another's breath on his throat. His own mouth was suddenly full with the scent of James, something like leather and wood oil, and alpha, unmistakably. Sirius's head swam with it, making it hard to pull away. Although strangely, he was not desperate to do so. It was curious, new.
James,
Remus's voice was hard.
that is enough.
James stiffened against him, then jerked backwards, eyes wide.
Shit, sorry, I did not mean.
I think you should go and calm down.
Remus said. He had moved from his stool at some point and was now standing close behind James, his shoulders stiff. James nodded quickly.
Sorry, chum. Got a bit carried away.
No bother.
Sirius managed.
I will just, go and do something else. Over there, outside.
With a final sheepish look at Remus, James retreated from the barn. Remus watched him until he was out of sight. Then he turned back to Sirius, expression grave.
Are you all right?
I am fine.
I apologize profusely. That should not have happened. I will talk to him. It will not happen again.
Really, Remus, it's all right.
Sirius said.
I know James is not a threat to me.
Sirius was surprisingly all right, actually. His heart was still fluttering from the shock of it, but he was mostly just disconcerted by his own lack of reaction. He had always expected he would find such a thing disagreeable, violating. But then, he had also assumed it would only ever happen under context where he could not refuse. Though he was wary of how overwhelming it had been, he did not think he would have been unable to pull away had he truly wanted to.
That is not the point.
Remus said tightly.
You should not have to feel. That is, I do not want you to feel as though you are any different from us. I want you to feel at ease here.
I do.
Sirius said honestly.
Truthfully, I have never felt so relaxed anywhere.
I'm glad to hear it, but even so.
The more attention you draw to it, the more significant it becomes.
Sirius said firmly.
Let us speak no more of it. Truly, I did not mind.
Remus was quiet for a moment.
All right, well, good.
Sirius studied his face.
Did you want me to mind?
Remus coughed.
I would never wish distress upon you, of course.
You are jealous.
Sirius realized something warm curling in his gut at the idea.
Well, as you say, the more attention drawn.
Will you not admit it?
Remus looked suddenly more certain.
Perhaps, if you lead by example.
What do you mean?
I believe you know.
Sirius's heart, which had only just begun to calm, decided it was agitated again.
What should I admit?
I would not presume to put words in your mouth. I will only reassure you that I should like to hear whatever it is you have to say.
At Sirius's silence, Remus suggested gently.
We may leave it there for now, if you prefer.
Sirius nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Remus affected a brisker air.
I, bought you something? That is, I had something made for you. I was waiting for the right moment to show you.
You had something made for me.
Sirius repeated.
What is it?
Remus gestured a little awkwardly towards the barn doors, and they walked back to the office together. Inside, Remus went to the bureau where Sirius kept his riding clothes, but he selected a different cupboard than usual. Sirius could not see what he was taking out of it. He gasped when Remus turned around and held it aloft. It was a riding tailcoat of deep navy blue. It was cut and styled in the same way as Sirius's current coat, but he could tell even from here the fabric was finer, and there was an emblazonment upon the left lapel. As Sirius came closer, he saw it was intricate silver stitching in the shape of the letter S, interwoven with a backdrop of familiar lines and dots, the constellation containing his namesake star.
Oh, Remus.
Sirius breathed.
It is beautiful.
Do you truly like it? I was not sure. I thought perhaps the black coat of arms.
No, it is perfect.
Sirius's mouth was dry as he reached out to take the coat, tracing the delicate stitching with his fingertips.
I wish I had something to give you in return.
Remus's cheeks were pink.
I do not need anything else.
This is just to wear in the arena.
It is yours, so you may wear it whenever you like. but I thought perhaps you might like it for our next outing.
Oh,
You have become quite competent on horseback now.
Remus explained.
Certainly enough that you need not be confined solely to the arena. I thought you might enjoy a hack in the woods.
a hack.
Riding in the wild. I thought it might make for a nice change, since we can go during the day, and we can pack saddlebags of food to picnic there. There is a clearing where we may sit and build a fire, if the warm weather does not hold.
Just the two of us.
Remus's face fell slightly.
You would prefer that James came along.
No, I was just.
Sirius swallowed.
That is, I'm happy for it to only be us.
All right.
Remus said quiet.
Very well then. I will send the invitation tomorrow morning. I will have James bring the carriage to the rear of the arena, just in case there is anybody here you may wish to avoid. I will also have the horses already tacked, so we should be able to quickly depart without anybody noticing.
You have given this a lot of thought.
Sirius observed.
You are rather a thoughtful person in general, aren't you?
Remus smiled ruefully.
For the longest time, thoughts were all I had for company.
Sirius dreamt vividly that night. He was on horseback, racing through a lush valley under a full moon, light of the stars diffused in gray clouds over the grass. He could not see where the valley ended, and he did not know what he was racing towards, but his breath was tight in his chest, as short as the panting of the horse, calf muscles burning as he held himself from the saddle, urging on. Then the valley was broken, crest of a hill giving way to a forest of towering pines. He could not see into the darkness between the endless ramrod trunks, and the unease was so sudden he almost tugged hard upon the reins, rearing back in tandem with his steed. But the scent of the woods was calming, persuasive, and it was all that remained once Sirius crossed its threshold, as he was plunged instantly into darkness. His horse was gone. His heart beat in his throat as he eased his way through the trees, arms outstretched to search blindly for each anchoring trunk. He still did not know where he was going, but there was a growing warmth in his gut spurring him on. The smell of pine and earth grew stronger the further he walked, until it was thick in his throat, overwhelming. He turned into a clearing, and suddenly he could see the moon illuminating the forest floor, a perfect circle of light above an equally perfect circle of lush, dewy fern. A man stood in the center. His back was to Sirius, tall and lean and broad-shouldered, but Sirius knew he was aware of his presence. Sirius dithered on the outskirts of the circle. He had been so desperate to find the source of the scent and warmth, but now that he was here, he was hesitant. He could not see what lurked amongst the ferns. He did not know if the man could be trusted. He did not like that there was no easy way back. The man held out his hands at either side of him, as if to call upon the forest surrounding them.
I had this made for you.
Sirius frowned. That was not quite right, was it?
You did not make it. It was already here.
The man shook his head, strands of hazel hair catching on the breeze.
I cleared a path for you. I made it our own.
But it is still dark.
Sirius protested.
I am still lost.
Did you not enter of your own accord?
The question was confusing, frustrating.
Perhaps I do wish to come to you.
Then why do you not?
I am afraid.
Sirius confessed. He wished the man would turn around and show his face.
What are you afraid of?
Once I step out, I cannot return. The trees will grow around me.
I will keep it clear.
Do you promise?
I do, most sincerely.
Sirius drew a deep breath, hearing it shake in his ears. He took a step forwards, stepping out from the shelter of the trees and into the exposed space of the clearing. It was not as arduous as he had expected, and so he took another step, then another and another, each one easier than the last. Until finally he was stood dangerously close to the man. Tension was wound through every capillary, but it was no longer strictly unpleasant. It was almost anticipatory.
Will you not look at me?
Sirius murmured.
Do you not find me beautiful?
Sirius could not see, but he was sure the man was smiling.
I might ask you the same question.
Sirius opened his mouth, but he did not have chance to reply, because he woke with a start. He reeled for a moment as the dream faded, remembering where and who he was. His room was light, morning. Then he registered the noise which had yanked him from sleep, the raised voice of his mother. She was not using the tone she took with either him or Regulus, so it must have been Orion she was speaking to. That was odd. His parents did not usually argue where they may be overheard, no doubt to maintain the illusion of an all-powerful united front. Curiosity piqued. Sirius slipped from bed and eased his door open, creeping quietly along the landing. Reaching the top of the stairs, Sirius was able to pick up on the words being spoken, so he guessed they were in his father's study.
How you can stand to witness this?
While Burga was raving,
A pure and noble black, our firstborn heir, debasing himself for that thing. Their children will be deformed too, I know it, barely fit to scrub chamber pots, let alone carry on our great name.
You are being ridiculous.
Orion's voice was calm, but Sirius could hear the tension beneath.
The boy bears a scar. That is not congenital.
It might be, for all we know. How much do we really know about them? They come from filth, Orion. They have filth in their blood. They will pollute us forevermore.
This discussion is pointless. There is no alternative.
There is an...
There is no alternative.
Orion repeated deliberately.
We have already been through all of this. Or have you forgotten? We have exhausted all other reliable avenues.
If you would only.
A loud bang echoed through the hall, like palms slamming upon a surface.
Enough.
Orion thundered, and the whole house seemed to shake with it. At once, Sirius was hit with the instinctive urge to shy away and duck his head. He barely raised his hand to his mouth in time to stifle his whimper. It was exceedingly rare his father lost his temper like that. He did not usually have to resort to such base instincts to maintain his control. He was quite adept in controlling people with his words alone. There was a tremendous pause, and then Orion's voice returned, low and dangerous.
I will hear no more of it, Walburga. Do you understand me? This is happening. Sirius has already begun to bend. Once the Lupin boy has mated him, there will be no more resistance. He will do his duty like a good boy, and he will bring no more shame upon this family, so help him. And so help you too, my dear, if you attempt any more sabotage.
You are threatening me?
Walburga asked, so quiet and meek Sirius had to strain to hear. It did not even sound like his mother.
No, I am merely reminding you of your place. I do allow you to forget sometimes, do I not? Perhaps I should not be so lenient with you in future. It does not set a good example for our offspring after all.
Sirius did not catch his mother's reply, but he had already heard enough. He backpedaled from the stairs as quietly as he could, palms still clasped to his mouth. He shut his bedroom door behind him, overcome for a moment with a mad desire to stack furniture against it. What he had just heard was so appalling he could not get far enough away from it. It was somehow worse to hear them at odds than it was to endure them as allies against him. Of course, Sirius had known, in a subconscious sense, that his parents could not truly be as equal as they might appear. Their marriage had been arranged, an Omega bequeathed to an Alpha, the same as every other noble. But between his mother's overt cruelty and his father's quiet domination, Sirius had not had room to consider what it might be like behind the curtain. Nor had he wanted to. He had not wanted to risk feeling anything approaching sympathy for the woman who made his life such hell. It was more palatable to let himself believe she had managed to claw herself a modicum of power. On some level, perhaps that had inspired Sirius's own defiance. Which is perhaps why he felt so sick now. He paced for an hour, trying to calm down. When Remus's invitation came, Sirius felt almost a dread, despite the fact he had been looking forward to the outing since its inception yesterday. After dressing and coming downstairs, he could not look his father in the eye. It was not much easier to look at Remus either. In the carriage, conversation was stilted. Remus asked if he was well, and Sirius suspected he did not believe the affirmative answer, but he did not push him further. Upon arriving at the yard, Sirius was confronted by Remus's meticulous planning. James had brought the carriage round to where visiting nobles would not see them, where Mooney and another horse were already saddled waiting. Once they were changed into their riding clothes, with Sirius in his beautiful new coat, Remus led them on foot along a secluded track towards the woods. The woods, which had always seemed imposing and out of place from a distance, were even more daunting up close. The trees were tall and branched together in a canopy that blocked out the sky. It was a sunny day, but it was almost gloomy in here. The ground was rough and ragged outside of the path which stretched ahead, curving and curling out of sight. Remus halted them once they were a few yards in. The back of Sirius's neck prickled as he looked around. There was an uneasy sense of déjà vu, as though he had been here very recently.
Well, here we are.
Remus said brightly.
What do you think?
I think it is a forest.
Sirius shrugged when Remus looked at him, attempting a smile.
It is nice, scenic.
The path goes for a few miles before it comes upon the clearing,
Clearing.
Sirius's neck prickled again.
where we may sit and have lunch. Did I not mention it?
Oh, no, you did, sorry.
It's all right.
Remus was frowning slightly.
Well then, shall we?
They mounted their horses, setting off at a walk side by side. It was quiet away from the bustle of the yard, only the twitter of birds and insects and the steady thuds of horseshoes to fill the silence. It was a new kind of freedom to be riding outside the narrow confines of the arena. Mooney was clearly happy to be outside too, ready and eager to break into a trot and then a canter at Remus's urging. The wind was fresh upon Sirius's face, the speed exhilarating as trees passed in a blur. It was thrilling to think it was not so long ago he was afraid to even approach a horse. At any other time, Sirius would have loved this with impunity. Eventually they came upon the clearing, a loose circle of bare earth where the path widened and spread. There were a few sturdy logs laid around a small ashy pit, indicating campfires were often constructed here. They dismounted, tying the horses loosely to a tree. Then Remus produced food from the saddlebags, sandwiches and meats and breads and cakes, all wrapped carefully in pretty packages of tablecloth. Sirius had no appetite, but he had not the heart to turn it down. He sat with Remus upon a log and wondered, with his father's voice still echoing in his ears, how long such care was likely to last. How long one could fight against what was so clearly inevitable.
The stable hands often rest here,
Remus told him.
when they are exercising the horses outside of the yard.
Sirius nodded, taking another bite of his sandwich. It was delicious, and yet it tasted like a hay bale.
Are you sure there is nothing wrong?
Remus asked tentatively.
You seem rather quiet, not like your usual self.
I am all right.
Are you not enjoying yourself? We may return to the yard if you wish.
He sounded so dejected that Sirius became angry with himself.
It is not that. Truly, this is wonderful. You always engineer such wonderful times for me. And that is precisely.
Yes.
Remus prompted quiet. Sirius sighed heavily. He placed the remains of his sandwich back in its cloth upon the ground, turning to Remus fully.
We may say anything we like, yes. Our pact of forthrightness.
Of course.
Remus said. He returned his own food to the cloth too.
Please do.
What happens when we are married?
Remus looked surprised by the question, but he replied evenly.
In particular.
We take up residence together. Then we
Sirius grimaced.
fulfill my obligation. Fine. I have made my peace with it as best I can. But what happens afterwards? What will a day in our life look like?
You may spend your time however you please.
Remus said like it was obvious.
You would not have me confined to caring for your child.
Will it not also be your child?
Sirius felt as though the wind had been knocked out of him.
Is that a yes?
No.
Remus said quickly.
I say that only to suggest we should be equals in child rearing, but neither of us need be confined by it. My mother will be happy to provide care when we cannot, or we may hire a nanny.
But what might I do instead?
You may work with me at the livery if you wish, or do something else entirely. I would not attempt to place any restrictions on you.
And when my parents discover I am still committed to bringing shame upon their family, I do not think we could hide my activities forever.
They would still concern themselves with such trifles,
Remus said incredulously.
even after you made such a sacrifice for them.
You are still shocked.
Sirius returned flatly.
I will never be free from their expectations, not until they die, and the threat of disownment dies with them.
Remus was quiet for a long time.
And what if you are disowned?
Sirius frowned.
Then I will lose everything. I will be destitute.
You will be my husband.
Yes, but they may still.
He trailed off as realization dawned.
You cannot mean to say you would.
At Remus's nod, Sirius felt his mouth drop open.
No, I cannot expect you to.
You are not. I am suggesting it.
Sirius could only stare at him. When he finally spoke, his voice emerged high, as though verging on hysteria.
Are you trying to rescue me like your horse? Am I a poor abused soul in need of charity?
That seems a little dramatic.
Remus said, smiling.
We will be married. To be married means to go forth as one.
It would make me entirely dependent. If you were ever to cast me aside.
I would never do that to you.
It is not that I disbelieve you. God knows you have been a paragon of sincerity thus far. But I...
How about this?
Remus said smoothly.
I will make you a partner in the business. Then, if a supernatural event were to occur, and we were separated, you would still have income.
You would do this for me.
Sirius said, breathless with it. Another thought occurred to him then, stealing the rest of his air for a moment.
If disownment were no longer a concern, then there would be no need to.
No.
And you would still. You have no desire for a child.
Remus hesitated.
I will be honest. I do not know what I may desire in future, but I do know I will not lament a child that would have been conceived only from obligation.
And if I never feel inclined of my own will?
Sirius hardly dared to ask it, but he had to know, had to.
Then I will feel blessed to have enabled you to stay true to yourself.
Remus said simply. Sirius laughed, stilted at first, but it quickly gained momentum. He knew he sounded crazed, but he could not help it.
I cannot believe you would require nothing in return.
You would not be giving me nothing.
I know the marriage enables you to inherit, but
That is not my meaning.
Sirius laughed again.
you are that enamored with the pleasure of my company. You barely know me.
I know enough to know we may be content.
Remus said. He reached out and covered Sirius's hand with his own. Sirius's laughter died abruptly. Remus's palm was large and warm. His heart began to pound with renewed voracity, as though it had long ago grown tired of waiting for this moment. But there was something else he needed to know.
Is this only circumstance? If we had met organically without expectation, would we still feel drawn to one another?
Remus raised an eyebrow. Sirius felt himself flush.
I believe I would. It is not your circumstances which linger in my mind when I think of you, though they are perhaps a catalyst for the things I most admire.
You think of me.
Sirius breathed.
You admire me.
Remus nodded.
I admire your strength, your fortitude in withstanding the burdens placed upon you. You do not let them weigh you down. If anything, they only strengthen your will.
The words made Sirius warm, but still he felt greedy.
I think I would prefer if it was entirely unrelated to my circumstances.
Remus chuckled.
All right, I admire your laugh then. You jest as though you have not a care in the world, and you could cut me in two with the sharpness of your tongue.
With their linked hands as an anchor, Remus shifted a little closer on the log, until their thighs were almost touching.
I think of your smile. I think of the ease with which we speak. I think that there is nothing I could not tell you.
Sirius's mouth was dry. Could this really be true?
There must be something you do not like.
Remus frowned.
I dislike that you would ask me that.
He glanced down at their joined hands, then met Sirius's eyes.
I dislike that you will make me pose these questions back to you.
Sirius exhaled.
You wish to know if I think of you too?
Yes.
Sirius drew a breath, catching another hint of Remus's scent as he did. A sharp tang in the back of his throat, sweet and sour at once. Like the wine in Grimald's cellar he was not supposed to drink. It seemed richer in the cradle of the forest. It was startling to realize he wanted to chase it, run it down like a hungry hound.
Yes, I think of you,
Sirius whispered, the confession bringing a strange relief.
though I mostly try not to.
Why?
I do not trust the feeling it inspires. It is as though I am a train upon a track, with no conductor, no control.
Remus's eyes were a golden brown, dark and focused in a way Sirius had not seen before. He seemed so close, all of a sudden.
May I kiss you?
Sirius's breath caught with how abruptly he desired it, but there was an equal stab of nerves.
You would ask permission to be improper.
That is not why I ask.
Then why do you...
Because my desires are not more important than yours. Indeed, they are dependent on them.
Are you saying you would lose all desire to kiss me if I said no?
I am saying my desire can only exist for somebody who is desiring.
Remus stressed.
I am saying that I wish you to conduct.
You require an active participant.
Sirius realized, remembering Remus's letter.
Yes.
Something shifted perceptibly inside Sirius, a sense of finality falling over him.
Then ask me again.
Remus smiled.
May I kiss you, Sirius?
Sirius was already leaning for it.
I insist that you do.
Chapter 9, Gravity. Sirius's first thought was that he did not know what he was doing. He had witnessed only a handful of kisses in his life. His parents were far from affectionate with one another. If his mother did not also disappear to her room for several days every 3 months, Sirius would be inclined to think he and Regulus had been immaculately conceived. After Sirius's first heat, The family doctor had been summoned to explain, in the most detached and clinical of terms, what was happening to his body and why. What little else Sirius knew of physicality had been discerned from glances of amorous commoners on the street and snatches of noble conversation. Nobody had thought to advise him in ways of intimacy that did not pertain to procreation. Why would they, after all, when that was an Omega's only purpose? Even the doctor, imparting supposed biological fact, had framed it as a burden Sirius must endure, the burden of his alpha's desire, the burden of bearing and raising his alpha's children. Nothing was spoken of Sirius's desires, or if it was even possible he may have them. Even during his heat, he was told he would only become more receptive, less resistant to being bred. It was never expected he should wish to seek any pleasure for himself, certainly not for its own sake. But Sirius's second thought as Remus kissed him, as they kissed each other, was that he did not have to know how. It was purely instinctual. His eyes were closed, and Remus's lips were soft against his own. Their mouths moved together, synchronized and yet separate, each of them seeking to learn the other. In the pauses for air, Sirius felt the warmth of Remus's breath against his face, heard the sharp sound of their joint inhalations, making his blood rush as he realized how affected they both were. He was held so tense he almost startled at the touch against his neck, Remus's hot palm cupping the curve of his skull, stroking his thumb delicately through the fine hairs around Sirius's ear, holding him in the kiss, keeping him close. Keeping him exactly where Remus wanted him. Sirius shivered, reaching instinctively for Remus, too. He took a handful of his tailcoat, clutching him closer. Their other hands were still linked on the log, and Sirius's fingers were starting to numb from the squeeze of Remus's hand, but he did not seek to free them. He felt wonderfully anchored, present, even as the desire swelling inside his body made him restless, like he wanted something else, or more, or both. It was the squawk of a bird which pulled them apart, both of them jumping as wings flapped loudly in the branches above. Sirius laughed on instinct. Remus smiled sheepishly back.
He was not enjoying the show, I suppose.
He should try the theatre. Obviously, he prefers dull entertainment.
I am thrilled to know my kissing is not dull to you.
Sirius's snickering trailed off. Remus's eyes were dark still, and his cheeks were flushed. Sirius's own face felt rather warm.
No, though I do not exactly have a wealth to compare it to.
Well, that is flattering.
I did not mean.
I know, I am only teasing.
Sirius grinned.
Have you had much practice?
Remus shook his head.
You are my first.
The revelation made Sirius's heart thud.
I thought alphas were. That is, it is expected that you will dally before marriage.
Remus shrugged.
Perhaps, but I have never felt inclined.
Never.
On the rare occasions I received interest, it was always made plain it would be a physical arrangement only.
And that was not agreeable to you?
It was not.
Sirius exhaled slowly.
So, how did you find it?
Decidedly not dull.
Remus said, looking at Sirius in a way he found incredibly provocative.
I should very much like to do it again.
Then what is stopping you?
Sirius challenged, his own voice foreign. His own body felt foreign with what it was making him say and do. Sirius had always thought that would frighten him, that he would resent the loss of control, but that was not how it was. This desire was inside him, not upon him, a part of him, the same as any other appetite. And he would not think twice about sating his hunger, would he? Their lips met again, and it was simultaneously heavier and calmer, the dam broken, the flood now assured. They only had to ride the wave now, see where the current took them. A hint of Remus's tongue against his own had Sirius warming further, less hesitant to push closer, until their thighs were pressed together and their chests were almost flush. He thought wildly that this would be easier if he climbed into Remus's lap and had to break away for air. His head hung forwards as he worked to level his breathing. The rich tang of Remus's scent filled his nose again, and Sirius was ducking his face into the curve of Remus's shoulder without thinking, drawing a deep inhale of pine and earth, and yes, alpha. There it was. However well Remus kept it hidden from the surface, there was no denying it beneath his skin. Sirius's head swam once more, but it was another level entirely to what he had experienced with James. This was not only curiosity, but an instinctual pull, something which resonated throughout his entire body. At Remus's startled sound, Sirius jerked back, embarrassed.
Shit, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Remus's voice was a little high.
I just did not expect it.
Sirius laughed helplessly.
Nor I. I do not know. Lord, I have no idea what I am doing. I am sorry.
Please do not apologize.
Remus urged.
You may do. That is, I wish you to feel as though you can.
You just smell good, and you can to me too if you wish.
Remus's eyes widened.
Are you sure?
I did not ask for your permission.
Still.
Remus.
Perhaps the incident with James had reassured him, or perhaps it was simply this new driving force inside him, but Sirius was not the least bit hesitant.
I want you to.
Remus's eyes drifted from Sirius's mouth down to his neck. Sirius saw him swallow.
I do not think I should.
Why not?
It's just, I am not sure how I will react.
Oh.
Sirius breathed. Remus was worried he may lose control, that the scent of Sirius would be so enticing, so intoxicating, he would have to ravish him right here and now, in the middle of the forest. The idea inspired a confusing rush of feelings, but chief among them was apprehension, Sirius's first instance of such since they began to kiss. He was not frightened of Remus, and he was not even so afraid of the idea, which was frightening in itself, but he knew he was not quite ready for it nonetheless.
Believe me, it is not that I don't desire it.
Remus said, as though he thought that the reason for Sirius's sudden quiet.
Indeed, I desire it far too much.
No, I understand.
Sirius said gratefully.
You are right. We should not get carried away here.
I would not normally be worried. I have never been one for abandon, but with you.
Remus raised a hand to Sirius's face, cupping his flushed cheek.
I may so easily get carried away with you.
Sirius exhaled, leaning into the warmth of Remus's hand. Lord, everything he had been taught really was wrong, wasn't it? Here was an alpha agitated by desire, who had an omega alone, inviting him to move closer. Yet he was still capable of rationality, still concerned for something other than his own gratification. If anyone had lost control over themselves in this situation, it had been Sirius.
I appreciate.
Sirius began, but realized it was not enough.
Rather, thank you for, well, everything really.
You do not have to thank me for anything.
Sirius scoffed.
Do not play the modest saint with me. You must understand the gravity of what you have done for me.
Remus smiled, a twinkle in his eye.
It is only a picnic.
I will dump the picnic over your head.
Sirius threatened.
I will feed it all to Mooney and have him return the remains directly to your office.
Remus laughed.
I regret introducing you to James.
You have freed me from a fate I thought inescapable.
Sirius continued, the weight of it lacing a strain into his voice.
I have spent a lifetime with this burden upon my shoulders, and you have just removed it. Just like that, it is gone.
That is all I wanted. I do not require gratitude for doing what is right.
Well, you have it anyway. Just try and stop me.
I do not think I could stop you from doing anything.
Remus said fondly.
Nor would I wish to attempt.
Good.
Sirius said.
So say you are welcome, or I push you off this log.
Please, no, I bruise easily.
Remus was especially attractive when he was jesting, Sirius thought.
All right, you are welcome.
Sirius nodded, a lump in his throat suddenly.
No. From the bottom of my heart, Remus, thank you.
And from the bottom of mine, you are welcome.
Remus returned. He leaned in again, slightly hesitant, but Sirius met him eagerly halfway. Kissing Remus could quickly become one of his favorite activities, Sirius decided. It was addictive to coax responses from him. A hitch of breath, a harder press of the mouth, a touch of fingertips, to learn and store away in his mind how best to move, where to let his lips and hands linger to receive what he liked best. To discover his own pleasures, how he liked to feel the sharp line of Remus's jaw under his palm and tangle his fingers in Remus's soft hazel hair. It was Remus who pulled away, laughing breathlessly.
All right, we should stop, or I will happily keep you here past your curfew.
Giddiness rose inside Sirius at the thought he would soon be free from his parents' rules.
When we are married?
He paused as he realized the idea did not inspire dread anymore.
I should like to come here all the time.
As often as you like.
Remus promised.
My mother is always baking, so she will be happy to unload picnic fare upon us.
Suddenly ravenous at the reminder of food, Sirius reached to retrieve his sandwich, finding it entirely delicious this time.
Will I meet her soon? I should like to see where you live, and also where we will be living, I assume.
Remus nodded.
For a time, until we decide on a place of our own, and you may meet her whenever you like. The sooner the better as far as she is concerned. She will not cease in asking about you.
Tomorrow's outing, then?
Sirius declared.
So soon.
Remus said brightly.
Very well.
They finished the remains of the picnic, fed and watered the horses, then set to building a fire. It was not cold, but Sirius had never done it before, and he wanted to experience it. Even in the winter, tending to the fireplaces in Grimmauld was strictly creature's charge. Remus had never had house servants. His parents had not felt the need to indulge in that particular element of nobility, and so he was knowledgeable in all manner of laborious tasks. Sirius could not wait to learn them for himself. He desired to be capable in all things, however menial. Perhaps in time he would forget he was ever a black. Only, he did not want to forget his brother. Surprisingly, Sirius found himself fretting over Regulus's reaction. No doubt he would be pleased to finally receive the mantle of heir, but he was still sure to be angry that Sirius had spurned his duty. By refusing to produce children, Sirius was essentially condemning their branch of the family to wither and die eventually, since Regulus was incapable. It was still beyond him why Regulus even cared. At another time, Sirius would have told his brother to go to hell just the same as their parents. Perhaps it was just that he did not like the idea of leaving Regulus alone at Grimmauld. Perhaps Sirius could talk to him, try to make him see sense, even convince him to take his inheritance and leave too, since the House of Black was doomed anyway. Lord, but that was strange to think. Sirius was still coming to terms with it. If he did not know Remus, he would not believe it possible. They whiled away the hours talking by the flames, and then exploring more of the forest on foot, letting the horses follow lazily behind them. When the light cascading through the canopy began to fade to an orange hue, they made their way back to the clearing and mounted again. Sirius enjoyed the return ride far more than he had enjoyed the journey there. He urged Mooney into an almost gallop, laughing as he and Remus raced each other down the track. They did not bother to dismount once they left the forest. Assured it was late enough, all visitors of nobility would have departed. But as they approached the yard, they saw somebody running towards them, frantically waving a hand.
James,
Sirius realized.
what is he?
Remus hummed.
Perhaps there is a problem on the yard.
James did not speak until he was close.
Get down quickly.
Why?
Sirius asked, but he and Remus obediently dismounted. James gestured that they follow with haste.
There is someone here, one of your lot. I am sure you will know him.
At this hour?
Remus said doubtfully.
Are you sure? Perhaps it is only...
It's the smarmy git, Remus, I am sure.
Remus tutted.
Mercy, what does he want? I thought you told him we do not permit riding after 6.
He is not here to ride. He just wants to show off his new stallion. He has another git with him. I told them it was not a good time, but you know how he is.
Who is this smarmy git?
Sirius asked. That description applied to virtually everyone in his parents' social circle, so he knew he did not want this person to see him here. James opened his mouth to answer, but as they came upon the rear of the arena, raised voices filled the air, echoing from the narrow alleyway that led out onto the courtyard.
Where has that lout gone now? Honestly, I do not know what I pay these people for. They only prove themselves incompetent time and time again.
Sirius felt his eyes widen. He recognized that voice. James looked sympathetically back at him.
Indeed,
Another voice said.
the nerve of him, telling you when you can and cannot see your own property.
This voice was familiar to Sirius too, but it was not even close to being as startling as the first.
Did I tell you about the fiasco with the hounds I ordered for last week's hunt?
No, but I may have heard something. The specimens were unfit.
That is putting it mildly. They would not be worth the cost to cull and feed to pigs. It took them 3 hours before they picked up a trail, and another 2 to hunt the fox down. They could not even do a decent job of killing the beast. I was forced to do it myself in the end.
Pathetic. But then again, what can one expect when dealing with peasants?
Believe me, if there were another livery within 50 miles, I would not be subjecting myself to this disgrace of an establishment.
Well, it does not look as though the lout is coming back. Should we find the horse ourselves?
Standing flush against the arena wall, Sirius, James, and Remus all tensed. Their horses grazed on the sparse weeds in the gravel, oblivious.
Do not be ridiculous, Rosier. I am not wandering blindly around this sty.
Well, may we go then? I should like.
Yes, fine. My God, do you think of nothing except your bottomless gut?
The voices began to retreat. Sirius slipped cautiously into the alleyway. moving until he could peek around the corner of the arena. His awful suspicion was confirmed upon seeing the long blonde hair of one of the retreating men. They were moving towards a carriage. The coat of arms upon its door removed the last of Sirius's doubt. Malfoy. Remus appeared behind Sirius.
You know him.
Sirius nodded, slightly nauseous.
Lucius was my first betrothal.
Him.
Remus sounded appalled.
But he is so unpleasant.
He is an alpha, and heir to a powerful noble family. Those are the only traits of concern to my parents. The Malfoys were always my mother's favorite. She was beyond furious when it fell through.
As Sirius spoke, a spark of unease grew inside him.
I heard them arguing this morning. About you, and our engagement.
She was imploring your father to call it off.
Remus ventured with trepidation.
I did not think so. I thought she must only be expressing her frustration, since it is not as though there is an alternative. My father even said as much. But now that I think of it, she seemed to be saying, insisting, that there was an alternative.
You're thinking perhaps she has found a new willing suitor.
Or an old one.
Sirius muttered.
She took tea with the Malfoys the other day.
But is that avenue not lost to them now?
Lucius is still not married. He was betrothed to my cousin until very recently. I do not know why they did not proceed, but I remember my mother raving about it a few weeks ago.
Then why was your betrothal not renewed then?
Sirius smiled ruefully.
I made quite a show of myself at our introduction. She will have to do an awful lot of groveling indeed to convince them I am worthy of a second chance.
There was a shout from the courtyard, and they looked to see Lucius berating his carriage driver. From what Sirius could tell, he was demanding she make greater use of her whip upon their pulling horses.
You cannot marry him,
Remus said quietly. Sirius shook his head in agreement.
Thankfully, my father seems equally insistent on that. He was most vigorous in shutting her down.
I am surprised he does not agree with her.
Sirius huffed, turning until he was leaning against the wall.
He is concerned only with seeing me mated and bred as quickly as possible. He believes I am beginning to surrender. It is not worth the risk of undoing that now.
Remus made a disbelieving sound.
It defies comprehension. They truly do not care for you at all, do they?
There was a creak and a crunching from the courtyard. They watched Lucius's carriage retreat down the gravel drive until it was a speck in the distance. Remus slumped against the other wall with a sigh.
I feel foolish. I should have anticipated something like this.
It is not your fault. Even if you had anticipated it, there was no telling when exactly he would appear.
Sirius trailed off as he realized the implication of his words.
Indeed.
Remus agreed solemnly.
And there is no way to guarantee it will not happen again.
You wish to stop bringing me here?
That is the last thing I wish to do. But I cannot remove Lucius from the yard. If it were up to me, we would not accept his patronage. It brings us nothing but trouble. But my father says he is too well connected to turn away.
Mr. Lupin is right,
Sirius said grimly.
This was just too narrow of an escape. I do not want to lose. That is, I cannot stand the idea you may be given to that.
I will not,
Sirius declared.
I would sooner choose disownment than take Lucius's hand now. Now I know how things should be.
Regardless, if they call off our engagement.
Sirius sighed, but he knew Remus was right. Even while disowned, his father would remain his alpha until Sirius was married, which could not be done without his permission. They had to secure the marriage before Sirius could safely tell Orion and Walburga to bugger themselves.
I suppose it would be silly to lament a few weeks of riding lost, when I may be free to partake for a lifetime soon enough.
Sirius said reluctantly.
I just hate that I have to.
I know,
Remus said softly.
You should not have to hide at all. Your life should have always been your own.
Sirius's heart warmed. He took a step towards Remus, closing the narrow distance between them. He did not know where the impulse came from. Perhaps it was the knowledge he could, that things had shifted between them, and this sort of thing was now permissible. Or perhaps it was simply that Remus looked like comfort incarnate right now, and Sirius was still reeling from everything he had done, how Remus had so drastically changed everything for him. Seeing Lucius again only made the gravity seem greater, reminding him of the future he had narrowly escaped. Remus looked a little surprised, but he did not hesitate to wrap his arms around Sirius's shoulders. Sirius sighed as he relaxed against him, resting his forehead on Remus's chest.
Is this all right?
Of course,
Remus said, his voice a low rumble under Sirius's head in his ears. His slender frame was soft and solid at once, and his arms were sturdy, surrounding Sirius. It felt good just to be held. It was not something Sirius had known much growing up. His parents were not ones for physical affection of this variety either. He and Regulus would cuddle up together sometimes, after one of them had a nightmare, or their mother was being particularly cruel, until she declared they were too old for such things, and set Creature to making sure they were kept apart. Remus was warm and he still smelled good, but it did not overwhelm Sirius as it had earlier. It was a gentler affection, intimate in a different way to the kissing. Remus's scent was calming now, settling the worry and agitation that Lucius had provoked.
Sorry to interrupt.
James joined them in the alleyway. Sirius reluctantly pulled away from Remus.
Just to let you know, I have untacked the horses and returned them to their stables.
Thank you, James.
Remus said.
And thank you for alerting us.
Is the smarmy git gone?
He is, thankfully. Still, we have decided Sirius should not take the risk in coming here anymore.
James looked at Sirius, who nodded regretfully. He made a scoffing sound.
Why not just feed the git to the hounds and be done with it?
I would be on board with that plan.
Sirius agreed.
It would be a satisfying irony after he complained about them.
He does spew some drivel. There is nothing wrong with our hounds.
Apart from the purpose they are bred for,
Sirius said, wrinkling his nose. He had known what occurred during hunts, but he had never had it illustrated for him so viscerally.
I know, it is not to my taste either.
Remus said apologetically.
But it is expected that we provide the service. I may convince my father otherwise one day.
Sirius smiled.
Surely you will not have to convince him of anything soon enough.
Remus smiled too.
It will still be his business. I will only take control after he passes away.
Oh.
Sirius had not thought about that, but it seemed suddenly obvious.
Then how do you expect to make me?
He will agree to it.
Remus said simply. Nerves curled in Sirius's gut. He recalled their introduction when Mr. Lupin had stressed the importance of a family enterprise. Would he really consider including Sirius, a stranger to him, just because he was marrying his son? Was it even something Sirius had a right to desire? Surely it was impertinent beyond measure.
You seem awfully sure,
Sirius said.
That is because I am sure.
Remus replied.
What are you two talking about?
James huffed.
Do you not know it is rude to exclude somebody from the conversation?
Remus shook his head.
It does not matter. He will tell you himself tomorrow.
Your father is coming here.
James asked.
No.
Remus said, still smiling at Sirius.
Sirius will be meeting my parents at my family home.
Oh, you will love that.
James told him.
Hope is a doll. She will not let you leave until you are 3 stone heavier. Lyle can be a little scary, but he is really a puppy dog at heart.
Thank you for that assessment, James.
Sirius was not sure how to respond. It was bizarre, hearing somebody discuss another's parents in such endearing terms. Thankfully, they were diverted by somebody calling Remus's name. They turned to see Peter approaching from across the courtyard, a distressed look upon his face. Remus sighed.
I will deal with it. You go and change.
Sirius watched Remus cross the courtyard to meet Peter, making short work of it with his long legs. He really did cut a striking figure in his tailcoat and boots. He was so tall he was almost lanky, but Sirius thought it rather suited him. His expression was calm and placating as he spoke with Peter, gesturing gently with his hands, drawing Sirius's attention to his long and nimble fingers. Sirius felt himself flush a little. He turned away, remembering he was supposed to change. But James stilled him with a touch of the arm.
Listen, I did not have chance to apologize properly yesterday.
It took Sirius a moment to recall what he was talking about.
Oh, no, it's fine, honestly.
Really, it was more than fine. Sirius could even go so far as to call the encounter with James a blessing in disguise. The innocence and ease of it had made for inadvertent reassurance when it came time to dally seriously with Remus. But he did not think he should tell James that.
I know I like to flirt and tease sometimes, but I would never actually.
I know, James.
Sirius smiled wryly.
I am not the black brother you have set your sights on.
James grinned.
Well, there is that, and I would also never betray Remus. I hope you know he is utterly smitten with you.
Sirius glanced back at Remus, who was now patting Peter reassuringly on the shoulder.
Yes, I may have discerned something to that effect.
There was a pause. Then James said,
I have been thinking we should go out.
Who is we, and go where?
I was thinking the public house. Me, you, Remus, and your brother.
Sirius snorted.
Regulus in a public house.
Why not?
He would attempt to have me committed for even suggesting such a thing.
Have you tried?
James challenged.
Perhaps he would appreciate the gesture. He must be bored out of his mind, working in that office every day.
Sirius did not expect the words to resonate with him. He could not recall the last time he and Regulus had spent time together, time that was just theirs at least, instead of a social engagement that was pushed upon them by their parents. He was not even sure if Regulus socialized with anybody outside of his work. Perhaps this was just the thing Sirius needed to reach out to him. Perhaps if his brother saw there was life other than the narrow corners of a noble black existence, he may be more amenable to leaving it behind.
I will have to persuade him gently.
Sirius thought aloud.
Perhaps I will not tell him it is a public house we are going to.
You could say we are going out to dine,
James suggested eagerly.
so he may get to know his new brother-in-law.
Sirius nodded as the plan solidified in his mind.
That sounds reasonable. It is a proper thing to do.
Let us just hope he does not turn on his heel and flee the moment he learns of the true destination.
He may very well do exactly that.
Sirius admitted. In the past, he may have even been worried Regulus would go so far as to tell their father. But those were also the days before Regulus would flout the rules to pass Sirius a letter, before he would express disapproval for their parents' methods.
But still, I wish to try. Besides, I have never been in a public house myself.
James tutted.
That is criminal. They are the life and soul of a borough.
When might we go?
How about tomorrow evening when you return from Remus's home?
I will be out all day in that case. I would have to ask special permission.
Sirius grimaced. He was sure to receive it, with his father's sickening enthusiasm. But perhaps that was especially fortuitous now, as it would dissuade him further still from considering his mother's schemes.
I will do it.
Excellent.
James said brightly.
I will make sure he enjoys himself, do not worry.
Sirius huffed a laugh. His poor brother had absolutely no idea what he was in for. Chapter 10, the poem. That evening, after Sirius had returned to Grimald, he stood nervously outside his father's study. He was fairly certain Orion would grant him permission to spend an entire day with Remus, but he would still need to take care he did not appear suspicious in any way, either by letting on there was an improper destination planned for the evening, or that he had overheard his parents' argument. He could not give his father any cause to doubt Sirius was falling ever deeper into compliance. It should not have been difficult, considering he may utilize his genuine feelings for Remus, but he should still be careful not to overplay his hand. If he behaved in a manner too out of character, even Orion may grow suspicious. It was a delicate line he must walk. He took a breath, reciting to himself what he was going to say one more time, before knocking gently upon the door. There was a pause before Orion responded.
Enter.
Sirius gingerly entered the room, finding Orion sat writing at his desk. He looked surprised to see his firstborn. It was rare Sirius willingly sought an audience with him.
Am I disturbing you?
Sirius asked.
Not at all.
Orion set down his fountain pen, sitting upright in his chair.
Come in and sit down.
Sirius obeyed, then spoke quickly before he lost his nerve.
I wondered if you might grant permission for an extended outing.
That depends. To what extent and where will you be going?
Remus wishes to introduce me to his parents at their home tomorrow. Then he was hoping we might dine with Regulus in the evening.
Orion's brow rose.
He wishes to make the acquaintance of your brother, and you have no objections.
No,
I rather thought the two of you were at odds.
he is still my brother.
Sirius said carefully.
It is proper that my fiancée should meet him.
And what does Regulus say about this?
I thought I should seek your permission first before putting the idea to him.
Orion's approval was palpable.
Very wise. Well, if your brother is willing, then I have no objections.
Sirius bowed his head, trying not to look too victorious.
Thank you, father.
Orion surveyed him for a moment.
Are you well? You look a little piqued.
Sirius was caught off guard by the question.
I am fine, thank you.
You are due for a heat soon, are you not?
Sirius felt his face warm unpleasantly.
I do not think so. It has not been long since the last.
That does not necessarily mean anything. A heat may be encouraged to begin ahead of what is natural.
Father, I promise Remus has not.
No, I believe you.
Orion interrupted.
Still, not everything is within our control. We are creatures of instinct, after all.
I do not think it is that.
Sirius said stiffly.
I feel fine. Perhaps I am just tired.
Perhaps.
Orion's icy eyes were heavy on Sirius's face, lingering on his neck. Sirius fought the urge to squirm.
Still, I advise you to remain vigilant. Take notice of how your body responds to him.
Sirius resisted his frown. Why was he only receiving advice instead of being scented for confirmation, or whisked away to his room, as he always was when it was suspected his heat was near? It almost seemed as though his father was, in actuality, not at all concerned with avoiding the scandal of a premarital mating. Rather, he was attempting to engineer it. Lord, he was, wasn't he? This was the extent of his father's determination to see him tethered, or perhaps the result of his desperation to squash his mother's meddling. Either way, Sirius did not know why he was surprised. It was not so long ago Orion was encouraging that Sirius allow Remus to scent him. Clearly, his son's virtue was no longer important to him. Orion looked thoughtful. He spoke almost to himself.
This is rather fortunate timing.
He caught Sirius's eye and continued.
That our families are making more proper introductions, since it will soon be time for your engagement ball.
Oh, yes.
Sirius had forgotten about that. It was tradition to hold a grand gathering halfway through the courting period to celebrate the love of the betrothed and the joining of their illustrious houses. In reality, it was little more than an excuse for each family to show off their wealth and rub elbows with the other's contacts. Sirius had always found it both dreadfully dull and terribly depressing, watching a couple who clearly had no interest in one another, outside of title and presentation, pretend to be happy. Still, he could not help but think it may be different with Remus, taking to the dancing floor together, milling amongst all those noble and important people, arm in arm, accepting their curt congratulations with private smiles upon their faces, all the while knowing they would not have to see any of them ever again from the moment Sirius proclaimed, "I do."
I imagine the Lupins will appreciate your advisement.
Orion continued.
I doubt they are familiar with the procedures of such formal events.
I will do my best to ensure they present themselves properly,
Sirius said. Orion nodded.
Excellent. Off you go then.
Sirius gratefully stood.
Oh, and Sirius, I would not mention any of this to your mother. She is rather stressed at present. She does not need to be bothered.
Yes, father.
For this, Sirius did not need to lie. The greater the distance between himself and Walburga, the better. In the hallway, he took a moment to compose himself. That went as well as it possibly could, he thought, even with the unexpected ploy his father had thrown at him. And it was just a ploy, was it not? Merely another attempt at manipulative suggestion. There was no truth in it. As Sirius had said, it was too soon. He raised a palm to his own forehead. No, he did not feel any warmer than he usually did. There was not that drive to arrange and burrow under his bedclothes, nor that telltale ache beginning to stir in his lower stomach. He could not deny there was a fluttering when he thought of Remus, remembering their dalliance in the forest, the heady scent of him. But was that not normal when thinking of? Sirius shook his head, irritated his father had made him question himself. He was still learning what desire meant, what it was to want, but he knew with certainty that what existed between him and Remus was more than petty biology. It was something Orion, and all the soulless rest of them, would never understand. He headed briskly for Regulus's room, where he found himself dithering outside a door once again. But he did not have chance to knock this time, as Regulus called out.
Yes, creature.
Afraid not?
Sirius replied.
May I come in?
There was a pause.
Sirius.
Yes, who else?
A longer pause.
Come in then.
Sirius pushed the door open, peeking his head around before edging inside. He had not been in his brother's room for years, but it looked exactly the same. Regulus's bed was pristinely made, blankets tucked crisply around the corners of the mattress, hangings tied neatly against the posts. The surfaces of his furniture were bare but for a single book on the bedside table. In the curve of the bay window, Regulus sat at his desk, turned in his chair to face Sirius. It was the only place which looked lived in, papers and stationery spread under the light of his electric lamp. He was still dressed in his day clothes, sleeves buttoned and cravat tight under his chin. Despite the fact his features were eerily similar to Sirius, both of them a dark-haired, sharp-jawed concoction of aristocratic beauty, nobody had ever said they looked alike, except for Remus.
You are still working?
Sirius asked incredulously. It was almost 11 o'clock. Regulus nodded.
A number of tenants on our west estates have requested grants of maintenance for their properties.
So
So I must analyse each case and determine if their need is genuine.
Why would they lie?
Is that a serious question?
Regulus asked flatly. Sirius smiled.
Well, it is not a Regulus question.
It was an old joke they used to have between them. There was a time it had never failed to make his brother laugh.
Be serious.
Regulus would say.
Only if you will be regular.
Sirius would reply. Regulus sighed.
You came to my room to make jokes. I am busy.
No, I came to ask if you would join Remus and I for dinner tomorrow evening.
You are being...
Regulus sighed again.
This is a genuine request.
Do you really believe I would bother with anything else?
I'm just surprised. I would not have expected you to willingly partake in something so proper.
Proper has nothing to do with it.
Sirius said, proud of how smoothly the words flowed.
It is only common sense you should get to know the man who will shortly become my husband. You are my brother, after all.
Your fiancé has requested this.
We are both requesting it.
Regulus studied his face. Sirius remained steadfastly neutral.
I should be glad to, then.
Regulus said. Inwardly, Sirius cheered.
Very well. We should depart around 7.
He turned to leave, but Regulus spoke suddenly.
You seem in good spirits. He is treating you well.
For a moment, Sirius wanted to talk to him. He wanted to tell his brother about Remus, the miracle he had found for himself, the future he was no longer afraid of, and why. But he could not. Not yet. Not until he was sure they were truly brothers again.
He is.
Sirius agreed.
I am to meet his parents at their home tomorrow.
Regulus hummed.
They do not live far. A modest townhouse. Far more modest than necessary, with their means. But it appears the Lupins prefer to live frugally.
Sirius blinked at him.
How do you know that?
After your betrothal, I did some research.
You did?
Regulus gave a small smile. He rose from his seat, stretching.
I think I will retire now. Until tomorrow, then.
Sirius smiled too.
Good night, Reg.
The weather was gloomy the next morning, sky covered in thick clouds of gray, though the air was thick and warm. Remus came for him an hour before noon. He pulled a deep inhale as they descended the porch steps and walked to the carriage, speaking wistfully.
A rainstorm soon, I think. I do so love the smell of the rain.
Sirius, who had awoken with a nervous coil in his gut for more reasons than one, was less enthusiastic.
I hope it does not start this evening. Regulus will be displeased enough with the deception, without adding a drenching on top of it.
I would not go so far as to call it deception.
What would you call it, then? A necessary evil.
James chipped in from the roof of the carriage.
A fond kick in the backside.
Remus offered a diplomatic alternative.
A white lie, perhaps, told only to provoke reconciliation with your brother.
Ah, so the ends justify the means.
Sirius grumbled as he climbed into the carriage. Remus chuckled as he followed.
I am not an absolutist. In this case, I believe they do. I am sure he will not begrudge you the fib once all is well again between you.
He banged twice upon the roof, and James spurred them into motion.
You do not know my brother. He is a master of holding grudges.
Sirius sighed as he slumped in his seat.
Perhaps we really should have taken him out to dine. It would have been less severe than this.
And also less like you.
Remus pointed out.
The truer you are to yourself, the more likely he is to believe you are sincere in your intentions.
Sirius could not help but smile.
You have rather a gift for saying the right thing at the right time, don't you?
Remus returned the smile.
I but try my best, though I still believe I make a better job of it in writing.
Suddenly a little awkward, he reached into his breast pocket, producing a piece of folded paper.
Which is why I...
Sirius sat upright.
Another letter.
A poem. It is nothing extravagant, just amusing, which came to me last night.
He blanched as Sirius immediately began unfolding the paper.
Oh, I would rather you read it later.
But I wish to read it now.
Sirius said plaintively.
It is just a little.
You were not so shy yesterday.
Sirius teased. Remus's blush was rapidly deepening.
Yes, well, that was...
Please.
Remus sighed in defeat.
You may do as you will, of course.
Sirius grinned. He opened the paper and began to read.
From my island I reached for him, but a lowly shipwreck, a cry of mercy across the vast surf. I thought he must be a lighthouse, for he shone upon my shore and beckoned like a moth with no reverence for horizons, a pillar of light calling home. And even as I clawed at the waves, I gasped to the heavens, please keep him safe. Let him remain an anchor, rooted rising from the earth like oak, and permit me to drown at his feet. I thought I must be blessed, for I found myself at worship in the ocean of the forest under that canopy of green a sky for the burning star of him, and I was blissful to be lost again, cast adrift, floundering in the great blue of his eyes.
Sirius felt almost breathless as he finished. He read it again, heart beating in his chest, trying to decide where to begin.
You do not like it?
Remus said quietly. Sirius shook his head.
I love it.
Truly, as I said, it is not the most technically competent.
I would not know competence in poetry if it hit me in the face. I only know that I love this.
Sirius laughed.
The word does not seem sufficient. Perhaps if I were also a poet, I would know better.
I think you would make a wonderful poet.
Remus said sincerely.
You are so expressive.
Sirius exhaled as he met Remus's eyes. He found himself scooting along the bench until their knees were pressed together. He placed a hand on Remus's slender thigh, almost trembling with his own daring.
May I?
Remus wet his lips, raising a hand to ensnare the nape of Sirius's neck.
You do not have to ask.
Desire was a strange experience indeed, Sirius thought, to be propelled forwards by a force that felt beyond him, compelled to behave in ways he never imagined he would. It was remarkable how easily it rendered void any negative assertions he had held before it came to him, that it was not something for him, that it was only an outside force, for which he had no use, or place, or want. Remus had made a blank slate of him. It was all new from this point onwards, and Sirius had naught but instinct to guide him. He made an involuntary sound of protest when Remus broke their kiss.
Oh, we are here.
Lord.
Sirius snickered, breathless. He had not even noticed the carriage coming to a stop.
All right.
Are you ready to meet my mother?
Remus asked.
Oh, absolutely. She will never suspect I have arrived directly off the back of debauching her son.
Remus laughed too, his cheeks a brilliant pink. Sirius had a mad urge to plant a kiss upon each of them. Remus's hair was mussed too, which must have been Sirius's doing, though he had not been conscious of that either. Sirius reached up, still grinning, to smooth down the wayward sandy strands for him. Remus hummed gratefully.
Am I decent?
Sirius nodded.
Exceptionally so.
They climbed out of the carriage, where Sirius found himself on a quiet London street, lined with modest townhouses. Remus's home was set not far back from the pavement, stone steps leading up to a small porch edged with cast-iron railings. The building was made of plain but sturdy masonry, uniform with its neighbors in every way other than its door, which was painted a cheerful red, and the flower boxes of white tulips which hung under its front windows. It was far smaller and simpler than Grimald, yet much more inviting. Still, Sirius found himself reluctant to enter.
Good luck.
James bid him as they ascended the steps.
He will not need it.
Remus responded.
I am not sure about that.
Sirius confessed.
I am nervous.
There is no need to be. You are perfectly delightful, so they are sure to love you.
Remus opened the door into a narrow hallway, beckoning Sirius inside. He was taken aback at how close the staircase sat to the entrance, requiring him to shuffle around Remus so he may shut the door. At the noise, there was an excited gasp from elsewhere in the house, then the rush of footsteps towards them.
Do not be afraid to turn down the food,
Remus muttered. Sirius did not have chance to reply, as a woman appeared at the end of the hallway, approaching them with a wide smile and outstretched arms.
Ah, there you are. Hello, darling.
Remus's mother was small in stature and build, making for a curious sight as she reached up on tiptoes to pull her much taller son into a hug. Remus had to stoop almost in half to hold her.
Ma, I saw you not an hour ago.
And your point?
She said airily, resting her hands on her hips.
There is an allotted time that must pass before I may be pleased to see my son.
Her attention turned to Sirius then, who had been watching the display with bewilderment. Sirius could see the resemblance with Remus now. A familiarity around the mouth and eyes, the same smattering of faded freckles, though her eyes were a lighter shade of brown, and her hair was lighter too, almost blonde, pinned in a simple yet elegant bun. Her attire was in the same vein, a gentle dress which lacked adornments and frills, though it was obviously well made and tailored just for her.
Now then, you must be serious,
she said, beaming.
It is so lovely to finally meet you.
Sirius stumbled to reply, jarred by her enthusiasm. Luckily, he was saved by the appearance of Mr. Lupin. Sirius felt another spike of nerves upon seeing him, remembering what Remus planned to ask of him.
Lord Sirius, dear.
He corrected, nodding to Sirius in greeting.
Oh, of course. Silly me. Apologies, Lord Sirius.
Mrs. Lupin bowed to him. Sirius hastily waved a hand.
No, please, there is no need for all that.
That is your title, is it not?
Mr. Lupin asked, tilting his head.
You do not believe in propriety.
Father,
Remus said warily.
Sirius is not.
He may speak for himself, Remus. He is a grown man.
Sirius drew a breath as all eyes turned to him.
Not for its own sake, I suppose. I do not believe I am entitled to greater respect simply because I was born under a certain name. I should like to feel I have earned my accolades.
There was a pause, but before Sirius could panic too badly, Mr. Lupin nodded.
Well said.
Mrs. Lupin tutted, swatting at her husband's elbow.
Honestly, Lyle, may we at least show the poor boy inside before you begin questioning him?
Of course. Please come in, Sirius.
He gestured to the door directly next to them, leading them all into a sitting room. It was more spacious than the house's exterior had suggested, but still nothing compared to Grimald's drawing room. The Lupins also took a different approach to decorating. Instead of tiled floors and fine wallpaper, the floorboards were exposed, littered with thick woolen rugs, and the walls were a washed red brick. Instead of stiff and squeaking leather, the furniture was wood which creaked upon sitting. Although surprisingly, Sirius found it to be more comfortable, for they had covered every settee and armchair in blankets and quilted cushions. But the most striking difference was the arrangement of the furniture. Instead of the fireplace being the centerpiece of the room, the seating was set out in an oval around a small tea table, so everybody may face one another as they spoke. As they settled onto a settee, Remus caught Sirius's eye, smiling and raising an eyebrow, as if to say,
See?
Sirius shook his head lightly in return. There was still plenty of time for him to make a disaster of things. As Remus's parents sat together on the settee opposite them, Mrs. Lupin said,
Oh, speaking of propriety, where are my manners? I completely forgot to introduce myself. I am Hope, Remus's mother.
I suspect Sirius may have discerned that for himself, Ma.
Remus said.
Hush you.
She took her husband by the elbow again, as though to present him.
And this wonderful ray of sunshine is my husband Lyle, though you have already met, of course.
Briefly,
Mr. Lupin said.
Under far less pleasant circumstances.
Sirius was not sure what that meant. He would like to think it was a slight against black hospitality, but perhaps it was actually a reference to the ill attitude Sirius himself had displayed that night. Perhaps Mr. Lupin thought him a most dreadful and petulant snob. He suddenly wondered what Remus had told his parents about him, cursing himself that he had not thought to ask.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Mrs. Lupin exclaimed, jumping to her feet.
I forgot the tea, one moment.
She rushed from the room, leaving another tense pause in her wake. Sirius could feel Mr. Lupin looking at him. He tried not to fidget, busying himself with being interested in the room around him. There was a portrait of the Lupin family hanging above the fireplace. In it, Remus was sitting with his parents standing either side of him, each with a hand resting on their son's shoulders. All of them were smiling, which Sirius had never before seen in a portrait. Anytime he had been made to sit for the black family artist, his mother had forced him to keep his face blank, scolding him for showing any expression. Every picture hanging in Grimald Place was more of the same. Relatives posing in proper and noble positions, grand and stoic like statues.
I am sorry I have not had time to come to the yard recently,
Mr. Lupin said.
Was the feed delivery all in order?
Mostly.
Remus replied.
We were short a sack, but their man assured me he would chase it down. He was most apologetic.
Mr. Lupin nodded.
It was not his fault. They have a new supplier. We should give them time to course correct.
It is not so much of a problem in the summer, anyway. The weather is still fine enough. We may make up the difference at pasture.
Sirius listened quietly. The passion they shared for their family venture was plain in how they spoke of it, and plainer still was Mr. Lupin's respect and trust in his son. He felt his envy stir again, acute and sadder now he was here in Remus's home, surrounded by such stark and undeniable proof there were leaves of a kind other than his own. It was hard to grasp, and it made Sirius angry almost, that this had been here the entire time he was growing up, that parents such as these existed. Perhaps it was naive, but Sirius could not help but think, if somebody had told his younger self he could wake up a Lupin instead, he would have found poverty an acceptable price to pay.
And how are you finding the yard?
Startled from his thoughts, Sirius realized Mr. Lupin was looking at him. He gave a wry smile at whatever expression was on Sirius's face.
Yes, I am talking to you.
Panicked, Sirius looked to Remus but found him smiling too.
It's all right. He knows you have been riding. He will not tell anyone.
There is no need to look so worried.
Mr. Lupin agreed.
The presentation of my riders is of no consequence to me. I care only that they are competent.
Sirius is not an employee, Father.
Remus pointed out.
I am well aware of that, Remus, thank you. But it amounts to the same thing, does it not? I am sure the horse does not know the difference.
They both looked expectantly at Sirius. He ventured.
Well, I am still learning.
Remus scoffed.
Please, you are unnatural.
He told his father.
Sirius is one of the quickest studies I have ever taught. He is already cantering with confidence.
There is he now.
Sirius spluttered, shaking his head.
In all honesty, I think I have only learned how best to not fall off.
Well, that is the bulk of the sport,
Mr. Lupin said, chuckling.
The rest is only drapes. So you are finding yourself enjoying this lifestyle.
Yes, sir.
Sirius said immediately.
Very much so. I cannot thank you enough for permitting it.
Come now, there is no need for sir. Call me Lyle, please.
Sirius was still processing that when Mrs. Lupin re-entered the room.
Here we are.
She was carrying a large tray, and it was plain she had brought much more than tea. When she placed it upon the table, Sirius saw all manner of baked delicacies, presented neatly upon willow-patterned plates. Remus leaned forwards to inspect them.
Where did all this come from? Did you make these within the hour I was gone?
Perhaps I did. Perhaps I did not.
She said.
Perhaps you should mind your own business.
She grinned when Sirius could not hold back a laugh.
Here, Sirius dear, have some tea and help yourself to anything you fancy.
Sirius was still feeling a little on edge for much appetite, but he did not like the idea of disappointing Mrs. Lupin, so he accepted the offered cup and plate. It turned out to be a boon when it kept his hands and mouth busy, so he may do more listening and less talking. Mrs. Lupin was dreadfully curious about him, asking all manner of innocent questions about his family and lifestyle, and it was difficult to answer in equally innocent ways that would not baffle and appall her, as the truth surely would, with somebody so impossibly pure. Sirius was embarrassed to even be in her presence. Mercifully, Remus seemed to sense his discomfort, chipping in often with gentle answers and diversions, and despite it all, for all Sirius's shame and envy and sadness, he never wanted it to end.
You have a beautiful home, Mrs. Lupin.
He offered, when he did not wish to say he could not eat anymore. It was Mrs. Lupin's turn to wave a dismissive hand.
If you are serious, then I am Hope, please, and thank you, dear. I do my best to keep it presentable, though I am sure it is nothing compared to your own.
I much prefer it here,
Sirius said honestly.
Well, aren't you sweet? In that case, I feel very hopeful you will be pleased with your room.
Sirius stilled.
My room.
Her brow rose.
Oh, has Remus not?
I was going to.
Remus said, he explained.
Ma has already made up the room for you, for when we stay here.
Oh,
Sirius said.
As I said, I am sure it is more modest than you are used to,
Hope said apologetically.
but it should have everything you need to be comfortable, at least until you and Remus find a place of your own.
It took Sirius a moment to reply, his voice emerging thin.
no, I'm sure it is, thank you.
She beamed.
Why don't you show him, Remus?
I will take you.
Mr. Lupin said, rising from his seat.
I wish to speak with you anyway.
Sirius hesitated, nerves flooding him again, but after a reassuring look from Remus, he followed Mr. Lupin back into the hallway. He led Sirius up the creaking staircase onto a narrow landing lined with several weathered wooden doors. Mr. Lupin gestured to the one nearest to them, pushing it open and standing aside so Sirius may look. It was indeed a modest room, a bed with no canopy, minimal furniture, and a simple desk beneath a small window, but the bedclothes looked plush and soft, covered by a red blanket which looked hand-knitted. The drapes were thick and heavy, folded like winter scarves, and every surface Sirius could see looked pristine, not a scrap of dust to hint the room was ever neglected for more than a day or so. Even while stood in the doorway, it felt very welcoming.
The ablutions are shared, I'm afraid,
Mr. Lupin said.
No,
Sirius said.
I mean, that is fine.
We have electricity at least, and the wood burners downstairs do a fair enough job of warming the house during the winter, but I dare say it will still seem like a downgrade to you.
That is not possible.
Sirius said without thinking. Mr. Lupin was quiet for a moment.
Remus has told me of your plan.
Sirius must have looked alarmed, because he made a soothing sound.
It's all right. I have no designs towards stopping you. In fact, now I also know of your circumstances. I believe you are doing the right thing.
The relief was almost cathartic.
You do, truly.
Mr. Lupin nodded.
I am under no illusions about noble culture. Nor was I when I brokered your betrothal. I expected we may have to endure a degree of pomp as payment for such an illustrious match. But your family, forgive me, but they are a level of severity I have not encountered before.
Sirius huffed a laugh.
No forgiveness needed.
I expect you held some resentment towards me,
Mr. Lupin continued.
but I will not apologize for the betrothal. You may call me self-interested if you wish, and perhaps that is true. I was willing to submit to tradition if it meant the preservation of our livelihood. But in regards to the person who would match with my son, I never felt any guilt. There was never a doubt in my mind Remus would prove a boon to anyone lucky enough to wed him.
It was such a forthright and unrepentant declaration. Sirius did not know how to respond.
And it seems I have even less cause to apologize now.
Sir.
Mr. Lupin tutted.
Lyle, Sirius, please.
He wandered into the bedroom, his hands clasped behind his back, much the same way Remus often did.
If we are to be family, it seems rather improper to abide by such formality, and most certainly if we are to be partners.
Sirius felt as though he skipped a breath.
Partners.
In the business. So you may embrace your disownment with impunity.
Lyle turned back to him, brow raised.
That was the plan, was it not?
I will, Remus suggested.
And I said yes.
You did.
I did.
Sirius made a sound of disbelief before he could stop himself, almost a snort. He slapped a hand over his mouth.
Lord, I apologize.
Lyle chuckled.
Come now, speak your mind. Remus has led me to believe you are the furthest thing from a shrinking violet.
I am not often accused of that, no.
Sirius admitted.
But it is a little different in a house that is not your own.
It will be yours soon enough, and this house does not punish honesty. So say whatever it is you would like to say, it will be good practice.
Sirius inhaled slowly.
Why would you agree so easily? Not that I wish to talk you out of it, but...
You make my son happy.
Lyle said simply, like that was reason enough. When Sirius only blinked at him, he continued.
I am also not devoid of conscience, but if neither of those reasons satisfy, you may be assured I am expecting you to prove yourself useful. Remus tells me you are not afraid of hard work. I should like you to demonstrate that to me.
Sirius nodded eagerly.
I will. I shall. I thank you. I cannot begin to thank you.
You just did, I think.
Lyle said, smiling.
Come, let us rejoin the others. I think I hear Hope returning from the kitchen. I hope you have made room for more nourishment in the 10 minutes we have been gone.
The rest of the day passed in an exhilarating blur. When it was finally time to leave, Sirius experienced for the first time what it was to feel reluctance to depart from a family home. Hope hugged Remus goodbye, and after giving him a hopeful smile, Sirius allowed her to embrace him too. It was a little awkward at first. He could not decide where to put his hands, but she was soft and warm and unrelenting, and Sirius soon found himself melting into the hug. He felt strangely vulnerable when they pulled apart, as though he might tear up at the slightest provocation. There was a profound sense of the surreal when the Lupin's red door finally shut behind them. It was still muggy and cloudy outside, and gloomier now, the afternoon was wearing on. James was sprawled and snoring on top of the carriage, but he jerked awake when Sirius pulled the door open, scrambling to peer over the edge.
How was it?
Sirius could only nod. It was too many things to encapsulate into a single adjective.
Told you.
James said smugly.
How many cakes did you eat?
Too many.
James laughed.
It is a good job we are not actually going out to dine then.
Oh shit.
With the overwhelm of the day, Sirius had forgotten there was still an entire evening ahead. An evening where, assuming Regulus did not leave immediately upon reveal of Sirius's trickery, he must ask for his brother's blessing on the scheme of betrayal he had concocted. Sirius's stomach churned. He groaned as he leant his forearms against the carriage, feeling almost as though he may revisit the cakes.
It will be fine,
Remus soothed, rubbing a palm in wide circles over Sirius's back. The casual care of the touch made Sirius's heart flutter, even through his nausea.
You will see. He is your brother. I am certain he does not wish to lose you.
Of course you have faith in the bonds of family,
Sirius grumbled.
when that is the home you grew up in.
I grew up in a cottage.
Remus said innocently.
We did not move here until I was teenaged.
I will hurt you.
Sirius promised, but he let Remus help him into the carriage. He slumped against the bench as they began to move, wincing at the rattling of wheels.
You found my parents agreeable then?
Remus asked. Sirius scoffed.
Oh, shut up. You know full well how I found them. God, but I understand so much more about you now.
Oh yes.
The odd things about you, which a difference in class could not explain.
You think I am odd?
In a strictly positive way.
Sirius assured him.
Your willingness to be forthright. Your lack of adherence to what is considered normal. I was always bewildered by it, but of course you would not think twice about it when such things were unremarkable in your household.
He sighed heavily.
I will just say it. I have been thinking it all day. I'm terribly jealous.
Remus scooted close and took his hand, pressing a kiss to the back of it.
There is no need to be jealous. It will be your household too, soon enough.
Sirius smiled helplessly.
Your father said almost exactly the same thing.
He told you about the yard.
He did. I'm still processing it.
Remus looked smug.
Did I not tell you he would agree?
Yes, but it held more impact coming from him, strangely enough.
Sirius shook his head.
I still cannot believe this. I do not know what I have done to deserve it all.
Everything.
Remus said simply.
You have done everything.
Sirius's breath caught. He turned to Remus, reaching up to cup his face. It was getting ever easier to touch him, the hesitance between impulse and deed shrinking with each instance of it, with how readily Remus always welcomed him.
You are my savior,
Sirius told him, stroking his thumb over the scar that cut across Remus's cheek.
Do you know that?
Remus did not answer with words, but he covered Sirius's hand with his own, holding his eyes as he pressed another kiss into his palm. Back at Grimald, they exchanged short goodbyes while they went their separate ways to change for the evening. Sirius did not see Regulus as he made his way to his room, but his nerves ramped ever higher. Why had he ever thought this was a good idea? Regulus despised informality, especially of this ilk. He would take one look at the public house, demand to know what Sirius had been thinking, then run screaming in the other direction. Or else run home to tell their parents. But Regulus was also highly intelligent, Sirius reasoned. He would know that these were all things Sirius had considered. He would know how nervous Sirius was, how much he had to lose, and yet see him doing this anyway. That Sirius was putting everything on the line for Regulus could only lead his brother to conclude he cared for him deeply. Surely that would move him towards sympathy and understanding. Or perhaps that was all just soothing nonsense, and Sirius's world was actually about to crumble. 7 o'clock came, and Sirius descended to the hall. Regulus was already there, prompt as always, adorned in severely formal attire. He raised an eyebrow upon seeing Sirius, who had dressed himself as casually as he could, while still seeming as though they were going where he had said they were going.
Well, you have certainly gone all out.
Sirius shrugged, trying to look nonchalant.
It is not an overly sophisticated restaurant.
I suppose I was not worth the effort.
Regulus remarked, but he did not seem truly offended. Sirius would take that as a good sign.
I wish I had thought to ask. Now I feel overdressed.
It is fine.
There was a pause. Sirius could feel Regulus looking at him.
Are you all right? You look a little...
Ah, the carriage is here.
Sirius opened the door and beckoned Regulus onto the porch. Regulus continued to look at him as they moved outside, but Sirius kept his eyes on the carriage ahead. As they approached, Remus stepped out to meet them.
My Lord Regulus.
He greeted, bowing deeply.
It is a pleasure to see you again.
Regulus inclined his head.
Mr. Lupin, I trust you will not attempt to slip me any more letters over the course of the evening.
I shall try and resist the temptation.
Remus agreed.
Speaking of temptation,
James announced. He climbed down from the carriage roof, landing with a sunny smile in front of Regulus.
Good evening. It is also a pleasure for me to see you again.
He attempted a bow, but it was far too low and clumsy. Sirius could not help but cringe. He should have told James to resist the flirting until they had successfully convinced Regulus to stay at the public house.
And you are?
Regulus inquired blandly.
James,
said James, straightening up with a tip of the hat.
At your service.
The service of carriage driving.
If you like, but I am versatile. I have many skills.
Regulus raised an eyebrow.
Though social decorum is not one of them, apparently.
Reg, James is just...
Sirius began, but James cut him off.
No, you're right.
When it comes to social matters, I have dedicated my efforts to areas other than decorum, it is true.
Such as,
Well, courtship for one.
for one,
Regulus echoed.
as in you caught yourself, since there are no other candidates.
James grinned.
I meant to say, it is only one area of many in which I have achieved masterful skill. I should be happy to prove it to you, if you like.
I wager my standards of proof are far higher than you were expecting.
Regulus said dryly, making James cackle in delight. Sirius watched the scene unfolding before him with bewilderment. He did not expect his brother would entertain even a conversation with James, let alone exchange playful barbs with him. Remus's expression was equally bemused.
Well then, shall we?
I trust you know the way.
Regulus asked James.
Surely do.
James winked before turning back to the carriage.
I promise I will get you there safely.
Regulus rolled his eyes, but he seemed almost amused as he climbed into the carriage, which was even more bizarre. Sirius followed him, taking his usual spot by the far window, opposite Regulus. Remus was the last one in, shutting the door and banging upon the roof to set them moving. Attention engulfed them as they sat in the sound of wheels and cobbles. It was strange to have another person in here with them, almost like an intrusion. Regulus's presence loomed large, but Sirius was distracted from his nerves by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Perhaps it should have been reassuring, a sign Regulus may be more amenable than initially assumed. Instead, Sirius was oddly irked.
Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Remus finally offered. Regulus nodded.
Thank you for inviting me.
When did you become so at ease with the common man?
Sirius asked, and it sounded far more accusatory than he intended.
I have never heard you speak like that before.
Regulus frowned.
You have not heard me speak, not to anybody outside of the family.
I did not think you would deign to.
Dane, what sort of pompous fool do you take me for?
Sirius snorted.
Do you really wish me to answer that?
Regulus bristled.
Unlike you, I have had to work. I deal with people of all classes every day. I do not have the luxury of...
Unlike, I was not allowed to work, because your precious family.
Oh, my family is it now? Only mine. You have divorced yourself from us already.
Sirius quickly shut his mouth. Did Regulus know? Had he guessed what they were planning to do that?
I am sure Sirius did not mean any offense.
Remus said tentatively.
Indeed, an argument is the last thing he wanted. He has invited you here to make amends.
Amends.
Regulus looked sharply at Sirius.
You have been discussing our relationship with others.
Remus is not others.
Sirius snapped.
And you cannot.
Sirius.
The carriage was juddering to a halt. Regulus was looking out the window, expression morphing into something between confusion and horror.
Why in hell have you brought me to a public house?
Chapter 11, The Black Dog.
That should not be overly hard to discern, I should think.
Sirius said coolly.
I do not understand.
Regulus said, and the hurt in his eyes startled Sirius, quelling his anger.
Is this mockery? You make me believe you wish to, but then you do this. Why? Spite.
No, it is not spite at all, Reg.
Then what?
I just wanted. I hope that perhaps.
Sirius made a noise of frustration.
May I try and explain?
Remus offered gently. At Sirius's grateful nod, Remus bowed his head.
My Lord Regulus, we apologize for the deception, but we swear there is no ill intent behind it. Quite the contrary. Sirius wishes to reconcile the illness between you.
Regulus snorted.
Well, this is a strange way of going about it.
I do not think Sirius will deny that.
Remus allowed.
In part, I believe the strangeness was the point.
What does that mean?
Well, he is aware he is risking much in bringing you here.
Reg.
Sirius tried again.
I wish us to be brothers again. I wish us to be the way that we were. I thought, if I showed you, I was willing to be honest with you.
By lying to me.
By being myself.
Sirius stressed.
By attempting to share my life with you.
Regulus folded his arms.
So this is your life now. This is the kind of dissolution I helped facilitate when I passed that letter along.
He glared at Remus.
I suppose I should not be surprised, though despite your lack of breeding, I at least thought you were a respectable man.
Don't you dare speak to Remus like that.
Sirius snapped, temper flaring again.
He is the first person I have met who has treated me with anything even approaching respect.
By encouraging you to frolic with degenerate drunkards.
By allowing me to go where I wish and do as I please.
Sirius sprung to his feet, cursing when the low roof of the carriage forced him to sit back down.
By treating me as a person with my own will, instead of an object to be used and destroyed without regard, the way you and our parents have always treated me.
Regulus recoiled as though struck.
You think I would see you destroyed? Then why would I have given you that letter? Why would I be encouraging this match, when I think it plain it is the best chance you have at finding contentment?
Then what is the problem?
Sirius demanded.
Why are you being this way now?
Regulus sighed harshly.
Because you were never able to acknowledge your privileges, Sirius. Nothing is ever good enough for you. How many people in our circles do you think genuinely care for the person they will be married to? How many are permitted the freedoms you enjoy? One would think you would be a little more grateful.
Of course I am.
Grateful people do not gamble with the gifts they have been given. They do not risk everything for cheap and sordid thrills.
It is not about a thrill,
Sirius said scathingly.
And where do you find the gall to be offended? I am exercising freedom. You knew Remus and I were not courting in the traditional manner. By your own admission, you encouraged it.
Regulus shook his head, lip curling as he looked out the window.
I did not think it would be something like this. This is just ridiculous, foolish. And as I recall, I told you I did not wish to know what you were actually doing. Now I will be just as culpable when the truth is discovered.
You are worried about father.
Sirius realized.
That is the problem.
Regulus huffed.
The fact you do not also consider it your problem is.
No, I mean.
Sirius laughed, hardly daring to feel relieved.
I thought you were, that this beratement was on his behalf, but it turns out our worry is shared.
Regulus sighed again.
I told you I do not mean to berate you. I just do not understand you sometimes. If you are truly worried, then why are you taking these risks?
You will not find out.
Sirius said evenly as he could, trying to keep his true thoughts from showing on his face. Not before it does not matter anyway.
Not unless you tell him.
Regulus gave him a hard look.
You know I will not. But even so, I do not understand why you would take that risk either. Really, why am I here, Sirius?
Sirius considered, trying to decide which order of words his brother would best hear.
You took a risk when you passed me that letter, because something inside you knew it was what I needed. You knew I needed that liberty in my life, and you took the risk to give it to me, despite it not making sense to you.
Regulus was quiet. Sirius continued.
I would very much like for it to make sense to you, because I think that is the thing keeping us apart, and what will bring us back together.
And this place aids in that. How?
Because I think I am beginning to understand you too,
Sirius said quietly.
And I think you need to see that there is a whole world outside of the Black Office, outside of our family.
Regulus still looked doubtful as he glanced again out of the window.
I am sure there are plenty of places in the world I would rather avoid.
Sirius could not help but smile.
It is a public house, Reggie, not an opium brothel. People gather to drink and socialize. It is all very civilized.
You speak from extensive experience.
Sirius shook his head.
This is my first time also.
He felt his smile grow at Regulus's obvious surprise.
Are you afraid to go inside?
Regulus scoffed.
Spare me the poor attempts at manipulation. I am not going to submit to your whims just for the meager pleasure of proving you wrong.
I'm only asking,
Sirius said innocently.
Since you just proclaimed yourself a man of the people, I can think of no other reason you should be reluctant.
Other than simple disinterest.
You cannot know your interest until you see it for yourself.
Regulus scowled. He looked out the window once more, biting his lip. Remus added,
Of course, if you truly feel unable to proceed, my lord, we will return you home at once. But may I suggest, we are already here. I think it merits a chance at least.
Regulus exhaled through his teeth.
Fine, but I reserve the right to leave at any time.
Sirius tried not to feel too victorious. Convincing Regulus to stay was only half the battle. He still needed to decide how best to approach revealing the true bombshell. Still, he could not help but feel optimistic, cheered by the small progress. And as Remus opened the carriage door, and they stepped out into a chorus of noise, he suddenly remembered an entire evening of unknown excitements still stretched out ahead of them. He looked around eagerly. He had only ever glimpsed streets such as these while en route to proper places. It was made of 2 long rows of attached houses made of scruffy, crumbling brick, and the pavement spilled over with people in common dress, yelling and laughing as they loitered in groups and clinked bottles together. The public house stood on the corner of the street, a small and weathered building that seemed almost set to crumble in on itself. Its lower floor was paneled in wood, topped by a distressed awning supported by thick wooden beams which looked like railway sleepers. The window frames were crooked around their foggy panels of glass, preventing a view inside, but the light shining from within was an inviting honey yellow, Music eked out too, fiddle and piano, of the casual and lively variety, the kind Sirius would be beaten for even suggesting he should like to play. Sirius caught Remus's eye, grinning helplessly. When Remus beamed back, encouraging and hopeful, Sirius barely resisted an abrupt and overwhelming urge to kiss him. He did not think such an improper display would help put Regulus at ease. James was already descended from the carriage, talking to a man with a bushy, unkempt beard. Sirius's first thought was he was a passing unfortunate, except James seemed to know him, the pair of them laughing together. He tossed the man a coin before rejoining them.
Found someone to watch the carriage.
Sirius looked doubtfully at the bearded man. He had sprawled on the curb and produced a bottle from his coat immediately after James walked away. But Remus only nodded, apparently unconcerned. James raised an eyebrow towards Regulus, where he was looking warily around the street.
All sorted, then.
Sirius shrugged a little.
He has agreed to come inside, one step at a time.
James looked thrilled. He sidestepped Sirius to bow again to Regulus.
My lord, did I not tell you I would deliver you here safely?
Indeed you did,
Regulus grumbled.
though it seems the true danger was concealed from me.
Ah, not to worry.
James said warmly.
You are always safe with me. Well, this way then, gang.
He gestured them all forwards, leading them across the cobbled road. A creaking sign hung above the door of the public house. Its picture so faded, Sirius could barely tell what it was. Some sort of animal, he thought. A shaggy, snarling beast of dark fur and sharp teeth. He squinted into the feeble light of the overhanging lamp until he managed to discern the lettering below it.
The black dog.
The one and only.
James confirmed.
He is the mascot of this borough. We call him Padfoot.
Who is we?
Ah, those in the know. Be advised, you are about to cross over sacred ground. This place is an old legend around here. The best drink and the best company for miles, I guarantee it.
And this company is friendly.
Regulus inquired, edging closer to Sirius, away from the exuberant people milling outside the building.
Perfectly friendly.
James soothed.
A little boisterous, perhaps. But Lily does not tolerate any serious trouble on her turf.
Lily.
The owner, Alpha Firecracker. Don't worry, she is a peach. She just takes no prisoners. You will like her.
You will.
Remus agreed.
As James says, things are generally friendly here. Still, if you grow uncomfortable and wish to leave at any time, just tell me.
Oh, he may so easily leave.
Regulus muttered. James chuckled. He held the door open, standing aside so they could file in. They emerged into a noisy, smoky, bustling room. Though its footprint had seemed small on the outside, they had not been able to see just how far back the building stretched. At the far end, Sirius could only just see the bar through a mass of people. Despite its size, however, the room felt almost claustrophobic. The floor was cluttered with tables and chairs, the perimeter lined with booths, most of which had people spilling out of them. The interior walls were also a dark wood paneling, making things seem closer still, and more sleeper beam pillars were scattered throughout, holding up a low ceiling of sagging rafters. Off to one side was a small patch of open floor, upon which patrons were dancing in circles to the music being played by a small band of enthusiastic people. A man tapping his foot at a battered old piano, a woman sweating with effort as her hand zigzagged over her fiddle, and a boy who did not look old enough to be here, laughing as he struck a tambourine in sloppy rhythm. James turned to grin at the Black brothers as they took it all in. Sirius returned it, but Regulus edged closer to his side, jumping whenever anyone came too near. Sirius stifled a laugh at the look of utter scandal on his face.
Relax, little brother. You deal with people of all stripes every day, remember?
Regulus only gave him a withering look.
This way, lads.
James said, pointing towards the bar. Sirius did not realize he was jittering until he felt a hand on the small of his back. Remus's palm was large, radiating warmth, even with Sirius's shirt between them and the heat already thick in the room. The rest of Sirius seemed to warm too. He found himself drawing closer to Remus's tall, solid presence as they edged their way through the crowd. As people brushed against them, Remus's touch firmed until his arm was almost around Sirius, his hand curved into the dip of his waist. It seemed Sirius was not the only one becoming bolder by the moment, more comfortable seeking contact. But unlike Sirius, who was struck and overwhelmed abruptly by his desires to reach out, Remus appeared at ease with his own impulses. There was a quiet confidence in the way he touched and spoke to Sirius, a gentle command almost. The thought gave Sirius pause, for he had never thought he would appreciate such a thing. But Remus was not trying to control him, was he? He had never tried to stop him from doing anything. He only sought to watch over him, keep him safe. Sirius did not know where that thought came from either, but he knew just as quickly it was true. He did feel safe with Remus. After everything he had done for Sirius, that could hardly be called a surprise, and yet it felt a revelation, somehow. The bar was still swamped with people, but as James approached and faces turned, lighting up in recognition, the crowd parted as if by magic. James was rather popular, Sirius realized, exchanging words and backslaps with almost everyone in the vicinity. Behind the bar was a pretty pale woman with flaming red hair. She was dressed rather unusually, wearing a shirt and waistcoat tailored in the style traditionally for men. Her sleeves were rolled up to reveal freckled forearms, which were moving rapidly as she fussed with bottles and dispensed tankards to patrons. Her hair was pinned in a messy knot high on her head, and her dotted cheeks shone with effort as a steady grumble of instruction flowed from her lips to the other two tenders. As James ushered them all forward, she looked up and stilled, narrowing eyes of striking green.
Oh no, I don't want any trouble from you tonight, Potter.
Trouble? Me?
James leaned coquettishly on the bar.
Of course not, Lils. I am the one who deals with the trouble. You know that.
Do I?
Lily said, but there was a fond quirk to her lips.
Funny, I never seem to have so many issues when you are not here.
Her eyes drifted to the rest of the entourage.
Remus.
She greeted, then regarded Sirius and Regulus.
Goodness, could these be the posh little princes you two have been fawning over these past weeks?
Ha ha, James said loudly, glancing at Regulus.
She does like to jest.
Lily,
Remus began.
this is Sirius and Lord Regulus Black,
He turned to the brothers.
and this is Lily Evans, proprietor.
I prefer benevolent dictator.
Lily said, inclining her head.
Charmed, my lords. First time in a public house.
How could you tell?
Sirius asked.
Perhaps because your brother looks as though he is one nudge away from ruining those very expensive trousers.
Sirius snorted with laughter. Regulus bristled.
I'm perfectly all right, thank you, miss.
Well, if you wish to remain so, I would advise against calling me miss again.
Lily warned.
I also advise losing the get-up. Some of the folks in here don't look too kindly on your sort.
I'm not in need of anybody's approval.
Regulus said blandly. Sirius scoffed. Regulus scowled at him.
I was not concerned for your approval so much as your preservation.
Lily said plainly.
Ain't a good idea to waltz into a poor place reeking of wealth.
James tutted.
Come on, Lily. Don't scare him. I mean them. Away. Nothing is going to happen. Besides,
He turned to give Regulus a reassuring nod.
I would not allow it.
It will not be a problem.
Remus agreed. His arm had fallen away from Sirius once they reached the bar, but now his palm returned, solid and sure in the curve of Sirius's spine. Though Sirius was still rather warm, he felt the urge to shiver.
Ah, yes, big bad alphas holding off the entire world.
Lily rolled her eyes.
You know we are not actually invincible, that we cannot control every single thing.
Regulus appeared to be dithering. Sirius's heart sank, sure he was going to insist that they leave.
I mean, look,
Lily gestured to Regulus.
forget unsavory characters. This one looks like a stiff breeze would bowl him over.
Regulus stiffened, raising his chin.
Is it usual for a barkeep to discourage custom? I thought the aim was to exploit your customer's foolishness, not draw attention to it.
Lily cackled.
I suspect exploitation is more your avenue, but you make a fair point. I will gladly take your money. Just don't say I did not warn you.
Why would I waste breath saying something so demonstrably untrue?
Regulus stepped up next to James, resting his elbows on the bar beside him.
I believe it is customary for one individual to order refreshment for the entire group.
Sirius blinked. How in hell did Regulus know that? James was also looking at Regulus, wearing that dazed and dreamy look again.
It is, but I was going to.
Regulus waved a hand.
I will do it. It is not exactly difficult. Tell me what you want.
James breathed.
He will have ale,
Remus supplied.
and the same for me, if you are sure, my lord.
Regulus tutted.
Spare me the pretense of formality, Remus. Titles clearly have no place here.
Very well.
Remus agreed, with equal parts hesitation and relief.
Thank you then, Regulus.
Regulus nodded.
And you, dear brother.
Are you my brother?
Sirius asked.
Or an imposter?
Currently, I am the one paying for your drink.
And you have no problem with that?
The paying or the drinking?
Well, since you are using black money, I may as well be paying for myself.
Sirius pointed out, regretful for the comment when it reminded him of inheritance and such.
The drinking, of course. Mother and father never permitted it, did they?
And I'm sure you always completely respected that boundary and never once ventured into the cellar after dark.
Sirius felt his eyes widen.
You knew about that too.
Never.
Lily chipped in.
What? The toffs believe alcohol mangles the womb?
Sirius was startled into a laugh. It was the kind of thing he would say.
Something like that.
I reckon they just don't want you to have any fun.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Lily grinned.
So the same for you as well, then.
She began gathering tankards as she addressed Regulus.
And you, my lord? Perhaps a robust 1780 Bordeaux?
If you had the likes of that here, I would buy the place out from under you.
Regulus said, prompting another cackle from Lily.
Is a brandy too much to hope for?
Think I can arrange that. Should have a bottle stuffed under a barrel somewhere.
As Lily served up their drinks, Sirius looked around the room, smiling at the various scenes of merriment and animation surrounding them. He tensed when Remus leaned close suddenly, his cheek rustling against Sirius's hair.
I think it is going well, don't you?
Yes.
Sirius's view was now overtaken by the length of Remus's body, his eyes tracing over the folds of fine fabric that caressed Remus's broad chest down to his long legs. He had rolled his sleeves up at some point between the carriage, and now, just the way Sirius had taught him, the veins in his forearms were a bruised purple, beneath a light dusting of hair. Sirius tried to speak, coughing when his voice did not emerge right away.
At least so far. I still have to tell him the full and awful truth.
Remus stroked a hand over Sirius's bicep. It was probably meant as a soothing gesture, but Sirius sucked a breath, barely resisting the urge to turn his head and close the short distance between their lips. God, but this was becoming comical. Was it usual to feel like this so soon after a first kiss? Was this how other couples felt all the time, so heightened and aware of the other's presence, drawn almost irresistibly towards it? Or was it only because things were new? Once certain things were no longer a mystery, once Sirius knew what all of Remus looked like beneath those clothes. A passerby knocked into Sirius's shoulder, yanking him from his daze.
Oh shit, sorry.
The man grunted in reply, swaying on the spot. He blinked blearily at Sirius, eyes widening when they finally managed to focus.
Aye up, who's this then? Posh boy, eh? What brings you here? Well?
The man took a wobbly step closer, leering with a smile of brown teeth.
You should come sit with me. You're too pretty to be in here alone. Some dodgy folk around.
I think you will find he is not alone,
Remus said mildly. The man's attention turned to Remus. He made a show of tilting his head back, whistling.
Whoa, nice view up there, Lanky. Yes, it gets sore scraping along the roof like that.
Sirius burst out laughing. Remus said,
I've learned to duck, but thank you for your concern. I'm sure my fiancée is grateful too.
The man looked at Sirius in surprise. Sirius could only nod, heart fluttering strangely. He had never before relied on anybody else to defend him, and he had always taken pride in that. He was not sure why he was not bristling with Remus now, other than the idea made him feel wrong, and to allow it felt right.
Bloody hell!
The man exclaimed. He slapped Remus on the shoulder.
Good on you, mate.
Here we are.
James announced, appearing next to them with hands precariously full of tankards.
Oh, hello, Rich. How have you been keeping?
The man, apparently rich, said.
James, ain't seen you around.
He double-took upon seeing Regulus.
What? Two little ponces. Who'd you common boys have to bribe to marry into royalty?
Oh no, I'm not.
James spluttered.
Good evening, Mr. Rich.
Regulus greeted.
I do not suppose you know where we might find an open table.
Rich snickered.
Mr. A, could get used to that. Well, since you're so pretty and you're so nice, should be a couple free in the corner over there.
As they shuffled in the direction he was pointing, Rich called after them.
Let me know if I can be of any more help.
James huffed.
Fat chance.
They found a promised empty table, a booth in the corner by the dancing floor. James set the drinks down, gesturing for Regulus to slide in first.
You think it will be easier to fend off attackers if you sit on the outside?
Regulus said. James grinned.
You know me so well already.
Regulus scoffed, but there was the hint of a smile on his lips. Lord, this really was going well, wasn't it? Better than Sirius ever dreamed it would. Still, He decided he would wait until they were back in the carriage to tell Regulus the whole truth. If he wanted his brother receptive, a drink or two certainly could not hurt. Remus also waited for Sirius to enter the booth ahead of him. Sirius was eager to try his ale, so he did not comment on it, but the warmth inside him simmered further. After he settled next to Regulus, Remus slid in close beside him, doing nothing to prevent his thigh pressing all along Sirius's own. The next couple of hours passed in a blur of noise and exhilaration. Regulus was reticent at first, but James was relentless. After retrieving a second brandy for him, he no longer tried so hard to contain his reactions. It was encouraging and touching to see after so many years of knowing only the brother who scorned and spurned him. However, Sirius was mostly caught up in his own preoccupations. The environment was alive with jubilation, an energy even more intoxicating than the ale, though Sirius certainly enjoyed that too. It was stronger and more bitter than the wine he was used to, but it settled warmly in his stomach, leaving him feeling pleasantly full and drowsy. There was an inevitability in the way he wound up leaning against Remus, his head sinking onto his shoulder, the wonderful anchoring weight of Remus's hand upon his knee. He could smell him if he concentrated, that rich and pleasing forest scent. He wondered again if Remus could smell him too, if Sirius's own scent was just as alluring to him. He wondered how hard Remus may be working to resist ducking his cheek from where it rested against Sirius's hair, removing the meager inches between his mouth and Sirius's neck. He wondered why Remus was resisting to begin with. James made frequent trips to the bar. After finishing several drinks in quick succession, he decided he wanted to dance. For the next half hour they were treated to a lively performance of James and the locals. Sirius laughed so hard he cried, especially when James tried to coax Regulus onto the floor too. From the look Regulus gave him, it was a wonder James did not burst into flames.
How about it?
Remus asked. Sirius turned to him, wiping tears from his eyes.
What?
Remus inclined his head towards the floor. Sirius laughed harder. For some reason he could not imagine Remus dancing. Not in this way, at least. He had pictured them taking to the floor together at their engagement ball, but this was very different.
I would love to, but I do not know how. We were only taught dancing of the ballroom style.
To call this a style is awfully generous, I think.
Remus said, watching James skipping in circles with Rich.
I do not think it is possible to do it wrong.
He stood, offering Sirius a hand. Sirius took it unthinkingly, chugging the last of his third ale as he rose from the table.
That's the spirit.
James cheered. Sirius barely heard him. His heart seemed louder than the music as Remus led him onto the floor, pulling him close without hesitation, chests and palms together. His other hand anchored itself once more in the small of Sirius's back. Sirius gripped Remus's shoulder on instinct, clinging to him as they began to dance. It was clumsy and chaotic at first, but they quickly learned one another's rhythm, their movements becoming more fluid. Soon enough, they were circling together as though they had been doing it for years. Sirius was still laughing, could not seem to stop, and Remus grinned back at him, sheepish and delighted, a shine upon his flushed cheeks. As the song drew to a close of wavering strings and rattling cymbals, Remus ducked his mouth to Sirius's ear, telling him breathlessly,
"You are stunning when you laugh."
Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps it was not that in the slightest, but Sirius could no longer resist. He took Remus's head in his hands and kissed him full upon the mouth. He vaguely registered a raucous cheer surround them, bodies moving around them, but none of it quite managed to crack the walls of the palace made by Remus's lips. They were both breathing hard when they pulled apart. James had appeared from somewhere, slapping them both upon their shoulders, but Sirius could not look away from Remus's intense golden gaze. The moment was broken only when James doubled over suddenly, letting out a troubling retching sound.
Oh dear.
Remus moved quickly, sweeping an arm under James's shoulders.
I best take him outside. Will you be all right with Regulus?
Sirius startled. He had completely forgotten his brother was still at the table. He turned to see him sat with his arms folded, regarding Sirius with an eyebrow raised. Sirius felt a flutter of nerves, but he nodded. Once Remus had hauled James away, Sirius slipped cautiously back into his seat. Regulus let him suffer for a moment, sipping his brandy.
Such a touching display.
Sirius laughed in relief.
Did you enjoy the show?
Oh, absolutely. So much so, I believe I may vomit.
You should join James outside then. He would like that.
Regulus huffed, but Sirius did not miss the quirk of his lips.
You do make a good match, despite everything.
You truly think so?
Regulus nodded.
He clearly cares for you a great deal.
Sirius smiled.
And I him.
I am happy for you, brother. I mean that.
Thank you.
Sirius dithered. He had wanted to wait until the carriage, but with Regulus being so amenable now, this seemed like the moment.
And thank you for giving this a chance. What do you make of it then?
Make of what?
This place.
I think it is loud in here.
Regulus said flatly. When Sirius frowned at him, he sighed.
What do you wish me to say, Sirius? That I would happily give up our wealth to live as these people do?
No, it is not about the wealth. It is about freedom to live as you choose.
Wealth affords choices, brother. It does not take them away.
So you feel free?
Sirius said.
You are overflowing with choice, confined to that office every day.
Regulus pursed his lips.
It comes with a price, as all things do. It is my duty to work, to deserve the privileges my name has given me.
It is a privilege to be treated as a slave, as a mere tool in service to that name.
You know I do not see it that way.
Regulus said, sounding irritated now.
So there is no point having that discussion again. We are not going to agree.
Then why did you come inside?
Sirius demanded.
And why can I not recall ever seeing you so happy as I did tonight? Why do you know all these things about common culture, if you have no interest in the world beyond Grimald?
Regulus stuttered.
I came inside because I do wish for us to find common ground.
But we have not found it.
Sirius concluded, the disappointment crushing. Regulus hesitated.
I understand what you are trying to achieve in bringing me here. I'm not completely clueless, Sirius. I am no stranger to musings of what a greater freedom may bring. I understand that our family's traditions can be stifling, but I have always been capable of seeing the bigger picture in a way you have not. If our family is to endure, we must make certain sacrifices.
Stifling,
Sirius repeated.
Our parents would have seen me sold like livestock, brother. They would have slept like infants while I was raped daily and bred to death. You are saying I should find that an acceptable sacrifice.
Father would never have let you marry somebody so cruel.
Regulus insisted.
As evidenced by the fact he has betrothed you to Remus.
Sirius snorted.
My original betrothal was Lucius Malfoy. Father could not care less how cruel Remus may be. In fact, he has been trying to engineer him into claiming me for weeks now.
When Regulus continued to shake his head, Sirius sighed heavily. No matter how much time passed, how much evidence Sirius presented him with, it was always the same old story.
How can you still believe our parents have any care at all for us? You think it is normal to treat your children like pawns, using them only as tools of legacy. That is not a family, Reg. I know that for certain now. We have only ever been an institution.
We are nobility.
Regulus argued.
We are different in culture to the common man. There are expectations placed upon us, but that does not mean our parents do not.
You believe they love us?
In their own way, yes.
And how do they demonstrate that love? Genuinely, I am asking. Tell me.
Sirius smiled grimly when Regulus did not answer.
You cannot, can you? Because you know deep down that I am right.
Do not tell me what I know.
Regulus said stiffly.
Why are you even doing this? Are these complaints not moot now you are marrying Remus?
Of course not. You know marrying does not free me from their rules and expectations, regardless of how I may feel about it.
Regulus looked pointedly around the room.
Those rules do not seem to be of particular concern to you at present.
At present, no, but I cannot hide my doings from them forever.
Frolicking in places such as this is really so essential to you.
You are missing the point again.
Sirius said, agitation rising.
It does not matter what I wish to do. Rather, that I should not need their approval to do it, and I certainly should not be bound to use my body in obligation to them.
You still consider it obligation when your feelings for Remus are genuine. You do not want his child.
The question caught Sirius off guard.
That is not.
This is just so typical of you.
Regulus said witheringly.
Why are you fabricating a problem where there is none? They wish to see you married, and you wish to be married. For the first time in our lives, your desires align with theirs. Is that not a fortunate thing?
Have you not been listening?
Sirius almost shouted.
They do not align. They will not let me live on my own terms. Producing an heir will not be enough. It will never be enough. As long as they hold the family fortune over my head, I am forever a slave.
It is not about the fortune.
Regulus returned just as loudly.
It is about the family. You think it is slavery to ensure the survival of your family. The name Black has endured for centuries. It is yours just as much as it is theirs. It is bigger than us, bigger than mother and father. They will not live forever, but our name.
I cannot wait that long,
Sirius said without thinking.
It may be decades before they die. and I have not the means to quicken the process.
Regulus gaped at him.
Is that a joke? Are you sick?
They are the sick ones.
Sirius spat.
How can you not see it? How can you?
Wait,
Regulus narrowed his grey eyes.
what do you mean you cannot wait that long? What alternative do you have?
Sirius froze. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Regulus's face darkened with realization.
Oh, please tell me you are jesting.
Remus's father has agreed to bring me into their business.
Sirius stumbled to explain.
Because he wishes his son to be happy. Because that is what a true parent does. Lord, but you should see them, Reg. The way they live, the way their family is. They truly care for each other, as equals. That is the way it should have been for us. Our entire lives, we have been living in the dark.
Regulus said nothing. He was looking at Sirius in a way that made his stomach feel as though it was folding in half.
You should be happy if I'm disowned.
He tried again, unable to keep the panic from eking into his voice.
You will finally get your wish. You will be made the heir. Take the fortune, all of it.
Regulus shook his head.
So that is what this whole ridiculous pantomime has really been about. You were hoping I would grant you my blessing to decimate our family.
No.
Well, I am sorry to disappoint you, but I am not going to absolve you of this. As it stands, I am not sure I wish to speak to you ever again. But since family means nothing to you, that should not cause you great distress.
Please just...
Regulus stood sharply, exiting the booth on the other side.
Do not bother with the carriage. I will find my own way home. Good night, Sirius.
Are you going to tell...
Sirius called desperately.
Reg, please.
Regulus's back retreated until he disappeared through the door and out onto the street. He did not look back. Chapter 12, Rise and Descend. Grimald was silent and dark when Sirius returned. He crossed the hall as though the tiles were made of broken glass, wincing at each creak of the staircase. It was a cruel irony. At any other time, Sirius would have been thrilled with the lack of parental monitoring. He had clearly earned a degree of trust that his father was not waiting up for him, but now their absence felt like a cliff edge. He hesitated on the landing, looking down the corridor. There was no light shining from the gap beneath Regulus's door, but somehow Sirius knew he was not asleep. He took a step forwards, but stopped, thinking better of it. Sirius was still alive, which meant Regulus had not yet told their parents of his scheme, but Sirius knew better than to hope that meant he had no intention of doing so. It was the middle of the night, and their parents were already asleep. Regulus was the type to arrange an appointment to discuss urgent matters. Alone in his room, Sirius threw himself onto his bed, burying his face in his pillow. Fool, he told himself. Utter and complete idiot. What had he been thinking, taking Regulus to a place like that? How could one evening undo years of resentment and distance? He should never have tried. It was too far gone. He should have accepted his brother as the lost cause he clearly was.
Just wait,
Remus had said, after Sirius rushed from the public house to find Regulus already vanished, like a phantom in the night. Remus had not been able to stop him, still busy tending to James, who was slumped in a stupor against the wall.
I do not think he will say anything. He is only angry.
Sirius had shook his head where it was clamped between his palms, pacing back and forth on the pavement.
You did not hear him. You did not see the way he looked at me. He said he would never speak to me again. He is going to tell father, I know it. They will call off our engagement. They will take me away from you.
No,
Remus had said, pulling Sirius into his arms.
Regulus would not do that to you.
You do not know him. He would do anything to preserve.
No, I do not believe it. He saw you tonight. He saw how.
Remus had hesitated, as though there was any question in what came next.
Happy you are. However betrayed he feels right now, he cannot wish for you to suffer so terribly.
Sirius had buried his face in Remus's chest, clutching him closer.
I am happy, Remus. I cannot go back to...
Oh, love.
Remus had murmured, and even through his panic, Sirius had shivered, the endearment melting down his spine like warm honey.
You are not going anywhere you do not wish to go, I promise.
I wish to go with you,
Sirius had said, desperate like a child.
I only wish to be with you. Why do we not just go? Just run away and never come back?
Remus had chuckled sadly.
If I truly thought that may work, I would not hesitate, but it would not be any sort of life for you. They would brand me a kidnapper. We would never be truly safe.
It would still be better than the life my parents have in store for me, if there is life at all. They will not merely disown me now. I know it. Not after all this. If they cannot betroth me again, I swear they will kill me.
They will have to go through me to do so.
You cannot stop them.
Sirius said bitterly.
My father is my alpha. I am his to do as he will.
You are not his.
Remus had said, an edge to his voice that Sirius had never heard before.
And they are not taking you away from me. I do not care what I have to do, but I will not allow it.
It was nonsense. Sirius had known that, logically, yet he had shivered again, the words inexplicably settling him. He had clutched at Remus harder, burying his face in Remus's neck and inhaling greedily, chasing the comfort and intoxication he had learned laid beneath Remus's skin. He had not the room to be embarrassed for it, not with how the ale had weakened his inhibitions, sharpened both the pit of fear and the heat of desire inside him. And the way Remus had so easily raised his chin to bare his throat, making soothing rumbles as he stroked one hand through Sirius's hair and the other down his spine.
Hush, it's all right, love. It will all be all right, I promise. Take what you need.
With his eyes squeezed shut now, the memory flooded Sirius's consciousness, eked warmth through his body. He was not even embarrassed by the way he had practically begged for Remus to send him to, spurred by some primal need to share his comfort, a need for reassurance that Remus was in this equally with him. He was only frustrated, for Remus had gently resisted his urging hands, kept his chin tucked firmly to the top of Sirius's head. Though Sirius knew it was born from concern, it had still been maddening. He had appreciated it in the forest, when things were still unknown and intimidating, but Sirius felt as though he had experienced an entire lifetime of growth since then, however meager the time actually was. Remus had awakened something inside him, something which only became stronger and more certain every second they spent together. Sirius felt tears prick at his closed eyes. If Regulus tore his life apart tomorrow, the entanglement in the street would be the last moment he and Remus ever shared. They had not even had chance to embrace in the carriage. With James indisposed, Remus had been forced to drive. That could not be it. There was still so much they had not done. Remus had remained insistent it would not happen, and Sirius wanted so desperately to believe him. He had almost managed it while Remus was holding him, but it was harder now he was alone. He had never experienced need like this. The desire to have Remus here with him was agonizing, coiling through him as incongruous desperation, arousal, and anxiety in equal measure. He needed. He gasped as an image came to him. Remus atop him now as he lay face down, the long length of him stretched out over Sirius's back. He imagined the reassuring weight of Remus's body, the press of his broad chest against Sirius's shoulders, the dips made in the mattress by Remus's large, bracing palms, the brush of sandy fringe against his cheek as Remus leaned down to kiss at his nape, not hesitating to trail those pretty, plump lips down to where Sirius's scent was strongest. Sirius shivered with longing. Why was Remus so reluctant to scent him? He found it hard to imagine Remus's gentle demeanor could disintegrate entirely, but clearly Remus thought it could, to the point he would not even attempt it. It was a sobering reminder that Remus was still an alpha. For all the calmness and control he maintained on the surface, that dangerous hunger still lurked beneath. Sirius wondered what it would be to see that hunger unleashed. Would Remus's voice break on a growl as desire overcame him? Would he tear Sirius's clothes from him, handle him roughly? Would Sirius feel his teeth? Heat shot down Sirius's spine at the thought, curling behind his navel and between his legs. He flinched, breath whistling with shock. He had never desired such treatment. Quite the opposite. The expectation he must submit to domineering and degradation had always been detestable to him. But this was not some brutish alpha, some cruel and indifferent noble. It was Remus, and with Remus it would not feel that way. Remus would not let Sirius feel that way. Sirius exhaled heavily into his pillow. In his mind, Remus mouthed hungrily at his neck, inhaling him deeply, rumbling his satisfaction into Sirius's hair. Big hands roved over Sirius's body, deft, determined fingers finding their way through his clothes to touch his heated skin. A wide palm splayed over his bare stomach, teasing at the boundary of his trousers, a gentle chuckle in his ear when Sirius whined and lifted his hips. He pushed back down against the mattress, gasping again at the spike of pleasure. His shoulders hunched as his fingertips dragged through his bedclothes, grinding shamelessly. It was whorish behavior, but Sirius could not stop. The need was visceral, complicated, leaving no room for reason. His cock was so hard the friction of his clothes was almost painful, but his pleasure climbed rapidly, until he was almost delirious with the looming edge. On the backswing of a rut, He was seized by an instinct to spread his legs and arch his back. His hips pushed up from the bed, and Sirius imagined he could feel Remus's own arousal, stiff against the curve of his arse as he ground back against him. He let out a muffled moan, flushing as he felt wetness begin to leave him, gathering between his clenching cheeks and clinging to his small clothes. It had always embarrassed him before, that he became wet. It had only served to remind him of his status, that inescapable truth his body was made to receive. But when he thought that he was wet for Remus, that it was Remus he may receive, he was not embarrassed in the slightest. He wanted Remus to see it, this evidence of Sirius's desire, and know it was only for him. He pictured them both bare, Remus's naked skin as he loomed over him, cock-hard and eager between his legs, and Sirius so exposed, presenting for him. He imagined how Remus might feel inside of him, and came suddenly, stifling his noise in the pillow as his hips kicked his release into his small clothes. It was blissful for a distressingly short while. Once the euphoria settled, and Sirius remembered he was alone, the rush of feeling turned sour, and he felt almost like weeping. Really, what cruel measure of fate was this? He had never experienced such pleasure, never imagined he could feel so content within the designs of his own body. He was alive for the first time since birth, yet he may be permitted only a glimpse of living before everything was stolen away. He must have managed sleep at some point, for he woke just before dawn, still sprawled on the mattress where he had fallen. He groaned as he hauled himself to his feet. His head was aching, nausea bubbling in his gut. His skin was chafed and clammy from sleeping in his daytime attire, especially inside his small clothes, where his mess had dried and stuck the fabric to him. Sirius flushed at the reminder of his wanton behavior and the filthy musings which had provoked it, but any embarrassment or wonder was quickly overcome by the anxiety that grabbed his heart in a vice when he remembered the rest of the previous evening. Sirius was not often grateful for the wealth of his family, but he was definitely glad of his private bathtub this morning. He languished there for a while until the water cooled and sunlight began to warm the walls. He could hear the house waking up around him, the creak of stairs and rumble of voices. Any moment now, Regulus would encounter their father. He would ask if they might speak about an urgent matter. Then Sirius would hear furious footsteps approaching his bedroom. Suddenly he could stand it no longer, waiting naked like a fool for the inevitable crash. He climbed out of the tub, dried and dressed himself, then made for the dining room. He braced himself for an uproar, but he entered the silence, only the gentle clink of forks and knives as his family ate breakfast. Orion looked mildly surprised to see him, while Berga's lip curled, and Regulus. He regarded Sirius coolly, mouth set in a line. His disapproval had always stung Sirius far worse than their mother's had, but this was another level entirely.
You are up early,
Orion observed.
Did you not return late?
He directed the question towards Regulus, too. Sirius stood still, paralyzed with dread, but Regulus replied evenly.
Not overly late, but we were both tired from the meal, and so we turned in right away.
Sirius was barely able to contain his relief. He tried to give Regulus a look of gratitude, but he refused to meet Sirius's eyes now.
I see,
Orion said.
And how was the evening? How did you find your imminent brother-in-law?
He is pleasant enough,
Regulus said.
A fine enough match for the heir of this family, in your opinion.
Orion pointedly ignored the scoff Walburga made. He raised an eyebrow at Sirius, still hovering near the doorway.
Who has apparently forgotten how to sit and eat.
Sirius hastened to sit down. Creature appeared with tea and a tray, but Sirius waved him away. His stomach felt as though frogs were frolicking inside it.
You have no appetite?
Orion inquired, tone mild.
Are you quite sure you are well? You appear flushed again.
I am fine,
Sirius said tightly. Orion hummed, a satisfied lilt to his mouth. He turned back to Regulus.
Well?
Regulus hesitated.
He is clearly making an effort to rise above the station he was born into.
I agree. And that is to be commended, do you not think?
Yes, father.
Walburga made another noise, but quieted after a look from Orion.
Commended and encouraged. We must all do our utmost to ensure this marriage is successful, for the children born from it will be the future of this house.
Regulus's jaw clenched. Sirius could only stare at him, pleading silently. While his brother refused to even glance at him, he could feel his mother's gaze burning his face. Lord, but everything was so precarious. The knife edge he was hovering upon was so close to slicing his throat.
What does your fiancé have planned for you today?
Orion asked.
Sirius
coughed when his voice emerged raspy.
I'm not sure.
Well, whatever it is, might I suggest you have him take you to the tailor's instead? He will require your guidance in selecting suitable attire for the engagement ball.
Orion smiled when Sirius nodded dumbly.
You should try and eat something. You will need your strength.
Sirius's stomach rebelled again at the idea, but he forced himself to nibble at a slice of toasted bread and butter. He thought he might attempt following Regulus from the table and catching him alone, but Regulus left for the office before Sirius was finished, making it plain he had no intention of speaking with him. Sirius did not know how to feel. His relief was tempered with grief and unbearable uncertainty. It would be bittersweet to lose a brother and gain a husband, but even that was not the guaranteed outcome of this. Perhaps Regulus was not planning on keeping his secret at all. Perhaps he was only taking time to decide how best to handle the information. Remus had promised he would call for him early, and Sirius had never been more thankful for it, nor more joyful to see the tall, lean figure of him standing in the hallway. When he smiled at Sirius, his own relief clear in his amber eyes, Sirius barely resisted throwing his arms around him in full view of Orion. He managed to restrain himself until they were alone in the carriage. James, who looked rather rough this morning, watched them approach with concerned eyes, but he seemed to sense Sirius was in no state to talk. The carriage did not move from Grimald's view after the door shut behind them, but Sirius did not care. He descended upon Remus like a wave, grasping hands and frantic kisses. Remus responded in kind, but Sirius's vigor pushed him up against the window, their chests flush and knees knocking together as they sprawled awkwardly on the bench. Though he had no alcohol to explain his actions now, and despite the fact Remus was reassuringly here, the nausea in Sirius's gut did not ease. It was not like real sickness, but it seemed to promise such should he allow Remus to leave again. Sirius needed them to be closer. He thought again about climbing into Remus's lap, and a moan tumbled from his lips, lost inside Remus's hot, wonderful mouth. Remus flinched, pulling them apart.
Sirius, wait, talk to me. Tell me what happened.
When Sirius shook his head, straining to kiss him again, Remus made a sound of understanding.
All right, just come here, hush.
He took Sirius gently by the back of the head, urging his face into the curve of his shoulder. Sirius went still as Remus's scent washed over him, an instant tide of comforting warmth. He clutched at Remus's back as he pulled a deep inhale, exhaling in shaky wonder as his agitation settled. He still did not understand the magic of it, how Remus's scent was simultaneously capable of calming him and driving him wild. Nor did he understand how Remus seemed to know exactly what Sirius required at any time, since he had no more experience with this than Sirius did. He could only assume it was instinctual for him, the same way Sirius had been running entirely on instinct these past days. The same coin that made Sirius reckless and stole his inhibition appeared to confer the inverse on Remus's side.
Better,
Remus murmured. Sirius nodded gratefully into Remus's shoulder.
Sorry, it has just been.
There is nothing to apologize for. Talk to me.
Sirius drew a breath.
He did not tell.
I assumed.
He lied to our father.
So he is keeping our secret. Did I not tell you he would?
I don't know. He will not talk to me. We never should have.
Sirius cursed.
I am such a fool.
No,
Remus said firmly.
It was worth the risk to keep your brother in your life. He is simply not ready to break away from them, and that is not your fault.
But I should have known. I should have known he will never be ready.
You had to try. You could not have lived without knowing.
Remus pulled Sirius back to look at him. He smiled, sweeping a loose strand of Sirius's hair behind his ear.
It is not in your nature to give up so easily.
Sirius weakly returned the smile.
Well, I certainly know now. He clearly hates me.
Remus shook his head.
If he hated you, he would not be keeping such a monumental secret for you.
For now, who knows what his plan may be.
If he was going to tell, he would have done so by now. There is no reason to delay.
Perhaps he is only waiting until the revelation will inflict the most harm and humiliation.
Sirius grumbled.
Now you are just being silly.
Sirius sighed.
I wanted so badly for him to understand, Remus.
I know, love.
Remus said softly.
I am sorry.
Warmth fluttered inside Sirius again at the endearment.
Tell me again he will remain silent. Tell me it will all be...
It will all be all right.
Remus said instantly.
I promise.
I cannot lose you.
Remus took Sirius's head in his hands. He looked so certain.
You will never lose me, I swear to you.
He pulled Sirius into another kiss. It was far less frantic, but somehow Sirius found himself more breathless than before. A sense of urgency rose inside him, building on the back of the nausea that was still there. His mind flashed images at him, the ones that came to him last night as he writhed alone upon his bed, and he gasped, the sound becoming protest when Remus pulled back again. Remus was flustered, but he studied Sirius's face carefully. His eyes widened with realization.
Oh Lord, Sirius, you are.
Sirius shook his head furiously.
No, it's just you. It is only you. This is only the thunderstorm of desire you inspire in me.
Sirius.
Remus repeated helplessly.
I can smell it. I noticed it yesterday, but I was not sure what it meant. But now I am certain.
How can you be so certain when you refuse to scent me?
Sirius demanded.
I do not need to. Your scent is...
Remus trailed off, blush deepening. Sirius's annoyance evaporated at once.
What?
It is strong. Even simply being close to you, it is overwhelming sometimes.
The revelation made Sirius almost lightheaded.
What is it like?
He asked, finding himself whispering. It took Remus a moment to answer. When he did, he was whispering too.
Sweet, like the nectar of passion fruit, or the most expensive and decadent honey.
Oh.
Sirius breathed.
That is how I know it is different now. It is easy to notice.
How is it different?
It is thicker, richer.
Good.
Remus nodded gravely.
Profoundly so. It makes it difficult to think clearly, behave properly, which is why we must stop this now, while we still can.
Stop.
The idea made Sirius's chest hurt.
Before you descend fully into heat,
Remus said tightly. He gestured between them.
It is this that has caused it, the physicality. It is my fault. I thought perhaps if I was careful with you, then we might avoid it, but I should have known better.
Hearing Remus say it aloud made Sirius's stomach clench, but it was not from anger now. He knew he could not deny the reality anymore. But what shocked him to the core was the realization he no longer wanted to. Learning the extent of Remus's desire, the longing he had been so covertly carrying, for no reason other than concern for Sirius, had stripped him of what little fear and doubt remained.
I am glad you did not know better,
he said recklessly.
I would not have given up your affection, even if I had foreseen this.
Remus looked at him fondly.
Which is precisely why I should have been responsible enough for the both of us.
I do not wish to stop.
Nor I, but we must, before we reach a point of no return. It is already becoming difficult for me to control myself.
Sirius shook his head, heart thudding wildly.
You do not understand. I am not afraid of it, not anymore, not with you. I want to share my heat with you, Remus.
Remus's breath caught.
Truly.
Truly.
Sirius leaned into Remus again, until each inhalation was full of his intoxicating scent, making his head swim. Remus's hands grasped his shoulders, maintaining an infuriating space between them.
But that is not the only. There are many reasons we should not. Your father
will be thrilled,
Sirius said darkly. At Remus's incredulous look, he explained.
He has made it plain he knows of my current state, yet he continues to encourage our courting.
But surely he would not.
After everything else he has done.
But the scandal
is an acceptable price to pay to guarantee I am mated.
Sirius's stomach clenched again at the thought. Perhaps it should bother him to play so perfectly into his father's hands, but he could not bring himself to care. His desires were his own. His desires were his own.
I cannot believe there would be no repercussions.
Remus muttered.
Look at the reality,
Sirius implored.
I am not locked away in my room right now. He has allowed me to be here, alone, with you.
Remus stared at him, his golden eyes dark, breathing through parted, plump lips. He was beautiful, Sirius thought. There was not a shred of doubt in his mind that he wanted Remus wholly. He pushed against Remus's bracing hands, straining to kiss him again, but Remus held him still.
Sirius, we cannot, even if we are free to do so.
Sirius growled with frustration.
Why?
It is too soon. The decision is not.
Remus dithered.
Impartial, our heads are not clear.
I know what I want, Remus,
Sirius said warningly. Remus had never once attributed his behavior to his presentation or hormones. If he made that mistake now, the betrayal would be too much to bear.
It is not that I doubt the sincerity of your desire,
Remus assured him.
But you cannot deny this is all happening rather quickly.
Perhaps, But we are to be married very soon. It seems only slightly ahead of schedule.
I just need you to be sure. I need us both to be sure.
I have never been surer of anything.
Sirius took Remus's hand from his shoulder, pressing a kiss to the back of it. Remus exhaled.
And if you fell with child?
Sirius froze. How had he not considered that? He had spent an entire lifetime living in the shadow of it, yet he had somehow forgotten it now, when the threat had never been more tangible.
He
stuttered.
Would we not take steps, if you do not?
Sirius could not say it, his mouth dry, because suddenly he had never wanted anything more.
Release inside me. Not me.
As to that,
Remus said quietly.
I would not trust myself to refrain.
No.
Sirius breathed.
Aside from the fact you would certainly ask me not to, I'm almost positive your heat would draw me into rut in kind.
Sirius bit back a groan.
Remus.
So we must stop.
Remus urged Sirius gently, but firmly, back onto the bench.
Until it is past.
You would leave me to suffer it alone.
Sirius hated the whine in his voice, but there was no stifling it. It was a terrible enough ordeal when there was no choice in his isolation. But knowing Remus would be nearby, so close and yet not with him, would be a fresh measure of torture.
Believe me, it will pain me just as much,
Remus said heavily.
But I know it will be nothing compared to the pain of inflicting an unwanted child upon you. I do not think I could live with myself if I violated your trust so terribly.
Sirius wondered why Remus's words were still not resonating as they should. Was it only the brewing heat tempering his disgust? Was it that he simply desired Remus so badly the risk seemed acceptable?
Sirius, please, you know I am right.
Suppose so.
There was an unpleasant silence.
Do you wish to go back inside?
No.
As bereft and frustrated as Sirius felt right now, the last thing he wanted was to return to Grimmauld.
Are you sure?
Do I smell as though I have progressed into full heat in the past 10 minutes?
Sirius said irritably.
Then yes, I am sure. I should have a couple days before I must return to my prison. Please allow me to enjoy them while I can.
Of course,
Remus said.
But I did not plan anything for today. I was unsure if you would feel inclined, after the stress with your brother.
My father suggested we visit the tailor's.
Sirius remembered.
He is most concerned your ballroom attire will not be up to standard.
Remus tutted.
Lord, I had forgotten about the ball. What am I to expect?
Do you remember our trip to the theatre?
Sirius asked. Remus nodded.
Well, imagine the lobby there, only larger, and every noble within will be focused entirely on us. Oh, and we are expected to dance for their amusement.
He laughed at the look of mild horror on Remus's face.
Actually, I'm not entirely dreading it.
No, I am surprised.
Sirius shrugged.
Let them see us. Let them see what they are missing in their empty little lives before I turn my back on all of them.
Remus smiled tentatively.
I will tell James to take us to the high street then.
He reached out and squeezed Sirius's hand, but the contact was all too brief. Sirius hated it, the idea Remus was restraining himself, that Sirius could not touch him as he wished. Remus opened the window and leant his upper body out, relaying the destination to James. They exchanged a few more words. Sirius did not catch, but he could hear the concern in James's voice. He smiled to himself, though there was also a flare of anger. That Regulus thought himself too good for the likes of James was nothing short of rancid horse manure.
To hell with him,
Sirius thought. He was done with trying. Let his brother live in delusion and misery if he thought that would serve him. Sirius would kill him if he even thought about ruining everything for him. Of course, he knew all that was only talk, but it made him feel better. It did not take long to reach the high street. Sirius disembarked eagerly, craving fresh air. It was still humid outside, the sky a thick swirl of foreboding gray rain clouds, as Remus had predicted yesterday. The coming storm was palpable, and the denizens of London appeared to sense it. It was rare Sirius saw this street so sparsely populated. He led Remus along the pavement towards the tailor's. Madame Malkin's was an old and distinguished establishment, serving only nobles of repute. Remus eyed the building warily.
Don't worry, you can afford it,
Sirius assured him.
I was more concerned they will not permit me entry,
Remus said.
You were not removed from the park, were you?
No, but perhaps I appear more at home in an outdoor environment.
Well, just refrain from causing a ruckus,
Sirius advised.
No shouting, no steeplechases, no rolling in the grass.
Remus laughed. It was a nice sound, relieving some of the tension in the air.
I will try.
The doorbell tinkled as they entered. Despite its reputation, the shop was modest inside. Only a small room with a counter, wood-paneled walls lined with shelves of fabric and clothing racks. In one corner was a fitting area, standing mirrors arranged in a semicircle around a footstool. There was no place to wait, as it was expected patrons should make an appointment. But the shop was empty of people, and Sirius was a black. At least for now, he would be Sirius Lupin soon enough. He would. Sirius rang the bell on the counter, and Madame Malkin emerged from the back room, brushing down her blouse. She was a short and friendly woman, far friendlier than Sirius would expect, considering she dealt with his ilk every day. Sirius rather liked her. She had always been patient with him during fittings, sympathetic to his dislike of formality and fuss. Of all the places his parents would drag him to, he had hated the tailors the least.
My Lord Sirius, what a pleasant surprise.
Hello, madam.
Sirius greeted.
I hope you are well.
Very well, thank you. You are here for a fitting.
Sirius nodded.
Well, not I.
He gestured for Remus, who was still lurking near the door, to join him at the counter.
My fiancé requires attire for our engagement ball.
Her eyes widened.
This is your fiancé.
Remus Lupin.
Sirius supplied.
Pleased to meet you, madam.
Remus said.
And I you. My, but how time flies. It does not seem so long since young Sirius could not see over my counter, and now he is all grown up and engaged. I do hope you mean to treat him well.
Of course I do,
Remus said, sounding almost offended.
Good. That is what I like to hear.
She came out from behind the counter, surveying Remus with her hands upon her hips.
Goodness, you are a tall one, aren't you? I may not have enough fabric to ensure you are decently covered.
Remus frowned.
Oh.
Sirius snickered.
She is only jesting, Remus. We do not have an appointment. I hope that is all right.
Perfectly all right. As you can see, I am not swamped with business today. Folk are saying this coming storm will be the worst in a decade. Anyway, Mr. Lupin, if you would like to come over here.
She led Remus over to the fitting area and began taking his measurements. Sirius looked on in amusement as Remus did his best to stay still, clearly avoiding catching Sirius's eye in the mirror. Gradually, however, the amusement simmered into a strange agitation as he watched Madame Malkin maneuver the tape measure around Remus's waist and legs, especially when she crouched down to take his inseam. He was jealous, he realized, which was ridiculous, but who may honestly blame him? A stranger was permitted a greater degree of familiarity with Remus's body than Sirius himself, and at the time he needed it most. A part of him wanted to step forwards and slap the tape from her hand, and perhaps slap Remus too, for denying him. Irked by his thoughts, he turned away, using the shelves to distract him. He wandered over to a display containing suit accessories, where a pair of cufflinks caught his eye. They were made of a fine, delicate gold and molded in the shape of tiny rearing horses. He caught Madame Malkin's arm on her way to retrieve fabric.
I will take those also.
Take what?
Remus asked.
Never you mind.
Sirius told him. Madame Malkin winked at him, opening the display case and taking the cufflinks away. Sirius moved back to Remus, who was looking at him oddly, fond and wary at once.
What are you plotting?
Just a small token of my affection,
Sirius said.
Oh,
Remus said softly.
I rather thought you were cross with me.
Sirius sighed.
No, I am cross with the situation, not you.
I can understand that. I am sorry, love.
Sirius's stomach clenched.
I would advise against calling me that.
You do not like it?
The contrary. I like it too much. I should probably not stand so close to you either.
Still, Sirius could not seem to move. Simply being near Remus, not even touching, was enough to make his heart flutter.
Lord, but do you have any idea how good you smell?
I believe I have some idea.
Remus said, eyes heavy on Sirius. He shook his head, taking a small step backwards.
It will be all right. We will get through this. And once we are married.
The bell tinkled as the door swung open. They both turned to see a man enter the shop. A man with fine black clothes, long blonde hair, and a sneer twisting his aristocratic features.
Well, well,
said Lucius Malfoy.
Fancy meeting you here.
Chapter 13, Port in the Storm.
Lord Sirius.
Lucius repeated.
It is you, is it not?
What do you want?
Sirius asked, his voice surprisingly even. Lucius came further into the shop, until he was stood in front of them. Remus edged closer to Sirius's side, which helped him resist the urge to shrink backwards. Malfoy was bigger than he remembered, and more imposing than Sirius wanted to admit in his all-black attire.
Now, that is no way to greet a gentleman,
Lucius said.
Especially an old friend.
We are not friends, Lord Malfoy.
Sirius replied coolly.
Just remain cool.
They were in public and Remus was with him. He was safe.
You know our families have not been such for some time.
Well, perhaps it is time that was remedied.
Is that why you are here?
Why are you here?
Lucius countered.
This is a tailor's shop, correct?
You are not here to see the madam. She said she had no appointments today.
Lucius scoffed.
I do not need appointments. People make appointments to see me, not the inverse, and I am in need of refreshed attire.
He smiled.
I have an upcoming engagement.
Not anymore from what I hear,
Sirius said tonelessly.
My condolences.
Lucius's smile faded.
Do not trouble yourself. It was no loss on my part.
I am sure the feeling was mutual.
True. Your cousin is a fine beauty, as all you blacks are.
Lucius continued as if he had not heard him.
But unfortunately, it seems she also inherited your duplicitous nature. I was only fortunate to discover the treachery in time.
Treachery?
Sirius repeated, aiming for doubtful, but unable to keep the question from his voice.
Your parents have not told you.
Lucius realized.
Unsurprising. I imagine they do not wish to spread the shame your dear aunt and uncle have brought upon them with their false advertising.
When Sirius only stared at him, Lucius explained.
Your cousin is not fit to marry. She is not an Omega. She is a worthless beta.
That is shit.
Sirius replied on instinct.
You are lying.
But in his mind, there was a spark of recognition. It explained the strangely long courtship between Narcissa and Lucius. If he was suspicious she was infertile, of course he would wait for the confirmation of heat. It explained why Sirius's own parents had reached a sudden breaking point in desperation to marry him off. They had realized the eligible branches of their family tree were dwindling. Lucius tutted.
I see you have not learned any decorum since our last meeting. In any case, it would be pointless to lie. It is easily verifiable, which is why it baffles me how she thought she may get away with it. Did she imagine she might fake her breeding, as if I do not know what a bitch in heat smells like?
Lucius paused, nostrils flaring. His smile slowly renewed itself.
Speaking of which, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Sirius felt a spike of panic, but Remus took a small step forward, angling himself subtly between Lucius and Sirius. Lucius, who had been pointedly ignoring Remus thus far, turned to him with a sneer.
Ah yes, here he is, the noble savage. Apologies. I did not recognize you civilly dressed and not blathered in manure. I have heard a lot about you.
And are you?
Remus replied quietly.
Far more than I care to.
That is understandable. I have been an important part of Lord Sirius's life for a long time. Some may even say the most important part, as his first. That is, his preferred betrothal.
You were never preferred by me.
Sirius snapped.
You only needed time.
Lucius dismissed.
I am sure you would have found yourself warming up to me had you given it chance.
I could never hold affection for you.
Lucius shook his head pityingly.
And still full of foolish notions. It is not affection your body is built for, my lord. Even your own anatomy knows that is irrelevant. It is not affection you are overcome by when you are wet and writhing.
Remus flinched, hands twitching at his sides. Lucius looked amused.
Please, do not pretend as though you will make any advance upon me. We both know you are no true alpha.
You know nothing about Remus.
Sirius snarled.
I know his stink is all over you. I know he has made you ripe, and yet...
Lucius tilted his head closer, inhaling deliberately. Sirius froze as Lucius's scent invaded his nose. It was thick with alpha, but it was nothing like Remus or even James. It was not pleasant in the slightest, pungent and acrid in the back of his throat, but his head still swam with it, and though it was closer to nausea and felt entirely wrong, he could not seem to pull away. He gasped in gratitude when Remus took his arm and tugged him away from Lucius, breaking the spell. What in hell was that? He had often felt out of control with Remus, in the sense his own desires had stripped him of all inhibition, but he had never felt controlled. He had never felt so powerless to resist something he did not desire. Lucius nodded smugly.
No, he has not bred you, nor do I see a claiming mark upon your neck. What sort of defective alpha does not stake claim to an Omega in heat for them?
Perhaps one who is not a mindless slave to their primitive instincts.
Remus said, placing a steadying hand on the small of Sirius's back.
One who respects their partner as an equal and not as property.
Lucius snorted.
Partner, my God. It is worse than even the Lady Black warned.
Sirius's stomach sank.
My mother sent you.
Lucius smiled.
Your mother is a fine woman, a fine example of a proper, noble Omega. She understands well the importance of purity in legacy.
She is a vicious, scheming trollop.
Sirius grit out.
What does she hope to achieve in sending you to accost us?
She simply wishes to remind you engagements may be broken.
I am aware of that already. I thank the Lord every day for the dissolving of ours.
And that they may also be remade.
Sirius's heart was rapidly working its way into his throat, but he managed.
I do not know what she has told you, but rest assured, I will be wed to Remus. My father will see it done.
Lucius hummed.
Your father is a fine man also, but like all true alphas, he has that certain stubbornness. It is true we do not like to admit when we are mistaken.
He took a step towards Sirius, completely ignoring Remus, even as his shoulder bumped against his.
Still, some things are undeniable. The Lord Black may be suspicious of my mother's promise to renew our betrothal, but he cannot dismiss physical proofs.
Your mother has promised.
Sirius's voice was barely there. Lucius was looming. The assault of his scent returned, and once more Sirius could not break away. Why could he not break away?
Move away from him,
Remus demanded.
Are you going to make me?
Lucius challenged. His icy blue eyes were fixed on Sirius's neck. He licked his lips.
With him in this state, and still unclaimed, I wager any alpha's bite will take.
Sirius felt the resistance inside him, but he could not conjure it, no matter how desperately he tried. He could have cried with relief when Remus shoved Lucius away from him, stepping boldly in front of him.
You will not touch him,
Remus said in a voice so low and dangerous, Sirius barely recognized it as his. He was shaking, Sirius realized, his shoulders held stiff, and hands clenched into fists at his sides. Sirius knew Remus could be assertive, even fierce, but such a raw display of aggression was still shocking to witness. It made something deeply primitive inside him sit up with wide eyes. It made the heat that was growing inside him coil tighter, which he registered distantly was a problem, but he could not focus on the thought. With Lucius's scent now removed, Remus's was overwhelming, laced with something fiery and assuring that had never been there before. The contrast so stark and so good it was dizzying. Lucius was quick to recover, schooling his own shock into a smirk.
So you do have some fight in you. Perhaps you are not entirely a sheep in wolf's clothing after all. You look almost ready to bare teeth.
He nodded towards Sirius.
I understand. The smell of it makes the blood run hot, does it not?
You truly are repulsive,
Remus said flatly. Anger flashed in Lucius's eyes.
I will tell you what is repulsive. You, thinking yourself fit to breed the likes of him. Your filthy common seed polluting his noble womb. It turns the stomach. You are nothing but a thief, stealing what rightfully belongs to stronger, better alphas. What is rightfully mine?
He took another step forwards. Sirius grabbed for Remus's coat, unsure if it was warning or pleading, but Remus only reached back to steady him, silently urging him to stay behind him.
Sirius has never been, nor ever will be yours.
Sirius marveled at how certain Remus still sounded. He was taller than Lucius, but Lucius was heavier, broader, and there was a wild hunger in his eyes that promised he would stop at nothing. He did not halt until he was almost nose to nose with Remus.
He is not yet yours either.
Lucius threatened.
Not until the priest in your mark declares it so.
Remus raised his chin.
It will be so soon enough.
Sirius bit back a groan as his stomach cramped suddenly, clutching at Remus's back in desperation not to double over.
Well, until then, he is for the taking.
You will not touch him,
Remus reiterated.
Or what?
Or I will kill you.
The air hung heavy with the statement. Faintly, Sirius could hear the rumbling of thunder outside, the pattering of rain against the shop awning.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
All three faces turned to look at Madame Malkin, who was standing behind the counter, hands on her hips.
Is there a problem here?
Lucius stepped briskly backwards, smoothing down his coat.
No, madam. No problem at all. We were just getting reacquainted. It has been some time since we last saw one another.
Madame Malkin rounded the counter and came over to them, frowning. Sirius knew she was a beta, but even betas were sure to smell the chaos their confrontation had wrought in here. Sirius tried to look apologetic, tried to compose himself, but it was like trying to hold on to dry sand. He could feel fever brewing inside him, making his head feel thick. His stomach was twisting like a wrung dishcloth.
What do we have here?
Lucius said, drawing Sirius's attention to the item Madame Malkin was carrying. Alarmed, he made to take it, but Lucius beat him to it, snatching the small glass box from her hand.
Oh, little golden horses, how quaint.
A gift the Lord Sirius has purchased for his fiancée.
She said mildly.
You should return it to him.
Lucius raised an eyebrow at Sirius.
Really? How thoughtful. I suppose this is the closest you may get to them. Such a shame that you are not permitted to share in your fiancé's passion.
Right,
said Madame Malkin.
Well, much as I appreciate your patronage, may I remind you it is one appointment at a time, Lord Malfoy. So, if you are well acquainted now.
She held out her palm. Lucius grudgingly gave the box back to her.
Not quite, but we will be soon enough.
He smiled sweetly at Sirius, inclining his head.
Until then, my lord.
He departed the shop, leaving the door swinging open behind him. The revealed street was dark with the finally broken storm, a thin but thorough rain soaking the cobbles. A sharp wind was rolling in, blowing into the shop and billowing clothes on their hangers. Madame Malkin tutted, closing the door and turning back to Sirius.
Are you all right, my lord?
Sirius managed a nod.
You do not look well.
I'm fine. I just need to.
We need to leave,
Remus said, curling an arm around Sirius's shoulders. The contact made Sirius want to sag against him.
Apologies for the disruption, madam.
Quite all right,
she said.
I know it was not your doing. We may fit you another time. Just send word, and I will make you my priority.
Thank you, that is very kind.
No, I need to pay.
Sirius mumbled.
The cufflinks.
We can settle up next time.
She assured him. She gave the box to Remus, who put it in his pocket.
Go, before this rain really starts coming down. Please take care of him, Mr. Lupin.
Remus nodded.
I will.
He urged Sirius forwards, out the door and onto the blustery street. Sirius winced as the cold wind whipped through his clothes, screwing up his face against the onslaught of raindrops. He had not realized how hot he was until the contrast was introduced, but the freshness of the air was relieving, helping him begin to process what had just occurred. His mother had sent Lucius after them. She had sent him with the intent of, Sirius could barely think it without feeling nauseous. He had known she was wicked, but he had never imagined she would go so far as this. Could it really be true that Lucius's mother had promised to renew the betrothal, and Orion had known this entire time? And what had happened to Sirius in there? Why had he been rendered so utterly useless? It was exactly how he had always imagined interaction with an alpha would be before, that his will would be stripped away, that he would have no security within his own body. But it was not at all like that with Remus, and so Sirius did not understand. Was it only the heat making him weak? Was it only because he desired Remus that he did not feel controlled by him? And if that was true, could he trust his desire at all? Inside the carriage, James was laid snoozing on one of the benches, apparently sheltering from the storm. He jerked awake when they entered, rubbing his eyes as he sat upright.
Oh, that was quick. Did you not?
He trailed off as he took in the pair of them. Sirius could tell when the scent reached him by the widening of his eyes.
Oh shit, is he?
I am here.
Sirius grit out, humiliation simmering in his chest.
Do not talk about me as if I am not.
James,
Remus said, then sharper.
James,
when he did not immediately pull his eyes away from Sirius.
We need to go quickly, back to Grimmauld Place.
What?
Sirius almost shouted.
Grimmauld, are you mad?
It is the safest place for you,
Remus said regretfully.
Lucius is sure to make another attempt. We must keep you somewhere secure until your heat is, until the danger is past.
You are aware that is where my mother lives.
You must tell your father what she has done.
What will that achieve? She is clearly not afraid to defy him.
This is a level beyond,
Remus said, jaw clenching.
He will never allow her to get away with this.
You underestimate my mother's determination.
Sirius said bitterly.
I would not put it past her to sneak Lucius into my bedroom while my father is out of the house.
Wait, what happened?
James said blankly.
The smarmy git was here.
He may not even care to stop her at all.
Sirius continued, voice shaking with dread.
For all we know, he will come around to her plan. You heard Lucius. His mother has promised to renew the betrothal. That is what my father wants, truly. He would always prefer to see me wed to a noble alpha. It is only his pride that keeps him from admitting it, but how long before he realizes that is folly?
If he was going to concede to her, he would have done so by now.
Remus asserted.
Please, love, just trust me. This is the best plan. Your father will keep you safe.
He reached tentatively for Sirius's hand, but Sirius snatched it away.
Why can I not go with you? Why is it not you who will keep me safe?
Remus looked at him helplessly.
You know why, Sirius?
Sirius's breath caught as he remembered the discussion before Lucius arrived. Once again, he had somehow forgotten the threat of falling with child, and once again his desire did not abate at the reminder. Suddenly, it all seemed so simple. The solution to the problem was staring them in the face. If Remus claimed him, mated him, all this would be solved. There would be nothing else Lucius could do. Orion would be satisfied, ensuring the wedding would go ahead. Even Walburga would have to concede, with no other options left. Why was Sirius not sliding across the bench and climbing into Remus's lap right now? Why was he not reassuring Remus he found the risk wholly acceptable, that the idea of bearing Remus's child was not? Because Sirius's desires could not be trusted. He did not have the control and agency he thought he did. The fact he could not defend himself, even from a disgusting alpha like Malfoy, was proof of that, wasn't it?
We do not have to do anything,
he said instead, trying to hide the way everything within him rebelled at the idea.
We can stay in separate rooms. Your parents can ensure we are kept apart.
Remus opened his mouth, but was interrupted by a deafening clap of thunder. The thudding against the carriage roof grew suddenly heavier, making the window panes rattle in their frames. Outside, their pulling horse let out a worried whinny. James scooted over to the window.
Lord, the road is flooding fast. Wherever we are going, we must go now.
Grimold Place?
Remus said firmly.
I will tell the Lord Black myself, if needs be.
James nodded. He took a breath before opening the door and braving the storm. They heard him clamber onto the roof, and a moment later the carriage began to move, swaying far more than it usually did under the force of the wind. Sirius threw himself into the corner of the bench, folding his arms over the rapidly worsening cramping in his stomach. It had never been so fast or intense when he was alone. He could tell he would be incoherent in a matter of hours, and then entirely at the mercy of his mother.
Please do not make me go back there, Remus,
he whispered. Remus's face crumbled.
I am sorry, it's just I must do what I think is best.
Best for whom? Because it is certainly not for me.
Of course it is. You know why we cannot be together. We agreed?
The words were on the tip of Sirius's tongue, but a flash of Lucius's face made him bite them back.
We can be separated.
He tried again.
Your parents.
I would not trust anybody to keep me from you.
Remus interrupted.
I am scarcely keeping myself from you now.
Sirius drew a shaky breath.
Do your doors not have locks? Surely.
And your father would never allow you to stay elsewhere.
Of course he would. It is all he has been hoping for that you will.
Sirius faltered as heat spiked inside him.
Claim me. I would not be surprised if he encourages me to stay with you.
If he learns another alpha plans to make an attempt on you, he will think differently. He will know it is not worth the risk.
He knows you will keep me safe.
Sirius pleaded.
I know you will. Exactly like you just did. I know I will not be safe at Grimold. And the idea of being locked alone in that room again, out of my mind, unable to prevent.
Remus looked almost as though he may weep.
That will not happen, I swear to you. You know your father will not allow your mother to best him. Please, love. Please just trust.
The carriage jolted violently to a halt, sending them both lurching along the bench.
Mercy, what was that?
Remus asked.
Are you all right?
A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a thoroughly drenched James standing under a torrent of rain. The air behind him was almost opaque with it.
The road is flooded,
he told them, grimacing against the water dripping into his eyes.
The horse will not go through. We need to turn around.
What do you mean he will not go through?
Remus asked, sounding slightly panicked.
Just be stern with him. We cannot.
If I am any sterner, he is likely to rear and injure himself, or us, when the carriage tips over.
Is there not another way?
Not in short distance. He will not last it. He is at his limit, Remus. We need to take him home.
Back to the yard, no.
Where else do you suggest? The dog is not set up for horses, nor either of our houses.
Remus dithered, looking from Sirius to James and back. James, appearing to sense he must make the decision for him, pulled back in a decisive motion.
I am turning around. We can figure out how best to deal with this.
He nodded between Sirius and Remus.
when we are free of the storm.
The door slammed shut. It took Sirius a moment to realize he was not going back to Grimald, and the relief was almost overwhelming. He was going with Remus. He was staying with Remus. The idea was settling and agitating at once. Silence fell between them as the carriage slowly reversed, until they reached a street James could use to turn them around. Remus sat stiffly, gripping the edge of his seat, breathing shallowly as he stared straight ahead. Sirius could practically see the thoughts racing beneath his sandy hair.
It will only be until the storm passes.
Remus said as though to himself.
We will. You can rest in my office and I will stay elsewhere.
Sirius reached for Remus's hand.
Remus.
Remus scooted to the far end of the bench.
Just stay there.
Are you really so afraid of only being near me?
Remus laughed weakly.
I am terrified.
The idea of mating me, is that repugnant?
Sirius tried to jest, but it was weak. Even the suggestion Remus may not want him made his heart ache. Remus made a hurt sound.
Please, you know what I am afraid of.
That you may lose control over yourself.
Guilt was a weight within Sirius's chest. It would be so easy to reassure Remus, tell him there was nothing he desired more than that cessation of control.
Yes, I understand that fear more acutely than ever now.
Remus looked at him questioningly. Sirius drew a breath before explaining.
I could not defend myself from Lucius. When he advanced upon me, when his scent hit me, I wished to move away, but I could not. It was like he stole my will.
Remus's face darkened.
He had no right. What he did was deplorable, evil.
Sirius frowned.
You are saying he did it on purpose?
Yes. He came close deliberately to overwhelm you, immobilize you so he may.
Remus's lip curled in disgust.
But I do not understand. If that is the effect of alpha scent, why does it not happen with you?
Because I do not seek to control you. Our intent reflects within our scent.
Sirius reeled with the information.
So, I am just at the mercy of alpha whims.
No,
Remus said firmly.
you still have your own will. You are still able to resist. But when you are approaching heat, things become more difficult.
It renders me useless,
Sirius muttered.
Vulnerable,
Remus corrected.
as I become when in rut, just the same. There is no shame in it. It is Lucius who is the villain for abusing his power. I will not see you allow that cretin to make you feel negatively about yourself.
Sirius did not wish to feel better, but he did.
It is not quite the same as rut, though. You are only worried you may cross a line. You are not worried you may be rendered completely helpless, powerless.
Of course I am.
Remus said fiercely.
You do not think a loss of self-control will render me powerless, that I will not feel helpless if I am forced to watch myself hurt someone I care for deeply, with no will to stop it.
Sirius's chest tightened. He had not thought of it that way.
You would not. You could not.
Remus exhaled heavily.
I don't know. The way I behaved just now was, I do not even recognize myself.
Sirius blinked.
But you were incredible. You stood up to him so fearlessly. Were it not for you, he would have.
He trailed off, could not say it, could not even think it. The idea of belonging to Lucius made everything inside him recoil and shrink. The idea of belonging to anyone other than Remus.
I did not even know what I was doing.
Remus mumbled.
I was just trying to keep him away from you. Just needed him to be away from you.
You were incredible.
Sirius repeated.
You did not even hesitate.
I threatened to kill him, Sirius.
Remus said gravely.
I had no idea I had that inside me. I was just so angry, the vile poison he was spewing, and the thought of him.
He grit his teeth, shaking his head.
But I am not a violent person. I never have been. I have always despised it.
He looked so troubled. The desire to slide across the bench, close the gaping chasm between them, was agonizing. Sirius's vision was almost hazing as he looked at him, blurring the beautiful, perfect vision of him.
That was not violence, Remus,
he said, suddenly hoarse.
You were only protecting me.
Protecting you?
Remus echoed. His cheeks were flushed, eyes a golden brown locked on Sirius's own. He nodded slowly as though not entirely conscious of it.
Yes, I had to. I could not let him touch you. I could not let him claim you.
He made a sound then, low and rumbling in the back of his throat. It was unmistakably a growl. Remus's eyes immediately widened, like the noise had surprised even himself. But the effect on Sirius was impossibly more shocking. His entire body lit up like a pulse of electricity, and almost instantly, he felt himself grow wet between his legs. Another cramp quickly followed, the worst yet, making him bend in two and clutch at his stomach. He registered Remus's expression, concerned and captivated at once, before the carriage jerked once again to a halt. Sirius did not fully register the conversation that followed when James appeared again, only that there was another problem, and they must leave the carriage. He felt Remus touch him. Yes, 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 but no, it was not right, not enough, as he was only aiding Sirius in disembarking. And then suddenly Sirius was drenched, battered on all sides by cold and wet, the sensation like blades on his overheated skin. He clutched at Remus, the tall and solid anchor of him, poured in the storm, he thought deliriously, his laugh lost in the roaring wind, as he led Sirius through the fray. Squinting through the rain, Sirius saw the outline of familiar buildings and realized they were walking the track that led to the livery yard. Usually gravel, it was now a soft, muddy swamp. Every step they took was tentative, their boots sinking almost ankle deep. Finally they reached the courtyard, and Remus steered them towards his office, cursing under his breath as he fumbled to unlatch the barn-style door. They almost tumbled inside in their rush to escape the rain. Remus released him immediately, and Sirius heard himself make a bereft sound at the sudden loss of contact. Then there was a pause as the weight of it hit them both, the sudden stillness of the small, gloomy room. Sirius registered Remus dithering before he shut the door behind them. And then it was quiet, only the rain, a muffled, dull roar, and the sound of their breathing.
I have a towel,
Remus announced. He walked briskly to the cupboard, burying his head inside it.
You can dry off and then change your clothes. I will go somewhere else.
Sirius stood dumbly, shivering by the door. He felt wet to his bones, paralyzed by it. His clothes were plastered, heavy and stifling, against his skin. His hair was drenched. He could feel his bun sagging from its tie, locks of it stuck to his face and neck. Remus came back to him as though he were walking on glass. He stopped an arm lengths away, holding out a folded package of fabric. Sirius blinked at it.
Sirius, please,
Remus said, strained.
You must dry off. You will become ill.
I'm already ill,
Sirius thought. His skin was sodden cold, and yet he felt as though he was burning, like steam was rising from his body. Remus looked to be burning too. Even drenched in his own clothes, his face was flushed, hair plastered dark against his temples. A drop of water fell from his fringe. Sirius's eyes followed its path down from the high bridge of Remus's freckled nose, over that handsome scar, until it dropped from the sharp line of his jaw. The rain was so loud, but Sirius's heart felt louder. He was weightless and heavy at once, shrouded in a miasma of need, and all he could see was Remus. The pain in his stomach had settled into something dull, aching. The warmth between his legs was growing, his thighs already slippery with it, sticky. Remus exhaled, the sound deafening. He took a reluctant step forwards, unfolding the towel and bringing it cautiously up to Sirius's head. Sirius bit his lip as Remus brushed it against his hair. The contact was good and yet bad, because it was not enough, not even close. He almost moaned when he realized he could smell Remus now. That rich, alluring tang of pine and earth, sharper and headier than it had ever been before. Except for when Remus had gone up against Lucius, when he had protected Sirius so perfectly, pulling him back from the brink, keeping him safe. With a gasp, Sirius opened his eyes, not realizing he had closed them. He lost his breath again when he found Remus already looking at him. He had fallen still, hands still cupping Sirius's head limply through the towel, as though he had forgotten entirely what he was doing the moment he realized how close they were. Or perhaps the moment he smelled Sirius too, because this need was surely pouring from him, permeating everything around them, too great to contain. Desire from Sirius's pores, pooling in his mouth, twitching in his fingers. He was so empty.
Remus,
Sirius breathed. The towel dropped to the floor. Chapter 14, Taken Stolen. It was as though something broke, as though the water rising outside had gathered against the door until it was too much to restrain, crashing through the wood and flooding into every dusty corner of Remus's tiny office. Sirius managed to steal a glimpse of Remus's eyes, huge and dark in the dim of the afternoon stormlight, before he was swept away, yanked close, and kissed as Remus had never kissed him before. Roughly, messily, grasping at him with such desperation, Sirius tottered with imbalance. It made him dizzy. Remus had always been so carefully restrained in their physical affection, so immovably rational, But the way he was kissing Sirius now was more like how Sirius himself kissed, how he was overcome by the strength of his desire, made clumsy by it. Of course, Sirius had known Remus desired him too, even lusted for him, but he had never truly felt.
Remus.
Sirius gasped, failing to find words to follow.
I cannot.
Remus panted between kisses.
I cannot stop. Your scent. It is too good. I have lost myself. For the love of God, please say something to make me stop, Sirius.
Sirius hissed with offense at the idea, thrusting his fingers into Remus's soaked hair and clenching them tight, keeping him close. Their foreheads slid together as he frantically shook his head, damp skin against skin.
No, Remus, please,
His voice stuttered with the gravity of the confession he could not prevent from tumbling out.
Need you.
Remus made a gutted sound, burying his face in Sirius's neck. Sirius froze. Then a need the likes of which he had never known surged up inside him, every molecule in his body screaming, yes, that, yes. His head threw itself back, baring his throat, and his hands yanked encouragingly at Remus's hair, voice cracking with desperation.
Yes, this time, Remus, please.
God forgive me.
Remus breathed, and Sirius shuddered as the heat of the words kissed against his skin, his neck unusually sensitive. He sucked a breath of his own when he felt Remus part his lips, holding it tight in his pounding chest as Remus finally drew a deep inhale of him. There was a pause, then Remus made another sound, rougher, almost pained. He took 2 handfuls of Sirius's sodden waistcoat and turned him sharply towards the wall, backing him up until his back thumped wetly against the planks. It punched a moan out of Sirius, muffled as Remus claimed his mouth again, and if he had thought Remus's desire was overwhelming before, it was nothing compared to now. He was almost unrecognizable in it, so demanding and shameless, crushing Sirius against the wall from chest to knees, hands roaming over Sirius's body as though he thought it his birthright, tongue invading his mouth as though the very breath within belonged to him. This was Remus as Sirius had never known him, out of control, surrendered entirely to instinct. This was Remus the Alpha. And Sirius was an Omega in heat, entirely at his mercy. Yet he was not afraid. He was being ravaged, wholly devoured, taken, and he could have sobbed with the relief of it. It was exactly what he needed, to be taken by Remus, placed and pinned exactly where Remus wanted him. Taken care of by Remus, giving himself over into the hands of the only one who truly cared for him, the only one who made him feel safe. How could he ever have feared Remus would abandon him to this pain? Nothing had ever been so inevitable as this. Remus always knew what he needed, always strived, with a determination that made Sirius almost weep to think of it, to give him exactly what he needed. Sirius could do naught but clutch at Remus's shoulders, equal parts encouragement and overwhelm. His mind was fragmented, racing, too many sensations to focus on, too many thoughts to hold on to. The licentiousness of Remus's body pressed against him, the way their hips were flush. The pain and the pleasure emanating from his stiffened cock trapped uncomfortably inside his sodden breeches, the stomach-dropping feeling of Remus's own arousal grinding against it. Sirius whined into Remus's mouth, back arching and thighs sprawling open eagerly around Remus's hips. Knowing Remus was hard for him had the sensation of emptiness searing, all-consuming as he clenched around nothing. He needed to be filled. He could feel that he was soaked inside his small clothes, slick leaking steadily from the newly tender entrance to his body. It almost hurt, that ache of tension that came with a muscle craving to be stretched. His heels skid against the floor in his frenzy to hitch his thighs up around Remus's hips, feel Remus's weight between his legs. A distant part of him marveled that he was not embarrassed by his wantonness, but it felt only right and good to offer himself to Remus. His body was thrumming with the need to present. He struggled against Remus's hold, thinking to turn around and spread his legs, or sag to his knees and kiss the floor, whining again in frustration when Remus remained immovable. Sirius was so hot, his skin burning beneath the strangling damp of his clothes. He needed them both bare, needed their naked skin flushed together, no barriers left between them. He tore at Remus's clothes like an animal, utterly lost to his desperation, almost fighting with him for his cock. He was not whole without it. He needed Remus to complete him. But Remus snatched up his wrists, pinning them roughly to the wall above his head. Sirius's whine stuttered with shock, another rush of wetness leaving him. He could hear himself heaving for air when Remus broke the kiss to bury his face again in Sirius's neck. The feel of Remus's mouth against the tender skin of his throat stole all remaining fortitude from Sirius's body. His legs became limp, body sagging in Remus's grip.
Yes.
He gasped at the ceiling, reeling at the words that next fell from his lips, but knowing they were true down to his bones.
Yes, I want. Bite me, claim me.
As he had done before, Remus growled, but it was entirely deliberate now, low and rough and hot against Sirius's skin, a sound so unbearably erotic Sirius could barely breathe. With his mouth free now, Remus's scent was suddenly overwhelming, thick and heady and tinged with something new, something which made everything within Sirius reddier, wetter. His entire body snapped taut as he felt the dull edge of Remus's teeth against his throat, blood singing with it, rushing with anticipation. There was a bang.
Remus.
It took Sirius a moment to register. It was James's voice. Then the sound of the storm faded back in, and Sirius realized the door was open, that James was in the office, looking at them with wide eyes.
Shit.
James said.
Remus, you need to let him go and move away from him. Right now.
Remus did not acknowledge the words. He did not seem to realize James was there at all, still mouthing at Sirius's neck. James approached slowly. Sirius could do nothing but watch, still panting for the bite that had been so cruelly denied him. James's presence was confusing, worrying, the scent of another alpha while Remus still had him pinned and exposed. He began to squirm, letting out a distressed whine. He had always liked James. He knew that James was good, but this was all wrong. James was not supposed to be here now. He was not supposed to see Sirius like this. This belonged only to Remus.
Remus.
James tried again, laying a tentative hand on his shoulder. Remus jerked at the touch, rearing at him with a snarl. James flinched, but he did not back away.
Remus, listen to me. Hear my voice. Think about what you are doing. Remember what you made me promise.
Remus stared at him, chest heaving. He turned back to Sirius, blinking. His face crumbled suddenly, and he dropped Sirius with a rough sound, backing away. Sirius echoed the noise, reeling with the wrongness of the abrupt abandonment.
Oh, God.
Remus was saying.
What did I almost. God, Sirius, I am so sorry.
But Sirius could not quite comprehend the words. What could Remus possibly have to be sorry for?
Remus,
he pleaded. He did not understand any of it. Why was James here, and why had Remus allowed him to take him away? Why had Remus's scent soured? Did he not want Sirius anymore? Had Sirius done something wrong?
Remus.
All right, chum, it's all right.
James soothed. He made towards Sirius, immediately drawing back when Sirius flinched.
All right, sorry, I won't touch you. Just try and listen, all right? I truly am sorry for intruding, but I had to stop you. Remus made me promise I would not let him take advantage.
The idea was so absurd, so infuriating, it brought Sirius back to himself almost entirely.
Are you Remus?
Remus was pacing the short length of the room like a lion in a cage, raking his hands through his hair.
I did not mean. How I could. That was truly unforgivable.
What are you thinking?
Sirius stuttered. He pushed away from the wall, legs a little shaky, flushing as he felt the full extent of the state he was in.
Did you not just hear me ask?
You do not even know what you are saying right now.
Remus burst out.
You are clearly not in your right mind. I told you this would happen. This is why I insisted we be kept apart.
Sirius reeled, hurt, but the realization of exactly why Remus was upset hit him like a slap across the face. Sirius had not told him his thoughts in the carriage, and so Remus was still under the impression he did not want.
Look, chaps,
James said awkwardly.
Tensions are high. Instincts are raging, I know. But you need to pull your heads together the best you can. There is a problem. I do not think it is safe here.
Remus drew a deep breath, turning to James.
What are you talking about?
Pete is here. He saw us get stuck on the driveway and came to help me unlatch the horse. He said we had just missed a visitor to the yard.
What do you mean a visitor? Who?
The man would not give his name, but Pete said he recognized him, that he often comes with the git.
Rosier.
Sirius muttered. James nodded.
He showed up just before the storm hit, asking where you were and if Sirius ever comes here.
A terrible dread rose up inside Sirius. Combined with the arousal still whirling around him, it translated as nausea.
Oh God, she knows.
How could she know?
Remus demanded of nobody in particular.
You have not been here for days, and you were never seen by any of their ilk.
He rounded on James.
What else did Rosier say? What did Peter tell him? Did he mention Malfoy or the Lady Black?
I don't know, Remus.
James said patiently.
I was not there. Pete only said Rosier was inquiring about Sirius, but he knew well enough to deny it. So that is something, at least. But still, I do not like it. Apparently, Rosier sent Pete on a wild goose chase before he left. Some nonsense about making certain you were not here. To me, that says he wished to be left unsupervised.
For what purpose? What could he possibly?
Remus paled suddenly. He went to the cupboard and threw its doors open, rummaging frantically inside.
Oh Lord, oh no, please.
He broke away with a wretched noise, slamming the cupboard shut.
What is it?
Sirius asked.
Your coat is gone. I did not padlock the office this morning. I did not expect.
Of course you would not expect that.
James said, huffing.
These toffs do not fight fair.
Oh God, what have I done?
Remus said, sitting heavily upon his desk and burying his face in his hands.
What do I do?
There was a lump in Sirius's throat. He had never seen Remus so unraveled. Panic did not suit him well at all. It made Sirius angry, a fury conjured from the well he had been filling since he was born, nurturing like the sweet and tender Omega he was. Remus did not deserve this. He deserved far better.
It is not your fault,
Sirius said quietly.
James is right. They do not fight fair. Nothing about them is fair. There was never any winning with them.
Remus shook his head, face still hidden in his palms.
It is my fault your home is no longer safe. Your father will not dismiss proof you have been riding all this time.
It was never safe, Remus, and it has never been my home.
Safer than here.
Remus muttered.
Safer than me.
Sirius tried to swallow his guilt.
Look at me.
Remus made a reluctant noise, but he slowly raised his head.
Here is how it is. My life as a black is finished. They will never grant us permission to marry now. If they get their hands on me, they will either kill me or force me to wed Lucius. It is death, either way.
Remus winced.
And if you see fit to stand in their way,
Sirius continued,
they will not stop until they have ruined your entire family. So, if that is something you wish to avoid, I recommend telling them you are officially removed from proceedings as soon as possible.
Remus frowned.
What in hell are you talking about?
I ask only that you provide transport out of the city.
Sirius finished.
So I may attempt to begin a new life somewhere unknown to them.
Sirius,
Remus said.
You do not honestly believe I would abandon you.
If you do not marry, you cannot inherit?
Sirius replied, trying to keep his voice even.
So what purpose would I serve for you? You would give up your birthright to live in sin with a wastrel of no wealth or title.
Remus rose from the desk, crossing the room in a single stride.
I would give up everything for you,
he declared.
I would wallow in sin. I would revel in the deepest pit of hell if it meant another second in your presence.
Golly,
James said. Sirius was similarly stunned. How did one even respond to something like that? He almost wanted to laugh. It was so typically Remus. It was ridiculous, hilariously naive. It was the best thing Sirius had ever heard.
Perhaps you would,
he admitted, voice thin. Having Remus so abruptly close again, wild-eyed, his scent thick and fiery, had Sirius lightheaded once more.
But your father...
He will understand,
Remus asserted.
And even if he does not, I care not. I cannot abandon you. I cannot be without you.
He faltered, cheeks flushing as his eyes flickered to James, as though he had not already made the grandest and most dramatic declaration anyone could possibly conceive of. Lord, but who even was this man, and how had he found his way into Sirius's life? How in hell had they ended up here? Sirius felt the same. Just having Remus close was almost enough to render void the fact his life was rapidly crumbling around him. If James were not here, he thought, they may so easily fall into each other again, danger and fear, and world be damned. But Sirius steeled himself somehow, defying every instinct screaming inside him to take a step back. Later, he told himself, there would be a later.
If you truly mean that, then we need to run. We need to go somewhere they cannot find us.
And we should go now.
James agreed.
Even if we do not stay there for long, anywhere is better than here right now. The storm is easing. One of the Gits may return.
My house.
Remus began, but then shook his head.
No, it is too obvious. They are sure to look for you there.
Mine.
James suggested.
No. Wait, the dog. Lily will let us stay upstairs, I am sure.
Remus nodded slowly.
Yes, perhaps. It is unlikely anyone in their circle will know of it, and it will be closed until the evening. We may at least take time to form a proper plan.
All right,
James said.
I will get another horse ready then. I suppose it was a blessing in disguise that the carriage got stuck so close to the entrance. but you should probably,
He gestured to Sirius, looking apologetic.
going out smelling like that is not advisable, especially if we are trying to remain hidden.
Sirius flushed.
What do you suggest I do? I cannot exactly hide it.
We may clean up,
Remus said awkwardly.
both of us. I will fetch water and fresh clothes. It will help some.
He left the office before anyone could reply. Sirius's chest clenched with the loss of him.
It will be all right.
James said. He nodded when Sirius looked at him, as though to reiterate the fact.
Whatever happens, you will always have somewhere to go, as long as we are friends.
Thank you, James.
Sirius said, touched.
I'm sorry, I know this must be bothering you.
No,
James said easily.
I mean, yes, obviously you smell fantastic, but it is not as though I have never been around heat before.
He glanced at the open doorway.
It has almost stopped raining. I will go and get the horse. Do you want to bolt the door after me?
I will be fine.
James smiled, leaving Sirius alone with everything that was simmering inside him. He took Remus's spot upon the desk, grimacing at the stickiness inside his clothes, and tried to breathe. When Remus returned, he was carrying a pail of fresh water and a set of clean livery.
I suppose there is no reason you may not wear it openly now.
The attempt at levity warmed Sirius's heart.
Are you certain you wish to do this?
I have never been more certain of anything.
Remus replied, though he looked vaguely terrified.
If you are also certain...
Remus.
Sirius said helplessly.
Of course I am. You are everything.
Remus let out a shaky breath. Sirius noticed he was staying carefully on the other side of the office. After everything they had just done, it was comical in the worst possible way.
I'm sorry.
Remus began.
No.
Sirius quickly cut him off, unable to hear Remus undeservedly demonize himself anymore.
No, you do not have to.
I do.
Remus insisted.
What I almost did, and what I said.
You did not do anything I do not desire with my entire being.
Sirius said, heart thudding wildly.
And what you said was perfectly reasonable, given the information you had.
Remus looked at him in question. Sirius drew a deep breath.
You thought I was set against a child. So, of course, you would think me only blinded by the heat, that I was not hesitant at all.
I do not understand.
Remus said slowly.
Are you saying you are not set against it?
No, I am only saying.
Remus stared at him, mouth open, as Sirius stuttered, trying to find the right words.
It is different with you.
He settled on.
With you I do not mind the idea.
You do not mind?
Remus repeated.
No.
Sirius said. There was a pause. Then they broke into laughter at the same time. It was perhaps the most surreal thing Sirius had ever experienced. It left him breathless, warm in a way that had little to do with the heat.
To clarify, I am not suggesting we make a deliberate attempt. Just...
If that is our fate, so be it.
Remus finished. He was smiling, golden eyes bright, cheeks glowing.
Yes.
Sirius breathed.
I just do not think it would be so terrible anymore. That is, if it happened somewhere safe. Somewhere my parents could never ever get to us. Because if they knew, they may try and claim the child.
We will find that safe place.
Remus promised, sounding breathless too.
And as soon as we are free from danger, you shall have my claim. I give you my word, I will not hesitate next time.
The heat inside Sirius spiked again at the words, making him shudder.
And the marriage.
We do not need a marriage for me to make you mine.
Remus said low. Sirius groaned, gripping the edge of the desk. His scent must have spiked too, because Remus's nostrils flared and his jaw clenched. His pained expression looked instinctually familiar, and his scent was renewed suddenly with that heady tinge, the one that had made Sirius so weak and wet.
You are in rut.
Sirius realized, wondrous he had not registered it as such before.
On the cusp.
Remus grit out.
It is fine if I stay clear from you. Let us just concentrate on leaving, though I think it best if I clean up somewhere else.
It looked rather past the cusp to Sirius, but he did not argue. Even the idea of Remus in that state was making him hazier. He could not believe how little devastation he felt in all this. It was almost as though this had always been the true solution. Remus left him the water and the clothes, and Sirius did his best to change and wash in a detached fashion, not dwelling on the mess his body had made in its longing, nor letting his hands linger anywhere sensitive. It was the most difficult thing he had ever done, but he steeled himself by repeating Remus's words in his mind. Soon they would be free, and they would know each other wholly. It was a relief, of sorts, to be in dry clothes in the fresh air. He was so feverish he felt almost as though he must pant for oxygen. On the yard, the storm had wreaked much havoc in its relatively short lifespan. Twigs and debris were scattered across the courtyard, and the driveway was truly a swamp, so choked with mud and water they were forced to walk along its grassy edges where the ground was slightly higher. At the end, James was already upon the carriage roof, guiding their new horse and reversing it free from the mud and back onto the cobbled road. Being back inside brought a profound and distressing sense of déjà vu, having to sit carefully separated from Remus, the scent of their shared desire thick in the close air around them. Lord knew how they managed it, but they remained on opposite sides of the bench, though they could not tear their eyes away from one another.
Breathe.
Sirius told himself.
Just keep breathing. Soon.
After what felt a lifetime, they pulled up at the Black Dog, disembarking quickly. In contrast to its nighttime presence, the public house was now quiet and deserted, doors shut and windows dark.
Go ahead,
James urged.
I will find somewhere more discreet to park the carriage. You never know, someone may recognize it.
Remus nodded.
That is a good idea.
With the carriage gone, Remus knocked loudly upon the door.
Lily, it's Remus and Sirius. Can you please let us in quickly?
There was no answer. Remus tried again and then again, desperation beginning to tinge his voice.
Lily.
Suddenly there were footsteps from within. Remus sighed in relief. But as the door opened, relief turned to horror, for it was not Lily stood there.
Father.
Sirius choked.
What are you?
Sirius.
Orion greeted, tone flat.
Come inside. You should not be on the street in this state.
He looked at Remus, lip curling.
You too.
They both hesitated, exchanging wild looks, debating silently whether they should flee. But then there were more footsteps behind them, and they turned to find Walburga closing in on them, a satisfied smile upon her lips. Next to her was Lucius, looking similarly pleased, and a woman Sirius recognized from their first betrothal as Lucius's mother, Lady Malfoy. With their exits cut off, they had no choice. They passed Orion into the house, the entourage following behind them, and Sirius heard the heavy wooden door slam. It sounded like his coffin lid. This was it then. He would never see Remus again. In the center of the room, there was someone else sitting at one of the tables. Sirius's voice caught in his throat.
Reg, no.
I'm sorry, Sirius.
Regulus said, not looking at him.
Sit down, both of you.
Orion said. They obediently sank into chairs. It was strange to be in this room while it was so still and empty. It was hard for Sirius to imagine what it had been like only a night previous, so full of life and laughter and music. He had danced with Remus only a few feet away from where he sat now, kissed him in full view of everyone. Orion moved to the opposite side of the table and sat facing them, followed by the others. Sirius could barely stand to look at any of them. His father's dangerously blank face, his mother, who looked as though she was scarcely containing her glee, Lucius's impatient hunger, and Lady Malfoy's cool observation, Sirius's brother, who had not even the manners to look his betrayal in the eye. Even Remus's presence next to him hurt, for they were not close enough, and now they never would be again.
Now,
Orion began,
I believe you know why we are here. A most grave error has occurred, and it will now be corrected.
Where is Lily?
Remus asked. Walburga made an incredulous sound.
You will speak when you are spoken to, you common piece of filth.
I take it you mean the proprietor of this so-called establishment.
Orion said.
She is not here, obviously. I did not wish for us to be disturbed, so I had Regulus send her away.
You knew that we would come here.
Sirius whispered, looking at Regulus.
You told them about this place.
He has told us everything.
Walburga said smugly.
Not that it was required in order for me to know you have been deceiving us since the beginning. Your actions really have been insultingly predictable. Of course you would not be grateful for the freedom afforded you. Of course you would seize any opportunity to bring shame upon your family.
She reached under her chair, pulling out Sirius's riding coat and tossing it onto the table. The bold, beautiful stitching of the letter S caught against the light that shone in from the windows.
Above all else, I am disappointed, Sirius.
Orion said quietly.
Truly, I placed my trust in you. I began to feel proud of you for finally stepping up and accepting your duty. And all the while, you were wallowing in disgrace, mocking me behind my back. I have never been so ashamed to call you my son.
I am not your son.
Sirius spat.
Disown me, please. I'm begging for it.
It is no less than you deserve.
Orion agreed.
But there is no need for that now. Lady Malfoy has most generously agreed to renew your betrothal to her son.
He paused to exchange a courteous nod with her.
And I have been well assured that no amount of your nonsense will prevent us from going ahead this time.
Do not count on that,
Sirius said, hating how his voice was shaking.
I will never submit to this. I will be the loudest and most open disgrace. I will run away the first chance I get. I will throw myself from the roof.
Sirius,
Regulus said.
Do not speak to me.
Sirius snarled.
You are dead to me, do you hear me? Dead.
Regulus's face crumbled.
You will feel differently once you are mated.
Orion asserted. He nodded to Lucius also.
Lord Malfoy is a firm and steadfast alpha, precisely what you need. He will guide you well.
To Orion, Lucius returned the nod. To Sirius, he smiled. Bile rose in Sirius's throat. Underneath the table, he felt Remus's hand grasping for his. He squeezed it back so tightly he was surely hurting him, but Remus did not flinch.
My Lord Black,
Remus began, drawing a breath.
if I may.
No, you may not.
Orion interrupted.
Frankly, I think we have seen and heard quite enough of you.
Indeed.
While Burga sneered.
You have no care at all for your son.
Remus implored.
Are you really so cold?
I would not expect a commoner to understand the binds of nobility.
Orion snapped.
Especially an alpha so useless he apparently cannot even perform the basic functions of reproduction. I practically present an omega to you, gift his bond to you on a silver platter, and yet here he is consumed by heat, still unclaimed and unbred. Tell me, how defective are you truly?
He shook his head before Remus could answer.
No matter. I suppose it was for the best in the end. Truth be told, the thought of your seed growing inside of my son has always made me a little sick. I only wish I had realized sooner I was not indeed lost to all palatable options.
He shared a look with his wife. Then he rose to his feet, prompting the others to follow.
Lord Malfoy, you have my permission.
Lucius bowed.
Thank you, my lord.
He started to move towards Sirius, his eyes dark. Sirius threw back his chair and leapt to his feet.
Get the hell away from me.
He made to run, but the moment Lucius got close and that thick, pungent scent invaded his senses, Sirius's head spun around him, and he could not move. It was too late. He was gone. Remus had jumped up too, but Orion quickly rushed upon him, the bulkier older man, easily able to subdue him with a hold about the neck. Remus shouted and struggled, but Orion only tightened the forearm over his throat, forcing him to still if he wished to breathe.
Enough.
He hissed in Remus's ear.
That is enough, boy. It is over. You are going to leave now, and if you value anything your pathetic family has managed to achieve, we will not see you again.
Remus shook his head furiously. The image of Sirius stood limply, helpless to Lucius's leering smirk and disgusting touches, was blurring in his eyes.
You cannot do this,
he said, and for all his anger it sounded more like he was begging.
I will not let you.
He caught eyes with Regulus, still sat at the table.
Regulus, will you not do something? That is your brother, for God's sake.
Regulus bit his lip. He did not reply, he did not move. Remus thrashed the entire way to the door, but he could not free himself. He had never been a fighter, and Orion was simply too strong. He was thrown violently onto the wet pavement, and the door was slammed shut again before he even had chance to scramble to his feet. And then Sirius was gone, and Remus was alone again. Chapter 15, The Things We Do.
Sirius, no God, Sirius.
Remus's throat seared. The splintering wood of the black dog's doors left his skin chafed and raw, palms stinging with each slap. Beneath his panic, he registered it was pointless. Nobody inside the building was likely to answer him, least of all Sirius. The doors of the public house were solid, specifically designed to stand up to this sort of thing, unyielding as a brick wall. Even if Remus were built sturdier than a newborn colt, he doubted very much he would be capable of leaving even a dent in the planks. But he would do nothing else. Even if Sirius only heard his shouting and knew he was not wholly alone, if that was all Remus could offer, he would continue until his voice gave out and he collapsed from exhaustion.
Remus.
James's voice rang out before he appeared from around the corner.
God, what in hell has happened?
They took him.
Remus forced out.
They took him, James. I need to get in there. I need to help him.
Who took him?
All of them. His father, his mother, Lucius, that vile evil.
What? How? They are in there. Where is Lily?
I don't know, Regulus.
Remus's breath caught on a snarl.
Regulus told them everything. That was how they knew to come here. They were lying in wait for us. How could he? His own brother? How could he do that?
Terrible rage swelled suddenly inside Remus, and he unleashed upon the door again, shouting into the wood.
Regulus, do you hear me in there? I swear to Almighty God that I will kill you for this.
Remus, stop.
James took Remus by the arms, holding on even as Remus struggled to free himself.
Stop. This is not helping anything. You are only hurting yourself.
I am not the one who is hurting. I cannot give up. Every second I waste, every moment they have him.
Remus choked as a torrent of atrocious images came to him. Every terrible and repulsive thing Lucius may be doing to Sirius now.
We are not giving up.
James assured him.
But we are not getting through that door.
Then I will wait for them to come out.
Remus said mindlessly.
They cannot stay in there forever.
No, but there is another exit.
Remus whirled around.
What? So there is another way in?
Through the back alleyways.
Well, then why are we still? Why did you not say?
Remus stormed along the pavement that curved around the building, searching frantically for an opening in the brick. James trotted to keep up with him, pointing ahead of them.
By that lamppost there. But what if they have already left? How long ago did this happen?
Remus shook his head. He could not think it. If they were not still here, if they had managed to drag Sirius back to his prison, where everything was within their control.
They are still here. They have to be.
James did not argue.
Can you tell me more about what happened, and how many there are altogether?
4, no, 5.
Because Regulus was just as much a part of it, just as much an enemy as the rest of them.
The Lord Black, Orion, he overpowered me, threw me outside. And Lucius, he...
Remus grit his teeth, moving faster.
He advanced upon Sirius and overwhelmed him so he could not run, so he could not even speak his distress.
James spat onto the pavement.
Slimy bastard. I'm going to enjoy wiping that smarmy look from his face. Are they the only 2 alphas?
A spark of hope ignited in Remus's chest. James was much stronger than he was, stocky with all the muscle he had built through hours of grueling manual labor and taming unruly horses, and as Lily's unofficial watchman, he was no stranger to trouble of this sort.
There is Lucius's mother too, but she did not seem a threat, nor Sirius's mother, or his so-called brother.
Remus felt his lip pull back in disgust.
At least not physical threats. They prefer to inflict their harm in schemes and backstabbing. They truly are just soulless excuses for human beings.
How do you think they became rich?
James said dryly. Reaching the lamppost, they turned into a narrow alley of high brick walls, rushing along the dank and mossy cobbles as quickly as they could. They soon came upon a crossroad, where James led them down the right path without hesitation.
You are certain this is the way?
Remus checked. They could not afford to make a mistake. Every tick of time was precious.
Positive. I have had many memorable times in this alley.
James cracked his knuckles.
I will go for the father first, so you will have chance to pull Sirius away from the git. Once he is free of him, make a run for it. I will keep them off you until we are clear of the house.
Remus let the plan form in his mind, ignoring the million questions beginning with what if that were racing through his head. This would work. They would rescue Sirius unharmed and untouched. There was no other option. After a minute, the alley widened, revealing a small courtyard built against the rear of a building Remus recognized as the public house. It was littered with clutter, beer barrels, burlap sacks of rubbish, and wooden pallets of empty glass bottles. Mercifully, the back porch sported a regular door, and it was already open ajar. They rushed to it and pushed inside without stopping. Remus had never been beyond the public bar of the building before, so he let James take the lead, staying close to him. He led them through a small kitchen, through another door, and into a narrow hallway. At one end lay stairs, which spiraled up out of sight, and at the other a door, which Remus suspected led to the seating area. As they slowed to listen, Remus clutched James's shoulder to anchor himself, trying to measure his breathing. But the house was silent around them. No voices, no footsteps. Remus tried not to let the rising dread dissuade him, steeling himself to run, to fight, to do whatever it took to make sure Sirius was safe and whole. But when they pushed the door open, it was not a surprise to find only an empty room. However much it still felt like a stake had been plunged neatly between Remus's ribs. Limbs heavy, he made his way through the tables until he reached the one Orion had sat them at. Sirius's riding coat still lay where his mother had tossed it, splayed in a crumpled heap upon the tabletop. Remus picked it up carefully, gathering the tails and sleeves to his chest. Sirius's scent still lingered vaguely upon it, clinging to the air around them, mocking in its sweetness. Taunting in how it made the arousal still swirling inside, Remus clenched in longing, reaching out fruitlessly through the pain in search of its source. Remus watched his fingertips trace the emblem on the lapel, the constellation he had spent days debating requesting from the tailor. Was it too much, he had wondered? Too personal, too presumptuous? The black coat of arms would have been the proper choice, but then, Remus had thought, they had never been proper. And it was not the House of Black he had wished to honor, not the dark sky of clouds, but rather the star which outshone it all. James came to his side.
They must have left right away. I'm so sorry, Remus. Had I known what was happening, I would not have taken so long parking the carriage.
Remus shook his head.
It is not your fault. It is mine.
What? Don't be absurd. How were you to know?
I had this made for him. I engineered his ruin.
You cannot possibly believe that. How could you have known some evil ponce would infiltrate the yard and steal a coat?
The same way I know that when you play with fire, you are likely to be burned.
Remus said flat.
It was I who suggested Sirius ride in secret, who encouraged him to defy his family. It was my lustful weakness which brought his heat upon him. Perhaps he would have been able to resist Lucius, were it not for me. And now he is.
A sob caught in Remus's throat. James made a negative noise.
You only gave him the freedom to make choices for himself, and that was the thing he wanted most in the world. You know he would not hear you blame yourself.
Remus could not deny he knew that truth, but the phrasing of James's words only drew further sobs from his chest. He made it sound as though Sirius were dead, a relic already to be talked about in past tense.
I could not even do him the courtesy of believing he knew his own desires. Were I not so cowardly, had I claimed him as he wished, he would be protected now.
You were not cowardly at all,
James said firmly.
You believed you had his best interests at heart. He had told you he did not want children.
No.
Remus buried his face in the coat, squeezing his eyes shut.
I am defective. I am utterly useless.
James was quiet for a moment.
Only if you continue to stand here feeling sorry for yourself. That would be rather useless to Sirius.
What else am I to do?
Remus snapped, raising his head.
I do not see how we might infiltrate Grimmauld Place. If that is where Sirius is at all, they could have taken him anywhere.
There must be a way,
James said calmly.
Think. You are the cleverest person I know, and the bravest too. You would go to hell for him, remember.
That is not what I said.
Remus protested, flushing.
Is it?
James flapped a hand.
It was something equally daft and romantic. I know you meant it. Now you just need to prove it.
Yes, Remus had meant it. He had meant every declaration of feeling he had made to Sirius, every promise of safety and care. Words had always come easily to him, for better or worse. It was not always productive to wear one's heart upon one's sleeve, which is why he so often preferred to express his thoughts in writing, where he may have time and space to consider himself exactly. He would not take it back for anything, the pact of candidness he and Sirius had made. It was the seed that had allowed their relationship to bloom. It had allowed Remus to be truly himself for the first time in his life, at least with a creature who bore 2 legs instead of 4. But that he had promised so boldly, sworn so ardently, only brought his naivete into starker relief, with nothing to temper the gravity of his failings now. Nevertheless, he had made those promises, and he had meant them. If Remus was to be defeated, it would only be by forces utterly beyond his control. He drew a deep breath.
All I can think is to ask my parents for advice. I doubt they will have any more insight than we do, but that is all I can think, short of forming a militia.
We could,
James suggested.
I know a few lads with cricket bats and thick skulls who would be more than happy to smash in some toffs' windows.
Impossibly, Remus felt himself smile. He held not a single doubt that James would actually do such a thing.
Even if we knew for certain where Sirius was being kept, they would only find themselves arrested. I will not have innocent people jailed for my cause.
Our cause?
James corrected.
Well, let us make haste to your home then.
They departed the building quickly, shutting the door so it would lock behind them. Remus still worried about Lily. It was terribly unlike her to leave her beloved pub unattended. Whatever Regulus had said to convince her to leave must have been truly insidious. Remus was not a vengeful person. He was not a person prone to hate at all, but he could not find adequate words to describe the hatred he felt for Regulus now. Not only for Sirius's sake, the betrayal felt somehow personal too. A part of him had always sympathized with the younger black brother. When Remus had sought him out with the intent of convincing him to pass along his letter, he had not expected a warm reception, and he had been correct. But there had been something different about Regulus's hostility. It was Remus's first occasion in interaction with a noble, where he did not feel that hostility was really for him. The black building of business was a sterile and depressing place on the inside, dimly lit as the circles beneath Regulus's eyes. He had been there alone, dwarfed behind his desk in an office that was unnecessarily large, naught but the endless stacks of paper for company. When Remus had first seen him, he had been shocked by how young he appeared, and how much he looked like Sirius, in more ways than one. The other side of the coin, Remus had thought, both of them ensnared in the pocket of their family, if in different ways. But where Sirius had fought to free himself, Regulus had chosen to bury himself deeper, and now he was insistent on dragging his brother down with him. Remus was all out of sympathy. They rushed through several narrow side streets to where James had parked the carriage. There was a woman sat upon the roof, whittling. James tossed her a coin and thanked her warmly before she departed. When James climbed up himself, Remus followed, settling beside him on the driver's bench. The idea of being alone inside the carriage made him recoil. Traveling at full speed, they soon pulled up at the Lupin's townhouse. For all the shame Remus had been feeling at running to his parents for help, the moment he saw his mother, he found himself fighting not to weep like a child.
Ma.
Hope turned from the kitchen sink.
Remus. Oh, and young James. Hello, dear.
She came to them, wiping her hands upon her apron. She frowned when she looked at him properly.
Darling, what on earth is the matter?
Sirius.
Remus said, tightening his grip on the coat still cradled in his arms.
They took him.
Took him.
Her eyes widened with understanding.
Oh gosh, that is terrible. When?
Just now.
James said grimly.
They ambushed us at the public house. They mean to wed him to someone else.
He coughed.
A most unpleasant man.
Mercy, how awful.
She pulled Remus into a hug. He felt her pause and realized she was taking in his scent.
Oh dear. All right, sweetheart. I think we best all sit down, so you may tell us everything that has been happening. I will fetch your father.
She left the room, returning with Lyle in tow. Remus noted his father did not appear surprised, but he did not appear angry either, settling a worry Remus had not fully been aware of before now. They moved into the parlor, but Remus could not stand to sit with everyone else. Instead, he paced behind the settee, letting James continue to do the explaining.
Surely they cannot do this, Lyle.
Hope said when James was finished.
Do we not have a marriage contract? Are they not legally promised to one another?
They are,
Lyle said slowly.
but I am not optimistic any court would find in our favor.
But they must. This is a blatant violation, and we have plenty of evidence.
Come now, Hope. You must have learned by now that will not matter. The blacks will probably know the judge assigned to the case, and even if they do not.
By then it will be too late anyway.
Remus said heavily.
Sirius is in heat.
Hope's face crumpled in sympathy.
Oh, that poor boy.
And you did not claim him?
Lyle asked. Remus could only shake his head, throat thick.
You did well not to.
Hope told him, the pride in her eyes conflicting intensely with the guilt twisting inside Remus.
I am sure it was difficult to resist.
He should not have.
Lyle said plainly, shaking his head when his wife frowned at him.
This was not one of the scenarios in which we have cautioned Remus to show restraint. They were to be mated anyway, and it would have granted the boy protection.
Lyle,
Hope said sharply, looking at Remus's face.
I think you know it is more complicated than that, and Remus was not to know.
No, it is true.
Remus whispered.
I know I failed him.
Lyle's eyes softened.
I did not say that. As your mother says, you were not to know. It is just unfortunate hindsight.
Should I not have predicted it?
Remus prompted, still painfully aware his father did not look surprised by any of this.
Was I not tempting fate in enabling his defiance?
Perhaps,
Lyle allowed.
But these are the things we do when we are in love. You went above and beyond for that boy. He was truly lucky to have known you.
There was a stunned silence. Hope was looking at her husband as though she may cry. Remus had never understood that inclination so acutely, so viciously as he did now. Once again, Sirius was spoken about in the past tense.
What can I do?
Remus pleaded.
There must be something I can do. Just tell me what to do, Father. Anything, please.
Lyle pressed his lips together. He said nothing. The air seemed to collapse suddenly under its own weight. For a moment, Remus thought he might suffocate. But then he was jarred by a sharp and frantic tapping sound, a knocking upon the front door. Remus looked to his parents. Were they expecting visitors? But they only looked blankly back at him. A wild and nonsensical hope swelled inside him, and he rushed into the hall, throwing open the front door, finding the wrong Black entirely standing on his porch.
You,
Remus breathed.
You. Please let me in,
Regulus said.
I have come to help.
Help? You come to help? After what you...
Please, I did not want this. I did not wish to tell them anything. They left me no choice.
Of course you had a choice.
Remus snarled, shaking with anger.
You have always had choices, unlike the brother you betrayed. How could you do that to him, Regulus? How could you just sit there and do nothing?
What was I to do? I am no fighter. I am...
Regulus's voice shook.
I am not like my brother. I have never had his strength.
He is worth 10 of you.
Remus agreed, sneering.
I cannot believe I ever defended you to him, that I ever thought you a victim. You are no different than they are. You are nothing.
Regulus nodded.
I know. I have always known that.
His face was blank, even as a tear dribbled over his cheek. It was then that Remus noticed there was a mark beneath his left eye, very similar to the one Sirius had borne a fortnight ago, the purpling of skin which predicted a bruise.
Remus.
James's voice came from behind him.
Let him in. We need him.
Remus took a step back, breathing hard. Regulus crossed the threshold like a man approaching the gallows.
Where did you send Lily?
James asked him.
Is she all right?
I only told her the truth.
Regulus said.
That my parents wished to occupy her establishment, that they would not take no for an answer, and that her livelihood would be in danger should she refuse. I gave her 2 guineas and told her to stay away until evening.
James sighed in relief. He led them all back into the parlor, where awkward introductions were exchanged with Remus's parents. At Hope's urging, Regulus perched stiffly on the settee next to James. Remus remained standing. Regulus did not speak right away, watching his own hands wringing in his lap.
It's all right, dear.
Hope said gently.
Just tell us what you came here to say.
Regulus drew a breath.
My father has lost his mind. I've never seen him like this. He's prepared to disregard everything he believes in, all propriety and honour, to see this marriage go ahead.
Lyle hummed.
His pride is wounded. He was so successfully deceived.
He raised an eyebrow at Remus.
By a commoner, no less.
Regulus fidgeted a little, wincing.
He will not listen to reason. He intends to summon the priest to the house tonight for a covert ceremony. No courting, no formality.
Is that the offensive thing?
Remus challenged.
No.
Regulus said quickly.
I'm only trying to illustrate just how far he has fallen from himself.
So Sirius is at Grimmauld?
James asked.
Yes, they all are. They have him locked in his room.
And Lucius?
Remus asked, voice tight. He was not even sure he could stand to hear the answer. Regulus cautiously met Remus's eyes.
He has not touched him yet. I managed to convince my father we should at least wait until the marriage was official. It was all I could think to do, until I found chance to slip away and form a plan proper.
The relief was bittersweet, but Remus snatched it up and clung to it, for it meant they still had time. Sirius was not yet lost.
So we go in and get him.
James said decisively.
We crash that wedding good and proper.
Remus started to nod, but Regulus interrupted.
That will not work.
James frowned at him.
Why not? You do not think me strong enough, or capable of heroics.
For a moment, Regulus's contrite demeanor diminished as a flicker of irritation passed over his face.
They are well prepared for such disruptions. Brute force is not the answer. If you wish to best them, you must play them at their own game.
Meaning?
Remus asked.
There are only 2 languages my father understands.
Regulus said grimly.
Wealth and social standing. I intend to threaten both.
Remus's brow rose.
You mean to blackmail him?
Call it incentive. I've been the primary hander of black business since I came of age. My father knows well what that means.
Oh, wonderful.
Hope exclaimed.
Have you thought what specific act you may evoke in the threat? I imagine much of his corruption lies in property and tax law.
Regulus blinked at her.
Well, yes, it would be those areas primarily, yes, but there are many indiscretions he would not wish to see made public.
It is a good plan.
Lyle agreed.
I know I should not encourage this sort of foul play, but I cannot deny it is the only realistic option I see.
So what do you propose?
Remus pressed.
We head for the office, so I may gather evidence to confront him with. We will need to make haste. The priest is due to arrive at 6 o'clock.
Remus looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. 10 to 5.
And then we crash the wedding.
James concluded. Regulus looked at Remus, who nodded without hesitation.
Let's go.
Please be careful, darling.
Hope implored, rising to her feet.
I wish for dear Sirius to be safe, of course, but please do not put yourself in danger.
Remus pulled her into a hug.
I will be fine, Ma, I promise.
He had to be, he thought, because if he was not, then neither would Sirius be.
Good luck, son,
Lyle said. They left the house and hurried to the carriage. Regulus began to give the address to James, but James waved a hand.
I remember from when I took Remus there last time.
Yes.
Regulus said, smiling ruefully.
The letter you had me deliver. My first ever taste of parental defiance. I suppose you never can put the genie back in the bottle, can you?
James stared at him, still blinking even after Regulus had climbed into the carriage. After a moment of dithering, Remus followed him in. They heard James scramble up onto the roof, a whinny from the horse, and then they were away. A heavy silence descended then, both of them just breathing. Amongst the fear and grief and anticipation, there was something independently unpleasant itching in Remus's chest.
Your mother did that?
Regulus looked at him in question. Remus nodded to the mark upon his cheek.
Oh, well, in her investigation into Sirius's nefarious activities, she came to suspect I may know something of them.
Remus's eyes moved over the rest of him, noting the way Regulus was still sitting stiffly, his hands curled tight around the edge of the bench.
She did not stop there, did she?
It is fine.
Regulus dismissed.
It is well deserved.
Remus did not know why it had not occurred to him that Regulus may not have given up the information entirely willingly.
How were you able to slip away?
I am procuring rings for the happy couple, of course. I am always entrusted with the important tasks.
Regulus shook his head, jaw clenched.
My God, I have been such a fool. Sirius was right all along. This is not a family, this is insanity. There is no legacy or title that could possibly be worth such cruelty as this.
Well,
Remus said quiet.
You are doing the right thing now.
Regulus exhaled.
I only hope he finds it within himself to forgive me, though I would not blame him if he did not, nor you.
Were it not for you, I would have no means of helping him.
Remus admitted.
And, truth be told, I now believe that this was always inevitable, regardless of anything you or I may have done. Your mother was laboring to ruin us from the very beginning. She had already found the article which truly sealed our fate.
He looked down at Sirius's coat where it was nestled in his lap. He had not let it go since he took it from the table and the dog. It did not seem right to leave it behind. It belonged to Sirius. Remus would see it returned to him.
Even so,
Regulus said.
I am sorry, Remus, so very sorry.
Remus nodded. The carriage rattled to a stop. They disembarked, joining James on the pavement. The Black Office was situated on an important street in the heart of noble London, populated again now that the storm was over. The building was vast and grand, a pillared affair of statues and balconies.
Nice place,
James said. He tipped his hat to a passerby who recoiled from him, looking scandalized.
It is not,
Regulus replied. He stepped over a puddle to reach the entrance steps.
Follow me.
Soon, love.
Remus thought.
I will be with you soon.
Chapter 16, Resistance. Sirius had always told himself he would not crumble when his time came, that when his luck finally ran out, when his parents finally had their way, he would face it unflinchingly. Though they could perhaps tame him, they would never break him. Whatever the Alpha may do to him, however his body may respond, Sirius would remain defiant, if only in his own head. He had spent a lifetime hearing that such defiance was worthless. From his father, his brother, any noble who fancied themselves pragmatic, furrowing their brows in imitation of sympathy as they so gently asserted that
this is just the way things are.
There is no point in fighting it.
You are only making things harder on yourself.
Would you rather not accept your fate than resign yourself to a lifetime of turmoil?
Are you quite certain you would not rather go quietly so as to not disturb our peace?
Do you not think it's selfish, forcing us to acknowledge the pain we are inflicting upon you?
They had never understood that Sirius's protests forever fell on deaf ears was not the point, so much as it was his will to voice them. His resistance was the only reason he had remained sane for all these years. It was an end in and of itself. Remus was the only one who had ever understood that. He had understood it so well, achieved such a level of conviction, that Sirius had actually begun to believe perhaps everything was not so futile after all, that perhaps he could know freedom and safety and affection, true affection, with someone who saw him for what he was, rather than what he should be. But now Remus was gone, and for the first time in his life, Sirius did not care to fight. He had tried for a while after witnessing his father drag Remus away from him, screaming silently as Lucius's hands moved freely over his body, guiding him through the alleys and into a carriage parked discreetly nearby, his own legs refusing to obey his demands to stop, run, kick, flail. As they returned him to his prison, where he was forced to listen to a discussion of how soon he should be married and claimed and bred, as his own brother, apparently not content with merely destroying Sirius's life, convinced their father to draw out the proceedings, prolonging the time Sirius must wait for the ending of everything he knew. Thus, by the time Orion was leading Lucius up the stairs, Sirius was no longer screaming. He was simply too tired, his will choked by the heavy draining fog Lucius's scent made inside his mind. It was bitterly paradoxical, sickening, and yet also compelling, pulling at the heat inside his body. Every inhalation made it worse, the sickness and the heat both, draining him further. Now he was only praying to stop breathing.
Here we are.
Orion announced as they reached Sirius's bedroom.
He will be safe in here until the priest arrives.
He opened the door and stood back, but Lucius did not yet steer Sirius inside.
This is where you keep him when he is ripe.
Yes.
Lucius peered into the room.
How delightfully old-fashioned. We have dedicated accommodation in Malfoy Manor.
Orion gave a pinched smile.
Well, this is just as secure, I assure you.
No, I am sure it is. It must be, to have kept such an unruly Omega pure for all these years.
The purity of our heirs has always been paramount to the House of Black.
Lucius hummed,
but perhaps more so in times past.
Orion inhaled slowly.
The common boy was only a minor lapse in judgment, brought about by extreme circumstances. Of course, we would have always preferred a noble, reliable match.
Lucius returned the smile.
Of course. It is most unfortunate my mother was forced to call off the original engagement, but I am glad the animosity between our families is now resolved.
As am I, and luckily no harm has come of it.
I am sure you are right, but still, how can you be so certain the peasant Alpha has not defiled your legacy?
There was a pause.
Because he has not,
Orion said, an edge of danger in his voice.
You may see it for yourself.
Sirius flinched as his father took him by his hair and tugged his head to the side. His exposed neck burned in the open air. It seemed a lifetime ago he had felt Remus's mouth upon that spot, seemed another person entirely who had wanted so badly to feel teeth sinking into that skin. No, Sirius could not let himself think of Remus anymore. It would only make this worse.
That only proves he has not mated him,
Lucius said mildly.
You believe an Alpha capable of taking a fertile Omega without claiming them?
Lucius scoffed.
That Alpha. Absolutely. I have never known anything like it. Were it not for his scent, I would have sworn him a beta merely posing as one of us. But regardless, it may not have happened during the heat. Indeed, it may have been the triggering event.
If my son had been defiled, I would have known it,
Orion asserted.
Especially as I was taking great care to know of it. I watched him closely. I monitored his scent. His heat was rising slowly, as it would not have done were the Lupin boy laying with him. I think it plain the triggering event was only the unfurling of the conspiracy you had concocted with my wife.
Orion's fingers tightened as he spoke, blossoming pain across Sirius's scalp. He whimpered as the heat flared, a bead of sweat running down his temple. He found it incredible he could still hear the conversation over his own heartbeat. He wished desperately that he could not. Lucius took a small step backwards, though not far enough to provide Sirius any relief.
Apologies, my lord. I do not mean to call your judgment into question. It is just, with this delay before I may claim him.
You cannot restrain yourself for a meager hour. It is not enough that we are already doing away with all traditional rituals.
That is not the issue. It is the fact I will not know for certain his purity until we are already bound together.
As is the case in every marriage.
But not every marriage provokes such cause for concern.
Lucius pressed. He bowed when there was another pause.
Again, I apologize for my imprudence, but I believe I have the right to informed consent, especially as it is my name and legacy at stake.
So what do you suggest, Lord Malfoy?
Orion said flatly. Lucius's hand stroked lightly down Sirius's back, making him shudder.
That you allow me to make my own investigations.
Sirius felt bile rise again in his throat. No, he wanted to scream.
You are suggesting what I think you are suggesting.
Yes, I know it has fallen out of fashion in recent years, but my family still engages in the practice when it is necessary.
Then you should know such an investigation will tell you nothing while he is in this state.
Orion said tightly.
His body is already pliant with the heat.
Not so pliant, I will not be able to tell if he is a virgin, I assure you.
Sirius pictured himself rearing backwards, tumbling over the banister, breaking his neck clean in two upon the stairs below.
And you can be trusted to stop at investigating, can you?
I am wounded, you have to ask, my lord.
It is not an attack upon your character, an omega in heat.
I'm not some common alpha,
Lucius said coolly.
I am in control of my rut, and I would never overstep my bounds. You are still his alpha, until the priest declares otherwise.
There was a silence. Even through the roaring in his ears, Sirius could hear Orion's gritted teeth. That his father would allow someone to enter the House of Black and propose such liberties with its heir would have been unthinkable before today. At another time, it might have brought Sirius satisfaction to see his father forced to swallow such a choking hazard of pride.
Very well,
Orion said stiffly.
I will allow you a few minutes to satisfy your concerns.
Lucius bowed again.
Thank you, my lord. That is most gracious of you. It is much appreciated.
Caswell, I trust you to be brief. The priest will be here shortly. We will begin as soon as Regulus returns with the rings.
It was perhaps the first time in Sirius's adult life he had wanted his father to stay with him, to be harsher than what he was. He begged at Orion's back as it retreated down the landing. But Orion kept walking, turning onto the stairs and descending out of sight. He did not even look back.
Alone at last,
Lucius said sweetly. The pressure of his palm grew against Sirius's back, urging him forwards.
Come.
With that, Sirius found himself inside his bedroom. He had been locked inside it countless times before. How he had loathed these walls. He had never imagined there could exist a worse prison. How naive he had been. Lucius shut the door behind them, guiding Sirius to the foot of the bed, where he turned to face him. Sirius shut his eyes.
Oh no,
Lucius chided.
My omega will look at his alpha when he speaks.
Sirius's eyelids peeled open, struggling under the weight of his brow. Lucius smiled back at him.
There we are. Much better. You have such pretty eyes. I am very much looking forward to seeing them filled with tears when I bite you for the first time.
Sirius held no illusions as to that. He was unsure how he was not weeping already. Lucius circled him slowly, eyes raking over him. He stilled close behind him, and Sirius felt the hairs on the nape of his neck prickle and shrink as Lucius's hot breath dusted against them.
Such a pretty neck, too,
he murmured. He stroked his fingertips over that sensitive spot, chuckling when Sirius made a low whine.
Be still. You will not receive it yet. I will allow your father his petty stipulations. The poor dolt deserves at least the illusion of control, after that pitiful excuse for an alpha made such a fool of him.
Sirius's head jerked at the mention of Remus, a repressed attempt to shake his head. Lucius's fingers became a hand curving over Sirius's shoulder, meeting the other upon his chest. Palms spread over Sirius's body, pawing at him through his clothes.
Good. You seem very healthy. You should bear many fine children before your body is wasted.
Sirius's clothes were damp with sweat, sticking to skin which seared everywhere Lucius touched him. He could feel himself responding to the alpha, growing wet and antsy for what was to come, even as the idea made him wish to vomit, tightening the vice around his heart. It felt as though he were vibrating, smoking with the repressed energy, but looking down at his body betrayed nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps it was not his body at all. Perhaps they had been right all along, and it had never been so. Lucius inhaled deeply against Sirius's neck, exhaling in a rough growl.
Mercy, you smell absolutely sinful. How on earth did that simpleton resist breeding you? Truly, I wish to know. I cannot comprehend it.
Sirius tried again to push thoughts of Remus away, but Lucius clamped his nape once more.
Your alpha commands you to speak, Omega.
Sirius gasped as his voice returned to him.
I think he loves me.
Lucius snorted.
Excuse me.
I cannot think why else. He was so afraid he would hurt me. Even as I begged for him, he was afraid. He has always been.
You begged for him.
Lucius sounded amused.
And he still resisted.
He thought it must only be the heat compelling me, because he knew I had always been afraid.
Lucius's hand slid down to the waistband of Sirius's breeches, popping open the fastenings.
Afraid of what?
A sob caught in Sirius's throat.
Myself, what I am.
Ah, your purpose. So, not a simpleton after all then. He understood your nature well. His own is simply broken.
Sirius shook his head, blinking as his vision blurred.
He was wrong. My desire was true. I wish with all my heart that he had not resisted.
You are not capable of true desire.
Lucius drawled.
You hunger only to be filled by whichever alpha's cock is closest.
He huffed when Sirius shook his head again.
Come now, you cannot still be in denial. Look at yourself. Look at what you are allowing me to do to you.
He yanked Sirius's breeches down to his knees, leaving him in only his small clothes. Sirius's sob broke the air, but he continued to shake his head.
I am not allowing this. I do not want this.
Your body says otherwise.
Lucius purred, dragging a fingertip through the wetness coating the backs of Sirius's thighs.
See how it readies itself for me. Because this is what you are made for, little Omega. You are nothing but a vessel for an alpha's seed, and if your peasant had truly loved you, he would not have allowed you to believe otherwise.
Sirius's face stung, his tears mingling with the sweat.
No, everything was different with him. I would have had his child willingly. God, I loved him too.
A touching sentiment, I am sure.
Lucius used his foot to shove Sirius's breeches down to the floor, leaving his legs bare and trembling.
But you will desire my children too. You will forget dear Remus ever existed once you belong to me.
No,
Sirius said with a sudden fierceness that surprised him, for he had felt on the verge of breaking in half.
I will always want him. You will never be anything other than the captor who keeps me from him.
He felt Lucius pause, but then he scoffed.
You will see soon enough. The mating bite is powerful. You are designed to desire the alpha who claims you above all others.
Remus did not have to claim me to win my desire.
Sirius heard himself say.
I desired him before the heat took me. I desired him even as he resisted me.
That means nothing.
And when you force yourself upon me, it is him I will think of in attempt to make it bearable.
Lucius sneered.
You are deluded.
Then bite me now.
Sirius challenged, heart thudding wildly in his ears.
And let me go where my instinct demands, if you are so certain.
You do not make demands of me, Omega.
Lucius snapped, digging his fingertips painfully into Sirius's hips.
I do not have to prove anything to you.
You will not, because you know I would run.
Sirius continued, a note of hysteria rising in his voice as Lucius's scent grew hotter, angrier.
Tell me, does it not sting that you are so repulsive you must resort to kidnapping and rape to secure a mate, that I would rather be a commoner's whore than your noble husband?
Enough.
Lucius hissed, his hand darting up to grab Sirius's throat.
You are wasting my time. I want you to remove your small clothes and get on the bed. Then I want you to present for me so I may begin my investigations.
Sirius choked as the fog resurged.
He has never taken me.
Oh, I know. I never believed he had.
Then why?
Because I felt like it.
Lucius said gleefully.
Because your body is mine to do with as I wish, and so I do not need a reason to put my fingers inside you. Now, on the bed, Omega.
Sirius heaved, his throat bulging against Lucius's fingers. His whole body was shaking with the urge to obey, shrink, submit. But now there was something else, an insistent little voice, in some inexplicable stronghold within himself, whispering, reminding. You do it anyway. You do what you can. His anger was sudden and terrible, cutting through the fog like lightning through a cloud.
Bastard!
He spat.
I will kill you in your sleep.
Lucius stiffened, his hand falling away.
What did you just say?
Sirius moved. He did not realize he was going to until it happened, his legs finally listening, a step forwards and then another quicker propelling him towards the door. But Lucius recovered quickly. He snarled in outrage, grabbing Sirius by the shoulders and shoving him around until his back hit the wall.
You will obey me. I am your alpha.
You are nothing.
Sirius said, feeling a manic grin splitting his face.
But a smarmy git.
Lucius reeled, demanding,
How are you doing this? You are untouched, and I can smell you are in heat. You should be powerless to me.
Sirius snorted.
I suppose you were just that disgusting.
Lucius stared at him, face contorted in confusion, but then he shook his head.
No matter. Resistant or not, you will breed just the same. Perhaps I should do it now after all. I am sure your father will forgive me, being as though he has no actual choice in the matter.
His eyes focused hungrily on Sirius's neck, and he began to lean in. Sirius felt his smile fade, panic flaring despite himself. He started to struggle in earnest, but Lucius was so much stronger. Sirius could not stop him. He was going to... There was a loud knock upon the door. They stilled, both of them breathing hard.
What?
Lucius barked.
Surely it is not time yet.
The door opened. Sirius braced himself for Orion to appear, informed them the priest had arrived, and dragged Sirius downstairs. But it was not his father who entered the room.
Apologies for the interruption, my lord.
Regulus said, bowing.
But I require a word with Lord Sirius before the priest arrives.
A word.
Lucius released Sirius suddenly, forcing him to scramble to keep his feet under himself.
Concerning what? Do you have the rings?
I do. My father is inspecting them now. If you would also like to ensure they meet with your approval.
Then what is this word you require?
It is nothing of concern. I only wish to impart my well wishes upon your union.
Lucius made a sound of understanding.
You are hoping for his forgiveness.
Regulus did not answer, but Lucius scoffed.
Pointless. He will scarcely have time to see you once he is occupied with our children, so it hardly matters.
Still, if you would indulge me, my lord.
It matters not to me, but I advise caution.
Lucius's lip curled as he looked at Sirius.
He appears to have found a new source of defiance. He may attempt something foolish.
It will be fine,
Regulus said.
There is nowhere he can go. I will lock the door when I am finished.
Sirius felt his jaw clench. Regulus had not looked at him even once since entering the room, his expression blank and unchanged upon finding his brother a breath away from defilement. He truly was a stranger to him. The moment Lucius was gone, it was like a mask lifted from Sirius's eyes. The fog was dissolved, and in its place, rage. Sirius felt his hands clench into fists as he took a step towards Regulus. He did not even care that he was still half bare and tacky with his own fluids. All he could see was the betrayal before him, the life taken from him. Remus's beautiful face, screwed up in anger and grief as he was dragged away.
Sirius, wait.
Regulus urgently held up his palms.
There is no time for this. We must get you out of here.
You are the one who put me here.
Sirius said, voice hoarse, shaking.
You did this to me.
I know, I did not wish to. I did not mean to, but I did, nonetheless. And you have every right to hate me, but right now...
You ruined everything.
Sirius took another step.
You betrayed me utterly. Why, Reggie? Why have you always chosen them instead of me?
Sirius, we do not have time.
You could not stand to see me happy, is that it? Could not bear that I had found someone who truly loved me for me when you, miserable, empty husk that you are.
Please.
Sirius stopped in front of him. Regulus had not backed away at all, meeting his eyes without flinching, despite the fact it clearly caused him pain. Sirius thought viciously. That was the least he deserved, after all he had done. Yet it was infuriating, too. Did Regulus think his guilt mattered, that it made anything better or absolved him of anything? Did he believe allowing Sirius to strike him would serve as adequate punishment, as if anything could? But it would bring Sirius satisfaction, if only for a fleeting moment, and it was probably the last chance he would have for anything even vaguely related to happiness. His fist was trembling at his side. He made to pull it back as he focused on his brother's face, a face so familiar, so similar to his own. There was already a bruise there. Sirius stilled, staring at the purple smudge beneath Regulus's eye. He had not noticed it before, but he knew immediately what it was. He felt himself frown. When had that happened? It was a rare thing indeed that their mother would turn her ire on the younger of them. She seldom had cause to do so, but regardless, it was a preference Sirius had cultivated in her way back when they were small children. Reggie had never been as resilient as he was, and so it had felt only natural that Sirius draw her anger away from him, take the punishment for them both. As Sirius looked at the rest of his brother, he saw a mirror of himself over all those years. The bruise, the stiff posture, the wince in his shoulders. Sirius lowered his fist.
She hurt you.
Regulus's mouth was a hard line.
I am not making excuses for myself.
When,
Brother,
if you hold any hope we may ever be as such again, you will talk to me right now.
Sirius snapped. Regulus pulled a shaky breath.
earlier today, she came to the office. She said she knew you had been riding and was in the process of proving it. I was to tell her everything else I knew of your disgraceful activities. I held out for as long as I could, but she would not relent. And I am weak, you know that.
Sirius's gut churned with the revelation.
Why did you not tell her right away? After what you said at the public house, I did not think.
I was only angry. I did not understand. Or rather, I did not wish to understand. I wished for things to be a way they never could.
So what changed?
Regulus sighed.
I suppose I did, when I realized I did not wish to tell them, because I knew full well what would happen, and there was no way to reconcile that.
He paused, brow furrowed.
Which in turn made me realize what I was truly afraid of. It was not the destruction of our family, it was the loss of you.
What?
Sirius said incredulously.
You were not losing me. My intent was the exact opposite. That was why I took the risk in telling you in the first place, because I did not wish to leave you behind, with them.
Regulus nodded sadly.
I know that now, but I was a fool. I have been foolish for all of my life. You are the only one who has ever made me feel like I am worth anything at all, and yet I have always treated you.
His voice broke.
I am so sorry, Sirius. I do not have the words to express how sorry I am.
Sirius exhaled heavily.
Lord, I have been waiting years to hear you say that.
I wish I had said it sooner.
Regulus looked around the room with a pained disgust.
Much sooner. My cowardice will stain my conscience forever.
Sirius shook his head.
It was not cowardice, Reg. It was hope.
Hope?
That perhaps our parents were not truly what they are.
Sirius smiled bitterly.
I was at an advantage in that I had already lost my hope for that long ago.
You've always been much cleverer than me.
Well, that brings some consolation, I suppose.
Regulus's expression morphed onto something more certain.
I do not intend to stop at consolation.
He snatched up Sirius's breeches from the floor, cringing as he handed them back to him.
Get dressed, we are leaving.
Leaving?
Sirius repeated.
Yes.
Regulus said impatiently.
We need to go downstairs, because if you become trapped in here, James and Remus cannot help.
Sirius's heart seemed to stop.
Remus.
Regulus smiled.
Oh, you are prepared to listen now.
Remus is here.
They are waiting outside. We have made a plan to rescue you.
Oh.
So hurry up and get dressed. We do not have much time.
Sirius reeled as he obediently stepped back into his breeches. Then Regulus took him by the hand, leading him from the room and down the stairs. Once again, Sirius's legs worked on an instinct not entirely his own, but he did not wish to fight it this time. He was not doomed after all. Could it really be true? Remus.
What is the plan?
Sirius whispered.
The front door.
I should think you know me well enough that I may concoct a better plan than simply running for it. They would only pursue us besides.
Well, what else may we do?
We may stop them.
Regulus whispered fiercely.
We may force them to give you what you are owed.
What are you talking about?
I have retrieved materials to help persuade Father that granting you permission to marry Remus is within his best interests after all.
What?
Sirius stilled on the first floor landing.
You how?
Regulus gave a rueful smile.
Let us just say you are not the only son he has underestimated.
Sirius could not speak. He had already accepted the loss of any legitimate route to being with Remus. He had resigned himself to a life on the fringes of society, made his peace with any resulting poverty or hardship that may come, the moment Remus had declared without hesitation that it was an acceptable price to pay if they may be together. So the notion they may not have to live that way, that they may have both the marriage and the freedom to be as they will.
Reg.
Sirius said helplessly.
Still, this is assuming he will react rationally.
Regulus muttered.
He is not exactly himself at present.
Sirius huffed.
Yes, he is.
Well, this is why we have reinforcements. We must let them in before I confront him.
They began descending again. Sirius winced at each creak of the stairs, eyes fixed on the looming hall below. He looked to the front door as soon as it came into view, but there was nothing he could see beyond the stained glass.
They are waiting out of sight beside the porch.
Regulus whispered.
In case the priest arrived while I was freeing you.
How will they get in?
Sirius asked. He could hear voices in the drawing room. Regulus produced a key.
I managed to slip it from Father's pocket while he was inspecting the rings.
Sirius looked at his brother in awe, a stranger indeed. They fell silent as they crept across the hallway. Sirius looked into the drawing room, where the voices were now emerging clear and loud, but his parents must have been sitting around the fireplace with the Malfoys, for he could not see anyone.
How much longer must we wait?
Lucius was saying.
Are you certain this priest will come?
I am certain.
Orion grit out in reply.
He has been ministering to the Black family for decades.
Upon reaching the door, Regulus tapped quietly upon the window with his fingernail. Then he slipped the key into the door, turning it in small increments. Sirius clutched Regulus's shoulder, holding his breath.
So he is rather old.
Said a woman's voice Sirius did not recognize.
Perhaps he did not receive your message then. Elder folk do tend to enjoy a nap in the afternoons, do they not, Lady Black?
He will be here.
Walburga snapped.
All the same, I think it would be safer if Lucius did claim him now, just in case your priest is unable to make the ceremony today.
Sirius's eyes were darting between Regulus's hands in the drawing room archway, so he startled as a shadow came over him suddenly. He looked up, finding that somebody on the porch had moved into the light shining through the stained glass. Somebody tall, brunette. Heart in his throat, Sirius pressed his palm against the glass. The person on the other side did not hesitate to mirror him. As Sirius leant closer, so did they, their face emerging through the blur of the glass until it was clear enough to see. Remus smiled at him, lips forming the shape of words.
Hello, love.
Hello.
Sirius mouthed back, feeling his lip tremble. Regulus made a sigh of frustration. The key was a heavy, ungainly brass, and it resisted gentle treatment. There was a loud snap as it turned suddenly inside the keyhole, echoing through the hall. They both froze. In the drawing room, the voices trailed off into silence. Chapter 17, Unstoppable Force. The world seemed jerked to a halt. On the porch, Remus peered frantically through the glass, pleading silently for Sirius to tell him what was happening. James was also there now, mirroring the gesture before Regulus on Remus's other side. But the brothers could only look at one another, frozen in the silence, the hallway around them large and looming and deathly still, until...
No.
Orion's snarl was like a whip, cutting through the daze and lashing across their backs. Noise erupted in the drawing room, voices, the scrape of furniture across the tiles, bodies moving. Rapidly approaching footsteps.
Rage.
Sirius hissed, lunging for the door handle. Mercifully, the noise of their undoing had also meant the successful unlocking of the door, for it gave under his hand. Regulus retreated quickly, making room for Sirius to pull it open. He had scarcely felt the cooler air against his skin before it was flung open fully by a force on the other side, sending him stumbling backwards. But Remus was there to catch him, sweeping over him like a storm and overwhelming him in its frenzy. Sirius could only hang on, clutching at the achingly familiar body that fell against him, gasping for air as Remus's scent rushed suddenly over him. It was almost euphoric. Meager hours though it may have been since Sirius knew it last, it seemed a lifetime after enduring all of Lucius's vileness. Like finding his way home, finally, after years lost in the bitter wilderness.
I thought I had lost you.
Remus was saying, sobbing against Sirius's ear.
I thought you were.
Remus.
Sirius heard himself saying, choking on the disbelief of it.
Remus.
I am sorry, God, Sirius. I am so sorry. I should have.
No, it was not your fault.
Remus made a broken sound. He took Sirius's head in his hands and kissed him like he would die if he did not. And then Sirius was weightless, timeless. The commotion around them, everything he had suffered, it mattered no longer. Nothing existed beyond the shelter of Remus's lips and the refuge of his arms. His body sung with the rightness of it, how utterly correct it was. Blood rushing, heat swelling, wetness pooling in his mouth. Empty, God, he had been so.
Regulus, what in hell is this?
Sirius reeled as Remus pulled them apart, stumbling again as he was maneuvered behind Remus's back. His parents were in the hall, the Malfoys close behind them. Orion's face was like nothing Sirius had ever seen. He had not believed his father capable of such emotion.
What have you done?
Orion said hoarsely.
You have betrayed us. You have betrayed your family.
Regulus drew a deep, bracing breath. His voice was impressively even when he spoke, despite the fear Sirius could see laced through his shoulders.
Sirius is our family too, Father. I am sorry, but I cannot allow this to happen. I cannot stand by as my only brother is condemned to a life of torment.
You cannot.
Orion laughed wildly, almost manic.
Who in hell do you think you are?
You have done it now, boy.
Walburga snarled.
I always knew you were worthless, but this is beyond.
Mother.
I am not such.
She shrieked, stabbing a finger towards him.
You are not of my flesh. God would not curse me with such foul and shameful offspring. You are finished, do you hear me? Dead to us. Cast out of this house.
There was a vicious silence. Regulus nodded slowly.
So be it.
Lady Black, control yourself.
Advised Lady Malfoy coolly.
This is most unbecoming behavior.
You stay out of this.
Walburga rounded on her.
This is my house, my legacy. You are.
Walburga.
Orion barked. He bowed hastily to Lady Malfoy.
I apologize, my lady, most profusely. This is an unforgivable insult. I may only beg humbly for your further patience as I rectify.
There will be no rectification, Father.
Regulus interrupted.
Not on your terms.
Orion's face darkened. He advanced suddenly upon his younger son, but James stepped in front of him.
Easy there, big fella.
And who are you?
Orion snarled.
Another piece of common filth.
He works with this one.
Lucius supplied, jerking a thumb towards Remus.
I have seen him at the stables. You may call me James,
said James pleasantly.
I am a friend of your son's.
A friend.
Orion laughed again, shaking his head as he looked towards the ceiling.
Lord, what have you done to me? Is this my punishment? For inviting this filth into my home, I am desecrated forevermore.
You will leave.
Walburga was pacing, still pointing, pulling at her own hair.
Disgusting peasants, common alpha scourge. Get out of our house. You are trespassing. We will send for the police. Creature. Orion, where is Creature?
I have sent him away, Mother. We need to talk.
Regulus attempted to raise his voice, but he was quickly drowned out by Walburga's ranting.
There is nothing to talk about. This is our house. We are your parents. You will do as we command. Lord Malfoy, why are you only standing there? Take him.
You will stay where you are.
James told Lucius when he began to move towards Sirius.
You will keep your hands and your smarmy scent to yourself, or I will knock your teeth into your arse.
Lucius stilled, visibly wary as he took in James's bulk. But Orion was not so easily deterred, moving until he was almost nose to nose with James.
You believe you may stop both of us?
Remus stepped up beside James, prompting a vicious scoff from Orion.
Oh, please. I am supposed to fear you. The Alpha so weak he could not even lay claim to an Omega in heat, who allowed another to take him away.
Mistakes I will not repeat,
Remus said. He reached behind himself and grasped Sirius's hand where it was twisted in his coat. Orion sneered.
You believe yourself worthy of him. Truly, even now, what do you have left to offer him? You are ruined, boy. I will raze your entire family to the ground. You would condemn your beloved to a life of whoring and scraping.
I would take that life and live it happily, Father.
Sirius said boldly, moving to Remus's side, keeping their hands clasped together.
If the alternative was another second beneath this roof.
And there will be no raising.
Regulus declared.
You will leave the Lupins well alone, including Sirius.
Excuse me.
Orion breathed.
You will give permission for the marriage. You will sign all paperwork required to divorce Sirius of the Black family and grant him his independence. And then you will never speak to him, or of him, ever again.
Orion stared at him.
You have gone mad.
Regulus shook his head.
I have never seen things so clearly.
Why in God's name would I ever?
Because of this.
Regulus held out a hand to James, who produced a scroll of paper from inside his coat.
And everything else I know.
Orion snatched the paper and pulled it open. The color drained from his face as his eyes moved across the page.
No.
He raised his eyes back to Regulus, shoulders shaking.
You dare.
What is it, Orion?
Walburga asked frantically. But Orion only shook his head, teeth baring.
You little shit.
He roared, shaking the entire house.
You are threatening me. How dare you? I am your father, your Alpha. You think I will lay down and take this? I will kill you where you stand.
Several things happened in quick succession. Orion lunged for Regulus, prompting a tussle with James as he sprung forth to hold him back. Walburga bellowed in rage, yanking at Lucius's arm until he relented and made towards Sirius. Sirius shouted, bracing himself to fight, but Remus was ahead of him. Sirius saw it as though in slow motion. Remus's elbow bending and pulling back, fingers clenching into a fist that cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, landing in the center of Lucius's face with a gritty crack. Lucius let out a garbled noise as his head snapped back violently, the rest of him ricocheting after it, stumbling and falling onto the floor. Remus immediately hissed a curse of pain, clutching at his hand, but the swiftness of the violence seemed to have shocked it into ending just as quickly. Orion backpedaled from James's grip, his face red and stunned, breathing hard. And then it was abruptly still, the two parties glowering at one another as Lucius groaned upon the floor.
You are not going to kill me, father,
Regulus said, as though there had been no break in the conversation.
You are going to do exactly as I have said, because you are a rational man. You are not going to destroy centuries of history and well repute just because your children have wounded your pride.
If I allow you to do this, the family is destroyed regardless.
Orion said through gritted teeth.
You know that is not true. Sirius is not the only black capable of producing children.
He is the only one of ours, the only one of worth.
And yet you were quite willing to disown him before.
That was when you would have taken his place as heir.
Orion hissed.
When I still believed you honorable and trustworthy. What is to stop you from slinging these threats again whenever you desire advancement?
Because I am not suggesting I be made the heir.
Regulus said calmly.
That is not my motivation for doing this. I would gladly suffer disownment as well to see my brother free. That is how you may be reassured. I will not attempt anything else.
You will not be the heir.
Walburga seethed.
You are a vile and cowardly traitor. You will have to put me in the ground before.
Be quiet, Omega.
Orion snapped. Walburga instantly fell silent, though she continued to shake with suppressed rage.
I do believe that is the limit,
Announced Lady Malfoy.
This farce has run its course. Lucius, get up, we are leaving. And stop snivelling, for goodness sake.
I am not snivelling.
Lucius spat. He had pushed himself into a seated position, a bloody hand clutched to his face.
Can you not see my damn nose is broken?
Orion faltered, paling at the reminder they had an audience.
No, my lady, please, if you would just allow me.
No, my Lord Black, I think that is quite enough. I see now that my original decision was entirely correct. This family is broken beyond recompense. No self-respecting noble would knowingly endanger their legacy by inviting this tawdry chaos into it.
You are withdrawing your proposal for good, Lady Malfoy,
inquired Regulus politely.
Gosh, what gave it away?
She replied dryly.
In regard to how we proceed, am I correct in assuming you would rather we did not speak of what occurred here to anyone else?
Regulus looked at Orion, who reluctantly nodded.
Indeed, you are correct.
Then, in return, I may trust you to be discreet with the measure of our own involvement.
Lady Malfoy's lip curled as she watched Lucius haul himself to his feet.
You may.
Regulus agreed.
Very well, then our business is concluded. I bid you good afternoon. Come, Lucius.
But...
Lucius spluttered, dripping blood onto the tiles.
Mother, I require retribution. Look at what he has done to me.
I said come.
Lady Malfoy snapped.
Before you embarrass us any further.
She departed swiftly through the still open door. Lucius followed reluctantly.
This is not over.
He spat as he passed them. But Sirius did not truly hear him. Indeed, the entire conversation since Remus had struck Lucius had seemed somewhat muted. Despite the swelling hope, the brewing joy as it began to dawn on him that they were winning, that Regulus's plan was actually going to work, Sirius was finding it difficult to focus on anything other than Remus. And it seemed the captivation was mutual. Despite still nursing his sore knuckles, Remus had not stopped touching Sirius since, stood so their bodies were always in contact, keeping Sirius within the comforting presence of him. He was so tall, radiating heat, and his scent was indescribable. So good, Sirius could cry. Every time he looked up, he found those golden eyes already upon him, reassuring him that yes, Remus was really here, that he would not allow them to be parted ever again. And above all else, that he was desperate, hungry to prove it to him.
Thus, the last obstacle is removed.
Regulus said once the Malfoys were gone.
You must see now there is only one path forwards.
Orion said nothing. The silence was loud enough to draw Sirius's attention away from Remus. He marveled at what he saw. Throughout Sirius's life, his father had always seemed so large to him, a sinister shadow forever looming. But seeing him now, stood in the cavernous hallway with naught but his mute wife for company, Sirius could not believe he had ever been so afraid. Perhaps because he recognized the expression his father bore. It was how one looked when they were staring down an inevitable defeat, when all choice and dignity was cruelly stripped away, reducing you to nothing but a pawn at the mercy of another. This was not an omnipotent and infallible titan Sirius saw before him. It was only a man. Only an alpha. Sirius smiled.
He is right, father. To resist now would be nothing but a petty display of pride, and that would be most unbecoming, would it not?
The look Orion gave him was one of pure hatred.
You think yourself so clever. Where do you find the gall to speak to me of pride, when you believe yourself too good for the purpose God made you for? You are a fool, Sirius. A defiant child screaming for its own destruction. You know nothing of the real world.
I know enough.
Sirius glanced again at Remus, heart thudding when he found him already smiling back at him.
I know the best parts of it are ones you would never have allowed me to see.
Orion shook his head pityingly.
I see now that there was never a hope for you. You are rotten at your core. I should not have dared to hope otherwise. I should not have allowed my pride to blind me to the truth.
You are the rotten ones,
Remus said, his voice cold, shaking a little.
It baffles the mind how one so good and pure as Sirius could have come from such wretched, empty corpses as you.
Sirius expected a response of anger, but Orion only huffed, still shaking his head.
Perhaps this is for the best after all. With your expulsion, the Black family will be purified. No longer will we live in fear of the shame you will inevitably bring upon us.
It is the best thing for everyone.
Regulus agreed.
In exchange for his liberty, Sirius will retreat from noble life, abdicating all titles and inheritance. You will never have to think of him again, nor I, if that is what you wish.
Orion surveyed Regulus coldly.
And how would you hope to survive, if I did decide your treachery could not be forgiven?
Next to him, Walburga began to shake, her face red and contorting with stolen words. In his 20 years of life, Sirius had never seen his father subject his mother to anything like this. Even now, and despite everything she had done to him, Sirius could not find it within himself to take pleasure in it. He had been able to break free of Lucius's control because he had realized the folly and falsehood within it, because he had remembered he had something good and true to fight for. Clearly, his mother did not. Regulus shrugged a shoulder.
I will find my own way. It is probably time I did.
You will not be alone in it,
James said suddenly. He flushed when Regulus looked at him.
That is, if you do not wish to be.
Regulus blinked at James for a moment. Then he shook his head, turning back to Orion.
Well, regardless, you have my word I will never again speak of what I know, so long as Sirius continues to live freely.
Reggie,
Sirius said thickly. He turned to Orion, demanding,
just give it to him for God's sake. He has earned it. You know he has. He deserves it far more than I ever did.
There was a pause while Orion's eyes moved over them all. Sirius could practically see the mechanics working beneath his skull. Ultimately, he knew his father would agree because Regulus was right. This was who Orion was. For all his pride, all his righteous anger, he was never truly out of control. He could not allow himself to be, for it would risk the foundations of his very being, everything he had strived and worked for. Reckless vengeance was not productive in an institution built upon longevity. Unbridled emotions were a luxury even Orion Black could not afford.
My lord?
The voice came from behind them, startling them all. They turned to see a man stood in the open doorway. Sirius knew him fairly well, accustomed to seeing him at the church and family occasions. He was short and balding, wearing a black tunic with a white collar.
I received your message,
the priest said hesitantly.
Apologies for the delay, but I came as soon as I could. Is everything well?
Very well, sir,
Regulus said before Orion could reply. He gestured to Sirius and Remus.
The betrothed are ready. Please proceed with them into the parlor.
Sirius's breath caught.
We now.
Regulus leaned closer, speaking quietly.
Father cannot be given opportunity to concoct an alternative.
We are to be married now,
Sirius repeated.
Unless you have a prior engagement, other than to your fiancé, that is.
Sirius laughed, shaking his head in wonder.
I just did not envision it like this.
He looked at Remus, who smiled helplessly back at him.
But if this is how it must be, then I...
Anyway,
Remus agreed ardently.
Any way it may happen, I will take it. The trappings do not matter.
Good,
Regulus said.
Well, go on then. I will see to the formalities with Father. I assume James will be happy to serve as witness.
James grinned.
I am a good witness indeed.
Regulus nodded.
Oh, and here.
He moved to Orion, holding out a palm.
May I have the rings, Father?
Walburga's face was almost purple. Orion's remained coldly blank as he dug into his breast pocket and slammed his palm down onto Regulus's hand. Regulus did not flinch. He came back to Sirius and Remus, presenting to them 2 rings of plain gold, simple yet elegant in design, with delicate etching along the edges.
I hope they are acceptable. and that they fit well. I had to make an approximate judgment.
They are beautiful,
Remus said softly.
I'm glad you think so. The Lord Malfoy did not seem impressed.
Then they are perfect,
Sirius declared. Once he and Remus had taken a ring each, Remus clasped Regulus's hand.
Regulus, I thank you.
Regulus gave a small smile.
Once it is done, have James bring me the contract. Then you may take the carriage back to Remus's townhouse. You should not be subjected to this place any longer.
What about you?
James asked.
I do not like the idea of leaving you here.
Nor I.
Sirius agreed.
I will be fine.
Regulus assured them.
They are not going to hurt me now. I am all they have left. Now go on, get on with it.
Sirius pulled his brother into a hug. Regulus stiffened at first, but after a moment, he brought a hand up to Sirius's back. He made a disgusted noise.
My God, you reek.
Sirius laughed again, the sound emerging a little wild. He could not smell himself, could only smell Remus, but he had no doubt it was true. His skin was still unpleasantly tacky from earlier, and he was beginning to feel lightheaded, hot all over and growing hotter by the moment. Now he knew they were safe. Now he and Remus were finally. Remus's hand spread out on his lower back, and Sirius almost made a noise at the touch. He pulled away from Regulus, turning back to Remus and losing his breath, for he could see the same heat reflected. Everything was there in Remus's eyes.
Are you ready, love?
Remus asked.
More than,
Sirius said, taking Remus by the hand. The priest looked rather confused, but after a glance at Orion returned no objection. He obligingly followed Sirius, Remus, and James to the parlor. By the time the priest granted them leave to kiss, Sirius felt on the verge of frenzy. When their lips touched, when Remus finally took him in his arms as his husband, he thought he might crumble. He had felt the desire to sink into the floor of Grimald's parlor many times before, but this was a million acres removed from anything he had known, everything encapsulated within this tomb of a mansion. This prison now witnessed to his salvation. A fitting parting gift, Sirius thought. A cough from James made Remus pull their mouths apart. Apparently they had been kissing for quite a while.
Come on, not in front of the priest.
Said priest did look scandalized and also still confused.
When I received the message, I was told I would be marrying you to the Malfoy heir.
A mistake,
Remus said lowly. His arms tightened around Sirius.
Sirius and I have always been bound to each other.
Mouth dry, Sirius nodded in agreement.
Right.
The priest said, looking them slowly up and down.
But is it not unusual that the Lord Black would allow this while you are in this state?
He does not allow me to do anything.
Sirius said gleefully.
Not anymore.
The priest huffed, looking at Remus.
Well, yes, I suppose he is your responsibility now. You should take him upstairs, quickly. He should not be.
I will not be taking my husband anywhere he does not wish to go.
Remus interrupted smoothly.
Certainly nowhere in this accursed place. We have our own home now.
Home,
Sirius repeated, breath-catching. His hands clenched in Remus's shirt, flexing flesh against the new ring which hugged his finger, comfortably snug.
Now I wish to go now, Remus.
Remus nodded quickly.
Where do we sign?
The priest produced a scroll and pen from his tunic.
Only the Alpha's signature is required, and the witness.
Remus frowned.
Will it invalidate the document if Sirius signs?
Well, no, but as I said, it is not required.
Once he and James had signed, Remus handed the pen to Sirius.
Sign it.
Sirius obediently scribbled his name under Remus's, grinning helplessly as he omitted the Lord and replaced Black with Lupin. The priest huffed again.
I will go and give this to Regulus.
James said, grinning too.
Then meet you at the carriage. Just a ride home, though. I do not fancy loitering outside while you two are deflowering each other.
Really?
Said the priest. With James gone, they almost sprinted to the carriage. James had parked it a street down from Grimald Place, so it would not be spotted from the hallway. By the time they had climbed inside, Sirius was breathless, though only halfway from the exertion.
Wait,
Remus said as Sirius descended immediately upon him, panting between kisses.
Wait, love, just...
I have done my waiting.
Sirius declared, swinging a leg over Remus's thighs and settling into his lap, the way he had so often thought about doing.
20 years in that godforsaken prison. No more, Remus. I will have what I want.
And I will always wish you to have it.
Remus returned breathlessly, his hands coming up to bracket Sirius's hips.
I need to know that you are truly.
Sirius made an incredulous noise.
You cannot mean to tell me you still doubt my desire.
God, no. I do not doubt anything that is between us.
Remus clasped Sirius's hand, smiling as he pressed a kiss to the ring.
Husband.
Husband?
Sirius echoed, the weight of it enough to still him. Remus's smile faded as his brow creased.
But what just happened? What happened to you? I need to know you're all right.
Oh,
Sirius said.
No, he did not. He only touched me. Over my clothes. He talked father into letting him check me.
Remus looked as though he had been struck.
He did not do it.
Sirius said quickly.
I thought he would. I thought I was...
He stopped, exhaling as the desolation of that moment returned fully to him. He'd not been thinking about it, lost in the euphoria of his rescue and the marriage and Remus. He hated that he must think of it now, that Lucius had left any mark on him at all. Something so worthless and wrong did not belong here, in this moment. It did not belong at all, Sirius decided. He would give voice to it now, because it was what Remus needed, but he would not allow it to stay.
But he did not.
Sirius finished.
Because I broke free.
Broke free?
He was telling me I was not capable of true desire, that I would come to desire him too, that I would forget all about you.
Sirius smiled, cupping Remus's face.
But when I thought of you, I knew that was not true. And knowing that, knowing how I feel about you, it made me free.
Remus's face crumbled entirely.
Sirius.
I am free because of you. And I do not just mean the freedom from obligations. They caged everything of mine, made me hate entire parts of myself because I believed they were not my own. But now I see, now I know.
Tell me.
Remus breathed. Sirius tilted their foreheads together.
I want you. I want everything with you, Remus. This desire does not come from anywhere else, only here.
He laid a hand over Remus's chest, feeling rapid thudding against his palm. Then he leant in, until Remus's hot, tense breaths were dusting his lips.
And here?
Remus made a gutted sound when Sirius kissed him, clutching at him.
You are so strong.
He gasped in the pause for air.
So strong, so beautiful. I'm so glad you are safe. I do not know what I would have.
Hush!
Sirius soothed, as though there was not a fire raging inside him.
It's all right now. We are free.
Before they could fall into each other again, there was a knock upon the carriage door.
I will not come in, don't worry.
James called.
Just to let you know, we are about to start moving, so you may wish to make yourselves semi-presentable for Remus's parents.
Sirius laughed ruefully.
Mercy, does it ever end? Why did my parents always act as though I was at constant risk of being defiled? It is apparently a very hard thing to accomplish.
Remus spluttered a laugh too. His cheeks flushed that lovely pink Sirius had always found so endearing.
They will not interfere, especially now we are married. They will be thrilled, in fact. My mother was so worried about you.
She was.
Sirius wondered if that would ever stop feeling strange.
Wait, they knew about this.
We went to them for help. That was where Regulus found us.
Remus reached across the bench, retrieving something Sirius had not noticed before now.
It was all I could think to do after we found you already gone from the dog.
You broke into the pub for me.
And retrieved this.
My coat.
Sirius whispered, stroking the rich blue fabric.
You got it back.
It is yours.
Remus said simply. He pressed a kiss to Sirius's lips, speaking the promise against them.
As am I.
Chapter 18, Home. They held each other for the entire journey back to the Lupin's townhouse. Sirius's townhouse. Because he was a Lupin now, too. Just thinking about that was overwhelming. Sirius would not remove himself from Remus's lap, but he did not kiss him anymore, breathing shallowly to keep his wits. He was not fond of the idea that James, or worse, Remus's parents, may discover them rutting inside the carriage. That it was to happen under the same roof as them was already slightly irksome to Sirius, despite knowing it was normal for newlyweds to live with the Alpha's family at first. Still, he knew it would not remain irksome for long. Soon enough, he would care about nothing other than the claim Remus was laying upon him. Bizarrely, it was easier for Sirius to restrain himself now than it was before, even with his heat being stronger, and growing stronger still. There was a certainty now that he did not have before. It was only meager minutes he must wait before they would be bound together wholly, and following that, there was an entire lifetime stretching ahead of them. Thankfully, Sirius was not made to endure the embarrassment of interacting with Remus's parents in his current state for very long. While Hope was indeed thrilled that everything had resolved happily, Lyle did not allow celebrations to linger, urging them upstairs in an almost businesslike manner. Sirius could not help but laugh, especially when Remus flushed the pinkest Sirius had ever seen. On the landing, Remus halted them outside the door Lyle had showed Sirius last time, Sirius's very own bedroom, because this was his home. As incredible as that was, however, Sirius had a different desire.
Your room. It will smell like you. Let us go there.
Remus smiled, still flushed.
As you wish.
Remus's bedroom was simple and neat. Much like his office, the majority of its activity seemed concentrated in the desk area beneath the window, which was littered with paper and pens and books. More books lined the entire far wall in functional, rectangular bookcases. The large bed was crisply made, covered by another handsome red blanket. It was all information taken in under a second, because Sirius was kissing Remus the moment the door shut behind them, and Remus was kissing him back, unrestrained and ardent and perfect, because they finally could. Finally they were here. Remus pulled back, took Sirius's face in his hands.
I love you,
he said, making the world tilt for a moment.
I know we have just declared it before the priest, but I need to say it again now, just to you. I need you to truly know it
Before you claim me.
Sirius finished, heat rushing through him.
You do not think the act infers such feeling?
It is just, when the rut takes over fully, I do not think I will be.
Loving.
Gentle,
Remus said heavily. Sirius let out a shaky breath.
What makes you think I would need gentle? I certainly did not in your office.
I cannot stand the idea that I may make you feel.
You are not Lucius,
Sirius said fiercely.
You could never make me feel that way.
Remus's face hardened.
I want to kill him.
Sirius bit back a whine as another rush of heat took him.
I would like to see it. The way you hit him. My God, I think I saw stars.
Remus huffed a laugh, looking dazed as he flexed his sore knuckles.
Lord, that was entirely instincts. I am still shocked such anger is within me.
But you are not still troubled by it, as you were before.
No, if it protects you, then it is a good thing.
It is a good thing anyway.
Sirius took Remus's hand, pressing a kiss to the knuckles.
Your instincts are good, as are mine. They are natural.
Remus exhaled.
Still, I wish to remain present for as long as I can. Not like in the office. This is our first time, and I wish to savor every last second.
Then I will keep you present.
Sirius murmured, leaning into Remus's neck, drawing a deep inhale of that delicious scent. God Almighty, how was it possible for one person to smell so good?
Until we lose ourselves together.
Yes, please.
Remus breathed.
Always talk to me. I wish to always hear your thoughts, always know your desires.
I love you too,
Sirius said, voicing the most immediate truth inside him. Remus made a broken sound, pulling him into a deep, desperate kiss. It stoked the fire between them, threatened to consume them right away, teetering on the very edge of that instinctual madness. Sirius barely managed to pull away, undoing the laces of Remus's shirt with unsteady fingers.
Undress me. I want you to strip me bare.
Yes,
Remus said immediately, pushing Sirius's coat from his shoulders, mirroring his hands upon the laces of his shirt. Sirius quickly found himself distracted from his task by Remus's hands, watching his own clothes be opened and taken away by those nimble fingers. He tensed a little when Remus reached the fastenings of his breeches, but then Remus paused, waiting for his nod, and that was all Sirius needed to settle. When Sirius was only in his small clothes, Remus paused again. Sirius stood still, burning with a strange amalgamation of embarrassment and a desire to preen under Remus's appreciative stare. He felt the air against every bit of his bare skin, hyper-aware of every sensitive point on his body, his nipples tight, cock straining out from between his hips, the wetness between his legs. He had never been so exposed before another person, not willingly at least. But that was what made it such an exposure, what made it the true first. Anything else did not count, did not matter.
You're so beautiful,
Remus whispered, eyes wide.
Touch me,
Sirius managed. Remus's deft hands instantly found his body again, but they did not paw at him, despite the heat Sirius could feel behind them. Instead, Remus touched him thoroughly, reverently, stroking the planes of his shoulders and chest, mapping the curves of muscle and bone. Sirius found himself near panting, Remus's touch like static, trailing shivers in its wake. It was difficult to think, but the desire to touch Remus too became overwhelming, bolstering his clumsy fingers. He undid Remus's shirt, but he was not quite tall enough to pull it over Remus's head. They shared a grin as Remus did it himself. The breaches were physically easier, though they inspired a greater madness, with Sirius's hands working so close to the bulge of fabric at the front. The bulge he knew was Remus's cock, hard, ready. It looked rather big. Sirius's stomach lurched at the thought, something between nerves and anticipation. With Remus equally stripped, it was Sirius's turn to stare. Remus's body was lean, angular, planes of sinewy muscle tying long limbs and prominent bones together. He appeared almost delicate, except he was hot and solid under Sirius's hands, and Sirius already knew Remus's strength was deceptive. He had seen it in his quiet mastery of everything he handled, horse and man alike. Remus exhaled shakily as Sirius's hands ran over him.
I know I am not much.
Don't you dare,
Sirius said fiercely.
I have done nothing but stare at you these past weeks.
Still, compared to you,
you are just as beautiful.
Sirius insisted. He watched his own fingers trace the lines of Remus's clavicle, the curves of his pectorals, the light dusting of hair between his dusky nipples.
I love that you are so tall, your long legs in your breeches, your eyes, your freckles, your smile, your hands.
My hands.
Yes,
Sirius said, flushing.
They are nice.
Remus laughed incredulously, looking at his own palms as though they were new to him.
They are rough, from my work.
I thought of them upon me.
Sirius told him, because he wanted no doubt left in Remus how desirable he was, how badly Sirius had wanted him.
Last night I found my end in thoughts of you touching me, taking me.
Oh,
Remus stuttered.
Oh.
He pulled Sirius into another breathtaking kiss, and Sirius moaned at the feel of their bare skin together, clutching at Remus's shoulders. Remus responded with equal fervor, making them totter on the spot, and Sirius was struck with the desire to be horizontal, to be grounded by Remus's weight. Unwilling to separate from the kiss, he pulled Remus in the general direction of the bed. It was an inelegant method of communication, but Remus understood nonetheless, walking them until the backs of Sirius's legs hit the bed and he sank onto the mattress. Remus followed him down, stretching out over him. His body slotted naturally between Sirius's legs, making Sirius gasp, reeling at the feel of Remus's arousal and his own flush together. He had felt them pressed together in Remus's office, but it was so much more intense like this, with Remus on top of him and only thin layers of cloth between them. The desire to have the cloth gone was immediate. To know what this felt like with bare hips and thighs, the heat and hardness and slick of their cocks rubbing against one another. He threw his arms around Remus's shoulders, groaning into the kiss as their hips ground together.
Keep talking.
Remus panted against his mouth.
Stay with me.
Sirius could barely collect his thoughts well enough to speak. He knew it would not be long until he was completely incapable. The heat within him was rising by the second, head swimming with Remus's rapidly thickening scent.
Bear, I want us fully.
Remus sat up on his knees, hooking fingers into the waistline of Sirius's small clothes and tugging them from his hips. Sirius raised his legs, letting Remus pull them free. All notions of feeling naked were banished when Remus quickly followed suit, pulling Sirius's attention to what was between his legs instead. Mercy. Sirius had not seen another cock before, so he had only his own as a point of comparison, but he could not believe Remus was of average size, even for an alpha. It was so large and heavy it did not curve up against Remus's stomach as Sirius's did, instead pointing straight out from a neat nest of brown curls. The skin was flushed and tight around the wide girth, exposing the bulbous head, already slick and shiny. As he looked at it, Sirius felt himself becoming wetter. The idea of taking that inside himself gripped him with fear and exhilaration at once.
Can I?
Yes.
Remus breathed.
Anything, yes.
Sirius hauled himself up until he was sitting, bracketing Remus with his legs. He watched his fingers close around the length of Remus's cock, marveling at how big it looked in his hand. It felt good, burning hot against his palm, skin plush and soft over the hardness beneath. Remus groaned just at the touch. When Sirius tentatively moved his hand, he hissed, shoulders sagging forwards until their foreheads pressed together.
Is this right?
Yes.
Remus moaned. He reached towards Sirius's cock too, pleading with his eyes. Sirius nodded eagerly.
Yes, touch me.
Unlike Sirius, Remus's hand was big enough to cover the length of Sirius's cock almost completely. Far from being embarrassed or self-conscious, the fact provoked a strange stab of lust. When Remus stroked up and down, the pleasure that bloomed was immediately intense, making Sirius pant and squirm.
Does that feel good?
Sirius could only nod, their foreheads sliding slick together. His eyes were fixed on the close space between them, captivated by the sight of their hands moving upon each other. Watching himself do this to someone else, feeling it from somebody who was not himself, was alien and exciting and good, all the more so since, or perhaps only because, that someone was Remus. Sirius was so wet, the blanket under his arse damp with it, sticking to his thighs.
You smell so good.
Remus choked.
Easy,
Sirius urged mindlessly. As he stroked Remus's cock faster, he became suddenly aware of a thickening at the base, his fingers catching against a ring of raised flesh. The realization it was Remus's knot beginning to form sent another rush of heat and fear through him. The girth was already enough that Sirius's fingers barely encircled it, and yet the knot was sure to grow much larger.
It seems so big,
he whispered without truly meaning to.
This will truly fit inside me.
Remus made a rough sound, grabbing Sirius's wrist.
If you do not wish to continue, then we must stop now.
The idea that Remus could stop, even now, if Sirius was no longer willing, rendered him utterly breathless, utterly certain. Sirius stilled Remus's hand too, letting him collect a measure of sanity.
I do not wish to stop. That is not what I asked.
I will never hurt you,
Remus declared. Sirius looked at Remus's hand where it was holding his wrist. The grip was tight, making Sirius's skin tingle, delicate bones already becoming sore beneath Remus's long, strong fingers. Remus did not even seem to realize he was doing it. Much like in the office, when he had shoved Sirius against the wall, pinned his hands above his head.
You will never hurt me in any way I do not like.
Sirius agreed. His breath was rapidly tightening, Remus's scent so thick now, every inhale bringing forth another stab of lust.
That is still not what I asked.
It will fit,
Remus said tightly.
You will make it so.
Yes.
Because you wish to be inside me.
Remus moaned quietly.
Yes.
You wish to claim me, make me yours.
More than anything I have desired before.
Remus gasped. Sirius smiled.
A desire wholly shared, which is why I command you now to have me without question. Touch me as your instinct demands.
He took Remus's face in his hands, locking their hungry eyes, blue burning into brown.
Make me truly feel that I am yours, Remus.
The break was palpable. Remus's eyes darkened, his scent spiking, overwhelming Sirius completely. He surged forwards with a sound almost like a snarl, shoving Sirius back to the mattress and burying his face in his neck. Sirius moaned, Remus' mouth hot and shocking against that tender, fragrant spot beside his windpipe. Instinct took him over, legs spreading, body snapping taut, head throwing back to bare his throat. He did not have chance to beg out loud this time. Did not need to. Remus's teeth sunk into his skin easily, not a feather of barrier or resistance, as though Sirius's flesh had always been their home. Flesh Sirius seemed to transcend as pain blossomed from their point of connection, coiling into an ecstasy beyond reckoning as it rushed through him, permeating every nerve and cell and follicle until he was nothing but an entity of pure pleasure. When the barest scrape of cognition returned to him, Sirius realized he had released without being touched, his spens sticky between their bellies. His neck was throbbing, his face buried in Remus's shoulder, and his fingertips were raw where they were buried in the flesh of Remus's back. Remus was murmuring something against his ear, the same thing again and again, in between soothing laps of his tongue over Sirius's raw skin.
Mine, mine, all mine.
Sirius's heart swelled, a happy keen rising in his throat. He was Remus's. Finally, he belonged to Remus, his love, his mate, his alpha. At the sound, Remus raised his head. His eyes were the darkest Sirius had ever seen, the gold of his irises almost completely eclipsed by the black of his pupils.
Mine,
he repeated softer.
Yours?
Sirius returned, feeling the truth of it in his blood, in his bones.
Yours, Alpha.
Remus sucked a breath.
You do not have to call me that.
For a moment, Sirius was confused, almost hurt. Then recognition dawned, and warmth flooded his heart again.
I know, but I want to.
He slid his fingers into Remus's hair, bringing his mouth to his ear, caressing the word like honey with his tongue.
Alpha, my Alpha.
Remus moaned roughly. mouth trailing back to Sirius's neck. Sirius instinctively bared his throat again, shivering as wet warmth encased his sore skin. He felt giddy when he thought of what it might look like once healed, how his alpha's mark would forever decorate his flesh. From now on, anyone who looked at him would know he belonged to Remus. Still, despite the comfort of the certainty, the release he had just found, Sirius felt as though he were burning inside, antsy from head to toe. He was still hard, and Remus's cock was still heavy against his stomach, and he was so wet between his legs, and he was claimed, but it was not enough, because he was still empty, still not. Remus kissed him deep and hot, and Sirius felt himself settle a little, reassured. His alpha would give him what he needed. Remus had always taken care of him. The kisses continued down Sirius's heaving sternum, scattering over every part of his chest. Remus seemed somewhat calmer now, as though biting Sirius had settled something inside of him too. The fiery scent of his rut had morphed into something thick and rich, heady. Were Sirius not so caught up in his desperation, he thought he would be purring. Big hands spread over Sirius's ribcage, pulling his body up to meet Remus's mouth as it ravished his skin. When wet heat closed around a nipple, sucking gently, Sirius's hips kicked, breath whistling in shock. He had never known he was so sensitive there. He felt a rush of wetness soak the blanket beneath him, as Remus lavished the same attention upon his other nipple, back arching helplessly, moaning as it rutted his sensitive cock through the mess coating their stomachs. But it was Remus's cock which was most holding his focus, insistent in Sirius's mind even through the dizzying pleasure. The feel of it there between his legs, riding in the creases of his thighs, so teasingly close to where he needed it most. The place drenching them both in its desperation to be known, to be breached and thrust into and owned. A feeling Sirius had never known, and yet he knew it was the only thing which would sate this ravenous hunger within his belly. Instinct was screaming that he expose the entrance to his body, present himself for Remus to take. There was a high whining noise filling the air, and Sirius realized it was coming from him. His body was twisting, writhing under Remus's mouth, torn between drawing his knees to his ears and trying to turn onto his stomach. All trace of nervousness was gone. Even if it was to hurt, Sirius would accept it wholly, for like the flesh upon his neck, that space too already belonged to Remus. He had only to come home to it.
Alpha.
Sirius gasped.
Please, I need inside me.
Remus growled, sitting up and pushing Sirius onto his stomach in one fluid motion. His hands dragged down Sirius's spine until they reached the curves of his arse, splaying over the cheeks and spreading them wide. Sirius stuttered through a moan, thrilled at the rough handling. Remus moaned back at him, gravely and overwhelmed and hurt, almost, like what he was seeing was so arousing it caused him pain. The knowledge Remus was looking at him, that Sirius's most sensitive and private place was laid bare for him, drew Sirius almost into a frenzy. He struggled until his knees were under himself, letting his thighs sprawl open and his weight sink onto his chest. It pushed his arse high into the air, into Remus's hands, and Sirius moaned again in satisfaction, reveling in the sharp arch of his back, the freedom of the air kissing against the sodden skin between his cheeks. Finally, he felt right.
My God.
Remus rasped.
Look at you.
Sirius whimpered, flushing to his bones at the unbridled lust in Remus's voice. The thought of what he must look like to Remus, desperate, wanton, begging to be mounted.
You're so wet.
Remus husked. His fingertips dug hard into Sirius's flesh, pushing his cheeks open wider.
I want to taste you.
Before Sirius could begin to process that, he was assaulted by a sensation which stole all reason. Something wet, soft, and flat and firm, dragging up from his hanging cock and between his splayed cheeks. It may have taken a moment or a lifetime to register. It was Remus's tongue to absorb the sheer scale of that idea. Sirius could not tell because the sensation was then concentrated on his soaked, sensitive opening, lapping over it, circling the rim. He may have made noise, tried to speak. He registered his back arching further, hips pushing higher, the answering dig of Remus's fingertips into the flesh of his arse. Then the sensation changed, teasing laps over his entrance, turning to sure, searching dips into his body, and Sirius was entirely inverted, mind surrendering to the will of the flesh. He felt acutely his body giving under the assault, becoming laxer and more pliant with every stab of Remus's tongue. Tears of pleasure leaked from his clenched shut eyes, and yet frustration was lacing rapidly through him. each breach of his body increasing the desperation for more. He needed something bigger, heavier inside of him, something that could reach much deeper than Remus's tongue.
Please, Alpha.
He rasped, throat raw.
Take me.
Remus growled again, a negative burr to it. A palm disappeared from Sirius's arse, and then something different was pressing into him, longer and harder than Remus's tongue. A finger, no, two, sliding into him, slow and firm. Sirius was so wet and pliant he barely felt the stretch, but he moaned even so, just from having something, anything inside him. This was a sensation he was not entirely unfamiliar with, as heat often compelled him to penetrate himself. But like everything else, it was stunningly different with Remus. With his long, clever fingers, he could reach much further into Sirius's body, brushing easily against that tender spot on his inner wall, which Sirius had no name for. He only knew it made him release quickly when he played with it, which in turn seemed to encourage his heats to end sooner, an outcome Sirius had always preferred, and so he would often abuse the spot, to the point it would not even feel pleasurable anymore. But of course, it was different with Remus, his fingertips shooting lightning up Sirius's spine, making him choke on his breath. Remus made a pleased noise as Sirius's body clenched hard around his knuckles, pressing harder against the spot, rubbing in tight circles.
There, love, is that where you need me?
Sirius had no words left. He was a vessel of pure need. He rocked back onto Remus's fingers, answering with his body instead. Not enough. More, please.
All right, hush.
Then the fingers were gone, and Sirius reeled with the sudden emptiness. He must have voiced his displeasure because Remus made more soothing noises as he rose up on his knees behind him. Sirius whimpered as his cheeks were spread again, as he felt Remus's heavy cock sliding through his cleft, coating the length in his wetness. He trembled as the blunt head pressed against his opening. It felt so much bigger than the fingers, impossibly thick. But he was ready, so ready. He thought he would go insane with the need to feel it inside him. There was a pause which seemed to hang forever, Remus's heavy breath and his own heartbeat loud in his ears. Then he felt Remus push. There was a moment it seemed futile, that his body would never yield. When it did, it gave abruptly, swallowing the head of Remus's cock at once. They both gasped. Remus instantly stilled, but Sirius shook his head frantically, begging him to continue. It did not hurt, but the stretch was immense, overwhelming, lacing a tension through him that he could not bear. He pushed back without thought, crying out as he was pried further open, thighs shaking. Remus hissed, grabbing Sirius hard by the hips. He did not try to still or rush him, only holding on as Sirius sank back onto him. Sirius could not believe how much of Remus there was, even less how it still had yet to hurt, his body giving way relentlessly, inch by steady inch. Even the bump of Remus's brewing knot did not cause him pain, though a pitiful noise wrenched itself from his throat as his opening was stretched wider to accommodate it. When his arse finally met Remus's hips, they were both heaving for air.
God, Sirius.
Remus grit out, rough and weak at once.
You feel... Remus.
Sirius managed. He could say nothing else, think nothing else. All he knew was Remus. He was filled to the brim with him, so perfectly possessed by him, anchored and kept and claimed by the weight of flesh inside him.
Remus.
Yes.
Remus answered, pulling his hips back slowly, pulling Sirius's breath with it, the drag of his cock against Sirius's stretched, sensitive opening, curling pleasure low in his belly.
Yes, my love, I'm here. Always here with you, I swear.
The pleasure spiked sharply as Remus pushed back in, his knot catching against that tender place inside of Sirius, making him cry out again. The pleasure only grew as Remus began to move in rhythm within him, and Sirius felt the last of the tension melt, felt his body unfurl completely, until the space between his hips ached with the absence of Remus's cock, craving each return of it. His hips raised to meet the next entry, pulling Remus deeper into him. Through his own keen, he heard Remus growl, felt the fingers tighten vice-tight around his hips. The next thrust came harder, faster, strong hands pulling him back to meet them. Sirius mewled in encouragement, face hot and damp with his breath flush against the blanket, lost to how good it felt. He could already feel that he was going to release again from this, his cock pulsing between his legs, leaking onto the blanket below. They were both drenched in his mess, skin of their thighs slapping wetly together as Remus's hips met his arse. He could hear Remus's cock moving in and out of him, an obscene squelching accompanying each push, leaving no doubt how eager Sirius was for this, how hungry his body was, how easily he was taking it. Lord above, he was made for this. Sirius had been told that very thing all his life, but it was only now he understood how simultaneously correct and absurd the assertion had been. For they had not realized, as Sirius had not, he was made to do this only with Remus.
Does it feel good?
Remus demanded.
Yes.
Sirius sobbed.
Good, so good, Alpha, more.
Remus swore, and then suddenly he was gone, leaving Sirius empty. Sirius howled in protest, but within a breath he found himself upon his back, Remus above him. He looked the wildest Sirius had ever seen, dark eyes and tangled hair and bared teeth, panting through his kiss-reddened mouth.
I need to see you,
Remus told him, voice destroyed. He parted Sirius's thighs roughly, urging them around his waist as he reached between them, guiding himself back into Sirius's body.
I need to see your eyes.
An arch snapped into Sirius's spine as Remus filled him again, crying out in relief. His calves flailed for purchase on the slick skin of Remus's lower back, finally crossing together, tilting his hips to welcome Remus deeper. He would not have believed this could become better, and yet somehow it was, instantly, infinitely more intense. Remus could not thrust as hard or as fast in this position, but what was lost was mitigated by their bodies flushing together, caressing Sirius's cock between them. Remus's cock felt even larger in this new angle, bringing a new awareness of the knot as it bumped repeatedly against the rim of his opening, a new and fuller pleasure rising fast inside him. And yes, being able to see Remus's face, to be captured by those rich umber eyes, pinned and laid bare by the hunger and love within them.
Remus.
Sirius gasped. He clawed at Remus's shoulders, his hair, fingers still numb from twisting handfuls of the blanket.
Remus, please,
Remus took his hands, one after the other, interlocking their fingers against the bed. He kissed the words from Sirius's mouth, panting his own into it.
What are you asking for, my love? You may have anything, everything that is within my power to give you. For all my days, I wish only to make you feel good.
You're not,
Sirius begged. The pleasure was rising, becoming maddening, fixated on the hot bulge of flesh mercilessly plundering his body. He could feel it growing thicker, each push inside harder to withdraw from, consuming him with greed. Desperation, it remained for good.
Please, fill me, claim me, Alpha.
Sirius.
Remus moaned the name like a prayer, burying his face again in Sirius's neck. The rhythm of his hips disintegrated, jerky thrusts punching the air from Sirius's lungs as the knot stretched him wider still, impossibly wide, until he began to worry it would tear him open. Until suddenly it was too large to leave him, and Remus's hips were stuttering flush against the backs of his thighs, and Sirius's pleasure was cresting on the back of the swelling pressure within him. Higher, higher.
Remus.
Teeth sunk into his neck again, and Sirius was gone. Ecstasy wrenched from his body like a sword from stone, bleaching everything white. Within that divine abyss, there was a profound sense of something shifting, something rearranging and settling in the rightest of ways, like puzzle pieces slotting into place. When Sirius came back to himself, he knew he was not the same as he was before.
My love?
Remus was sobbing against Sirius's neck.
Oh, my love.
Sirius realized he himself had made a puddle in the curve of Remus's shoulder. Remus must have released his hands at some point, because Sirius had him encased thoroughly in his limbs, arms clinging to his shoulders and heels digging grooves into his arse. As sensation returned to Sirius's body, he felt how that was clutching Remus too, clamped tight around the cock still buried to the hilt within him. He could feel it pulsing, feel the thick, flexing bulge of the knot, and his own inner walls rippling around it, milking it, sending frizzles of pleasure through his overstimulated nerves. It was almost too much, teetered on the edge of painful to be kept so full, held open against his clenching muscles. But a warmth permeated out from their point of connection, overwhelming Sirius with the most profound contentment, sinking him into it like a hot bath. He groaned, tightening heavy limbs around Remus. Remus whimpered in return, panting against his ear, hips still twitching. His release came in waves and seemed to go on forever. Sirius held him through it, stroking his hair until he could no longer feel the pulsing within him. Only a dull, heavy heat gathered deep beneath his belly. He felt swollen with it. The realization he was full to the brim with Remus's seed made something deeply base within him purr in satisfaction. Remus's scent was thick in his throat, an intoxicating undertone which made him think Remus was satisfied too. made Sirius think he was good, that he had done well.
Do you feel good, sweetheart?
Sirius flushed as he realized his purr had become audible. He confessed.
I feel altered forever. I feel so good.
Remus made a pleased rumble.
I was not too rough, clumsy.
You were incredible. I never thought.
Sirius's eyes watered again suddenly.
I never would have believed it could be like that.
Nor I.
Remus whispered, mouthing at Sirius's still throbbing neck.
You feel like heaven. I could die here inside you and be glad, for I will never know a greater divinity.
Sirius's chest shook, something between laughter and overwhelm.
From where do you conjure these flowery words? Your poems?
No, loving you is inspiration enough.
Sirius's breath caught.
I love you.
Remus clutched him closer. They were quiet for a while, until Remus drew a tight breath.
And what if this? That is, what if you are now?
With child.
Sirius's stomach fluttered.
As we said, so be it.
You are truly afraid no longer.
I do not think it was the idea itself which frightened me.
Sirius said slowly.
Rather the lack of choice in when it should happen, and with whom. But if I am with your child, then I think it will be fine. In fact, I think it could be the most wonderful thing in the world.
Remus raised his head. He looked thoroughly debauched, but his smile was pure, scar crinkled beneath his shining golden eyes. He kissed Sirius slowly upon his swollen lips, then his tear-stained cheeks, stroking his damp hair back from his face. It had escaped from its tie at some point, and was now tousled wildly around Sirius's head, stuck to his skin. It was irritating, getting in their way. Sirius had never been permitted to cut it short before. Perhaps he would now. For a long time they simply held each other, touching and scenting. Remus's cock remained hard inside him, but it was not an agitating sensation anymore. Instead, it felt comforting, a grounding anchor keeping Sirius tethered, preventing him from floating away with the soaring of his heart. The heat in his body had settled to a low simmer, poised to flare again once Remus slipped out of him. But for now he was calm. He was exactly where he should be. Epilogue. Freedom was strange. Nobility was a world dominated by rules, every last facet of existence within it measured out and mandated, doubly so for a noble Omega. In Grimald Place, Sirius had seldom been granted a more significant choice than what he should like to eat for breakfast. But as terrible as it had been, it was at least predictable, knowable. Sirius had lived that way for 20 years, and though he had never arrived at acceptance, he had at least adjusted to it. But now, suddenly, there were no schedules, no blueprints. Very little would occur within Sirius's day that he did not engineer himself. The only obligations upon him were placed there by himself, arrived at organically via his love and gratitude for the people around him. At any moment he may decide that he did not wish to be in the room he was in, that he did not wish to give any part of himself away, that he did not feel like speaking, listening, even acknowledging another's needs or desires. He could be selfish, cruel, caring only for the satiation of his own shallow whims, if he so chose. Without the burden of responsibility, it was easier to know exactly where one stood in the world. It was a daunting prospect, operating entirely under one's own merit. Sirius did not always feel equipped for the task. Sometimes he thought it terribly obvious his upbringing had left him stunted, that everybody was looking at him in confusion and disdain, wondering why and how and what Remus had been thinking in spiriting someone like him away. Sometimes he wondered it himself. Freedom was strange because it was awful and incredible at once. Not a day passed that Sirius did not experience some form of difficulty, a decision to be made, an emotion to navigate, all beneath the looming shadow of an all too malleable future. And yet he would rather die than go back to the way things were before. Terror, it seemed, was a core component of transcendent happiness. Some things were easy, being with Remus, making love to Remus, perusing potential residences together, jesting and talking of what they liked, what they would change, how they would redecorate. They did not always agree, but that was fine, because each argument brought a greater knowledge of Remus and himself. And what was not as easy shared the same benefits. Living with Remus's family, existing amongst dynamics that were not solely dependent on lineage and duty, deciding how he should spend the days where they were not required to work at the livery yard, the concepts of hobbies, enrichment, education, trying to determine who he was now. So far, his most certain discovery was that he truly loved to ride, and that he had retained his love of crude innuendos.
What are you grinning at now?
Sirius looked away from the ceiling, finding Remus had turned from the mirror, amusement in his eyes.
Nothing you have not heard before,
Sirius assured him. Remus chuckled, then frowned at his shirt sleeves.
Would you mind helping me?
Of course.
Sirius rolled from the bed, moving to stand before his husband.
But you know you do not have to wear formal clothing at all. We are only meeting James and Regulus.
The statement was redundant, but saying such things still gave Sirius a little thrill of glee. He wondered if that would ever fade, if he was capable of becoming complacent with his new life. He hoped with all his heart that he was not, but he still had much to learn about himself.
I am aware of that.
Remus presented his wrist to Sirius.
I am not operating under obligation.
Sirius grinned when he saw the cufflinks.
Oh, well, one could argue this is an obligation to me.
Which would not be a bad thing in the slightest.
Remus said simply.
However, on this occasion, I simply wish to wear something that I love.
You really love them, not just because I gave them to you.
Remus shook his head, smiling.
You speak as though those ideas may be separated.
Sirius ducked his head to hide his own smile as he fastened Remus's cuffs. Though he had not yet had his fill of wearing casual dress whenever he pleased, he could not deny Remus looked wonderful, his tall and broad figure accentuated by the tailored lines of fine fabric. The tiny golden horses were lovely against the dark sleeves of his tailcoat. Sirius looked at them thoughtfully.
I should like to ride tomorrow, in the woods.
Together.
You would allow me to go alone?
Allow. You do not need my permission.
But you trust me alone with Mooney?
Of course, your horsemanship is more than competent by now.
I suppose I did not envision the stables as a place I may visit independently,
Sirius said slowly. Remus hummed, a twinkle in his eye.
Did you forget you own a portion of the place?
Sirius huffed a laugh, swatting him.
You could have just said you can no longer be bothered to take me riding.
I will never say such a thing, because it will never be true. I just did not wish to assume you should always want my company.
Sirius's first instinct was to protest, for why would he ever wish to be parted from Remus? But then he let the thought linger. He had always considered himself alone before, but now he thought perhaps it was a different thing to feel alone, to be isolated by a dearth of true connection and care than it was to simply be by yourself. Perhaps it was healthy to retreat occasionally, if there were people who truly loved you awaiting your return.
Perhaps I will go alone sometimes,
Sirius allowed.
But this time I would like you to come, if you are not too busy. Or no, if you are busy, then I will help you, of course. That is, if we are busy, because the yard is just as much my responsibility too.
Remus looked at him fondly.
We are not too busy. James can handle anything that may arise.
I wish to go to the clearing where we first kissed,
Sirius said, voicing his thoughts as they came.
I think it would be nice to have a wedding there. I know we are already married technically, but it was hardly a proper ceremony. It would be nice to do something on our own terms, something that is ours.
For a moment, Remus seemed to have lost his voice. It was thick when he found it again.
Yes, it would.
Sirius smiled, pulling his mate into an embrace.
As we have always done.
And will always do,
Remus promised. Finite. Thanks for listening to this text-to-speech podfic composed by Burning Aurora, Kaliana, and Flowerhawk.